Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell here with you. Did you see somebody apparently on Reddit leaked the uniforms? And then Cal had to...
Is that where people saw him?
Yeah, Cal had to drop the bomb. Cal dropping bombs on Texans Reddit. And
Man was there
they
negative.
got Nico and Tank. You saw the picture.
Yeah. It was not as well received as I expected.
It looks like the Falcons.
It looks exactly like that's exactly what I thought. You just basically made yourself the Falcons away.
You put red around
jerseys.
the numbers. I know they're not black; they're dark blue, but you look like the Falcons.
Well, that's
now
one.
you do have the horn. Now they ought to do the horns like the Vikings do, only the bull horns on the helmets.
Oh, on the helmets, yeah. Well, then you're
As
copying
opposed
Vikings.
to the no, it would be different, a little bit different. It wouldn't be the same Viking one. It'd be
no, I know, but the concept.
It'd be toros.
Then they'll say, "Oh, look, it's the Falcons and the Vikings
The
had a
Falcon
baby."
Vikes. The Vikings. Yeah, I thought they were going to.
Is that the only picture we saw? That's the only one I saw.
Yeah, maybe they got a light blue,
Well, there's gotta
city
be.
jersey.
Well, we found out that the report is that they're going to be 4 uniforms and they won't be like each other. So
Right.
it won't be like a duplicate home jersey that we just saw yesterday. It'll be a completely different design.
Correct.
Is this home or road because it's a white jersey?
Well, it should be a road one. That's traditionally the Texans wear white on the road. Well, they've worn it at home, but generally that's the road.
Yeah,
jersey.
the Cowboys always wear white at home, but I think they get a special exemption.
Yeah, the Dolphins, they wear white too, but traditionally the Texans are wearing white on the road.
Right. The Texans usually wear their blue. They're boring. They're deep.
They got rid of that blue.
No, it's on the road jersey. It looks exactly the same, the blue.
What's the
Does
pants?
it really?
Look at the helmet. It's the same helmet.
Yeah. Are the pants blue that we're
But they're
looking
not.
at?
It's
the
blue.
pants-
The pants are blue, but if you look in the reflection, since we're doing this right now, there is a bold red stripe, a big red stripe on the pants. If you look in the reflection, I think of Nico when he's. So the stripe is different on the pants. But the blue is the same that we've always seen. Now, there probably will be a different blue for the home, but that's the dark blue. The helmet matches the pants. That's the same helmet.
Yeah, they didn't change the helmet at all. This is like when they were changing the jersey and they put the logo above the name.
It's going to be way
The logo is above the name. But first there was the logo.
That's old Texans. This new one, they do have 4 new jerseys. They do have 4 new outfits, so it'll be more like.
Sorry, Mark, but
and I think there's going to be a light blue in there
terrible.
somewhere on another jersey, but it's not going to be a dominant color. I don't think. I think it's just trim.
Where is the
I think
light
they're
blue
avoiding
that we were promised?
I think they have to avoid
That's
it.
going to happen.
It's going to be
they're
light
gonna
blue
have city
trim.
jersey.
I read light blue
They're
trim.
going to
I don't know.
accent color is what we heard.
Yeah, accent colors. Yeah.
The unfortunate part for the Texans is
Amy Strunk Adams or whatever.
Amy's drunk.
She's able. I never said that, Roger. That's John said that.
I don't know. What she said. I didn't know what
Apparently,
she said.
she got her way, and they can't do it as a primary color.
What? Okay.
She owns that color.
I hope we grind those people into the ground.
Why do you think Cal and Hannah were so excited, especially Hannah, really, after they swept them last year? This is, from what I understand, talking to somebody who's close to the McNairs, this is a really big deal to them. Like, they really, it's a big deal to them because Amy Adams Strunk has been such a pain about all this, and then just kind of been personal about the whole Oilers stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Left some kind of Houston Oilers or left some kind of Tennessee Oiler type bottle of wine in their suite. Just, I don't know if that was a one they had in all the suites or if she just did that specifically for Cal and Hannah when they were in Tennessee. But apparently she's been such a pain with all this that they love beating her.
Mm-hmm.
Love beating her.
Good.
So, yeah, I'm hoping we do grind them out. But they are going to have the light blue as accent colors, but we only saw just one jersey. When are they going to unveil all of them?
Well, they're supposed to unveil them as a set on the
draft?
27th of April, I think.
Do you believe
Yeah,
in somebody, or they're making it?
I mean, I guess they could turn it into maybe a hype thing.
Yeah.
Have this release and look. Our great owner Cal says, you know what? You can't leak us. We'll do it ourselves. But that's not the first picture that came out. Ain't a great picture. It doesn't look like a football player in the uniform. That always looks bad. So I wouldn't have gone with that picture as a leak. But the worst part about it is I think that jersey is, yeah, it's different, but the colors are the same. So I don't think they would have wanted to lead with that jersey.
That was a little.
I don't know. Maybe since this is the, and then they're going to go, oh.
Well, maybe, but that jersey we're going to see a lot of. That's going to be the road jersey.
That's the way to do it because you don't want to be, oh, and then,
Well, the thing is that jersey we're going to see quite a bit because it's the road jersey. So whatever, it's going to, even if it's not liked very much, it'll be something we see all the time.
Yeah, the Falcons. We're going to be the Houston Falcons. That's great.
Well, I'll let it play out. I think the jersey's going to be different. I'm going to predict that you'll be all excited.
I will be?
Yep. By the end of April, I think you'll be all excited about some of the jerseys.
I don't care. I really don't.
You sound like you're upset about this.
I'm not upset about it.
What are you so mad about?
What are you so mad about? I'm not really that mad. Let me ask you this question because the show before us, they were doing, what is your go-to meal? What is your mom's go-to meal to fix for you? That's a good lead-in. But let me ask you this, because you are the preeminent draft expert, right?
Uh-huh.
What draft needs changed after free agency?
For the Texans?
For everybody. I mean, what?
I have to do 32 teams?
Well, no. But okay, so the Steelers ain't going quarterback now, right?
No, Steelers aren't going. No, not this year.
Yeah. They're not going to. They needed somebody. They could have drafted somebody.
Yeah, but they were never really seriously considered.
Well, they could have taken Michael Penix in the second or something. Yeah.
Yeah, not in the first. Not in the first. But no, they won't take quarterback now. I don't see the Raiders taking quarterback now that they added Gardner Minshew to go with Aiden O'Connell. I don't think that's going to be the key. I think that I'd have to think if some of the teams took. I'm trying to think of if anyone took a major need off the board with any of the free agency. The Texans took pass rush off the board.
Yeah.
Pass rush is no longer on the board.
Right.
I would say D tackle is still on the board.
Oh, very
obviously.
much so, I think.
Even with Tim Settle, that's still, that's still depth. So I think defensive tackle, it maybe is not you don't have a first rounder anymore anyway. So, but defensive tackle would make more sense in the second round anyway. So I think defensive tackle still there for Houston. I think cornerback is still on the board. I don't think the minuses versus the pluses, I don't think lead up to the Texans saying we're good at corner. So I think corner's still on the board.
Absolutely.
I think running back is no longer.
I think your backup running back might be.
But I mean, it's not as big a priority.
No,
you can day three that one, or even use a veteran who's been cut.
Yeah,
it's not that big a deal in this offense.
You can get a veteran minimum there.
Yeah, you can go cheap, and then I don't think anything's changed for linebacker, even though you have. I think you need to find some depth and you need to find an inside banger, but it's maybe not the same pressing need that I personally thought it was a big need. So I think there's still some work to do up the middle at inside linebacker, defensive tackle, and safety. I still think you need a corner. Like, none of those things to me has changed. Maybe how you prioritize them maybe is a little bit different. I think wide receiver's turning into one of the bigger ones for me.
Defensive tackle is still the biggest one for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's probably the biggest.
Yeah. I don't know that. It's funny with the Autry thing.
I think tight end may be a little bit of a sneaky potential look for the Texans too.
You didn't think Brevin Jordan was enough behind
I think he's fine. They need to find a blocker. They need to find somebody who's a true two-way player. Brevin Jordan's not really a true two-way player. He's a more receiver than blocker. For this offense to really roll as a running game, you need to have a true Y.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Quatoriano, I can't trust him. He's not healthy enough.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you have
if
Dalton
you just need
Schultz,
a blocking guy. Yeah.
But Schultz is also like, I don't know. I
He's
don't know if
just
they're going to be all
guy
in
on the field, though. If you go too tight,
I think Brevin Jordan will be one and done, one contract and done. I think this is his last year of his contract, so I think he'll be one and done. So I wouldn't be shocked if tight end is a look at some point. I saw a guy I liked a lot yesterday named Zach Hines from South Dakota State. Imagine that, a tight end coming out of South Dakota State. They produce him, but he's like 6'7", 266, can block. Not a bad pass catcher either. Mostly going to be a bully. So, and he's good with outside zone. So that would actually be like in a sixth round.
Where is he
late
projected?
late day 3.
Oh yeah.
That'd be a perfect. He'd be a perfect addition because you're not going to play him all the time, and you can play Brevin Jordan on some 2 tight ends. You could play him as a second tight end. So I mean, we're in the weeds here in the first segment talking about this is actually on brand, and this is almost like a TV show, like a cartoon. If someone's going to make a cartoon about me in the first segment of a radio show talking about a tight end out of South Dakota State.
Well, you're the one that did that.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm playing into.
I started with the Steelers don't need a quarterback, and you ended up with South Dakota State backup tight end.
What round? 6, like 6.
Okay,
that is leaning into my stereotype.
Yeah. You could not do that. What they're doing right now.
Yeah.
So with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson,
wait.
What do the Steelers need now?
Wait, are we talking Justin Fields still?
No, they are.
It will never stop.
Today they did.
No, it's never going to stop.
Well, you saw the story that Ryan Poles had to get rid of him because of a disgruntled locker room.
Yeah, but because they were going to lose their guy.
Well, there was so much grumbling about we want him.
Of course,
we don't want.
Of course, you had to. You got to make the clean.
Well, the
idea that you could keep both of them was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. It would have been a major issue in Chicago.
You couldn't, but yeah, I mean. He had to get rid of him, and I think we saw the value, right? I mean, everybody, all the hype. I mean, look? Justin Fields will not compete with Russell Wilson. Okay,
according to Brooke Pryor, that's just incorrect. There's no chance that's going to. Russell Wilson will not hang on to that spot all year.
It just is embarrassing.
I know this is going to be everything. The Steelers, Russell Wilson, and Russell Wilson's the bad guy, and Justin Fields is the good guy. This is actually a very easy one. Russell's not well liked anyway on social media, not well liked with former players. He doesn't really fit the mold of what they want him to be. And he's also kind of, feels like there's a little fraud there. I don't think he's a bad guy. I'm fine with his morality and all that stuff, but he feels like he's a little, the whole Mr. Unlimited. He's a try-hard guy.
Yeah. And
so people don't like him. They love Justin almost to irrational levels. I've never seen people so dialed in on a player's not even on their team where it's like they're very emotionally invested in Justin Fields. People are, and media members, players, former players, fans of other teams are just like, this is the most important person in their life. It goes Justin Fields, family, or God, family, maybe. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what's after that.
Jesus is right there.
Well, the Trinity.
All three.
Could be all three.
Okay,
yeah.
All three. I got
but
you.
Justin, make no mistake, Justin Fields is
one.
Up there. Is one.
That's right.
But people are irrationally like Justin is their favorite guy or whatever. They're really emotionally invested in him. So it's going to be a nightmare for Russell Wilson because Russell comes in as not the liked guy. He starts off as the starter. It's always better to be the backup because then everyone will call for you.
Yeah.
Him being the starter. You talked about the other day. The boos are going to start early on Russell Wilson.
Oh, the boos are going to start on both of them. They'll be on both of them. Because
well,
there's going to be a segment.
The
there's going to be a segment that says, "Oh, he sucks. We got to get Russell Wilson in there. He sucks. We got to get Justin in there." I mean,
well, we always have that stuff, but I think because Justin is not starting, it'd be easier to do that if Justin were starting. But with Justin as a backup, man, that whole city's going to turn on Russell.
Yes.
Because people don't want him starting anyway. He's the old guy. This is the guy that might be our starting quarterback versus a bridge quarterback.
Right.
That's going to be a bad deal over there. I wouldn't know because I've got C.J. Stroud.
Time for...
Put your pinky down while you drink.
He is so...
Put your pinky down.
He is such a quarterback princess now.
Yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious, what a diva. I've got my guy.
Yeah.
And you're all quarterback
I wonder
poor.
what it's like to be quarterback poor.
Yeah. Well,
you're so poor.
You know that.
It
was 2022.
They need to just eat dirt like in the regime. They just need to be eating soil.
Quarterback dirt forever.
Yeah, but not now.
Poor.
I'm new money now.
Yeah. You are new money.
I'm new money quarterback now. I act like I've been here forever.
Like brand new money. You're the Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So new money that I haven't even seen him play a second year, which is sometime where
well, we got to enjoy it now.
Where some issues come in.
We got to enjoy it now. And like I enjoy. How about this? I got to reorder my coffee. Are you kidding me? My free reign is already out at my house. That's because everybody is diving right into my free reign. I brought Lance some. He's going to get some. We're going to order it up. We're going to get us some free reign coffee back at the house because I'm serious. Everybody's drank all my free reign. I'm like, what the heck, Fire? Get your own coffee. And now I got to get everybody, all of them. JT is moving and he wants me to send it up there to Springfield. It's really the most delicious coffee. Everybody loves it. It doesn't have that bitter taste like a certain brand that's all over every city in America now. It is San Angelo. It's Texas. They got they got one called Texas Pecan at Free Reign Coffee. Listen, it's get up and get after it is what it is. It's the taste that you're looking for in the morning. It's not that bitter aftertaste. It's a full body. I love it. I love it. And everybody in my family loves it. So you're looking for, I'm telling you, this coffee's different. 975coffee.com, 975coffee.com. Put in ESPN 20 for 20% off site-wide at 975coffee.com.
Hey guys, QC Kinetics is an opportunity for you to take the pain that you're feeling right now in your hip, your knee, and those are two of the big ones where you typically hear about knee replacement or hip replacement. Those are two big ones because you start to have a wearing down of the tissue that's in those joints, and it develops into arthritis, and then that's pain that requires shots and pain medicine and eventually surgery and downtime from work. Like, it's not optimal. It's definitely not optimal. I want you to consider QC Kinetics because this is something that actually works. It's a better solution for you than the typical treatments that are nothing more than Band-Aids until you get to the surgery phase. And do you really want to have surgery? Did you know that QC Kinetics is regenerative medicine, where they take the body's healing power, supercharge it, put it back into the joints, and it restores and regenerates the tissue, the lost tissue, the damaged tissue. This gets better. The inflammation subsides. You're going to feel pain relief very, very quickly after your first treatment. It's amazing. My wife experienced it, and you can too. And she had a serious bone-on-bone knee issue. For many of you, yours will not be as serious, and it will not take as many treatments as she had to have to get to where she needed to be to run a marathon. You can get back on your feet as well and be active once again with QC Kinetics. 4 locations here in Houston. It's not just for pro athletes anymore. It's for you as well. 4 locations, QCkinetics.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Oh, really? That stinks. This from Jason. Do you know if that lady pilot from yesterday has ever hit a curb mid-flight? This from the guy without a toe. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not listening to somebody who doesn't
He
have
probably stubbed his toe.
Not listening
on
to
a
somebody who
curb.
doesn't have a toe. Somehow he got his toe cut off, but he's talking about
Yeah.
a woman driving over a median,
Yeah, right.
a female pilot.
Well,
by the
maybe,
way, not
maybe it
stewardess,
was a
pilot.
curb like you hit and fell.
No, he means, I know what he means because I've.
Oh, well, you think it's like a curb like
Well, I
like
mean,
Raheel used to call women drivers and Katie women drivers?
What do you call them?
Oh, he used to
Bad?
destroy them all the time.
Wow, I thought he was such
that
an
they
ally.
hit curbs all the time. I listen, I'm not anti. In my car, I hit curbs all the time.
Yeah,
I cut it too tight all the time.
because you're busy
My
running
wife's
lights.
always, she
because
always
you
just
don't
looks
think
at me like,
you're busy running lights because you've already said
No,
you don't
I'm-
believe
I'm busy
at certain times the law doesn't matter.
trying to get places as soon as possible. If that means hitting a curb when you're taking a right turn, you hit a curb.
Have you ever visited the Capitol building on
Yes.
on or around January 6th?
No, I was out of town, but I wasn't there.
Did the rules apply to you then?
The rules, I wasn't there.
I'm just asking because sometimes you're a chronic rule breaker.
Well, I heard if Trump loses, we're going to have a bloodbath.
Well, you
this
heard it
time.
from him.
So
You heard it from him.
I heard it from him.
He said
I
that
heard it from him.
directly from the source.
That was in the car industry, Dell.
Oh, okay.
That's what he meant in
Okay.
the car industry. Boy,
Okay.
his people
I
were
have
like,
a-
he meant
Yeah,
there's going to be a
I
bloodbath in
know.
the car industry
People-
because Biden's going to fire everybody.
People had to
I had a
clean it up
feeling
for him.
like I don't really want to be in the country on election day. I don't care who wins. One side's gonna. I feel like there's gonna be some violence in the streets.
Yes. This is you talking about C.J. Stroud.
Oh, it's got the neckerchief and
Yeah.
it looks
It's British
exactly
royalty.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like powdered wig
That's
territory.
from Twilight.
Is that from Twilight?
Yeah, these were the aristocratic vampires from Twilight. They
Oh.
they had
well,
their noses
it's an
up.
aristocrat,
Yeah, it's an
and
original.
I am. When
No
it
one
comes
knows.
to my
but
quarterback,
You're the only person to ever watch that show.
when it comes to my
Oh,
quarterback,
you mean
I am
the
an
movie
aristocrat.
they made sequels of?
Yeah.
Millions and billions
Yes.
of dollars?
You're the only one that ever watched it.
You're right. I'm the only one.
Yeah. The craziest part about Amy Adams Strunk is she's remarried, and Strunk is the last name of her previous husband who passed away in a car accident. How do you think he feels? He feels dead, KJ. He doesn't feel anything.
No.
Oh, how do you
does
think
the new husband
new
feel?
husband feel? Oh.
Hey, well,
Then you
he's-
want to keep that name Strunk? Of all the names?
I know. Maybe she's honoring him, and she's just like,
Unless-
I'm not going to be a forward.
Well, unless the
four-name
new
person.
husband's name is Skunk or Drunk
Well,
or
those are your names for her.
No. She obviously didn't want to take her new husband's name because it's terrible. So it's worse than Strunk?
or
Really?
she's the dominant one in a relationship. And maybe he took her husband's name. Maybe he's Strunk now.
Maybe he had to take.
Wow, how emasculating to take another man's last name because your wife does.
Because your wife told you to.
Listen, I loved him more than you. If he hadn't died, we'd still be together. So I'm keeping this name, and you know what? You're going to keep it too.
What
wow.
would she rather be? Amy Adams Hunt? Because that's the new husband's name.
Hunt?
Yes, Amy Adams Hunt.
Well, I wouldn't mess with that.
Oh, yeah.
Not with John in the vicinity.
Exactly. Oh yeah, no, she can't keep that name with John.
Not with-
She'd rather
Hunt
that
is a
John
wonderful
uses
name.
drunk.
Not with yous lurking. I wouldn't want to be
No,
Hunt
I
either.
wouldn't either.
No,
yeah,
no.
she
Hunt-
made a good choice.
Yeah.
She made a good choice.
Michael? Yes. Is his
No.
name Michael?
No.
Come on, Mr. Gallagher.
It's not. His name is Bill.
I just crushed that melon, Gallagher. Who didn't know Michael was coming?
Did you guys see Anthony Edwards dunk last night?
Oh my God,
Lit
that's
up
a
Twitter.
real sports center. Okay, this is on the heels of him. I saw him have another dunk. I was like, holy crap, about 3 weeks ago. Then last week he hits his head on a rim
Yeah.
to make a key block.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, his elevation was insane. I had no idea he could leap like that. Now you look at this dunk yesterday. This guy, I got to check and see if there was a combine measurement of his vertical. This has got to be a 44-inch vertical. Like, his vertical is truly insane.
he dunked over John Collins, and John Collins had to leave the game with a head contusion. I'm not kidding. Shams reported it.
I saw it.
Well,
I
he has
thought
balls
Collins
of
was
steel.
acting, but whatever.
But he had to. By the way, you guys are talking about the wrong 22-year-old. The one in our city just was named Western Conference Player of the Week.
How about that?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And we've got some sound from Jalen.
Well,
we do, right?
Well, I mean, you guys were making fun of me before the show about the system and having no excuses. Well, we're disconnected, so I can't play that. I can't play it.
So our new system?
How about this?
Maybe I can find it on Twitter. Maybe
Ryan Clark, and I'm just going to say, I want to focus on the good stuff with Jalen, but Ryan Clark he tweeted yesterday, they were on the pivot because they have to talk about all the gossipy stuff now. And he was talking about, and to his credit and the credit of the other guys, Channing Crowder and Fred Taylor, they were like, man, why are so many people on Jalen Green? It's like it wouldn't be that weird of a deal if a grown man was with a younger girl, and then everyone acted like it would, but it really would. I mean, we see this on the
We're not on Jalen Green. That's a misconstruct. People have taken issue with her, not him. We understand why he would.
No. What I'm saying is we wouldn't. Their point was we wouldn't give the same hell to an older man.
Well, an older man
with a younger, and then they said, "Oh, if that was your daughter, you would." But the point is, general society. Ryan took hell. Like Black Twitter's decided, no, this is not a thing we're going to allow to happen. When really they don't have any.
They have no say.
But they went after Ryan. Like, sorry, I love you, but you missed this one. You take the L on this one. It's like everyone came after Ryan Clark. Keep on doing it. As far as I'm concerned, that man averaged 26 a game. He was player of the week. Jalen, whatever's happening with Dre and Michelle, keep on doing it because you're playing great. And the Rockets are winning.
Sometimes, the responsibility makes you focus more.
Yeah,
on
that's
your
right,
career.
Del.
And maybe
this is really focused at you because you wouldn't understand this. Yeah. Right now, he knows this is bigger than him. Now.
Honestly,
this is bigger than
him. He always plays better after the All-Star break.
When Steffi was conceived, I actually went out and I was a bartender at the time. I went out and got a job in the industry.
So you were like the Jalen.
Because I had, yeah.
You're like the Jalen Green of whatever you were doing.
Right.
And then you became the focused Jalen Green.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See?
That's exactly what happened. No, that's
I
a
had
true story.
Drake, when Drake was coming, I quit my job where I was working 60 hours a week, making $400 a week. It was like the worst job in the world.
That's a terrible job.
It was a terrible job. And I started Pigskin Sports, my own handicapping business with no income coming in and no safety net. That was quite a risk.
Actually, when Steffi came along, it was even worse than actually I made less money in the industry. I was making $3.25 an hour.
Oh, yeah.
With a baby.
Yeah.
With a wife and a baby.
Oh, yeah.
That was, sucked. Anyway, but you focused out. You don't know anything about this. You don't know about the focus that you have have when you have a responsibility of a child.
Did he have a child after last All-Star break and the one before? Because generally this is what happens. He plays much better.
Look how he's affecting winning now.
Classic cynic. Here's the thing. Ask yourself this, Del. Okay. Maybe once he found out that he had a baby coming, he's like, you know what? I need to defend better, and I need to grow up and become a better shooter. And take care of the basketball more. I think he really...
Or maybe he got that big Turkish stiff out of here and he can play better basketball.
Wow. Or maybe...
Turkish stiff.
Maybe he has Yoda now called Ime as opposed to...
I'm gonna go with get that dopey stiff guy out of the paint so I can play. That's my agenda.
Wow, that is
my
ugly.
agenda.
He is from the James Harden school.
They are better. Let's face it, they're playing their best basketball.
Well, they're playing
the
best.
To be fair, they did play the Wizards and the Spurs, but they did beat up on the Cavs.
But in one sense, they're also
beat the snot out of them.
Yeah, but they're playing lesser. In general, they're playing lesser competition. And this is not a secret. Jalen Green is best with the ball in his hands, sticky, and being able to attack. That's what's best for him offensively. And that's fine. It's just not what Ime runs.
They're running more and they're rebounding better. Surprisingly, rebounding better than they have been. Amen is doing a great job, and so is Jalen. Jalen had how many boards?
Are you going to give any credit to Landale? Or
I'm going to.
We're just going to act like Landale's not playing.
No,
I'm going
I'm going to act like I'm going to go see Doc Manavis this week, as a matter of fact. What? That's right. I'm going
And
to see Doc
Jalen's
Manavis.
only like 18 years or 20
I'm going
years
to
away
see
from,
Doc
he has to
Manavis
get
this
his
week.
check.
He doesn't need to get his
In 20 years he
prostate
will.
check. Yes, or 30. I don't know. Although you could have developed prostate problems earlier.
They're a minute home right now saying, "What are you doing, John? Lucky."
Prostate. I am going to get my prostate
They've
check.
seen her on the video. They're saying lucky.
No, you're right. That's not lucky, and there's no finger thing involved. So here's the deal. You get an
A lot of these guys are
MRI.
now out.
You're getting it differently now than you ever have before, and it is awesome. Look, if you're looking for a great way to take care of your prostate issue, you're going to the bathroom way too much in the middle of the night. You're getting up, and you can't stop, can't start, can't stop. Weak stream, all of those things. If you're having an issue, people, it's what happens. But here's the deal. Don't get an operation. You get Doc Manavis, who's going to give you an IV to settle this thing. It is the only way to go. The operation that they perform for your prostate is one of the most painful. You do not want to get that. You want Doc Manavis in your life. All you have to do is go to 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Yeah, for sure. We trying to make this push.
Is this exciting, especially compared to where you guys were the last couple of years?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously you see we got a lot more wins in the last 2 years, so it's good to see, the progress and, what we could do. So we're just going to keep trying to get better each day and try to make this run.
So you could play stuff now?
Directly off.
that?
It's Jalen Green. Directly off of Twitter. I can't save anything and play it like I normally would because
Who was that?
it was Jalen Green.
Oh, that was Jalen. Okay. Jalen is pretty though. Like he's a pretty man.
That's an interesting.
What the
No,
hell?
I mean, but he's like
What?
What?
he's like he's a pretty ass. Like you might
What?
say, like if I were younger
in
and
prison?
I were in school, or if I were just in my 20s, I'd say this old pretty.
What?
Like you just say, you kind of say it derisively because he's so much better looking than everyone else. He's pretty.
So
He's objectively a handsome, pretty dude. I can see why Drea Michelle wanted to have a baby because she loves him so much and wants to stay with him.
So you believe, drifting back to the last segment's conversation, that she just wanted a pretty baby? That's her main reason?
You know, I didn't think that, but
maybe
actually that's not. And he does have a second contract.
So let me ask. Well,
but I don't think
that's
that has
cynical.
anything to do with things.
That's a very cynical
the cynics
approach.
among you, Del.
You said
Your
that,
people,
not me.
the cynics, are saying, "Oh, well, yeah, I brought it up."
Yes, I didn't say anything.
The cynics are saying, "Oh, he's got a contract coming." We don't know if it's going to be max dollar though. Why would you waste your time without a max dollar?
You think if it's the rookie max or a little
Or
bit below it,
Supermax?
it's going to matter? He won't get a super max.
That's what I'm saying. If this were truly a money play, she would go after a super max.
Or
What about Wemby?
His super max is farther down the road, but Jalen's big contract is still coming either way.
Like,
it may
would
not
you
be a
want to have
super
a baby
max.
with Evan Mobley? That's not.
I wouldn't want to have a baby with women.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Evan Mobley?
Well, I'm going out of the same draft class.
What? You're
What
asking
are you
me?
talking about? Isn't he pretty? He's not.
He's not pretty enough.
No,
Not Evan Mobley.
I don't know.
So
No. Would you want to have a baby with Chet Holmgren?
No. I don't want a baby with women.
Ugh.
Why would I want a baby with Chet Holmgren?
What about Kevin Pittsnoggle?
Why did you I saw a picture of him on historic. I saw him too. Like, I can't believe Pittsnoggle's name made it back into my consciousness from Pitt. No, I don't want a baby with Kevin Pittsnoggle.
Okay.
And you know what? If Amy
about
Adams
Sheldon
had
Williams?
remarried a Pittsnoggle, I'd go with Strunk too. Pittsnoggle was one of the
Pittsnoggle, yeah.
houses in Harry Potter, I think.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
no. That's Gryffindor.
He went to Gryffindor. Okay.
Yeah.
Gryffindor.
Okay. How about
Hufflepuff. Pittsnoggle.
this? Odell has said goodbye to the Ravens.
Oh, man.
What about Texans could use a wide receiver?
Stop
I'm not going to
it.
let you pull me into this.
We
What
already
else
have,
do we
we
have?
already have Robert Woods. Why do we want Odell Beckham?
Why do we want Robert Woods with attitude? Why do you want
Yeah.
Robert Woods with issues on a plane where security, where the whatever, what are they called? The travel guy, the FTA or what is it called?
TSA.
The TSA, yeah. They had to come on the plane to get him a couple of years ago.
Right.
I don't need that on my team. CJ's just trying to mind his own business. There was enough fuss when he just walked out of a celebrity softball tournament with Amber Rose, and it concerned me too, because you know what? It's great for Jalen to find love with Drea Michelle. We're not doing CJ Stroud finding love with Amber Rose. We're not doing that as a city.
What if they?
We're not allowing
What if
that.
they love each other?
Yeah, we're not allowing that.
Someone points out all this talk about how pretty he is comes days after you went to Handy's.
That's not Handy's is a hand roll place off of in Montrose, but still, I know you're going to make a job there. It's a really good hand roll place. That has nothing to do
Is
with
that what they call it? Hand rolls?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
hand
sounds
rolls.
better. I don't know this whole.
No, they do it on purpose.
thing, you
I
know.
guarantee you. 'Cause
Do they?
There's another place called Handos, and this one's called Handies, but it's really good. It's the name. I don't know what you want me to tell you. There's 2 locations too, and I'm not doing a commercial.
Hand out of restaurants' names,
Yeah,
please.
please.
Yeah. But no,
When
Jalen.
are you going to handle this?
Jalen is
Hey,
pretty like.
You want to
pretty-
handle something?
Hey, the Italian restaurant, handle this.
We can't do a serious show about
what?
you know, because John's here. I can't
shooting
do a
guards?
serious show about sushi because John is here.
Apparently, Odell is headed to the Jets.
Cool. What could
Because how
possibly
about
go-
this?
They're like the only team that can handle him because of Aaron Rodgers now.
Yeah. Because it looks like now Randall Cobb, Corey Davis, and Alan Lazard all gone. Has Aaron lost
Wait,
his...
Alan Lazard's gone after. I thought they signed him to a multi-year
It looks
deal.
like more
wanna
than
trade
likely
him.
he's going to be out of the picture. How about... Well, they'll just take the cap hit, whatever.
Slow. He can't get open.
Yeah.
Randall Cobb, like, oh my God.
Well, how about... Aaron's lost his hand there, hasn't he?
Well, I guess.
I mean,
Well, he's
all
got-
of his guys.
He's already talking about being a vice presidential nominee, which is not going to be the case.
He's
but
no longer president of the fraternity, okay? He's shot down now. Well, he lasted about 4 minutes in office, and then they had to take away all his toys, All his Alan Lazards and Randall Cobbs. Got to
Yeah.
go. And let's actually get some receivers in here.
Oh, because Joe Douglas figured out, man, I only have 1 year left. Like, I'm going to get fired, and I've got 2 slow-ass receivers in here and one that can't even play at all because Aaron Rodgers told me to do that, and he didn't even make it to a second series?
And he didn't even show up for the kid to help him out.
Zach Wilson.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Is he aware that he's repeating all of Brett Favre's nonsense? What Brett Favre did to him? Do you think he knows that he's just repeating that entire thing? Well, yeah, he didn't help out the young player. He has weird off the field distractions that have nothing to do with football. Unnecessary stuff. He's just repeating the cycle, and he probably isn't aware that he's doing it.
The Favre cycle?
Yeah.
I know it is eerily similar. If you look at when you look at everything, and it starts with Jordan Love. So Jordan Love was the guy drafted in the mid to late first, Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. Like, there are so many similarities between the Jordan Love thing. Now, when he went to but now he's just a distraction, just like Brett Favre was a distraction at the end of his career. Really, a lot of it wasn't because of Brett Favre. A lot of it was because the media wanted to do all the Favre watch stuff. But Favre he was playing wherever he was sending out pictures of his
The
crank,
Croc,
wasn't he?
He was in his Crocs and naked at the same time.
Yeah, sending that out to Jen Sturger.
Yeah,
That
so
was playing day.
he was still
that
playing.
Came out.
Yeah. Hey, I feel bad for the family. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about him being, under indictment for stealing all the government's funds.
From Mississippi.
He and Deanna went through a hard time then, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you're worried about Deanna Favre?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've got
John actually cares about other
some
people.
empathy. That's right. You?
When did that pop up?
Not so much.
Is that a new thing for you? Empathy?
No, I've always had empathy
Yes,
for people.
it's new.
I just care about people. That's all. I'm a man. What? Of the people. By the people. For the people.
Oh, no, that's something else altogether.
Well,
You just conflated two different things.
that's well, that's what I am. I can't help it.
Well, it's great to know that Deanna.
I'm complex that way.
Well, okay, sure. I think you're very simple, but whatever.
There's lots of onions on that. Lots of layers to John's
to
onion.
John.
I was at Doc Linville's yesterday.
I bet you didn't change your name to. What if her name was Michael? Like, no, we're not doing the Michael thing with the last name Hunt. We're not doing that.
So I was at Doc Linville's yesterday, as a matter of fact, and I got my final PRP treatment. It's 3 treatments. It's easy. It's a very simple process. And Kelly's awesome at it. She's just fantastic. You're going to find that it is just, and Doc's going to tell you whether or not that's the way to go. I got the neo-grafting before. Now I want to get the stimulation of those hairs that took inside and let them grow. And that's what the PRP does. And, man, Kelly, well, I went back. See, you do one, you wait 5 weeks, you do it again, and then you do it again 5 weeks later. And she was like, wow, all of these hairs are really sprouting up. It's fantastic. And then in about 3-4 months, it's going to be fantastic for me, and it can be fantastic for you. If you're looking for a great way to have hair, okay, you're sick of not having hair, you're younger, 20, 30, 40, even 50 years old, you want hair, you got it. 975hair.com, it's the best process, 975hair.com.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you've been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, we have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-420-6060. So if you've been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, call now. Find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-420-6060 to speak with a live person now. Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big article in the Chronicle this morning about Hunter Brown and how he's got to step up. And there's no question he's got to step up. Hunter Brown, with Urquidy down, with Verlander down, it looks like it's potentially one of the top 5 rotations in baseball, and right now it looks like it's potentially one of the 5 worst in baseball. Because if Javier doesn't step up, if Hunter Brown doesn't step up, if you don't know what you're going to get from Blanco as a starter on a regular basis, you don't know what you're going to get out of J.P. France in a second year. Guys adjust. I mean, Hunter Brown's going to be awesome. Hunter Brown wasn't awesome last year. He did, and here's the story. The more work he got, the worse he got. No American League rookie pitched more innings. Just 3 qualified AL rookie pitchers had a higher Fangraphs WAR. Brown ended June with a 3.69 ERA. He posted a 6.95 ERA in his final 16 outings. That's final 16. Now, that's a big sample size. 6.95. He may have just worn out, because let's not forget when he was the Rave, he pitched a month. It was a month in September when he got here, and when he had to take a full workload, not so much. Now maybe. Let's see what he did this offseason. They gotta depend on this guy. This guy's got to come through this year. Javier has got to come through this year.
But did you really say 5 worst?
Well, if Javier pitches the way he did and he pitches the way he finished, that's bad. That's bad.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're going a catastrophized version of the pitching staff.
That's exactly
right.
I
mean, literally
There's
worst
a
case.
ceiling and floor.
Yeah, but that's the literal worst case.
With no
scenario.
Verlander, no Urquidy, no Garcia, no McCullers.
Okay, Garcia and McCullers we didn't have last year. That's no big deal.
No, I know, but they're actually on the team taking up money. They're actually against the cap.
I guess you don't think J.P. France exists anymore. And he was just a fever dream.
Okay, and when. Yeah, it's just okay, what when JP France was coming up through the minor league system, how excited were you? You were ready for that.
How excited
because
were you
he was such a prospect.
About Roy Oswalt, the 30 or whatever he was, the 17th round pick. Like, sometimes guys come up and they outplay where they were drafted.
They absolutely do. But this is his second year now.
But it's unlikely that all these horrible things happen all at once. And if they do, they're not going to.
They happened all at once last year.
They're not going to be good. And they still made it to the ALCS.
Yeah. But
it did all happen last year. The chances of it happening again, if it happens again,
Verlander
if it happens again,
they had Verlander.
If it happens again, you are in extraordinary trouble, not just this year, but for years to come, because everything that you've carved out in your pitching staff is
well. Don't forget,
done.
you got McCullers in years to come. You got Garcia in years to come.
McCullers is actually running out of some time.
Well, he's got 3 years left on his deal.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, he does.
We're not going to. No.
Yes.
There's no way he has that much time.
Yes, he does.
It was a 5-year deal?
Yeah. $85 million.
What? Was it Bagwell-Lytics or no?
No, that was before.
Are you sure there wasn't Bagwell-Lytics?
No, but that might be why.
He was behind home plate.
Why he fired the other guy.
5 years? Who does he give 5 years
5
to?
years. Okay. 5 years, 85. Javier, 5 years, 64.
John.
Okay.
There is 3 years left.
I told you. You don't listen to anything I say.
Oh, my God.
I don't even know you anymore.
He's got to. Oh, and he has a full no-trade clause, by the way.
Well, he should.
Not that there's
He's
going to be
buried in the H. Why would he want to be traded?
No, I mean, I'd love for him to pitch. Look, it's not personal. He just can't stay healthy.
Can we just bury his elbow in the H?
No, he needs that.
He needs it? Well, no, he doesn't.
For what?
He never uses it.
What does he need it for?
We're having to bury a bunch of forearms in the H right now.
Yeah.
John, are you about to back off? Because you sound a little shook. You're about to back off the best team ever.
Best team in baseball.
Yeah, you said this would be the best version of the Astros, and
I
now
said
you're saying
they gotta
one of
step
the
up.
bottom 5 pitching
not
staffs
backing
in
off
baseball.
nothing.
Well,
You're not?
what's that comment?
So which one is it?
It's going to be the best 5 in baseball. Hunter Brown's got to step up.
You said the best team.
JP France got to step up. Ronel Blanco, have you seen him this spring?
We know they need to.
Have you seen him? Have
Are
you
they
watched
going
an inning?
No, I haven't watched the game.
Have you seen him? What about you?
I've seen him once. I've seen his numbers.
No, you've
the
listened
numbers
on the
are great.
radio, right?
Uh-huh.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Robert Ford, what?
Robert Ford.
Yeah.
And Steve Sparks here. Like, one of those guys
That's Sparky.
is going to hit it right down the middle, and Sparky's trying to hook it up. He's trying to go over the dog leg. That's his personality. I'm going to let it rip and see if I can shortcut. I'm going to try to cut off the dog leg.
And listen, nobody looks more mild-mannered
Than Steve Sparks. And no one gets it going harder. Like, how have you not had...
You got to start here. You got to start here.
Yeah, I remember.
No.
Have you had drinks with Steve Sparks before?
I have... No, I'm not.
See, that's shocking to me that y'all have never thrown it down.
No.
Because I think I want to.
I'm a family man. I'm home at night.
I want to have drinks with Steve Sparks. Not after a division championship or an ALCS. Like, he goes too hard for me then.
Not me. That's perfect for me.
Yeah, that's when you're dialed in. I just want to go have a few too many shots at Riel with him, and we get an Uber home. Like that. I don't want to go Steve Sparks completely smashed after the Astros advance in the playoffs. That's your job. Yeah, Lance McCullers 3 years, man.
Yeah, 3 more years.
Oh man.
3 more years.
Will Lance McCullers make 10 starts this year?
That's a lot.
It's a lot, especially with the amount of pitchers. Because listen, let's say Hunter and Christian Javier do get to where they need to be. Justin Verlander's back. Fromber isn't going anywhere. Well, who's he taking over for? The 5th spot? Like, yeah, McCullers could come and start because Garcia,
Urquidy's
but you still
done.
have Urquidy's done, you think? I do too.
Urquidy's done.
But you still have JP France.
Ronel Blanco, you could take his spot.
but France and those guys are not going to pitch ahead of McCullers.
Well, here's the deal.
He's paying Lance $17 million.
I'm going to say under because I'll tell you that I think there's a chance McCullers goes to the bullpen. He could, you know
I
what?
just don't know that that's great for a guy with arm trouble. To have to work to get ready quickly and all that. It just doesn't feel like a very good.
Well, maybe he doesn't have to get ready quickly.
Well, if you're in the
loosen
bullpen,
up. If we use you, we use you. If we don't, we don't.
When you're pre-game, like as a starter, you have a good ramp to build up, and man, in the bullpen. All of a sudden, you got to sprint out there and you start doing short toss. I don't know. I don't know that makes sense where Lance doesn't know when his appearances are going to come.
Has it made sense him as a starter?
Well, I mean, it's $17 million. You got to do something with it.
And
he's got good stuff when he's healthy, so we'll see.
It's made a lot of sense when he's,
Well, you're right, because as a starter, that's
throw
the consistency.
90 pitches.
Yeah, but you have to know. We can keep him on a pitch count, but what's he going to go?
Wouldn't you
four
rather
innings?
keep him at like 17 pitches, and then come sit down?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think that, and you know what? If he gets hurt again, it's easier to fade one arm in the bullpen as opposed to a fifth starter where, this is a guy who you're counting on to go every however many days. So, yeah, I wish we weren't having these conversations about Lance McCullers so often. And I'm sure he wishes that we weren't. But, I mean, there's just nothing you can do about that. But that's why the Javier and that's why the Javier and Hunter Brown thing is so incredibly important. But you know what? I have faith that last year was the one-off for Javier, and he's getting back. We saw hints and signs of it in the postseason. As far as Hunter Brown, I don't know. I mean, Hunter Brown, we know he has good stuff. Why did Hunter struggle so badly? Some of it was he couldn't find the strike zone at times. Speaking of that.
Not great timing on your Javier, Faith. Did you see what he did yesterday?
What did he give up?
4 2/3, 5 earned runs, 3 hits, 4
That's all right.
walks.
You say 4 walks?
He was working on something.
4 walks.
He was working on something.
How many strikeouts?
He was working on his curveball.
Oh, no, that's just like 4 walks, 1 strikeout?
And 4 2/3, yes.
Yeah, but listen, you don't know in spring training if he's working on something
Christian
or not.
Javier is trying to get people out.
No, he's not.
He's not trying
he doesn't
not
have to. He's now the second starter. He don't have to get nobody out.
Yeah, you have to get more people out than ever before now.
Not right now. He's working on his curveball. He's working
No, he's not working on a curve. Then you know what? His curveball sucks.
He's working on his 12. That's right. That's why he gave up 4.
So
5 runs.
So that's a good thing then that his curveball sucks. So we can just rely on only the fastball.
Throwing it like McCullers against the Yankees.
No,
just keep throwing it.
No,
just keep throwing it.
Can McCullers?
It was a little more
all right,
effective.
John, you were right.
Can McCullers throw a curveball anymore?
He can't.
Yes, he can. The arm will eventually give way, but he can still snap it off. And
it'll eventually give way.
Eventually it gives way.
Yeah, he throws 2 curveballs and he's on the IL for 2 months. Stop. He's not. He's not throwing curveballs anymore. I don't know if you heard. It's all
he
fastballs.
will. Well, it's not his. He's a curveball guy. I don't know what else to tell you.
Look what happens to curveball guys.
Well, I don't care. Curveball guys have to curveball. And everyone has a curveball with it. That's been the Astros philosophy. You got to develop the sight line changes, speed change. You got to learn curveball when you're here. Lance has got a great one. It's just that sometimes he has a little forearm stiffness.
I got a text from Niall yesterday. Said Reggie Jackson is working with Jeremy right now. I was like, thanks, Niall.
Jeremy Pena?
Yeah.
And Reggie
well,
Jackson
like me and Niall are just Jeremy.
Not a
I was
text.
Like,
you got a tweet.
Jeremy Branham?
Jeremy Branham?
Who's he working with?
Jeremy Foster?
Pena. There's one Jeremy here, and it's Pena.
Oh, Jeremy Foster.
Actually, when you said Jeremy, first thing I thought it was Branham. But Jeremy Pena, that tells you about the year Jeremy Pena had. Let's break it because Frank wants to talk about Lance McCullers, and we got to the second hour coming up in a second. You guys want to jump in on anything? 713-780-3776 and Blake Snell, who had Astros fans talked about the rumor of Blake Snell. That's off the table now.
Right now, though, tequila's on the table.
Tequila is on the table. Maestro Bell's on the table, and it should be on your table. If you and your friends are getting together for March Madness, you're going to watch. You're going to be at a sports bar somewhere. You're going to be out on your patio, wherever you're going to be. Why don't you grab a bottle of Maestro Bell, pour yourself some 2-ounce pours, and enjoy a sipping tequila like no other. It is unbelievably smooth, unbelievably complex from a flavor standpoint, from a flavor profile standpoint. And I say that because they have Reposado, they have Añejo, they have Cristalino. Those are 3 wildly different. They have your standard silver, but also a smoked silver. So if you want margaritas with just a little bit of smoke, why don't you get the smoked silver called the Humito? There's a bunch of different tequilas to choose from, but they're all a little bit different so that it hits you in a little different ways. And you may want to keep a couple of different types of tequilas on your shelf of Maestro Dobel. What I can tell you is Maestro Dobel is a high caliber tequila at a very reasonable price. It's one that you are going to get the elite quality, but you're going to pay what you expect to pay, not anything that's outrageous. And it absolutely should be one of the tequilas that are on your shelf. Make sure that wherever you are, when you're looking at fine liquor stores, you're grabbing yourself a bottle of Maestro Dobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
804 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. As you mentioned, Frank is here, and he wants to talk on the radio about Lance McCullers. How you doing, Frank?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Everyday listener. Hey, so McCullers, hear me out. What if we just, put this to bed? The guy's never going to pitch again, which sucks. But he's found a second job as a podcaster. Is there any way the Astros can move him over to the other side of the organization and make him a payroll for in-house, like a broadcaster for the Astros or a podcaster, whatever you want to call it? Could that free up some space? Because that guy seems more concerned with his social media presence than he does with rehab. I don't know him like that. I'm just telling you the impression that I get from following him on Instagram,
Look, I already know people are mad at him for hawking his coffee, Maven. It's a good coffee too. I think or his cocktails, Maven. I don't. It's a coffee cocktail. I don't. But he has his.
Ain't free reign.
He has this curated. No, he has this curated cocktails or whatever in left field. There, people are already mad enough that he.
Mad, bro?
I've seen people who are Lance McCullers more worried about his coffee and his cocktails and dogs than he is about pitching. Well, he's hurt. So I don't know what else he can do, but that does irritate people.
Get better.
If he went to be a professional podcaster, if they took his $17 million, listen, you ain't getting this for free. Get over there and get on the broadcast with Sparks and Ford. You're doing TV. You're going to do
Kevin
some
Eschenfelder.
podcasting. Yeah, you're going to get in the studio with Kevin Eschenfelder. I don't know, Frank, maybe you're onto something. if they're paying him, you could still get some use from him that way.
Like
but as far as the social media presence, yes, I do think he likes social media. But what
Do you
what
think
else?
he wants to put out the dancing guys when Astros win? Lance is going to be posting that?
It's actually not a bad idea because everyone's got a different dance video they post when. So maybe he could have his own. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, Frank. Maybe you're onto something. I just feel like would just make people more angry. And what's he supposed to do? He's not playing right now. He can't be on social. But I know because he's kind of, he's got a look. He's got the hot boy look.
He's
I don't
got
want to
the hair. He's got really nice hair.
He's got the hair. He's got the kicks. He's got and you're not pitching. People pick at the other stuff. Like if you're not playing and you're hurt and you make a lot of money, people generally speaking don't want to see you. They don't want to hear from you.
Yeah.
They don't want your opinion on anything.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Off season.
By the way, it doesn't matter the sport either.
Okay.
Oh, the off season?
Yeah, Dak right now. If he's in a golf tournament, he's not practicing, and the Cowboys suck.
That's so stupid.
Okay.
Like you can't practice and play
You're
golf.
going to tell people they're stupid. Okay.
Okay. Do you sure you want to back this? That if you play golf, you can't do your job?
Well, Tony Romo proved that pretty much this year. That's what the thought was. Tone, you might want to study something as opposed to playing golf every day.
I just didn't notice it, but more than one person said this.
Yeah, no, he did. I mean, Tony was off this year. There's no question.
Was he really?
And Lance McCullers, leave him alone. Let him collect his 7. Why you got to pocket watch a guy? Why do you got to give him more jobs? Okay?
Because he's not.
Man wants to sit at home, eat his cheesy puffs. And
it's not give him more jobs, it's give him a job because the job he currently has, he doesn't do.
Well, he doesn't do it because, he gave up his body for you? Okay? Is that not Christ-like?
Are you comparing him to Jesus?
The body and blood of McCullers? The body and tendon, and blood of McCullers?
You don't think that's a little sacrilegious, what you just said?
No, he gave.
I mean, the hair is long.
Every time Jesus is brought up, you get a little, we shouldn't do this. And now you're saying McCullers is like Jesus?
Well, he did give up his body for you.
Not for me.
And I wish you would just appreciate it. Okay.
Once his tendon blew, did he go, forgive, though? He does not know what he do? Is that what he said?
No, he listen. The dude, he did everything he could. Okay, did he throw 80? Did he throw 3,000 straight curveballs against the Yankees? Yes. Did he win you a title in 2017 along with some trash cans? Yes, he did that. He did all of that. So why in the world are you not appreciative? You're just not.
I don't have the same level of angst or anger at McCullers that others do. I appreciate the man who's transitioning from pitcher to dog rescuer.
You can do both.
Nah, maybe he can just do one.
When healthy, you can do both.
Maybe.
When's he ever healthy?
Maybe he should
concentrate. I have to put that in.
Look how many dogs need rescuing right now. Maybe he should concentrate on one thing. Maybe he's spread himself too thin.
He's got the podcasting.
He's got coffees.
And he's got the dog rescuing. He's got no time for pitching.
I mean, come on.
Rehab? Bleh. I ain't got time for rehab.
He's probably rehabbing.
Nah, I got other stuff to do.
Got to save me a dog.
I'm too busy. He's too busy, right? That's what everyone's complaint is. He's too busy to rehab because he's got the coffee or alcohol, whatever Lance said he has. He's got the dogs. He's got the styling of his hair, and he's got the MMA podcasting.
He's got to take a lot of time for his hair. There's no question.
So
what are we doing here? This is spreading into 2 segments.
Well, people want to talk about Lance McCullers.
Yeah, because it's like they're $17 million, right?
I know. I know it's not even your money, and you're mad about his social media presence.
Taken off
your team.
That's right.
But he's hurt. It's not like he's.
It's because of him, we're hitting the luxury tax.
I mean, is there a difference between him and John Wall? John Wall used to irritate me that he just kept scraping. I mean, John Wall stole for many years. I say stole, but he was hurt. He just lost it. There's nothing. That's the thing is guaranteed money in baseball and basketball. This is what happens. You have guys that becomes like you can't get out of that. You have guaranteed money. There's nothing you can do. Lance McCullers is our guy. What are we doing here? This guy helped the Astros win World Series. Lance McCullers is our guy.
A World Series. Was he a big contributor to the 2022 World
Not
Series?
really.
No.
At all.
He
did come back for a
Yeah, he
second.
came back, had a good second half. Yes. Or was that 22?
That was the one
They
they
won
won
in
in 22. They won a title in 22. I don't know if you
I think it's a problem that we can't even remember if he pitched on a World
This
Series
is
team.
23. He won the title in 21.
No,
Wait,
22.
Wait, right now? Yeah, we're in 24 right now.
Yeah.
COVID. Stupid COVID's got my brain tricked again. I still have brain fog.
Yeah, it's COVID's fault.
Yeah, he did pitch in the postseason.
Yeah, he pitched. It wasn't great.
No, he started that game and got lit up in Game 4.
So did Justin. Where are you on Justin? He got
No,
lit
Justin
up
came back and won Game 5.
Yeah, but he got lit up in one game. Remember? Well, they still hit a home run. What's his name? The left-hand powerhouse hit a lightning shot into right field, an absolute laser. Of course, there was no runs after that. But do you remember the home run that Kyle Schwarber hit?
Yeah.
And all of Astros Twitter, and which is any Astros fan, I should say. Astros Twitter is usually defensive.
You mean the guy who bunted?
Yeah,
with two strikes?
Yeah, one of the most odd moves in the history of baseball. Yeah, well, remember when he hit the rocket in the second game that in the World Series that Justin pitched, and everyone thought, "Oh, get him out, Dusty! Get him out! He's a loser! He's a loser!" And people were freaking out. And then he calmed down and he chilled it out after that. Then last year we couldn't wait to get him back. You know, I mean,
He
we
was
forgot
okay.
he was a quote-unquote loser in the postseason.
We forgot about that?
I'm not flighty. I stick to my guns. I'm a Justin Verlander guy. I'm a Lance McCullers guy.
Can we hear from Peter, who wants to talk about people named Lance?
Okay. Well, he's going to go to. Oh, yeah, that's easy. Lance Armstrong, Lance McCullers, Lance Blanks. I don't think is alive. Let's cool it on the
Link,
Lances.
secret
He's going to
chimp.
say something about injuries to Lances. I can already tell you.
I just wanted to find out if there was some correlation to the name Lance and always being hurt. You know, it's like falling off curbs,
I knew it.
hurting your arm, rescuing dogs. You know, stuff like that.
I mean, okay, that's a fair question. Here's what I would tell you is different. I was not hurt like that when I was Lance McCullers' age. I was out there balling out on the pickup courts. I was not injured until I came here to this jinx-ass station next to John and Dell, and then all of a sudden injury started to mount.
So you think
I didn't even get hurt when I was with Matt Thomas, and we know Matt
He's a
Thomas
curse?
kind of jinxes.
So you're blaming us?
Yep.
Not the probably bad decision making.
I wasn't injured
of
in my
using
20s.
a ladder in the middle of a rainstorm. Didn't you get up on a ladder when it was raining or it was wet?
Poor decision. Okay,
yeah,
poor
that's on
decision.
you. That ain't on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, take that one.
Yeah, that one's mine. The dislocated shoulder's mine. I'll take that one.
Well, thank you.
And
one
Lance,
of your.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to make a joke about Lance Armstrong getting cancer? Is that what you were trying to do, Peter?
No, maybe
is that where we are right now as a society? That's a joke.
Maybe the defraud.
Okay.
Well,
Maybe it was about the defrauding that he was up
Yeah,
to.
that's more like it.
And don't you have that on your resume with your eyelids for kids?
Yeah,
No?
that is true too.
No, that's a legitimate 501c.
That is true.
No, it is
too.
not.
I hope it is. I just got. They sent me a W-9.
They should. People sent you money,
I sent it back.
which is
I sent
frauding
most of it.
people.
I sent most of it back.
All right.
No,
that's-
all of it. You
oh,
sent
wow.
all of it back. Remember, you
Yeah,
say
you oughta-
that. All
One
of
of the
it.
guys said just like, "Hey, I appreciate everything you do for the station. Just keep it." And I said,
I'm
"Okay."
watching Anthony Edwards right now throw down, and you know what? Your kids are not Anthony Edwards.
Get him. I hope this is a pro dunk.
It is a pro.
'Cause I was
dunk.
gonna say that's the only thing that fits here.
It does. It fits perfectly. Your kid can jump over the rim and throw it down over one of his little friends, like Anthony Edwards, if you have a pro dunk goal, because you can lower the goal to 5 feet. You lower the goal to 5 feet, even your little ones, they can go up and they can dunk and they can have fun, Dad. There's no fun with a 10-foot goal when you got little ones. That's no fun at all. There's just no fun involved. Even the bigger kids like it, because even the bigger kids a lot of times can't get up to 10 feet. They want to put it at 8.5 and then show off their dunk skills. They want to put it at 8. Listen, it's just fun. The Pro Dunk is the best goal in the history of goals. It's got all the best of every ingredient is the best that you're going to find. Your wife will love it because of the curb appeal. You're going to love it because the kids are actually outside enjoying it. How many toys or things have you bought them that they don't even use? They'll use this. I promise you. ProDunk.com. You want the best goal in the market? ProDunk.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Charlie Morton came into Game 7 after McCullers hit 8 batters, and Charlie won the World Series. So, obviously, you give McCullers an extension and let Morton walk. Shake my head. He should lean into the dog rescuing all the way and change his name to Lance McLaughlin.
In the arms of an angel.
Oh, this is so Lance so loved the H, he gave his only begotten arm, that whoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have artisanal coffee and cocktails.
What in the hell is Twitter
That's
doing?
Tony.
Artisanal.
Yeah,
what have you found? Have you found that people are generally like me, pro McCullers, and want to get our guy back, or have you found that they're more negative?
Look, Twitter is not representative of all the fans. I'm sure most people want to see Lance out there again, but the people on Twitter, get that bum out of here is pretty much the consensus. They're tired of hearing about a guy who never pitches. But Twitter's not representative.
Yeah,
You think so? I think most regular Astro fans, the ones who don't.
Yeah, they want to have. They want to see their guy out there. Times. Yeah, they remember the good times.
They want to see their guy back out there.
We just want him back. That's all. We just want him back and to stay healthy for 2 years in a row. And that's what he wants. I just don't know that it's going to happen. And you still have 17 mil. Like, that is really, it's not even in hindsight, John. A 5-year deal for a guy who was oft injured is really strange. Really extraordinarily strange. You'd be better off going 3 years, $18 million than 5 and 17. It just, was there, I'm trying to remember back to when he got his deal. Was there that much clamoring? I guess so, right? That you had to give him a 5-year deal. Like, when do they give 5-year deals? Honestly, when do they give 5-year deals?
Altuve. He and
but
Altuve.
Yeah, but this is not. Yeah, this is these two are very different.
And
even
Bregman.
then.
Bregman got a 5-year deal.
Yeah, but those guys did not have chronic injury issues. Lance
No,
McCullers
no.
had an injury. He already had a Tommy John by that time. By the time he got second.
Well, you
money.
figured. Well, we're done with that now.
Ooh, I'm looking at the tweet mentioned Charlie Morton. Outside of the COVID year, Charlie Morton has started 30 games at minimum every year since the Astros said,
he's a horse.
We
Beat
don't
the
want you.
Astros in a World Series. He's a horse. Well, I don't know if he got a win against Astros, but Charlie pitched against the Astros. Got a World Series title.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Oh no, he got hurt in that series. Remember, he was hurt. He took a line drive off the leg.
Yeah, we knocked him out.
Yeah, we knocked him. Yeah,
33.
He's still got a ring.
Yeah, 33 starts.
Whatevs.
We got 2019, 33 starts. 2020 was the COVID year, so whatever. He still started 9 games. 33, 31, 30. Yeah, I pay that guy.
We don't need that.
You pay the
we don't need all those pitches.
You pay the younger guy who can't pitch. Don't pay the old guy who never misses a start.
4 quarterbacks who could emerge as this year's Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
See, okay. You're going to be like, what? Okay.
One will be Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. No, one of them's Russell Wilson.
Okay, so in for a new contract. Okay.
No, well,
yeah, Russell.
No. Who could resurrect his career?
Okay, Russell's deserves to be on there.
Yeah. Sam Darnold.
No.
He ain't going to. I mean, they signed Sam Darnold. He ain't starting for the
I think
Vikings.
he is starting.
No, he ain't.
They did this so they could trade up and get a quarterback.
That's
if it's
right.
J.J. McCarthy, I think Sam will start, and then J.J. will end
They're
up
going to
coming
get
in.
a J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy is going to start by game 3.
I bet it'll be longer. Well, it'll be at least until game 5.
No. And still, so how is Sam Darnold going to be this year's Baker Mayfield?
Well, he's not. Yeah, he's not.
The 2 on this list, Gardner Minshew and Russell Wilson.
Gardner Minshew's a career backup. He's a good backup.
He's their starter now.
He's competing against. They said he's competing against Aiden O'Connell. I'm not sure he can beat out Aiden O'Connell.
Oh, I am.
Go look at how Aiden O'Connell ended the year. I think you'll be surprised.
I think
Aiden had some really good games. Gardner is. We know what he is at best. At best, he's no better.
Well, he's a
than
team that almost took. He's a guy who almost took a team to. He was a game away from the playoffs this year.
He's like what they end up 9-8.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty good.
He's all right. You don't want him starting, not on a good team.
No.
I mean, Baker Mayfield is a legitimate starter on a team now. He just got paid over $30 million a year.
Well, he was the overall number 1 pick. Gardner Minshew was.
Gardner's not, but he got it because of how he played. Baker had become a journeyman. Gardner Minshew's never going to play. You think he can play well enough to get to a $30 million deal?
No.
If
he has another big year.
He had a good year.
If
look
he
what
has
got
another
now.
big year, yeah.
No.
And then Drew Lock. No.
How's
You're
Drew
really
Lock gonna
reaching
play?
here.
Where's Drew right now, by the way?
Giants.
Okay. Well, he is. It is a reach. And when you're trying to put together a column, there's only one answer really in there is Russell Wilson. And even none of these guys are getting $30 million a year.
No.
I don't see any of those guys having that chance. But I probably would have said the same thing about Baker Mayfield last year. So who knows? I think it's going to be, who's your dude who throws paper airplanes? Kyle Trask. I think this is going to be Kyle Trask's year. Baker will fall apart. Kyle Trask will
step up
in, and then he's going to get paid with a rookie year coming up.
You think Kyle Trask? How do you associate him? He throws paper airplanes.
That's what Dell says. All his throws are just wee.
Yeah, when float at Florida, he would throw paper airplanes down the sideline.
All he did was just throw deep balls.
Yeah.
Like people get enamored with the one-on-one deep balls down the sideline. That's not how NFL football is played, though. That's college football. It's not. The hashes are different. The coverages are different. The cornerbacks are not overwhelmed by wide receivers like that. That brand of football that people rely so heavily on when they're watching highlights, that's not really an NFL. That's how Zach Wilson got, one of the reasons he got overrated is he was making a lot of those throws to tight ends and receivers against way less competition and just throwing total jump balls up for grabs that they would win. And it's Dwayne Haskins had a lot of that on tape too. Justin Fields had that on tape. C.J. Stroud had some, but C.J. Stroud obviously can do all the other stuff. But that all the Baylor quarterbacks, Bryce Petty and those guys, that's what they did. You just got to, isolate one-on-one and just throw the ball deep downfield, and you got a little accuracy, but that doesn't make you a pro quarterback. I was thinking about this. The 21 draft and the 22 draft are so bad, relatively speaking. I mean, the 22 draft just had Kenny Pickett in the first. Malik Willis went in the third. Matt Corral in the second. Matt Corral is with the XFL, I believe, or the UFL or whatever. Right now, he's going to be a starter in Birmingham. You got Malik Willis, who's the third quarterback in Tennessee. You've got Kenny Pickett, who's now a backup for the Seahawks. Okay, that draft was Desmond Ridder was in that one, right? Desmond Ritter's now a backup. That draft was terrible. You look at the 21 draft, and it ended up being a really bad draft, a really bad quarterback draft. People burned up draft capital in the first round on a bunch of backups. And then in San Francisco's case, they traded a ton of – they were really bailed out by a seventh-round quarterback. So they have a rookie contract deal that's super cheap, and that's how they got bailed out, is they found a starter in the seventh, which is one of the most unlikely scenarios that we'll see in football history. It's up there with Tom Brady in terms of coming out of the sixth round and becoming just a really good starter. Forget what he ended up becoming, which is, the GOAT. But think about this. This is 2 years in a row, 2021 and 2022, where they were dead quarterback drafts. They were dead. The only guy that you could pull out of the fire is Trevor Lawrence. When you have consecutive years like that, where you get no quarterbacks, it goes from being all these teams look like they had their quarterbacks of the future to we got a bunch of holes again. Yeah. Because eventually Aaron Rodgers is going to be out of there. Russell Wilson, we know, is going to be gone soon. So you have even more holes are going to. And so if Bryce Young doesn't, if Anthony Richardson doesn't take a step this year, if Will Levis is not a major factor, if Bryce Young does not take a step forward. Now, it's too early to just call it quits on any of those guys after just 2 years, but the Steelers didn't think it was too late for Kenny Pickett to get out of there. He got 2 years. That's it. Quarterback is going to become a major, major, major thing once again, and now we got another draft where we could see as many as 4 quarterbacks drafted back to back to back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Be the first time in NFL history that's happened. And I got news for you. Caleb Williams has some issues. There's some things that he's got to get fixed. Drake May is a boom-bust prospect. J.J. McCarthy only has, 2 years really under his belt of full-time starting, although, we've seen that before, and we've seen it work out, and we've seen other times it hasn't worked out. And then who's the other one? Jaden Daniels. He started for 5 years. He's a little older, but he's light. I mean, he's not a big guy, and he loves to run. So I don't know. The quarterback position, I remember just thinking 2 years ago, man, we're in one of the best eras right now for quarterbacks. You got guys who are really, Brady's still playing. Aaron Rodgers is still really good. I wasn't really thinking Russell Wilson, but, Justin Fields is in Chicago. Trevor Lawrence is in. Trey Lance is in a great spot for him with Shanahan. Man, this is really looking pretty good. And now, 2 years later, I'm thinking, holy crap. You may have to go 4 quarterbacks back to back to back to back. And even then, there's a lot of teams that are still – Oakland would love to have a full-time starter. Denver would love to have a full-time starter. Minnesota had to make a trade just so they can move up and get a guy, J.J. McCarthy, that I consider to be a second-round, borderline first to second-round quarterback. But that's what I thought on Mac Jones and Daniel Jones too. And those guys didn't end up – they weren't it. Now, I thought that on Josh Allen, and he ended up being really good, if I want to be honest about it. But most of these guys are just getting drafted way higher than they should be.
Well, they are.
But you have to be because it's quarterbacks.
They're always going to. That's inevitable. You got to get that quarterback. You got to get that guy. But you draft a quarterback high, he doesn't work out, you lose your job. So that happens over and over.
Well, but at some point you got to take a chance.
Yep.
Like Ryan Poles basically said, I got to take a chance. Like I didn't draft Justin Fields.
Well, either way,
I need to have my.
Either way, you lose your job. Sashi Brown, instead of taking Deshaun, he traded what the Texans and gave him Deshaun.
Yeah, and Rick,
when he needed a quarterback badly,
and Rick bullied him into it because they had an agreement. I've told this story before, but a lot of you may not have heard it. Rick had an agreement with Sashi Brown in advance that, hey, if the quarterback, if you guys don't want to, and Sashi's like, okay. And I guess somebody they wanted wasn't there. Rick said, hey, we had a deal. And Sashi's like, I don't know. We may want – and Rick apparently really pushed it. And Sashi goes, okay.
Well, no, you know what you do? Too bad, Rick.
Yeah, that's what you do. You
Too
hang
bad.
up and you draft.
Bye.
But Sashi Brown, who the analytics community loved because he's quote-unquote one of them, they couldn't get past the fact that he just couldn't pull a trigger on a trade. He couldn't sit down and take players.
Yep.
They needed John Dorsey to actually go take players.
That's right. Time to talk about your mortgage and whether or not you're going to, if you're buying a home. My guy, Kent Jones, he's awesome. It's the way to do this thing, people. I didn't know that I could save money sitting down at closing. I didn't know that. I didn't know that I could save money over the life of the mortgage, that a broker could actually do that. You know how many times we talked to the mortgage people before we got there? Zero. You just sit down and you just sign all the papers. And, oh, well, this charge and that. And you're like, oh, wow, that's a charge. And that. Kent Jones says, whoa. How about all those charges that are unnecessary? He hacks the system. He's going to give you a deal that you're not going to find from these big banks. He does it himself. He is Dream Rate. Kent Jones is Dream Rate. But yet he can still get you the Fannie Mae's and the Freddie Mac's and the FHA and the VAs. He can do it all, yet he's going to work for you. Those mortgage companies ain't working for you. I don't care if you say, actually, they just keep adding stuff on to charge you. Kent says, no. I'm going to find a way to close, and you could possibly there's thousands of dollars on the table, people. Do you want the ultimate mortgage hookup? I got it. Kent Jones at Dream Rate. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
281-557-COOL, COOL. I remember when the Times sang that, and I think about, you know what? It also applies to Vanderford Air. That's an air conditioning company that you can trust. It's an air conditioning company that, frankly, is doing an amazing job of answering your phone calls and getting out to your service needs within 24 hours. They'll get it done within a 24-hour period. They will be out there working on your equipment. Now, right now, we got amazing weather outside right now. We had it cool down a little bit. What a perfect time to have them come out there and do an air conditioning checkup on you. It's inexpensive, and they go through the entirety of your system to let you know exactly what's going on. And it's not one of these situations. I just went through it, and they take pictures. Okay, this is something that we will address for you. This is something we'll address. We'll clear out the line for you. I had a ton of algae in there because I hadn't cleared out my AC line in over 3 years. But it's great at giving you peace of mind of how your system's working, what the heat load looks like in your home, and it's a great peace of mind. Now, if you know that you need air conditioning help, if you know that your system is old and you're going to need one, they've got 0% financing for up to 18 months. And their air conditioning system, when they go through, they're going through with their intent on making sure that they find a system that's right for your home based on the layout, the square footage. And so they're not going to have a unit that's too small, but they're also not going to have a unit that is too big. They're going to have one that cools your house efficiently, that lowers your energy bills, and what you're paying for, you're going to get in terms of comfort. No additional charges for emergencies or overtime rates. It's just what you see is what you get. It's great service. 281-587-COOL. That's 557. 281-557-COOL.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 8:38 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. The Rockets are just 3 games out of the play-in with the Golden State loss last night. 3 games back. This is, with games, winnable games going forward, with a team that's starting to win on the road now. Man, all of those road losses against worse teams, all of those fourth quarter blown games that they just fell apart. If they had played at all on the road before the All-Star break, this team would be right there in the thick of it. This team, okay, and now Alpy down and they're playing good basketball. This team has exceeded expectations, right?
Yeah.
Because, first of all, they hit the over on wins.
I think they're at about expectation because they've come back and played better basketball. I think they're at their expectations. And we had kind of loftier, relatively speaking.
Well, I had 38, 39 wins. And you know what? They can get it.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely can get it.
That's about where I thought they'd be. I thought they would compete for a chance to get into the play-in, and that's where they are.
They are. They're actually competing to get in the play.
I don't like this. Of course, since Rocket fans have become so compartmentalized and polarized, like all of society on everything, where you have to pick one. You can't just be a fan of the team. It's turned into Jalen versus anti-Jalen. Not really Alperin versus anti-Alperin. Everyone's pretty much on board with them. But
Jalen versus Alpy.
But that shouldn't be it, though.
No. Alpy's going to be here.
The decision should be, can we make Jalen and his style work with Alperin? That's not a shot at Jalen. It's his style. He's not a catch-and-shoot guy. His style is he needs to take people off the dribble. There's a style of basketball that was good for him when he first came to the Rockets, and with Ime Udoka and with the emergence of Alperin Sengun, maybe it's not the best. And you could say, like, in a perfect world, he'd be a sixth man, and he'd spend a lot of time coming off the bench with when Alperin Sengun was out so that you could run something maybe a little bit different. But that's not really the reality. He's too good to be a sixth man. So I think more than likely they're just going to have to take one of two things will happen. They'll either management will pressure him, because I know they love Alperin. They love Jalen. So management will pressure him him being Ime Udoka to make it work with those two, and they'll sign him to not a max extension, but he's going to get, I think he'll get near max. Jalen Green, you think he'll get max? I don't think he gets max, but I think he's over 30.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's here. It'll be fun. It'll be
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
it's
I don't
such a tough decision.
see what if you have Dylan Brooks on a 4-year deal and you give Jalen Green and Alperin, you both put them. Alperin will be a max. I don't know about Jalen, but even if he's, in the low 30 range, you're now really tying up your cap a little bit.
Well,
it gets
is
way
this
tougher.
the basis of are Alperin and Jalen the basis of a championship
Because you still have
organization?
Amen on a rookie deal. You still have Cam Whitmore on rookie deals. Fred VanVleet's contract goes away after 2 years if you wanted to. So, yeah, you could look at it. Yeah, you could absolutely do those two if that's the question.
Right.
Is this the core? Are these the top two guys? And I think people want it to be. I think Rocket fans want it to be. I just don't know if that's Ime's kind of guy. But maybe he's becoming Ime's kind of guy.
I see a lot of basketball people like, what in the world are you people in Houston thinking? Look at Jalen Green. Look how great he is. Look at these numbers. Player of the week. All of these numbers. Look at how athleticism, all of these things. He has played much better of late. But this is the same Jalen that earlier this season we were going, man, what the – he's so Jekyll and Hyde. Is he going to be a great NBA player? He has all of the skills, but it's just the inconsistency that it's just maddening. If this was Jalen all the time, you go, yes, absolutely. His post All-Star game has been fantastic. His entire career. This is the third year. He's been great after the All-Star game.
Right.
What's the deal? What's the deal before this? I don't know. Maybe the baby now changes everything, though. Maybe the baby changes everything. You don't know about that.
He must have had a baby.
Your life could change, too, Del, if you just had a baby.
It would, negatively.
I don't want...
He must have had a baby last year, too, and the year before, because he always does this.
You don't know how many babies
What
he
are we
has.
going to need? So you're worried about Cam Whitmore, right?
I'm saying.
His body language and all that stuff?
I'm not worried about him. No. I think Cam's going to is a
Do
good
you think
player.
he has good body language sometime or bad?
No, bad.
Do you think he needs a baby with maybe Drea De Matteo instead of Drea Michelle?
Drea Matteo.
Remember she was, what's her name, from Sopranos?
I think she's beyond the age of
Meadow?
having a baby.
No, she was Christopher's wife.
Yeah.
They let her die.
Her name's
or they
Drea,
choked her.
too?
Drea De Matteo.
Matteo, she just recently, her house was in foreclosure, and guess how she got it out?
Fire.
OnlyFans.
Oh.
She got it out in 2 days.
Treya?
Yeah, she was unable to pay her mortgage, and she went on OnlyFans. She's 52. She's not of baby having age anymore.
Well, she
Yeah,
you don't know.
I was just trying to stick
No,
with
I
the
do know.
Drea.
Oh, is she the one with the one leg?
No.
No.
Drea De Matteo, Christopher's girl, the
yeah.
Italian.
She went on OnlyFans?
Yeah.
It saved her house.
Saved her house. Look
She
at
saved her
the
house.
house. Look at OnlyFans saved the house.
OnlyFans is saving people's lives and also creating addictions where men are draining their bank accounts, probably ruining families.
She
I
told-
mean, that's a separate.
She said all old ladies should go on
I don't want
OnlyFans.
Cam Whitmore to. What's her name? Who's the really good? She's probably Mary. She was on Martin, and now she's a really good director.
You want who? Pam? Or
actress.
or Gina? Which one do you want?
Gina.
I don't think she's of baby having age anymore either.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You're gonna have to pick someone younger.
Well, I mean, I got
Gina from the 90s, you want?
Well, I'm just trying to think of somebody older that Cam Whitmore could have a baby with. As long as it's love. I don't want him just,
Right.
It needs to be based
Is
in-
that what
Yeah.
Jalen's based on? That's based on love?
Yeah, Tisha
Yes.
Campbell's 55.
Hold on. Why would Jalen not have you seen Drea Michelle?
Yeah.
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 I could see where he could fall in love with her.
Oh, yeah, you fall in love with that.
Yeah.
Well,
And
that stuff.
And you don't think she wants to
Don't
relive her?
say that
She
stuff.
wants to relive her
what?
youth, maybe through Jalen.
You think that was the mission to
This is
relive her
called a
youth?
May December. This is a May December.
She's
I
not
think.
December.
Yeah.
She's more October,
Yeah,
November.
maybe.
No, May December was that's the name of that movie. Did you see that one?
No.
May December. You need to see that one. Julianne Moore.
Yeah.
That's creepy because she
I
got with the
did
kid when he was like
see-
in third. He
I
was
did
13.
see Zone of Interest. It's
I finished.
weird.
Okay, so I saw the dog. The dog was fine, but y'all don't think
That's
his
Anatomy
tongue?
of a
That's not a
Fall.
real tongue.
That
Whenever
was his-
he's.
that
Are you
was his
talking about
tongue.
the
See his
dog?
eyes?
That was his tongue.
But no, there's no way. They probably had some tricks. There's no way the dog actually
Did you see his
that.
eyes?
Yeah,
He was like
kind of glazed over.
No, yeah, like
They probably gave him a shot of something.
You think they would do
You-
that
what,
to a
you're
dog?
not-
That was a
so
good- by the
you're
way-
disparaging the dog's acting skills right here.
No, it was
When
good,
you don't know,
but
and you're saying he drugged up. You're
I was
saying
expecting.
he's the
I'm like,
Sammy Sosa of dogs.
then he jumps up. Then at the end of the movie, he jumps up on the couch with her, and I'm like, something crazy's about to happen
No,
here.
they just
John's
cuddle.
he's gonna.
Oh, you're telling
He's
the end
gonna
of the
bring. He's gonna
movie.
bring in a blunt instrument with blood all over it.
Oh.
And then I'm like, oh no, he didn't do anything. Is this the only thing where they
Well,
give him some salt water?
Right.
That's it?
Well,
That's
what
the
was it?
acting?
The presenter goes, "Yeah, I saw you in that movie, and I still don't know if you did it.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know if she did it either.
No
I
one
think-
knows.
No, I think she did.
We'll see, but you don't know.
I think she did. I think the kid also lied.
I think the kid did it.
I think the kid. No, the kid didn't hit him in the head with a blunt. That kid was blind, or he was visually impaired.
Right.
By the way, that was a pretty good movie.
It was okay.
Anatomy
It
of
was a
a
good
Fall.
Yeah, Anatomy of a Fall. John Daspit's pretty good too.
John Daspit's really good. John Daspit is actually excellent at what he does. There's a lot of people. I heard this lawyer, this advertisement. It was on actually the box. And John is doing some advertising over there and with Young Jazz, and she does great spots for him and really tells you about what's going on. Like she was talking about she drove by a wreck and she rolled down her window and goes, "Do you know John Daspit? That's my boy." And she's yelling but that is the thing though. You gotta have people on your side who know what they're doing. These guys who are true ambulance chasers who want nothing more than to get their cut from your check, and that's all they're doing. They're trying to get something. They work in many times in conjunction with insurance agencies. That is a bad deal for you. You're getting gamed. And I don't want to see that happen to you. I don't want to see you get gamed by somebody who is working the system against you. John Daspit is on your side. He's not on the insurance agency's side. He's trying to fight for you. He's trying to fight to recover all of your money that you spend for hospital bills, or if you can't do it, John can end up taking care of it in many cases because you can't work, you don't have a job or you can't get to your job because you're injured. These are all things that John Daspit takes into account. Your physical therapy, your surgeries, this all has to be paid for. Your pain and suffering, what is it worth to you? I can promise you it's worth more to you suffering through it than the insurance company who's trying to just, squeeze you on it. And John Daspit will not let them squeeze. He will bully those guys. If they want to bully you, he bullies back, and he has an incredible winning percentage. Check him out for yourself at daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW. If you're ever injured in a wreck or offshore accident or just at the workplace, it's 713-CALL-NOW.
All right, time to talk about Chastang Ford right now. How about 0% financing on 2023 Bronco Sports? These things are pretty damn popular. You're seeing them all over the road now. The whole Bronco thing, all that stuff about the Bronco, whatever. These new Broncos are awesome, and you got 2023s on the lot at Chastang Ford, 0% financing. Now, you can get your Bronco Sport anywhere. Are you sure they're going to give you 0% financing? Are you sure they're going to give you all the rebates they can possibly give you? Are you sure that they're going to give you the best price that they can with no add-ons? Are you sure they're not adding on and marking up? Because of Chastang Ford, they're not doing that. Are you sure that if you're going to get a 2020, now it's still truck time. They got them on the lot, and they need to get them off the lot, the 2023 trucks. They're brand new, yet you can get them with 1.9% financing and up to $12,000 off. This is something that's happening in Chastang Ford. This is not something that's happening at other dealerships. Other dealerships are not giving you the same deal. They're trying to mark up. They're trying to add on. They're trying to gouge you for as much as they possibly can. Not at Chastang Ford. They never do that, ever. So you're looking for that Ford car or truck. You're looking for that Bronco. Now's the time to get to ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell at 713-780-3776. If you would like to get in here, you're more than welcome to do that. I was just looking at the Valspar. Who you got this week?
I'm going to go with Scotty Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler's not playing this week, but
Ooh,
okay.
I'm going to go with Ian McCullen.
There is no.
Ian Poulter.
Ian Poulter's not playing in it. He's probably not alive still. I don't know.
He's dead?
I don't know.
I'll go with Jordan
No one
Spieth.
cares.
Rory. I'm going with Rory.
He's not playing.
Rory's not playing?
No, he's not playing.
Well, then what the hell
Why are
kind
you
of tournament
asking
is
us
this?
about a tournament where nobody's playing?
Well,
I'll go with Zach
Xander
Johnson.
Schauffele's playing.
Zach Johnson.
Zach Johnson is not playing.
The other one.
Dustin?
Yep.
He's on the Live Tour. So this is a silly conversation.
Billy Ray Brown.
It
I
is
don't know
silly.
who's left. Fred Couples.
So the best players in the world are this: Scotty Scheffler, John Rahm, Xander Schauffele, Brooks Koepka, Rory,
Wait,
Wyndham Clark, Victor Hovland, Cam Smith. 4 of the top 10
they're in the Live.
in the Live.
Yeah, you
That's
said
a
John
problem.
Rahm.
John Rahm's in the Live.
And he's
Cameron
in the Live
Smith's
now.
in the Live.
Do they exist anymore?
Bryson DeChambeau is in the Live. And one more.
I got to admit.
And Brooks Koepka.
I got to say, this would be really, like, at some point.
If this happens to one of our leagues.
At some point, yeah, can you imagine being a player and you're getting all this money and you don't really matter that much right now?
Was this not the NFL and USFL? With
But they
Herschel
didn't
Walker,
lose. Yeah, but he
Jim
was
Kelly.
But these were rookies, right? Well,
No, they took a lot of the players, too.
no, Jim Kelly wasn't.
No, I know. But
And
they
Herschel
took a lot
Walker.
of players, too.
I don't remember.
But Herschel
well
Walker
enough.
going to the USFL instead of.
We've never seen that. That was the first time that we saw the threat of it. And there was some, and we did have some of it. Steve Young was over there.
Yeah.
You know,
No.
with the steamboats or whatever they were. I guess.
Chuck Fusina with the Stars.
I guess there was some of it, but this is wild. The money is so good that they're basically paying you to be irrelevant.
Yeah. Nobody's watching. Nobody's watching. You know, there were still.
Do you have something on your?
No, that's
okay.
That's Dell
But
making noise.
are they relevant at all?
They're not
in
relevant.
the public consciousness.
No.
You can't see
the
them.
ratings are non-existent. The crowds are non-existent.
You're basically it's just a money play, obviously,
Yeah.
and I get it. But why would you not want to just play for 2 years, take as much as you can, and get out? Unless you will be punished physically if you try to get out of your contract early.
You will be punished financially.
How?
They're talking about the possibility of letting them
I
back,
bet their
but we're
contract-
at a price.
Yeah, I bet their contracts actually matter, unlike college football.
Well, yeah, I don't know. And you know what? Liv ain't backing down. They're like, we don't care. We ain't got no TV deal. We ain't got people coming to the. We don't care. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep doing it. Now, some places like Oklahoma, it was packed there. In Australia, they were like, it was crazy. They got to go to, foreign lands like Australia and Oklahoma to get people to go.
Foreign lands.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're not doing that. And people aren't. There's no interest. The television is just no interest whatsoever. 713-780-3776 is the number. You'd like to get in here with us. Listen, the biggest story yesterday was that Jalen Green won the Player of the Week in the Western Conference. We do have college. Is there anything? Longwood. I mean, it's hard to get up for that. obviously, this Trev Alberts thing is really kind of funny that Nebraska and A&M, they're playing, the winner of the Cougs and Longwood play A&M or Nebraska. But this Trev Alberts thing, how he screwed Nebraska, went over to A&M. The men's tournament has the two teams playing, Nebraska and A&M. The women's tournament has the two teams playing, the Nebraska and A&M. That is, both of them are going, well, we like this.
Yeah.
We want to get something stirred up here. And actually, you'll probably get some eyes because
Where did
of
Bjork go again?
Bjork went to Ohio State? No. Where did Bjork go? He went to, I forget where.
Ohio State.
Ohio State, yeah.
He's the athletic director in waiting.
Oh,
he's got to be just the real. Yeah, he did go to.
He did went to Ohio State, yeah.
Effective July 1st. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. Anyway, this is a. Is there anything for us? I mean, our Cougs are a 1 seed. Is there anything?
So I looked at the odds yesterday. Have you seen true odds? I've got true odds.
Last I saw, the Cougs were 6-1. What are they now?
I'll pull it up right now. But I took a look at this, and there still is. I'm just really worried about the Cougars' issues that they have are just not going to go away.
Here's the only thing, and I talked to LJ Cryer. I mean, I had and I asked him about how well he's shooting, and he says, I feel great. Here's a guy that's going through it too. This guy won a national championship. He wasn't as big a part of the Baylor national championship as, he is now, but he's been through this. He knows the pressure of being and what you have to do to be a national champion, and he is shooting pretty damn well. This is the guy that can actually bring you out of the doldrums. However, the only thing is Sharp can shoot too, but Sharp is a lot more up and down than LJ Cryer is. They know it's going to go to LJ. They know Shed is looking for LJ. They know that. He has got to find. He pulled a move a couple of games ago where he went inside, Cryer, went inside and then jumped back out where his defender overran it and took a three, caught and shot and hit it. He has got to. LJ Cryer is the guy that they haven't had that can actually fill it up when they have to have a basket.
Yeah. They don't really have that guy. Like, I'm looking at this. You can bet on a 1 seed to win. It's even money. UConn, Houston, Purdue, North Carolina. The 2 seed is plus 282. 100 wins you 282 on Marquette, Iowa State, Tennessee, Arizona, which I think is a pretty good play. The 3 seed's interesting because it's Illinois, Kentucky, Creighton, and Baylor. But the one that really is intriguing to me is the 4 seed, but they're only plus 510. Auburn, Duke, Kansas, and Alabama. That's a pretty Auburn right now. I'm not sure you want to see Auburn. Auburn and Iowa State are 2 really tough teams.
Yeah.
Like really, really tough teams. But the odds to win, they have odds to win your.
Well, what was UConn last year? A 4? What was UConn last year?
I can't remember what UConn was. They were higher than that, I think, wasn't it?
They were fantastic.
No. Yeah, you're right. They were not They were like a 4 or 5. Yeah, they came out. They were playing their best basketball at the end. So UConn is even money to win their region. Houston is plus 130 with Duke, Marquette, and Kentucky. Obviously, is the next team's up, and then Wisconsin is plus
Duke
1,400.
I don't believe in Duke. I'll tell you who's scary is Kentucky with Shepherd.
Can Purdue? This could be the 3rd year in a row that Purdue lose. No, they've lost 3 years in a row to teams ranked 10th or higher.
Hey, they lost as a 1 seed.
A 1 seed. They lost a 2 seed. They lost as a 7 to a 10. So they have lost 3 consecutive years to I think it's 10 or higher. Seeds 10 or higher. They've lost 3 consecutive years.
Wow.
That's not. Maybe it's even higher than a 10, but. They are, and now they're the favorite at plus 140.
Good luck if you see Zach Edey, though. And by the way, he gets every foul call, and that dude is a load, just a load.
To win the tournament, Houston plus 520. So they're a little over 5-1 to win it all. UConn is 3.5-1. Purdue then 7-1. But I just feel like, man, Houston's issues. I love the Cougs, but I just feel like their issues are just not going to go away. Like, how do you get through a whole tournament and
Sharp and crier. Sharp and crier.
You have to start shooting.
Yep.
You don't have a chance unless somebody gets hot.
Yep.
Somebody's got to get hot.
All right, time to talk about Artisan Grange. How you watching the game? You put a dip in between your cheek and gum. You like to have a little dip in when you're having a beer? That's great. That's fine. I guess if you want to be a slob and have it all over your shirt. If you want to have your teeth looking all yellow and this stuff and the little seeds, the black seeds in between your teeth, and your teeth are all yellow, and that's just gross. And is that attractive to the opposite sex? Not in the least. Nate, I can't. Okay, find me a girl that's, I love it when he dips. Never. That's never been said, never been spoken. But I'll tell you this. It's the Artisan Grange is clean. Canstead and Dew blend. It's hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. There's no black tobacco and that stuff. You're actually swallowing it instead of spitting it because of the CBD oil. CBD American Shaman says we love that, the healing powers of the CBD so much that we carry them in our stores. You're going to, I'm telling you, you have got to get out. Get out of that dip, that grossness that you got, and start. Go to 975dip.com, 975dip.com. Try it. You'll see. Got all the flavors that you could possibly want. Same flavors as you got with your dip. 975dip.com. Do it cleaner, do it better, do it safer. 975dip.com.
It is that time again. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 6th Annual Bracket Madness presented by DraftKings at the Golden Nugget, supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We'll be giving away tons of prizes worth over $50 each. And did we mention this is all free? Prizes include a gift basket from Gentle Ben valued at $200, $50 gift cards to Star Pizza, East River 9, and Republic Boot Company, along with much more. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to register now.
There you have it. 713-780-3776. It's not likely, but I wish the Texans wanted to take a chance on Kilo Nickerson. Where do you have Kilo going?
Let's see. That guy doesn't exist. Oh. Nice try, David.
Oh, is
nice
that
try.
The Bloomingdales again?
Mockingdales, they call themselves, and they're not real people. They're just terrible people.
They have a mock draft. They're the mock drafting Dales.
I will admit that the make-believe names that he creates are pretty clever, but that doesn't make them real people. Anthony Edwards had Dunk of the Year. He threw the ball into the basket.
Jalen Green had Dunk of the Year last week. Dunk of the Year happens
every week.
Every 3 weeks or so.
Oh, it's got to be the number one play.
That's not the Dunk of the Year?
It'll, for now, until the next one.
Well, it's still number one until, right? It's still that wasn't incorrect.
Yeah. How good is Anthony Edwards?
He's great.
Is really good.
Is he the best player on his team?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
he's the toughest player.
Sure. I mean, Rudy Gobert is a great defender. Cat is a legit scorer. Questions about his decision-making down the stretch. That's the issue for the Wolves. They're not great down the stretch of games. Cat's been around forever, but Anthony Edwards doesn't make great decisions down the stretch, so it'll be their first real playoff run, and we'll see how they do. But he's the best player.
I am curious, do you think they're a 2 seed. They do feel like a team that has enough to compete for a title. I don't know if anyone's beaten the Celtics this year, but
Nuggets. I'm taking the Nuggets over everyone.
Well, the Nuggets are red hot right now. The Nuggets are,
and they've handled the Celtics twice.
I mean, the Nuggets are 3, and they're hot again. And Thunder, I'm just not buying into the Thunder.
Yet they're in first place.
They're along with the Wolves, a team who hasn't had a real playoff run. And do you trust the young team to make it through 4 rounds?
The Rockets helped the Thunder out. There's no question. Whenever they had their,
do you see that
they had to make their deal?
You know what the Celtics lead is in the East?
What?
10.
Oh yeah, Celtics are pulverized.
Holy crap!
A 54 win
games.
team.
I don't remember a team.
Yeah, they're having.
Well,
if we're just going by regular seasons, one of the more dominant regular seasons.
Yeah,
in the
but
NBA.
it's not like Warrior regular season when they had 73 wins.
If you look at
that's probably.
If you look at the net rating, they're pretty close to a historic basketball team. The question about the Celtics will be, can you trust Brown and Tatum down the stretch of games? They get a little wonky, but the regular season stuff, historic.
If they don't make the NBA Finals, it is a
I
total disaster.
think 64 and 18 is a very real likelihood here, maybe even better. But in the West, man, is it compelling. You got the Timberwolves with a dual threat big, a rim protector for when games tighten up a little bit in the postseason. You got a dynamic wing in Anthony Edwards. You go over to the Thunder. The Thunder they've just continued to keep doing it, and they've built up a solid roster. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has turned into a true superstar. Just like it may end up becoming like a James Harden situation where a guy ends up at a team and you don't have any idea that he's about to be this dominant. But is that where we are with him right now? Because he is truly one of the best players in the league. Truly one of the best players in the league.
Well, no, he's a first
and they're
team.
And they're on a 1 seed. Anthony Edwards is one of the
Jason Tatum's the
up-and-coming
MVP,
teams. Yeah, Jason Tatum is going to.
He's not winning.
Well,
MVP.
no. They think that Jokic may win MVP again.
They're not giving it to Tatum.
Tatum's going to win.
He's not going to win it.
Yeah,
Boston media may try, but he's not going to win
player
it.
and best team.
He's not the best. He's not the best player in the league. That's his
Jokic,
problem.
They say Jokic is like running away with it.
Yeah, Jokic is going to. As long as he decides he cares the last 15 or so games, he's going to win the MVP.
It's Tatum's.
It's not Tatum's. No one thinks Tatum's winning that award
I'm
except
going
for
to vote
you.
for Tatum.
You don't have a vote.
But if I did.
Okay, fine, but you don't.
That's all right. If I had a vote, it would be Tatum.
That's great, but you don't.
27 points a game, 8 rebounds, almost 5 assists. 38% from 3. Jason Tatum's having a great year. But nowadays it's just such a proliferation of stat that it is hard for that to win, even though you know what, he really probably should win, except no one actually should ever beat Jokic. He has such an impact on, now that I think, it would be nice to see somebody else get it. How do you beat Jokic?
Let me ask you this. Is this true? 2 years ago today, the greatest trade of all time, the Texans traded Deshaun Watson to the Browns for Will Anderson, Tank Dell, John Mechie, Christian Harris, Damian Pierce, Kenyon Green, 2024 first round, for 2024 third round, Xavier Hutchinson.
How are we getting there with Damian Pierce? Was that the Cleveland Browns 4th? Or are they taking other trades?
All trades, yes. Because they got Xavier Hutchinson, Thomas Booker, and Brandon Hill in here.
Will Anderson, but then you gave away
Kenyon Green for sure.
See, you're counting Will Anderson. That's not. I can't do that. I can't do that because yes, you did use that, but then you used another pick to get up. You had to use a future pick to get up there.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have got it unless you had.
No, you had to use a future pick. I don't know. That's tricky to me.
Yes, me too.
They make it sound like They make it
like
sound like
one
you
for
got
one. It's not
1 for 1. It's not. You had to use future inventory.
Yes. Yeah, but you did use it.
If you say it like that, yeah, it makes. Now you wouldn't have had a second first. that was in striking distance.
Right.
So that's true. Okay, I'll allow, Your Honor, counsel, I'll allow it. I'll allow Will Anderson.
Let's get, who is it? Will? Will, he wants to talk about the Texans. Hey, Will.
Hey, guys. I don't know if you guys seen the leak that Cal McNair dropped on the uniform, see if y'all had any thoughts. I personally think they could have done more. Seems like a pretty basic change that didn't deserve all the hype, but
well,
there's going
to be 3 more coming out. So
I
this
wasn't
isn't
that hyped
it.
about that.
I think they did it. Let's get the one that's the least exciting. Let's put that out there, and then build it up, and everybody's going, and then they're going to go, oh, ooh,
yeah,
fire.
Emojis. If you don't know, the Texans aren't doing a traditional uniform where there's going to be a blue one and a red one in that same design. Apparently, they're going to be more like what the Commanders and Cardinals have done, more like the Commanders, really, where all 4 uniforms are different. They won't be just a duplicate in blue and red. So we'll see what the other ones look like.
Right. I think those horns are going to be more, the ones on the shoulder pads are going to be, they're going to use those a little bit more. I would love to see them on the helmet. Change the helmet.
Well, we'll see if they
look like the Vikings, but it would be different.
Yeah, the problem is maybe they thought the way you're thinking. The ones that came out were the ones that are most similar to the old ones because of the color. Like, I mean, there's a giant red stripe if you look in the reflection on the pants, but the dark blue is the same as the ones we have currently now. So we'll see where the drastic changes come.
Yeah,
in the other uniforms.
I mean, we're talking about uniforms.
Well, we are a show of the people.
We've wanted to change for a long time.
Yeah,
we wanted different uniforms, right? So
we went with the Falcons uniforms.
Let's get those. Well, I don't. It's not my favorite one, but you can also do different color combinations, so we'll see.
And I'm sure they'll have multiple helmets.
I didn't love that. I thought that one was Grant Pinkerton from Pinkerton's Barbecue. I saw he had to. That's the first time I saw it. Was that picture that he retweeted? And I'm like, oh look, this came out, and he said these look like hot dog. Ship.
Wow.
And I thought, did he mean hot dog ship or hot dog ship?
I think he meant hot dog.
And I realized,
ship.
yeah, he meant that.
So
he was not a fan.
John, I know you don't care about dunks, and Ant Edwards is taking all the acclaim. Did you see what Jalen Johnson did to Austin Reeves?
We're not watching a white guy get dunked on.
He put the junk on his head.
We're not watching that.
He jumped over him, and the junk hit him in the head.
That's called a hate crime.
Is it?
And it needs to be prosecuted as such.
John, I'll show you the video, and you can decide, known lover of dunks, which one was better. Because I think you might like the imagery of what happened to Austin Reeves. It was all in his face.
Ooh.
And
you like that.
And they asked Austin Reeves about it after the game, after the Lakers went on to win big. It was like 136-105, something like that. So they asked him about it, and hey, Austin, what happened on that play? He was like, you know what happened.
Play the audio.
You know what happened.
Play the audio.
Well, we got to go to break.
Okay, when we come back, play the audio because I see the transcript of it. Oh, John's going to get a kick out of that one.
914 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for a little Craig DeSurf.
Craig DeSurf. As a matter of fact, I just got a call from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They're doing some maintenance stuff on my vehicle. They're fantastic at not only the sale. I always talk about the sale, how you can get 0.9% APR financing on Chevy Silverados, the 1.9% financing right now on the GMC Sierra pickup trucks. They have some great offers. My son got the Envision, the Buick Envision, and they've got really, really phenomenal discounts on the Buick Envision right now on a lease, whether it's 24 months or 39 months. Don't miss out on it. 0% down. That was sweet. I didn't have to put any money down and get payments that we loved, and the same thing's available to you. I talk about the sale, but, the service that they have is also terrific. And I mean, they will drive. If they have to drive a car out to you, they will. If they have to drive the papers out to you, they will. Whatever they have to do, they go the extra mile because Craig DeSurf wants you to be happy. If you're happy with your vehicle, your price, your service, the selection, you're going to tell other people. You're the best form of advertisement there is. And with all due respect to me, of course. And I would say that, this this is a company you want to deal with when it comes to purchasing your 5th car you've ever owned or your first car. They make it so easy, and they are in Angleton. It's a little longer drive, but it's also worth thousands of dollars in your pocket. And you can start the car buying experience online at lancezcars.com. That's lancezcars.com.
My bookie. I got a bookie. My bookie. MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. I got a bookie that will give me bonus money. What? All you need to do is sign up and put in promo code BET975 at MyBookie.ag, and they're going to bonus you money. You think your local bookie does that? No. You're not doing that ever. So if you're looking for the best way to play, win, get paid, how are you going to watch, like, Houston beat Longwood by 30 and not have a little something on it? Okay? How are you going to do that? To me, that's boring. I gotta see them Cougs cover that spread, that 20-some spread, whatever it's going to be. That's right. They're going to cover it. It's a revenge tour against Longwood. I don't know why. I don't know what they got against Longwood. But here's the deal. It doesn't matter who it is, what game it is, you got it, my bookie. You got all the prop bets. You got in-live game betting. You got casino gambling. You got everything you could possibly want. MyBookie.ag. Get your bonus, even if you sign up, or if you sign up for the first time, or if you're just reloading. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
And LeBron has his pocket picked right away.
Man, who was that?
Oh, Jalen Johnson. He goes right up and over Austin Reeves.
Oh.
It would be negligent not to ask you, Austin, about.
See, this is why I don't like you.
I know. I'm a good reporter. What happened on that first play?
Everybody's seen what happened.
Nobody had your view.
You don't want my view. Was it not a charge?
Now that's a sense of humor. My view of D's. You know my view of D's. That's funny.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson got Reeves good.
Really
good.
Oh,
And he didn't leave the game saying he had a concussion like John Collins did. He went into concussion protocol.
Well,
he did.
Well, no, Jalen Johnson's probably got
Austin Reeves didn't go
What are
into
the Texans doing with their third-round picks? That's what no one's talking about.
Austin Reeves didn't go into concussion protocol.
I know.
John Collins did.
Oh, right. You don't know if Anthony Edwards has some steel.
No, he hit him with the forearm and on his way up, and that knocked out John Collins.
Oh,
I guess. If it's me, you're not reporting that I'm going into concussion protocol. Even if I have to leave the floor, now my knee's bulky. Sorry, I hurt my knee on that play. You're not gonna tell people I'm in concussion protocol when someone dunks on me.
Yeah,
that's embarrassing.
No, I'm not going into concussion protocol.
D's up there around your eyes.
That's a different. No, that's the other.
Like
dunk.
anything, you have to just get up. You can't put an ice pack on your head or your eye. You can't do anything. You just have to get up and threaten to fight him. That's really all you can do. Yeah.
I don't think you threaten to fight him.
Well, that's the only way you save face is you got to fight him.
Well, I kind of feel like, you just like if you get hit by a pitch, you don't want to show the pitcher that it hurt.
No.
Sometimes you can't help it because they hit you in the knee or in the face.
Well, any hit by pitch for me, I would. If you know how hard a baseball is, obviously. There's no sponginess to it.
No.
It feels like a rock covered in leather. I can't believe when I see, to this day, when I see a guy get drilled in the arm, especially in the forearm or the knee or really anywhere, I always think, how in the world are they? I'd never seen Machete even blink after getting hit by a pitch. And all I can think of was, these guys are extraordinarily tough. I mean, to get hit by a 98-mile-an-hour fastball anywhere in your body, just get in front of a pitching. Just go to a pitching machine, go to a batting cages, dial it up to their highest, which is probably like 82, and take one right in the leg and see how you do. I guarantee you, you're limping. It hurts. You're struggling to move around. How players get hit in different places of their body and they go to first like nothing happened, incredible.
All these things happen to you, and you don't even get hit by baseball. So you're limping around, struggling to walk, and you don't even get drilled.
No, but you know what? I did not want to get hit, so I had that. I was ready to do the 2-foot, jumps. It's basically a jump. It's basically a step back. Like a step back shot. I had the same thing in the batting
in the
cage,
box?
In the batter's box. I ain't trying to get hit by a pitch. I got hit by one pitch ever.
Did you guys like Quarterback on Netflix?
Yeah, I did.
Did we what?
Did you like Quarterback on Netflix?
Yeah,
the
I liked
series?
it.
Yeah.
Well, that's too bad. It's gone.
They couldn't find quarterbacks.
Nobody wanted to do it.
Yeah, you punk asses. You're a quarterback, right, John? Soft ass
punk
quarterbacks. Instead, we're gonna get receivers this year.
I don't want receivers.
Oh wow!
Oh my God!
Here are the names: Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, George Kittle is a tight end, but he's a pass catcher. Debo and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Those are the guys going to be featured this year.
Too much. I mean, Justin Jefferson. Okay, so Devontae, I don't really know what Devontae's. Justin Jefferson is going to be.
Oh, he's going to load. Oh my God! If they don't get a quarterback that can throw him the ball,
we're going to see him. I don't think this is going to look great for him. Debo, I don't know enough about Debo. I don't know enough about Devontae either. Is Devontae going to, because he lived in Green Bay for a long time, is he going to be extravagant or is he more local? I know he's got a Taco Bell in his house from the commercial.
Sure.
But George Kittle, obviously.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
There's the white tight end. They couldn't find a white wide receiver. They're like, could we make it tight end too?
Cooper Kupp probably said no.
Cooper Kupp probably said no. And then they're running out of, all the New England guys are out. The Danny Amendolas of the world are out.
Should have went with Puka. He's not white, but
no, they could have gone Puka. He probably said no also. And who's your last one?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown may be interesting because his dad is such a control freak. He was this incredible bodybuilder. Did you see what he said the other day? He told black men.
I saw what he said.
He told black men that they need to stop weakening the genetic pool by marrying white women.
Yeah, he's practicing
or
eugenics.
Having babies with. Yeah, it was. That would be literally, he would be canceled into oblivion if he was a white guy.
He pretty much said, if you're trying to make athletes, is what he was talking about.
Yeah, if you're trying to make athletes, you got to stop breeding with white women.
Oh, you mean athletes like Derek Jeter? Okay.
I guess he's talking about.
Or your sons, since
I think
his
he's talking
wife
about
is
football
white,
players.
A lot of people said, Your wife is white.
That was his point. He goes, you can't keep diluting. You're already half.
Yeah.
That's what he said. You're already half. You can't keep diluting.
So he told his sons they need it. Yeah.
He told his sons.
Because you got to breed for athletes. Said
Apparently.
Jimmy the Greek. That is a Jimmy the Greek take, and no one blinks an eye. He literally is Jimmy the Greek.
Yeah, but he doesn't have Jimmy the Greek's job. He can say what he wants.
Yeah, that's true. But he literally said that on a podcast with his sons. But he's known as being a guy like he is a hardcore weight trainer. You know, that's who Will Fuller went to when he gained weight. He was going to Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad.
I wouldn't brag about that if I was.
No, but he was. That's
guy.
how he got. That's how he bulked. Like he gained 10 pounds.
Would
going
those
with him.
boys be where they are without him, though? No.
Probably not.
No.
I just don't.
He gave them a drive, and
Oh yeah, no, that's all great. And would they be where they are without their mom?
no.
I think that's an incredibly stupid thing to say. Stop. And then, of course, Twitter loved it. They thought it was the
Do you
most.
know that's kind of a thing? I mean, I don't know if it's serious or not, but on social media, women, particularly on TikTok, they'll talk about if they're a D1 athlete, they go, "Marry me if you want D1 babies."
Oh no, that's a thing.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Well, yeah. And plus, I mean, the boys got to find something that's not a pancake booty.
I mean, that's
this is
because
they can find
that's
love.
where you get your
Can they
power,
just
your
love?
strength, right?
Wait,
From the thighs and
are we marrying for breeding or are we marrying for love? Which one?
I'm just saying.
Which one? Just say it.
Well, it's
Well,
hard.
don't, because you'll be gone. Don't.
Don't
Actually, you cannot say
Don't
it.
tempt him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can
Are
say
they
it.
going to marry? Are they going to love a pancake booty? No.
It depends. Have you met white men? What are you talking about?
They're not white men.
Some
Amon-Ra
white men are
St.
athletes.
Brown?
Some white men are athletes. What are you talking about?
Wait, who are we talking about here?
I think you're talking about athletes in general, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not all athletes are African American. I mean, you love who you love. I don't think pancake booty is part of the process.
Well, it seems like it's taken on quite a heavy prioritization.
I don't. Yeah. Is that part of your evaluation?
It's not my evaluation. Well, I will now. Actually, my dad was talking to Alec about when they were watching tape together. He goes, "You see, that guy's got a flat butt. You want somebody because that's where the power comes from in your core. A lot of it comes from you want a guy with a little bit more of a butt."
Thank you.
He did say that.
That's a guy. I'm talking about
He did say
a
that.
woman
Well,
you
it's
want to
an
marry.
offensive lineman in particular, like Evan Pochik from LSU. No ass, flat.
And what? And
he's
just
been
a guy.
he's been a starter though. He's
He's
been
just
around
a
for a long
guy.
time though.
He's just a guy.
So
Yeah, he's never been a Pro Bowler.
You need
You
thick
can't be a Pro
thighs.
Bowler with no ass.
John, you look for thick thighs in your Pro Bowlers?
No,
I do.
And the moms.
Debo Samuel.
Stop. I'm trying to get you away from this.
See, you got to get away from breeding talk.
I don't want to keep talking about that.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, Dell, they can get away with it.
Don't Dell me. I don't
You can
talk
get
about
away
it that
with
way.
John Granado, straight cis white man. You are not, or straight and cis is the same thing, right? Or no?
No.
Yeah. Whatever your pronouns are, whatever your things are,
Whatever
it's a
your-
fireable. You've
You've
got fireable pronouns. I can promise you that.
He definitely
If you
does.
start talking about, we got to find women with good thighs and thick ham hocks for buttocks so we can breed up some good babies for different sports.
Yeah, don't
different sporting games
Don't
and
do
whatnot.
that, John. Don't do that.
So I can't agree with a black man. Okay? I can't agree with him.
We probably shouldn't have had you on the story at all.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was my bad.
That's on you.
We should have waited
agreeing,
until he went on a
okay?
vacation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, okay?
Well, I can
this
tell you
man
this.
makes a pretty good point.
No, he doesn't. He
Chris
shouldn't
Ballard
go
was
on.
a white guy who was Chris Ballard was a white guy who was a sprinter. He ran the 100 meters at the state championship.
He's got a
when
booty
he was
on
at
him, though.
Texas City, yes, but his wife averaged 18 points a game. She was a college basketball player, a really good college basketball player. Their son is now a quarterback in Division I. I mean,
no, but
there's something
that's
there.
different.
I think he loved her, but at the same
Thank you.
time,
No,
it helps.
the difference is the father said, "Do not go with a white woman because it will dilute the gene pool."
Yeah,
that's different.
That is considered like, isn't that kind of Hitler?
Well,
yes, it's eugenics.
It's
yes.
eugenics. It's the same Hitler stuff. He's literally saying, Hitler had a point, is what he's basically saying.
Well,
That's different than marrying an athlete because your kid might be an athlete. That's different.
Diluting the gene pool is a straight Hitler thing. And then guess what? When Will Shipley ran in a 4.3s, that was our Jesse Owens.
What?
When he ran a 4.3 in his pro day.
What? There was no.
Way worse than me.
That's kind of
Way
terrible.
worse than
You know
me.
why? Do I have to explain why that's terrible to say?
Yes.
There was no black dictator that Shipley was running in front of.
I'm on Ron St. Brown's
You don't know?
dad. His
Yes,
dad.
I do, because there
His
was no.
dad had said, we do not
Amin?
want people.
He wasn't
We do not
Did
want
he ever
people
run in front
diluting
of-
our gene pool. I'm like,
Idi-
wow, I've heard this before in the 40s.
I don't know if
and
you've heard,
30s.
John. Idi Amin's not the chancellor of Clemson.
Idi Amin.
Idi Amin, he might have been running in front of him.
He was not.
Well, Idi Amin killed, and he was
Thank
he was
you.
an ethnic cleanser
Oh.
and a cannibal.
And Hitler didn't? Hitler didn't kill people?
yeah.
But the
he did
difference
too,
is,
yeah.
Will Shipley then traveled
Do
to
you
Idi
think Will
Amin's
Shipley
country
is going
to
to run a
run.
sub 4.40?
Will Shipley ran in the comfortable confines of Clemson University. What are you talking about?
But
You-
still,
or the
it
combine,
was
wherever
Was
he did
Edie
it.
there?
No, he wasn't.
It was
You don't know?
historic.
Yes, I do know. He
It
wasn't
was an
there.
historic
He's
40.
dead, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I know he
sure
wasn't
he's
there.
Was Amon Ross St. Brown's dad there? Just going, all right,
That
you can marry him. That's
unicorn.
Okay.
He's going
Yeah.
unicorn.
Yeah. Boo! As soon as he ran a 3-cone, it was like a 6-7. Boo!
Are you suggesting that Will Shipley did his pro day or the combine in Uganda?
Could have.
And Idi Amin was looking down on him looking up
I'm
from
not
hell?
sure.
I
I don't
can't
know
believe-
where Will Shipley
I
was
can't
running.
believe we have podcast of eugenics.
But Lance called him
We have
the
eugenics.
Jesse O.
We
Yeah.
have a eugenics podcast.
That was
basically,
insane.
A dad of pro athletes, and people are cheering like, "Yes, this is good. This is exactly what we need to really aspire to." Is eugenics what Hitler was in favor of?
On Move the Sticks, can you make that comparison?
Oh, that's
Will Shipley's our Jesse Owens. Can you do that on Move the Sticks?
No, but I did say it was white boy winter.
Well, that's different.
I said that during combine. I said, Bucky, it's white boy winter, because me and Bucky have that kind of relationship, and he was laughing. He loved it.
All right, we got a break.
Well, he did say, I don't know about all that, so maybe he didn't.
Okay. Guns, safes, gun safes, commercial safes, jewelry safes, home and office safes. You got a business. You need a safe. Where do you get your safe? Where are you going to get your safe on? I'll tell you where you're going to get your safe on. Houston Safe and Lock. King Safe and Lock. Same company. One is at Wirt and I-10, and the other one is at the Beltway and Westheimer. And they're both big showrooms. You've got all of the safes that you could possibly. You got safes that start as low as $700. You just want to keep that gun away from the kids. Don't tell them the combination, and they can't ever get to that gun. Okay. Now, you want a bigger, a huge safe that where you can bolt it to the ground, where you can. A walk-in. They got everything. They got all the safes you could possibly need. And they got it at Houston Safe and Lock or King Safe and Lock. Houston Safe and Lock is the only place. Listen, half the safes in the city come from Houston Safe and Lock. Derek DeSola is an expert. He knows all of this stuff. He knows everything about safes. He's going to find you the safe that's going to be perfect for you. He's going to install it. He'll bolt it to the ground for you, whatever you need. If you've got a safe that you need to convert from dial to digital, done, or vice versa, to whatever. Change combination lock codes, repair damaged safes, anchor and bolt safes, move your safe, all of these things. It's what happens every single day. Houston Safe and Lock on Westheimer at the Beltway or Wirt and I-10, or you can go online, 975safe.com, 713-522-5555 or 975safe.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
936, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number, 713-780-3776. Let's get Sam in here. Hey, Sam.
Hey, what's going on, John? Hey, the intern got it wrong. It's Bam.
Oh, hey, Bam.
Man, I was just calling. Yeah, man, I was just calling because I drive Uber, man, and y'all have me cracking up all day long listening to ESPN radio. But one thing I did learn today is Lance might need HRP after this show today. But, hey, anyway, man, y'all keep up the good work, man. I enjoyed listening to y'all, man, and hey, good one on that Jesse Owens thing, Lance. Shipley deserves that, man. I'm gonna hang up and keep listening, man. Thank y'all for everything.
I had another guy, appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thanks for listening. I had another guy, Beast Mode, said, black guy, if it matters. It doesn't matter. But he said, he goes, you had me spitting my coffee out. What did he say? He said, you just made me spit my coffee everywhere with that Will Shipley 40 joke.
That's
It
not
was
a joke.
It was a joke, but at the same time,
You said he spit his coffee out?
that was an iconic 40 at that pro day.
You said he spit his coffee out?
Yeah.
Like you spilled all your coffee on the floor here? Have
Yeah.
you, have you
How
cleaned it
about
up
he
yet?
spills it right outside the door
Have you
where
cleaned it
people
up?
could slip and fall.
No one cares.
And it's
nobody in the
coffee,
listening audience
and
cares.
Are you going to clean it up?
Is a tiny bit of
It's not a tiny bit. It's like 4 different
Nobody
spots.
cares.
Clean
Nobody
it up.
cares. The two guys that care the most aren't here yet, Paul and Joel.
Clean it up.
They will go after me about it.
You should
but they're
clean-
not here, so I got time.
There are wipes behind you, Clark's wife. Just use your foot and
Get
clean
some
it up.
man wipes.
From Handsies.
My son Mason, I said, they had the man wipes, and I said, what do you have the man wipes for? Because it's just sitting on the counter. He goes, nothing. I don't even use it. I have it for my face. Like, I ain't know what I'm supposed to do.
That's not what it's
Man,
for.
he doesn't know. He's going Austin Reeves man wipes.
Well, you know what?
Wiping
You need to
stuff all
carry
over your
man wipes
face.
around and clean up after
Tell what-
yourself. Okay? Clean up. Mopey and Mapes is about to be a 5-hour show if this talk keeps happening.
Yeah, I know.
That is true. How
Ooh,
about
I'm not going to be here. I got to go. Vanderford Air's meeting me at my house, so Dell's going to have to deal with your little jokes that you make in the last segment that are most of the time inappropriate.
So
About what did some
first of all,
teacher do?
you can't be a part of the rest of the show talking about inappropriate Jesse
Yeah.
Owens.
You've
You've
Will
already
Shipley.
taken.
I'm defending against eugenics, and that makes me a bad person. Will Shipley actually ran a 4.39 40 in real life.
And he's white person Jesse Owens. What you said?
I said he's our Jesse Owens. Yes.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Going against eugenics.
It's not going against eugenics.
Running in front of Edie.
Edie's
Why
dead.
does Idi Amin keep coming up?
Because we're trying to think of a black dictator.
But no,
That would be
well,
the Hitler equivalent.
Was Hitler a?
Yes.
I guess he was technically a dictator. It feels like he
Technically,
was so much
of
worse.
course he was worse, but he was.
I feel like there's
That's
another
what he
word
was.
for it.
That's what he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Edie was pretty bad, too. He killed a lot of people. A lot of his own people.
Edie didn't play.
Yeah.
Didn't play around.
Edie didn't play. You're going to miss the Brazilian bum bum candidate here.
Oh, the contest?
Yeah. Well,
Oh, that's trans.
no, that's not. She's not trans.
You sure?
Yeah.
I thought she won. I thought it was a trans woman
No.
won last year.
That's her son, who like yesterday we were talking about videotaping your mom.
That's a woman.
That's a woman.
Okay.
And her son videotapes her OnlyFans.
Oof. That's worse than the Elizabeth Hurley story.
Well, not all OnlyFans are like cam girl stuff.
Then what is this? What is this, John? Is it like cam girl stuff?
Yeah, it's pretty. I
No,
think she
it's-
does stuff.
I think
yeah.
it's racy, but I don't think she's grabbing stuff
Racy?
off of a table.
Who wants to film their mom doing racy stuff?
Well, not me, but also,
she's
that guy probably has a great allowance. I bet he gets paid. I bet that kid.
Oh yeah, He's part of the show. He's got to get paid.
You want to be part of that show?
No. I don't want to. I don't want to. No.
Listen, my mom was never in the bum contest.
Either way, doesn't matter.
Okay.
What's the bum contest?
You don't know about the bum
What's
contest?
the but? Yeah, it's what I think it is.
Yeah.
But how do you know she's an OnlyFans model? How did that come up? Just do that. I want to hear that story. Do that one.
Oh, now you want to hear.
Yeah, do that one. I want to hear that one.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. He apparently he's pretty good at video and all that stuff. And she asked, "Do you want to do my OnlyFans page?" And he said, "Yeah." And so he videotapes her doing her OnlyFans page. She's a former bum. She was in the bum contest in Brazil.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't find this a problem. Okay.
Which part?
Well, as long as she's not doing stuff that her son's seeing, as long as it's like
we don't know what she's doing.
I know. And at some point he's gonna go, Mom, I can't. You're gonna have to steady cam this. You're gonna have to just set this up.
Yeah.
You're just to lean the camera against a book or something because I can't keep seeing this.
What's the line that would have been crossed where he would have been like, "That's enough"? Like he was good with some of it.
Well, when the top comes off.
Well, then why even get involved? Because at some point the top's going to come off.
So would you film that
No.
for $1,500 a week?
No. I'm not filming my mother.
It's for $60,000 a year.
Not
you just
your
know
mom.
she listens
That's
sometimes.
what he's asking.
But if
That's why
your mom was a bum,
it doesn't matter. It's still my mom. What are you talking about?
No, his mom listens.
What are you talking? No, it's
That's
not
why
even
I
that.
said
It doesn't matter. It's my mother. Oh, so if your
I know
mom,
you shouldn't. No, the right answer is no.
it's the only answer for me.
Right, but it may not be the right answer for him, though.
I don't see. I can't put myself in his shoes. My mom won Miss Bum Bum.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter.
If I were in his shoes,
I don't
if you
know.
said,
I don't know what I would have
What
done.
are you talking
You're gonna
about?
go-
What
we're
are you
gonna do a
talking
Freaky
about?
Friday.
If your mom was attractive, you like Miss Bum Bum
no, but we're
attractive,
gonna
you
do
would
a Freaky
film her.
Friday. You're gonna get his.
John, don't make that face.
You're gonna get into his body. You're gonna
Stop it.
switch bodies. And Lance, will
You
you
don't
take?
know.
Will you
I
take
really don't.
$60,000 a year to film your mom? And you're that kid, that
No.
age? I'd say yes.
60,000.
So am I? Well, I might want to. I don't know how much Brazil. I don't know what the economy's like. Maybe 60,000 is a lot there. Maybe he's got a side job. It's like your mom's OnlyFans shouldn't take up your entire day.
Alvin Dell wouldn't, but this kid's
Alvin
got
Dell.
Brazilian
Long Beach
bum
Dell.
bum mom. Okay, it's different.
It doesn't. No, it's still his
He
mother.
lives a different life than
it's
you.
still his mom.
It's Brazil. It's a different country. That's the
Yeah,
culture.
they
So,
have different
Maybe
cultures.
that's the
What's
culture.
what's your mother's name?
My
Jean?
mom?
No, his mother. What's your
Marcia.
So you would film Marcia?
No, of course not.
Then what are we talking about?
Yeah, but she's not Brazilian. and she's not bum bum.
it
and she's
doesn't
not
matter.
Brazilian.
It's still his mom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
know.
there's different rules.
But different rules if you're Miss Bum Bum.
Let me
No,
ask you a
not for
question.
the
Why are you
son.
imposing your norms on a
Yeah.
different society's
Yeah.
culture?
It's not my norms. It's everybody's norms, almost.
No, we
Tell
just
it to
in the
Ice
last
Spice.
2 days we got
Tell
two.
it to Ice Spice.
In the last 2 days we got two stories: Elizabeth Hurley's kid
Yeah.
and Miss Bum Bum's kid.
They're trying to keep all the money
They're-
where?
okay,
In house.
we got a
Kinda
new
make it
norm.
an ecosystem.
It's called a new norm.
What's the new norm, John?
Bum Bum.
No, international OnlyFans is a real thing. Here in our country, we wouldn't do that.
Some
Well,
people
actually,
would.
a lot of people
Some people would, yeah.
Yeah, actually, a ton of people probably
Yeah,
would to keep all the
England,
money.
England and Brazil.
No,
I
why-
mean, you have, who is it?
I'm sure
Marvin
Louisiana
Harrison
people are doing it
Jr.,
too.
Not going to have an agent. You know what? Lamar Jackson, not an agent. Keep all the money in the house. Maybe that's what Bum Bum and Elizabeth Hurley are doing.
He's going to see it anyway. He'll probably get a
Well, how is he
subscription to
gonna
his
see
mom's
it?
Why would he
his
get-
mom's
why
OnlyFans
would he
page.
get a subscription?
No, now you've crossed the line.
Why would he get a subscription?
Now you're getting into like this is crossing over into
This is
something.
Oedipus stuff.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know.
Yeah.
Yes. I hope that I don't.
I hope I never know.
Yeah. See, I can't put myself in his shoes. I don't know.
But you believe that there's some wiggle room. If your mother was a Miss Bum Bum, you would film her?
Little wiggle.
So, I don't.
Little wiggle.
So John has just told us if he found his mother attractive, he might film her. That's what you're
Well.
saying. That is what you're saying. You know that, right?
Well, I'm saying Miss Bum Bum is different. Changes everything.
But it's still your mom.
Changes the landscape.
It's still the mother. It's still your mom, even if she's Miss Bum Bum.
I don't know. I can't put myself in his shoes. I'm not going to judge.
I can't
I
believe.
just turn the other cheek.
It's
That's
not,
all.
It's not Miss Bum Bum's cheek. It's not about judging. It's about saying,
You're
would you
judging.
do it?
You're judgmental.
No, I'm telling you, I wouldn't do it. That's all I'm saying. I would not do it.
Yeah. Yeah. But you're judging him.
I don't even know him. I'm not judging him. I'm
Yeah.
telling you what
For
I
being a
would
bad
do.
person. All right.
I'm okay.
I got to go. Forget I ever.
Well,
asked
you
that.
got
But
another
actually,
spot, and you got a spot in the last
Yeah,
segment
you can't
too.
go anywhere. You've got spots
You got
to do.
you got two
I
spots.
have to. Vanderbilt got to get in my house. Tell me what I'm talking about right now.
Underdog
Fantasy. Great, because tournament's coming up. And guess what I'm going to be doing? Playing along with the tournament. As I watch while all you guys are filling out your brackets, what you could be doing, and you're like, I get bragging rights from my office. Yay, bragging rights. Congratulations on your bragging rights. Now get on Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. Make your first deposit. They're going to double your first deposit up to $100. And they're going to give you a special pick. Now, that special pick is typically something that is much easier to win, or it's even a booster for your payout. You can win up to 100 times your original play. And there's not like a small cutoff like, well, you can only play a $5 play or $10 play. This is real money. It's completely legal in the state of Texas. And you're using your knowledge of sports to go higher or lower than the statistics they have out there. If you're a college basketball fan, or if you just want to follow along with the games, pick between 2 and 5 players. How sweet would it be to have 5 different players? Maybe you can mix and match on college and NBA players on that particular day, for example. You're going higher or lower on their statistics. And as you're watching a game, you're watching yourself potentially make a lot of money with your basketball knowledge. That's what's going on at Underdog Fantasy. And that happens on a nightly basis with a ton of different sports. It's a great way to watch sports and play sports while you're watching. It's so much fun, and I highly recommend it. But you must use promo code Lance on your first deposit to get a match of up to $100 on that first deposit. You must be in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org. Now's the time to get your hands on a great Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck. 0.9% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. This is a great chance to have one of the coolest pickup trucks you're going to find. Great interior space, great cargo area for you to carry whatever it is that you're carrying around. And it looks phenomenal. You can get the trim completely done up. I was talking to Craig DeSurf about the pickup trucks, and really the pickup trucks have become the new SUVs, where it used to be, the big SUVs were all the rage. The pickup trucks now are all the rage because it's more functional. Yeah, hey, SUVs are great if you got a family of 7 like I had at one time all at the home. But if you don't have that, what do you need all that for? Don't you want a chance to carry things around in the back of your truck? You've got that. And the interior is as nice as an SUV. All the same features, and the exterior is even cooler. So many things you can do with step sides, with your grill, with making that vehicle, turn it into truly a customized beauty that you are really looking for. And in many cases, they give you dealer incentives for you to add to your accessories as well. So make sure that you're checking out the Chevy Silverado, Chevy Traverse, or any of the great Chevy products. It's at lancezcars.com. That's lancezcars.com. Chevy, find new roads.
.950 ESPN, 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so did you know that Kenya has a self-proclaimed Jesus Christ?
I did not.
Prophet Eliyu Simiyu says he is Jesus. But he's gone into hiding, Del.
Are the Pharisees after him?
Well, there is a group of people who have promised to crucify him on Easter Sunday.
Well, if you're Jesus, What do you expect?
He's gone to the police. But see, here's where the problem is. Easter Sunday is when Jesus rose.
Yes, he did rise, so the people need to kill him 3 days before.
Yeah.
But if you're Jesus, you know this is coming. You are dying for our sins. You're supposed to welcome this and then forgive us what we're
not
doing.
him. He's in hiding.
Then I got some questions about whether he's Jesus or not, because he's not following the script.
What if it's not his time yet? What if he's not 33 years old?
Well, then maybe he's not Jesus, John.
Well, Jesus died at 33.
But if he's not 33 and people are planning on crucifying him, he hasn't planned this out very well.
Yeah, he really
Which
hasn't.
means maybe he's not Jesus.
Or he's waiting for his time.
Has he turned water into wine yet?
We don't know.
Has he thrown out the tax collectors?
Yeah.
Has
he could do that.
Has he
I'm not
become,
sure about the water.
Has he become friends with a prostitute with the heart of gold?
Yeah.
Like Mary Magdalene? Has he done all that stuff?
He says he's Jesus. Who are you to say he's not?
I'm asking the questions because I know the Jesus I've heard of and what he did.
Yeah. I'm not going to judge. Just like I'm not judging the OnlyFans.
Has he met a squirrely dude who looks like a Judas type? Has he met that guy yet?
He might have. Well,
these are things I need to figure out.
Well, he did go to the police for help.
Which is not what Jesus
And then they
would
said,
do.
you better hide.
Yeah, don't ask us for help. We can't stop them.
U.S. government agencies are demanding fixable ice cream machines.
At McDonald's?
At all.
Okay,
apparently the ice cream machine game, they are not standing behind their work.
Yeah, the most frustrating thing is when you, like, I don't go to McDonald's often, but I do enjoy their pseudo ice cream, and I'll go there, and it's like, it's 50-50, whether it works. That's ridiculous. Make sure the ice cream machine works.
Don't we have to be a little bit more responsible? Don't we have to take, some responsibility here?
Yeah,
let's fix our machine.
The 2 times a year I show up at your restaurant, make sure your ice cream sundae is ready to go.
Is there a less reliable industry in the world than ice cream machines?
No, everywhere. No matter if it's a sit-down restaurant or a fast food place, the chances of the ice cream machine working is 55-45. That's what you're looking at across the industry.
Yeah. Apparently, Amazon has told its warehouse workers, close your eyes and think happy thoughts.
Is that in response to them complaining about working conditions?
Yeah. Instead of a raise, instead of better working conditions, instead of easing up on your workload, close your eyes right now.
Yeah, Bezos
and think happy thoughts.
It's got a thing that
you know
he
how many
doesn't
happy thoughts Jeff Bezos has? A lot.
Billions of happy thoughts.
Billions and billions.
And his ex-wife is giving away half of those happy thoughts. I think she said her goal was to give away all the money that she gained from being with him. That's by the time she's dead.
Oh, well, that's good.
That's
nice. That's nice. Alaska Airlines flight headed for maintenance. While it's on its way, it fell apart. That's the plane. Part of the plane blew off.
Is it a Boeing plane?
It's an Alaskan Airlines plane, and it is doesn't say if it's a Boeing plane, but man, there's a lot of planes that are falling apart lately.
Yeah, normally my thought process is I don't get scared of getting on a flight because once I made the decision to get on a flight, it's out of my control. Something happens, it happens. But Boeing has given me reason to not get on flights. Look, I'm going to hold off. I'm not traveling until I'm sure that things are fixed.
Yeah. A Lazio fan was arrested for a Hitler salute.
Yeah, Lazio, I believe, is known as the fascist of the Italian what are the Serie A teams? I think they're the ones considered the fascists.
Fascists?
Apparently they have fascist fans.
Well, apparently about 100 Lazio soccer supporters were singing fascist songs in the beer hall.
Well, there it is.
And one of them gave the Hitler salute, Heil Hitler, and he was arrested. Should you get arrested for saluting Hitler?
Well, in Europe, it's very sensitive. That particular topic.
They should be,
yes. Yeah. Lazio has a fan supporter group called SS Lazio. SS Lazio.
SS Lazio. Wow. That seems like it's a little bit aggressive. A bit aggressive fan base. I don't want to be a part of.
Yeah.
Apparently, a new study says breathing works better than venting for soothing anger. This is where I need Lance. Because here's where you tell Nicole when she's angry, listen, instead of venting, okay, You need to just breathe. Breathe.
I don't
Okay?
think that's going to work.
You don't have any experience in this. I'm going to tell my wife, wait, whoa.
Do you think telling her
A new study says breathing instead of venting your frustrations to me works better.
I feel like that's a new way to say calm down, and I know women don't like being told to calm down. I do
They
know that
love
much.
that.
I don't think they do.
Hey, how about this?
Relax.
Take it down a notch.
Hey, you're being a little emotional. Calm down.
Is it that time?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh,
you're asking.
I wouldn't say any of these.
You're asking for a real fight to happen.
Is this a bad time?
Hey, is this a 7-day stretch? I should not bother you so much.
Number 1, deep breathing. Number 2, mindfulness.
Yeah.
Number 3, meditation. Number 4, yoga. Number 5, counting to 10.
I feel like
count to 10.
Nope. I feel like you avoid conflict and let her react the way she wants.
I feel like this is a good way to go about it. New study says breathing is better than you yelling at me.
Hey, you understand? If you breathe instead of telling me what I did wrong,
yes,
you'll feel better.
You'll feel much better.
I certainly will.
You'll feel much better if you stop dipping. That's for sure. 975dip.com. It's hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. So you're going to feel better. You're not going to feel worse. You're not going to be endangering your life with tobacco and nicotine and your jaw and your everything and your ability to pick up women. Yeah. Throw in a dip next time you're on a date. See how that works out. What? Gross. Nobody wants to be around somebody dipping. Nobody does. Okay? Even other dippers. Yeah, they kind of do. Y'all people, you stick together. Hey, you got one? You want to share some dip? No. What you need is hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD. It's clean. You don't spit. You swallow it because it's got CBD oil. It's the best way to do it. Yet you still get the sensation between your cheek and gum, and you're not endangering yourself, and you got the flavors that you like too. Citrus or mint or evergreen, whatever it is. 975dip.com. Stop with the dipping. It's gross. 975dip.com.
Welcome into the show. We have a resolution to the, about 96 hours of the Blake Snell saga. And, of course, now that he's made his decision, people are criticizing that decision and saying he doesn't want to win, particularly from areas of New York. Blake Snell's a Giant. He won't be an Astro. We can move on from that. He gets a Giant deal, and that wasn't me being punny. That wasn't actually me being punny. And then I caught myself and realized, oh, look what you just did there. He is a San Francisco Giant, so he joins a team. And we talked about this yesterday, Sean. The Giants finally got someone to take their money. It's Blake Snell. And then we can get to criticizing his will to win, because the thought was if he joins the Astros, he's certainly going to be in a position to pitch in big postseason games. And he would have been pretty important considering what the Astros are going through right now. Urquidy, we talked about yesterday, will go on the IL. We also know about Verlander, and I'll get into the expected rotation now that those two guys are not going to be ready to start and what that might mean for the future. And, of course, we know Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers are further away from being back. Hopefully Urquidy isn't a guy who's not available until midsummer. Sean, we also had some news regarding the Texans, and I'll ask you this. What were you more disappointed by, if you even were disappointed? Because Cal McNair is now trying to go up the rankings as the best owner in the city. He responded to an apparent leak of the Texans, one of the Texas uniforms, with an official picture of Tank Dell, Nico Collins. So I was wrong on that. Nico Collins actually is part of the photo shoot, even though he hasn't signed an extension, so I'll take that L. But were you more disappointed by the Blake Snell stuff, or were you already resigned to your fate there, or more disappointed by the initial leak? Not the one where Tank and Nico are in the picture all stylized, but the one where that guy's like taking a picture in some garage or wherever the hell he is, wherever that picture came from, and it wasn't a great showing for the uniform.
The Wish.com Derek Stingley, that was
whoever that was in the Stingley jersey.
I'll say I'm more disappointed in the Snell thing, just because it was basically the exact contract that we were talking about that he ended up signing. If he would have signed some like 6-year deal, $180 million, it's like, okay, that's fine. The Astros actually weren't going to get in that. But the best part about the Blake Snell idea for the Astros is that you wouldn't be locking up this long-term money on a guy that's has a very weird profile of he walks a lot of guys and then gets out of it every single inning and then wins the Cy Young doing that. So
always on this high wire act,
yeah, and so that would have been nice to just because you need to fill innings with the state of the rotation right now. You need someone to pitch those innings in the first half of the season that are hopefully better than the Brandon Bielaks and Ronel Blancos of the world.
Hearing Brandon Bielak is being stretched so he can be a potential starter didn't make me feel great.
No.
Blanco's been good in spring, but it is a bit of a come down from what we thought the rotation was going to be.
Yeah, and so to basically replace those innings with the reigning NL Cy Young winner would have been awesome. They still can just make a move just to get some pitcher to pitch those innings that is not a Cy Young caliber player, but is a very good starter. So you can improve that still. I know Lorenzen, Michael Lorenzen. I keep wanting to call him Jared Lorenzen.
We all do.
Michael Lorenzen is still a free agent. That could be someone who, again, he's not going to go for the Blake Snell money, but it will be an improvement, or at least another steady hand. If you still think that they need to add another arm, he is another arm who is clearly a MLB level player. He also has some experience coming out of the bullpen. So if you're worried about baseball teams ever had,
no one has felt that way.
But if you do think, oh, everyone's just going to get healthy and be awesome, now we have 8 starters. Well, he can go to the bullpen.
Yeah, Chandler Rome in a story that was featuring Hunter Brown, and we'll hear from Hunter Brown later about his potential importance filling in with guys missing. that the Astros are still in on a starting pitcher. They were serious about Blake Snell. I mean, Chandler Rome brought that story to us, I believe, Friday morning, and covered it throughout, from the initial report to the news that Blake Snell signing with the Giants. But the Astros are still in on starting pitching, so they sense a need. Injuries and maybe inexperience have combined to make that a priority. So be on the lookout. The Astros aren't done, and the Blake Snell move felt like the right one. But then I like the fact that he signed with the Giants, mostly because the conspiracy theories have started, where he used the Astros as leverage. He never really wanted to come here. He was just trying to up the bidding. I don't know what Blake Snell was thinking. I'm sure if the Astros gave him exactly what he wanted, he'd be an Astro. We know about his past comments, but is he still carrying that with him? And he decided to pick the Giants simply because he couldn't stand to be in the Astros clubhouse. I find that unlikely when $60+ million could have been on the table. But he is a Giant. The Astros are still looking for help. And we'll get into some of the numbers for the guys in the spring and who will potentially be filling those roles, as the Astros are certainly a little banged up there. So the Blake Snell stuff was more disappointing. I woke up from my daily nap after lunch and woke up to, are these uniforms real? Are these the ones that they're going to wear? No, that can't be real. And it was mostly because of where the picture was taken. No one wanted to believe that that uniform on that person was what the Texans are going to be wearing in 2024. Turns out they are real, because Cal McNair was like, you know what? You're not going to scoop us, although they already had. I'm going to put out a stylized version of what the uniforms are in a proper photo shoot with two of our best players, Tank and Nico. So that we now know what the Texans' probably traditional road uniforms look like. And I looked at them and said, well, that blue seems very familiar. All the talk about the blue being changed, that's the same blue. And if you're trying to guess how I know, because they're wearing the same helmet they've worn in that blue, and the pants match. Now there is like a big red stripe down the pants. You can see it in the reflection of the uniform, so that's different. And we know the numbers are different, but the blue is the same. And I know people were a little upset by that, but the Texans, if you don't know, are doing something that's kind of become the thing for the NFL in the last couple of years as far as their uniforms. They're not going to do duplicates of the same design on each uniform like traditionally what you see in the NFL. Every uniform, which there'll be 4, is going to be different. It'll be a different design, which is not something you normally see. That's more, even college football, they have a traditional home and away. Even if it is Oregon-like, it's still a matching. It's still a duplicate of they're the same thing, just in different colors. Texans aren't doing that. It'll be 4 different uniforms. So what you saw was probably, at least in some people's hope, the worst of the 4. And then they'll have 3 different ones.
That'd be great if Cal McNair had them like ranked in his head, and he was like, "Okay, so first we'll drop the terrible one." Not terrible. It's not terrible. It's just
it's fine.
It's the disappointing one.
It is,
because it is the closest to what they already wear on the like. We have a picture of Andre Johnson in this studio.
Yes.
And what Nico Collins and Tank Dell were wearing, not too dissimilar from the uniform that Andre Johnson is wearing in this poster in the
It kind of looks like concept art of what that uniform would have been back in 2002. If people were trying to figure out what are the Texas new uniforms going to be, putting horns on the sleeves probably was the design, and the color scheme certainly is similar.
All because the main differences are the number is a different font.
Yes.
I was going to say slightly different. It's a different enough font.
Yes, it is.
And then instead of red numbers, it is blue numbers with a red outline.
Yeah.
And the horn or the stripes now look like horns.
Yes, if you haven't seen them, they are.
Other than that, basically what you've grown up watching the Texans wear.
Yeah, it's what one of your buddies who's into graphic design would have done 8 years ago when he said the Texans needed a redesign. It's not. It is something probably very similar to what we've seen in the past, as on the internet when someone was talking about the Texans getting new uniforms.
Someone's already, and I don't mean in the last less than 24 hours. I mean in the last 20 years, someone has made that exact Texans uniform in Madden.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Not in the last 20 hours. In the last 20 years,
it has happened. Definitely. That is dead on. That it is very similar. So that is the first one. Some people are a bit disappointed. I saw some people giving it a 6, whatever that might mean to you as far as a scale. But it is only one. And I'm sure normally these uniforms don't get dropped this way. I think Cal just responded to the league and said, hey, that's a bad look at what our uniforms will be. I'll give you what we wanted them to look like on release. And there it is. And I guess we'll wait till April 27th or whenever 23rd, the official date for the release, and then we can make our decision on those. I'm sure there'll be a video and some Nike nonsense about what the uniforms mean. Maybe Cal will be in it, I'm sure, and Hannah will be too. Julian, who isn't even a Texans fan, wants to talk about him, so I don't know if we can even take your opinion to heart. But we'll hear from Julian on the other side. If you want to talk about uniforms or Blake Snell not being an Astro, or Jalen Green winning Western Conference Player of the Month, or week, excuse me, we can talk about that as well. And I'm going to ask Sean, there were 2 viral dunks yesterday. One people barely know about because the Anthony Edwards one happened first, but I kind of feel like the Jalen Johnson one and how that happened and what it looked like, I kind of like that one more, and particularly Austin Reeves and his response to it. We'll play the sound from that as well. So, Julian, I see you. Anyone else who wants to call? Once again, 713-780-3776. Tweet the show at Sean A. Mapes. That's Sean's Twitter. At Delvey2 is mine. Obviously, you can watch the show on YouTube, ESPN Houston. ESPN 97.5 is where you can listen or download the app. That's pretty easy, too. Plenty of show to get to. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We're gonna get to Julian, and then I'm going to ask Sean a question about where he stands on how do you respond to someone who trashes you on Twitter. It isn't he or I who are trash. It was someone else, and they went with the nuclear option. So I'm going to see if Sean thinks this is in bounds or not, because it just popped up on my For You page. And we all have been criticized at some point or other, and this got a little dark. But Julian wants to talk about the Texas uniforms. What's up, Julian?
What it is, John Turkey. So look, man, those uniforms in battle red would look fire. In that blue, they look like created team on Madden 2004. They look like the low budget Atlanta Falcons. Like, they're trash in that blue, brother.
Look, I don't like the current shade of Texans blue. That's why I don't think a lot of people do. That's why they're excited about people were latching on to the background behind the press conferences over the last week or so because the blue is different. So that's what people think of the blue. I've seen the Falcon stuff, and I kind of agree. I'm just going to say, unfortunately, these will probably be the dominant road uniform, but at least there will be 3 different versions of the Texas uniforms that people maybe can love and get away from these. But you are a fan of a team with a very traditional set, a classic one. Would you want the 49ers to change anything?
You know what? I like the 94 whites with the little red stripes on the sleeves. Other than that, man, I honestly don't know what I would change. It's just because to me, it's more of an iconic uniform. I didn't like when we went to like that ugly maroon. It was like a dark maroon
during the TO days, during the TO era.
Yes, they were terrible. I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, the 49ers have gone back to their more traditional uniforms, the ones under with Montana and Rice, and it hadn't hurt. They haven't closed the deal, but they've been in multiple Super Bowls. We'll see if they can finally get that done. And by the way, nice job for your team cheating, losing draft picks. Cheaters, the 49ers. We'll get to that story a little bit later. Thanks, Julian. We're going to cut you off before you say that phrase we don't want to hear. We appreciate you calling about the Texans, but no Niner gang stuff. Not today. Maybe you get that in on another occasion. So I saw this pop up, and I'll pose this question to Sean. It's college basketball season, so guys who you've never heard of it's their time to shine. And Rob Doster is one of them. He's one of the voices particularly online for college basketball. I followed him a lot last year, mostly because my team was on a run. They're not so much this year for them. So, everyone's making their predictions for the games. It's part of the season. You make predictions, and opposing fan bases get upset with you if you pick against their team, sometimes irrationally so. So this is just Rob Doster picked against Illinois. He said BYU would win. And a guy who runs a podcast that covers Illinois basketball said they're wrong, and he called a bunch of guys asshats and said they had awful takes, which is aggressive, not polite, but, it's par for the course on Twitter. You say you saw something you didn't like, and you responded. In fact, he didn't even really direct it at Rob Doster. He just simply quote tweeted a tweet that mentioned Doster and then called those takes awful and asshats. Here's Rob Doster's response, and I want to see if Sean thinks it's out of bounds. So Ryan is the initial insulter, and Rob Doster says this: "Oh, hey, Ryan, haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're well. Beat up any 5-year-olds lately?" And he quote tweets an article from 2013 where the Ryan in question was arrested for attacking a 5-year-old, and then you get into all the things. Sean, is it out of bounds to go 11 years in the past to get your insult off because someone took a shot at one of your takes? Or is that out of bounds? Or if it's news and you unprompted go after someone, they can get that off on you.
It's a nuclear option.
It is the nuclear option.
But as the movie Oppenheimer taught us, sometimes you need the nuclear option. Actually, that's not what Oppenheimer
No,
taught us.
in fact, they taught us that that's an awful way to go about things.
No, but I think it's fair game, but you don't really have anything on top of like there's no next step.
No, there isn't.
You're just ending it right there.
You've decided you don't want to have a conversation with this person, and you're just going to wipe them off of the face of the earth, at least as far as Twitter's concerned.
Yeah.
So would you do it?
I personally, I would not.
If someone's called you an asshat and said your take was awful, would you reach back into the past and drop the art and not only say what he said, but then screenshot the article?
I think, well, you have to screenshot the article.
Of course you do.
If you're gonna mention it,
But Rob,
I wouldn't do it.
Okay,
I wouldn't do it. And I think that if you already knew this person and you knew that is in their past, maybe you do it. But if it's something like you had to Google to look up, like if he doesn't actually know this person or he didn't know when that person responded that like, oh yeah, he beat up a 5-year-old.
Yeah, he said in the oh hey Ryan, haven't heard from you in a while. So apparently they've had a dust up in the past. Yeah,
so I think if you know it and maybe you just Google it just to pull up the article, because I mentioned you don't have that saved on your phone, then I think I'm fine with it.
See, the thing is, Rob Doster, maybe he's above this. I mean, Field of 68 is one of the more prominent college basketball handles on X or Twitter. They do the live shows after games, particularly during the NCAA tournament. It's got 46,000 followers. Maybe don't punch down at the guy, but look, if the guy pissed you off, he pissed you off, and you always have the button you can hit anytime he comes after you.
Yeah, I think it's if it's that one guy who every once in a while pops up, you can slap him down like that.
Yeah.
I also think that maybe for a day, maybe for a week, he has to be the only one that you clap back on. I think everyone else, you can't be chasing down every story from every single person. Yet you can't be Googling all these people's names. You just, it's Rob. No, wait, not Rob. It's the other guy. Ryan. I know this about Ryan. I know something about you. You beat up a 5-year-old.
See, the thing is,
even in preschool.
You're setting a precedent that if you have anything in your past and you come after me, I will destroy you.
Yeah.
So maybe
you're making an example out of him.
Yeah, he's making an example out of Ryan just to let everyone else know I don't play no games.
Brush him off the plate a little bit. Off the tower.
He told the world I control the inside of the plate here. That's my domain. And if you want some, you're going to get drilled. Just to let you know.
Yeah, so you know what? I don't have a problem with what Rob did, really.
I mean,
it's not but again, it's not an everyday thing.
No,
it's not an every person thing.
Because if you're just firing off nukes all the time, no one survives. And what kind of world are we living in?
That's what Oppenheimer taught us.
Yeah, you can't continue to let those nukes off because no one benefits from that.
Yeah. You can't do it.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that was ugly, and it was only an hour ago. It just happened to pop up on my page because college basketball is everywhere, and I was like, "Wow, okay, Rob Doster, don't mess with Rob if you have anything like that in your past." I was going to get to the Astro stuff, but then Rob had to do what he did, and Julian called out the Texas uniforms quickly. Before we go on, sticking with college basketball, we know Drake is known as a mush. He is someone who is a bit of a jinx if he shows up at anything that your team is trying to get done. He showed up at the Cougs watch party over the weekend. He is someone who is going to make Houston home, so he's ingratiating himself with the city. There is a conspiracy that suggests Drake showed up to Houston's watch party because he knows he's a cooler and we know he's a giant Kentucky fan, and the two could meet in the Elite Eight. That's the deeper, darker conspiracy, that Drake knew what he was doing, and he decided, I'm going to screw Houston over. I don't think that's the case. I think because no one wants to believe that they're a person who brings bad luck to people. I think Drake's just a guy who likes being liked, and he showed up, and he likes being around good teams, and he showed up there, and he said, you know what, I'm Houston. This is my city now, and I'm sure he's going to wear a jersey. I'm sure he's going to show up at a game. particularly if they make it to a Final Four. I'm sure Drake will be in a Houston jersey.
Yeah, I think this is I'm Drake. This team's good. I like this team. Move, and I like the city. I'm in town because he was at the rodeo.
Sure.
Last week, and he sat courtside next to Tillman at one of the Rockets games.
I believe they're friends.
It could not have been the Wizards. It was against the Cavs. That was just an edit in my head, thinking maybe it was the Wizards.
You think
game.
Drake showed up to watch Kyle Kuzma play basketball?
Nah, probably not. I think it was the Cavs game on Saturday night. So I think him and Tillman are hanging out, and Tillman Fertitta was like, "Hey, listen, I want to invite you to the watch party for when the brackets get revealed."
Yeah.
see that we're playing Longwood.
A giant surprise that the Cougs are a 1 seed to get to play Longwood. So Drake gets his jersey, and he'll be blamed if the Cougs go out early. You know he will.
And I don't think he's playing the chess move of.
No, I don't think
I don't think he's that big of a Kentucky fan.
Yeah, they were good, so he shows up at their games.
Yeah, I think
just like he's doing with the Cougs.
That's most of it. And B, I don't know if you try to mush for the Elite Eight. You know, that's putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah, who says Kentucky's going to make it?
Exactly.
That's a long way away.
Save it for next weekend. If both teams win, if both teams are in the Sweet 16, then I see I can see the path to what he's doing.
Yeah. Now he is a very well thought out guy, and he plans things as far as even when he's going after other rappers. But I'm not sure this is part of the equation.
No, this isn't exactly back to back.
No,
right?
this is Tillman saying, "Hey, buddy, let's go to the Cougs watch party." And because they're friends, are they friends? Or are they just are they rich people friends?
They're rich people.
They're rich people friends.
That's a good distinction.
Yeah, there's a clear difference. Tillman's not showing up at one of Drake's real parties, like one of those public parties. Maybe, but not one of the real ones. Tillman ain't being invited to that. No one wants him there.
He's not flying up to Toronto to.
No,
to
Tillman's
hang out.
never been in Drake's Toronto home.
Probably not.
Probably not. That'll wrap up this segment. I will get into the Astro stuff and some of the numbers involving what could be their potential starting rotation to start off the year. Injuries are affecting that, and we just hope that the ones that we know about currently, Urquidy and Verlander, aren't that big of a deal. You never know, but you'll hear from Hunter Brown, who will be part of that rotation, and his thoughts on potentially having to step up with Urquidy out. And we'll continue to talk about your Astros. We'll get into some more text and stuff. And also, when you are a newsbreaker, you never want Adam Schefter to come over the top on your report and debunk it. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Something regarding the Colts and the Chiefs. Schefter said, "Nah, that ain't real." All that and some other stuff. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back, excuse me. The only thing we really care about when it comes to spring training is hopefully the guys get their hacks in and the pitchers get their work in and don't get injured. The Astros have not been able to avoid the second of that. The guys have gotten injured. Urquidy, and particularly frontline guys. Urquidy, Verlander, we know, out for some amount of time. Not sure how long on either. Verlander, the hope is he'll be back mid-April. Urquidy, that's still up in the air, which means you're going to see guys you're familiar with because they've been around for a while, but maybe they weren't expected to be in these roles, certainly not to begin the year. So this is from Brian McTaggart, longtime writer covering the Astros. This is your likely 5 to start the year. Obviously, you're going to have Fromber starting. He'll be your number 1 for now, and he'll be the opening day starter once again. Then Christian Javier, who's had, let's just say he's had a differing result the last couple of outings. I'll get to those numbers in a little bit. He was not good yesterday. Then followed up by Hunter Brown, J.P. France, and Ronel Blanco, who has had a really good spring, and J.P. France is working himself back from his own issue. But Hunter Brown will be a guy people look to. We all know about the Justin Verlander comparisons, and he may be the next good or really good young Astro starter. And he was asked about filling in and the importance of stepping up with another starter down.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a starter, you kind of have the same amount of pressure regardless. It stinks, and I hope those guys, recover as fast as possible. But I think, you got to focus on your job and how you can kind of try and eat up some innings for the team. So I think, injuries or no injuries, you kind of have that mindset going in regardless.
Yeah, eating innings will be big early, and we know about the questions regarding middle relief. So when you don't have 2 experienced guys who can do that, who can eat up innings, you're depending on younger players who in some ways fell apart later in the year. Maybe some of that having to do with the extra load being put on them early as opposed to when they're pretty good to start the year. Christian Javier, I mentioned his numbers. On March 13th, really good. 4 innings pitched, 2 hits, no earned runs, no walks, 4 Ks. And then immediately when you see this, people are like, is a bounce back coming? Is Christian Javier going to be back to what he was early in 2023 before, I won't call it a disaster, but certainly a departure from what was expected of him? Or is he going to be the guy we saw yesterday? 4 2/3, 5 earned runs, 3 hits, 4 walks, and 1 K. That's the Christian Javier we were very familiar with to end last season, really since like June. So it was about maybe the majority of the year he was like that. He had a couple performances in the playoffs that got you feeling pretty good, and then he was a disaster against the Rangers in the Game 7. So up and down for Javier. Can't be said for Ronel Blanco. He's been really, really good, and at this point, he'll be your 5th starter until guys come back and they're healthy. I mentioned J.P. France. He's had 1 appearance so far, bouncing back from being a little nicked up. And Blanco's been good. Struck out 13 batters, allowed 4 hits and 4 walks in 11 2/3 scoreless innings in play this spring. So you can't ask for anything more from a guy who wasn't expected to be so influential on the Astros early season. And so hopefully that could continue. And that's just a quote from Espada saying he's throwing the ball really, really well. That's fairly obvious when you talk about the numbers. So, and somehow, some way, the conversation about Lance McCullers came up earlier, mostly because when we hear about Blake Snell taking money elsewhere, the thought was, well, maybe the Astros couldn't reach the Blake Snell numbers because they're paying a guy who never pitches money. And that's the unfortunate thing for Lance McCullers. All the bury me in the H stuff is now just a joke. Now it's bury your forearm in the H, bury your elbow in the H. He's a guy who wants to be here. He's very loyal, but he doesn't pitch. And at some point, you just become memeable. We had a guy call in earlier and say maybe he can become the organization's podcaster, because it seems like that's what he is now. He saves animals, big dog lover. He has his other interests. I think it's either coffee or cocktails. I'm not sure what it is. And maybe it's both. But what's most important to everyone here is he pitched, but he doesn't do that. Sean, now that we know what the rotation will likely be, who are you most confident in? Maybe, include all the guys because Fromber wasn't great last year. We know Javier wasn't. If you had to maybe not rank your top 5, but rank your top 3 as far as confidence level to start the year when you have Urquidy and Verlander out of the mix, what would it be?
I think it would be, out of the starting 5, like the opening day starting 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can't say Justin Verlander.
No, you can't. He's out of the equation for now.
I just wanted to clarify. I'll go, probably Fromber. Because the difference between him and Javier coming off a disappointing 2023s is that Fromber's disappointing 2023 was better. It was just a better disappointment. And 2, because Fromber has the success to fall back on. He has a track record of success to fall back on. We all remember what really is now the weirdest stat in sports, the consecutive quality starts streak that he had in 2022. When you think of the type of consistency that speaks to and just how inconsistent he's been every other year of his career, essentially. Just start to start, he's been so inconsistent. But I think he has a pretty high baseline of what bad looks like. Still isn't as bad as what bad can look like for the other guys.
True. Even when Fromber's frustrating you, there's still a level of he'll battle, he'll struggle, but we're not looking at an out and out disaster.
Yeah, and a lot of times he kind of is rolling through, and then a disaster happens.
Yeah, it'll be 3 strong, and then he'll be a pitch away from getting out of an inning. He'll walk a guy, and then
he'll hit someone and then give up a home run.
Yeah, it's stuff like that where we thought, oh, he's just rolling, and all of a sudden things go the opposite way, as opposed to guys like Javier and others where it's like, oh, this is going to be bad.
Yeah, Javier had some starts last year where it was like the second batter of the game. You're like, oh, this thing is over.
Yeah, forget about it.
Like this.
When is he getting yanked?
This is not happening tonight.
No. Yeah, true. So I probably I'm there with you. Fromber is the guy I'm going to lean on, and certainly who Espada will. He is your opening day starter.
Yeah, it's not exactly controversial.
No, we're not exactly out on a limb or making news here with our thoughts. And hopefully Javier, as your number 2, at least right now, warrants that faith because the last 2 starts we had good Javier and then we had awful Javier, and that's kind of what was his season. Good Javier in the first half and then awful Javier in the second half. So hopefully we find, even if it's not great Javier, let's find a middle.
Yeah, can you be good?
Can you just be good?
Can you be a number 2 starter?
Yes, until you don't have to be anymore and you get pushed down a peg.
Yeah, I mean that's
a rung.
Better.
Yeah, so overachieve until you can get back into the role you're most comfortable with.
I'm not even sure if it's overachieving. It's just like reach that level.
Yeah, he has the talent to do it.
Achieve that consistently.
Yeah, he can be that guy.
Yeah.
And we've seen it in stretches, and it just so happens that the back half of last year changed our perception of him.
And how much of that do you think? Because this is something that I think we both talked about, and everyone talked about individually, but I don't think we have actually talked about it, you and I. How much stock do you put into the fact it was his first year as a full-time starter, his first time where he came into the season as a starter, and B, the World Baseball Classic that he pitched in, and maybe that's the reason that he kind of fell off a cliff late in the year, is just he wasn't used to having that long of a season, B, that much of a workload.
Or Sean, because the big story here this spring was he lost weight. Maybe he was fat.
Yeah, out of shape.
I don't know.
There's a lot of excuses.
Yeah, we can make excuses. I would probably put more credence into he was coming off he was coming off a long season in 2022.
Yeah.
And then you throw in the World Baseball Classic. You throw in being a full-time starter for the first time, and maybe it all built up. Sometimes things stack up on each other, and eventually you wear down. And maybe that's what we saw if I'm gonna shoot him some bail, and you just hope that without that particular burden this offseason, he will be better. And it appeared that he was in one start, and then we all saw what happened in the next start. So lack of dependability might be a problem for the Astros this year, at least early in the rotation. You know who is dependable? Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and see what they do for repiping. I've talked about this before, but I'm going to go home today. And you know when I get home, I'm going to wash my hands, and how do you do that? You turn on the water. And if the water doesn't come on, it's going to feel really bad, and I know I've got a problem. And that's why sometimes you want to be preventative and go to Aqueduct Plumbing. Old pipes can cause major issues, and to solve those problems, you want to do the repipe of Aqueduct Plumbing Company. So if your pipes are old, clogged, or rusted, they're the place you go to get that fixed. Bad pipes mean bad water. You don't want bad water in your home. And what else do bad pipes mean? Leaks. You want to go with a local company, and you want to go with local ownership, and that's what Billy Brown at Aqueduct Plumbing Company will do for you. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and see what they do for people. They've repiped over 1,000 homes, and they've seen a huge difference in what it makes for owners' quality of life. Call if you want a free quote. They do that for you as well. Best price in town on those quotes. The number is 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238 for Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. And it's not a tradition because this is only the second time we're doing it, but it's our tribunal segment. Generally, we just do it when Jason's in the building. He is our intern. He'll be putting up the podcast a little bit later. But a couple dunks happened last night in the NBA. And dunks happen quite a bit. It's the NBA. And we have a guy who doesn't think dunks are a big deal. His name's John Granado. He's always railing against ESPN's top 10. He doesn't think dunks should be on it. But he is not someone who is the arbiter of what people love. And no, he's an older guy who loves golf. You can't trust him on anything. That's just how it is. So people like dunks. One went really viral. The other one kind of got pushed aside because of the first one and because the Lakers were playing the Hawks, and who cares about that game. So what Sean's going to do is play the sound of both dunks, and then Austin Reeves, who got dunked on by Jalen Johnson of the Hawks, was asked about his view of the dunk. And this tribunal will decide who we would rather be. John Collins, who left the game because of concussion protocol, or Austin Reeves, who had Jalen Johnson's, how do I put this delicately, region, junk, whatever you want to call it, on his face. We're going to decide who we would rather be. Take it away, Sean.
All right, so we're going to start with the Anthony Edwards dunk.
Yes.
Warren did not score and only had one shot attempt in that first half. Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down and one from the rafters.
Now, obviously, not seeing it won't do it justice, but if you are of a certain age, you have already seen this dunk. You know what it was. It was viral. It was everywhere. And as I said, the next one didn't really have that type of attention because of what the first one was. But I may be giving away how I feel, but I'm going to keep that to myself. Here's Jalen Johnson of the Hawks early in the game dunking on Austin Reeves.
And LeBron has his pocket picked right away.
Man, who was that?
Oh, Jalen Johnson. He goes right up and over Austin Reeves.
Oh, my goodness.
What a way to start the game.
So as you can hear, that was a road game for the Hawks, and it still lit up the crowd. Minnesota was at home, so you might as you imagine, the crowd was hyped because of their star player and what he did to John Collins.
Minnesota was also.
Oh, they're on the road too.
Yeah, they're in Utah.
Okay, so you saw those dunks are so good. Each crowd reacted in that way because of how exciting it was. Now we're going to hear from Austin Reeves after the game. He was asked by a reporter about his view, and Austin Reeves was pretty funny in response.
It would be negligent not to ask you, Austin, about.
See, this is why I don't like you.
I know. I'm a good reporter. What happened on that first play?
Everybody's seen what happened.
Nobody had your view.
You don't want my view.
There it is. If you've seen the dunk, you wouldn't want Austin Reeves' view either. So, Sean, I'm posing this question to people listening, posing it to the people in this room and in your room. If you had to choose, would you rather be John Collins and leave the game because of concussion protocol, or would you rather be Austin Reeves and have a dunk like that and that guy's junk in your face?
They're both tough. They're both very tough. I think I go with Austin Reeves because when it happened last night, the Anthony Edwards dunk on John Collins happened first, and so it really sucked up a lot of the oxygen on social media, and I feel like for how badly that Austin Reeves got dunked on, he kind of got off easy.
Yes, you in this case you
Which
want
is crazy because he's on the Lakers.
Yes, in this case you want to be the guy after the guy.
Yes.
Normally that's not a thing you want in sports, but in this case,
because this happened like he got dunked on still in the aftershocks of what happened.
It was a trimmer,
in Utah.
really. It was really only a trimmer. So, Jason, We've got one vote. He'd rather be Austin Reeves. Now, the context is all there. You either leave the game because a guy hits you with a forearm and dunks all over you, and what might be the dunk of the year, but you don't have Jalen Johnson's junk in your face, or you leave the game, or you stay in the game, go on to win the game, but you have the memory and the highlight of a guy jumping over you, but before he jumped over you, he brushed against your face. Which one do you want?
I'd rather be Collins. I don't want Austin Reeves. I don't want to be Austin Reeves. That's a difficult position. You have someone's manhood in your face.
That's a better way to say it.
Yeah,
manhood. I was flitting around what to say. He got it right. Manhood in your face.
Anthony Black and Grady Dick.
Yes. Yeah.
That screenshot's going around all over.
Yes. That was like I told Sean during the break. The guy asked Austin Reeves about his view, and then everyone just quote tweets a picture of Anthony Black and Grady Dick. So you don't want to be Austin Reeves.
I do not. I don't. I would rather leave the game. At least no one's gonna see you again.
That's true.
You gotta play the rest of the game.
It is Anthony Edwards, who's a star. So that video is going to be part of his highlight package for the rest of his career, and you're going to be in it. But for the moment, I'm going to agree with Jason. I can't be Austin Reeves. I can't have that. I can't have it. Look, you go on to win the game, you're the Lakers, but I'd rather be John. I think I'd rather be John Collins.
You can't. But the thing is, you can't leave the game after that.
Well, concussion. But he can say he hit me in the elbow. He hit me with his elbow, his forearm.
He didn't, though.
But the problem,
we all saw the video 10,000 times.
But the problem is for Austin Reeves, he has to spend the entire. That happened in the first quarter. He's got to spend the rest of the game. And people, hey, that happened to you. And people, that's not going to leave. People are going to be mentioning it the rest of the game.
I just think that the statement that Anthony Edwards dunked on me so hard I had to leave the game.
It is pretty bad.
It's a tough one to wear for the rest of your life.
Nah, it's pretty bad. I'm not going to lie.
When Shams Charania has to come out later that night and be like, he has been cleared out of concussion protocol after the dunk on Anthony Edwards.
You're making a great
just
point.
A head contusion.
See, Sean's making a great point because you leave the game, you got dunked on so hard that you have to leave the game.
He hurt you with how hard he dunked on you.
And he's a star. Jalen Johnson's a good player for the Hawks, but he's not Anthony Edwards. You're kind of swaying me, but still, keep your manhood out of my face. I'd rather be John Collins.
All right. Tribunal is the tribunal has decided.
Yes,
2-1.
2-1.
You'd rather be.
I'd rather be John Collins. Yes.
Okay. I will say though, I was making the case of why you want to be Austin Reeves. The screenshot, especially in 2024, that screenshot living forever is such a tough
There will be so many memes involving that screenshot and things that don't even have anything to do with Austin Reeves, but will just be meme. It'll be memeable. So, look, you're a good lawyer. You kept that out of evidence because you would have torpedoed your own case.
Yeah. No, I was thinking that was the main thing that I was weighing. Well, that's tough phrasing, but
yes.
that's what I was thinking of was the memeability of that and the fact that you're exactly right. It'll go with anything. That meme will happen anytime, any place.
Yes, the Anthony Edwards picture is the one that people are saying like major accounts are tweeting it, but once people get a hold of that Austin Reeves screenshot, it will never leave him. It'll be part of his history. John Collins, sure, people get dunked on quite a bit.
Yeah,
but not with the still shot of the manhood. It's terrible.
I think that in like 2004 or like 1994, that the Collins poster or the Edwards like literal poster, like actually getting posterized, and then like that picture getting printed thousands of times
and put on people's walls. Yeah,
that's a tougher one than. Reeves.
The Slam magazine still exists because
I think it's an online magazine now.
So Slam would have posted that. It would have been in their. It'll have been in their magazine, and it'll have been on all these people's walls.
I think in 2024 though, the screenshot culture, it's tougher to be Reeves.
Yeah. So Sean's kind of on our side, but
I see what you're saying, but it's the in the moment embarrassment of having to leave the game. Like the dunk happens. Anthony Edwards has not yet shot his free throw because he got fouled.
That's it. They both got called for fouls.
No,
too.
But Austin Reeves got to play the entire game.
That's true.
John Collins had to walk into the tunnel.
A walk of shame.
And yes, like he got shown on the broadcast walking to the tunnel.
Your point, if he got dunked on so hard he had to leave the game, is a great one. But the tribunal has spoken. Jason and I agree with each other. We'd rather not be Austin Reeves because that's long-lasting. you got dunked on, John Collins. It's okay. No one's going to even remember you had to leave the game because you got hurt. But I'm always going to remember that the guy's manhood was on Austin Reeves' face. It's never going away. And it's Jalen Johnson, too. You got punished by Jalen Johnson. Stop it. Anthony Edwards dunks on a lot of people.
He's a young star.
Sure he is. For the Hawks, though.
Yeah, he's putting it together.
Okay. Sean's still trying to defend his argument.
now it's turned into actually Jalen Johnson is awesome.
the best player on the Hawks. That'll wrap up this segment. Thank you, Jason, for joining us. I guess maybe when you're in, we're just going to do tribunals. If an event occurs where we need one, appreciate you helping us out here. That'll wrap up hour one. We'll get more into the Texans beyond the uniform stuff because they're still looking for a wide receiver. We'll see who's available. More to get to as well involving college basketball. The tournament starts today. The first four. I'm going to ask Sean why or if he even cares about the first four. I'm finding it hard to care. We'll discuss that on the other side. First hour out of the way, we'll be back. Okay. You just heard me laughing because Sean and I were discussing the first day of Texas football, and that means images are out of guys in a jersey and shorts. I don't think they're in shells yet even. I was asking him if people are commenting on Arch Manning and see how much weight he's put on because that's always a thing. Guys are back for spring and, hey, look, he's developed, or, hey, our strength program sucks. Those become the question. Hey, he's put on weight. He's fat. He's in great shape. That's always the first day of spring. That's all the talk. So Sean's going to venture into the Texas message boards. Not really. Not right now.
No,
not really.
Twitter.
He was just Twitter and see what people are saying as the Texas Longhorns, a CFP semifinalists, are back at it. Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning, and the rest of the Longhorns. No Xavier Worthy, no A.D. Mitchell, but they've recruited really well, and they'll be just fine. That's actually something you can say now. You used to say that and not be really sure about Texas because development didn't really occur. That has changed. You'll see it in the draft. Sark has certainly fixed that part of the Texas problem, and the winning has followed. So Texas opens up the spring, and we'll see what develops from there. Sean's our Texas correspondent, mostly because he can use Twitter. just like the rest of you can. I mentioned before I went to break that I'm not sure I care about the first four. I know the games matter. Sometimes they're close. It's not always really good basketball, and most of the time you don't know who these teams are. It's a little different this year. We talked about it yesterday because of all the bid stealing, that there are teams like 10 seeds are playing in the first four, and that's not normally something that happens. But we're going to have Colorado State versus UVA. Woof, that's going to be a tough watch. Once again, something we talked about. The University of Virginia plays the least aesthetically pleasing basketball in probably all of college basketball, particularly for a team as prominent as they are. And normally they've had NBA players that have kind of, at least you can say, okay, that guy's a talent. Even the likes of Kyle Guy has spent time in the NBA. We know about DeAndre Hunter and others, but this version of them, woof, they're in. Not a lot of people thought they should get in, particularly when a lot of Big East teams who people felt were deserving didn't get in. Indiana State didn't get in either. Mostly people care about that beyond their net ranking. It's because they have a memeable player that people want to watch. He doesn't look like he should be playing D1 basketball, but he does. He's got goggles. He's got the whole look that suggests rec league, Saturday morning gym type guy. But Indiana State doesn't make it. UVA does. And that means True TV is going to have probably, I don't think it'll be low rated because it is the NCAA tournament, but I'm not sure anyone wants to see Virginia advance past opening day, if you want to call it that, in the tournament, unless you reside in Charlottesville or went to college there. But the first game of the tournament is Wagner versus Howard. And can anyone tell any of us anything about Howard or Wagner? I think Howard's named the Bison. I think that's the only thing I know about him. That game tips off here locally at 5:40 on True TV. It'll be the great lead into the Impractical Jokers. And then we'll have a couple more games tomorrow before the real tournament begins. And we care about it here at 15. I was going to say 1560. That is a callback to a time long ago. I meant here at 97.5 and 92.5 because we got the bracket challenge and bracket madness. And not only that, but we're going to be out and about starting, is it tomorrow? That I know the entire lineup will be at Knicks, but do we begin the going out and about in the city tomorrow?
I believe the afternoon shows are, yes, Killer Bees and Gallant George will be at Wakefield Crowbar tomorrow. On Thursday, they'll be at Carbach. And then, obviously, on Friday, everybody's going to be at Knicks.
Yes, so we are definitely in the mood for college basketball. And if you are interested in the bracket challenge, it's that time again. It's the 6th annual Bracket Madness presented by DraftKings at the Golden Nugget, supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We'll be giving away tons of prizes worth over $50 each. And did I mention it's all free? Prizes include a gift basket from Gentle Ben. Gentle Ben valued at $200, $50 gift cards to Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, and much more. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to register now. Sean, has anyone suckered you in any walk of your life to get into a bracket pool?
I've not been suckered.
Or are you the guy suckering people?
No, me and some friends from college just every year have a bracket pool that we do. So that's the only one that I'm confirmed in. And I guess this one, but I haven't done all the paperwork. And when I say paperwork, I mean
go on the website.
Go on a website and pick.
Yeah, I'm not a joiner.
Pick Auburn to go
to
the
win
Final
it all.
Four.
I'm not a joiner. People try to get me in these. It's the same way with fantasy football. Like, I'd rather just watch the games, not interact with you about them. That's kind of been my focus. That's kind of been my attitude about it. Sundays are for me to watch the NFL. I don't really care about competing with you, and I'm probably going to forget my lineup. And then I'm going to be the worst guy in the league because I don't pay attention enough with all the shenanigans involved. So I just extricate myself from the process. Were you in the 97.5 fantasy football thing, the producer thing this past year?
Yes.
Who won that, by the way?
Let me double check
So you didn't win. I know that to be the case. I know you didn't win.
I had a solid squad. I depended a lot on the Chargers, so I got hurt late in the year.
That's rough.
This is gonna take a while for me to find.
Okay, it happened.
I have to like sign back into the
okay.
to the app.
You don't just have it offhand. I thought you might have remembered. So you guys didn't punish anyone for being last then?
No, I don't think we did.
Okay, well, that's nice because that was part of the deal when they were trying to get me involved. Like, we're gonna have if you finish in last or second to last, maybe the 2 last place people will compete in like a combine challenge as a punishment. That was
we did a combine to set the draft.
That's what it was. It was to set the draft order. Like, I'll just auto draft.
Guess who had the number 1 pick?
Was it you? Oh, so you won the producer combine?
Yeah, which is honestly I take more pride in than the actual.
Yeah, you beat out all the other schlubs for
I had the
as best athlete.
Yeah, I had the fastest sprint up the stairs.
Who was keeping time?
Brian McDonald and Charles.
Oh, I think it was Brian's idea, and that's what kind of made me balk at it. I was like, I'm not participating in a combine for a draft for fantasy football.
Our dearly departed Andrew Carlson won the championship. Brian McDonald finished second. I lost in the semifinals to Brian.
Oh, so you had a good team.
I did have a good team.
Just the Chargers screwed you late.
Yes.
Which the Chargers do to their fans all the time.
Yeah, which is what I like. It's the least shocking thing in the world.
That the Chargers didn't show up late in the season.
That Keenan Allen and Justin Herbert got hurt. Yes.
Yeah, Keenan Allen now a Bear, and I pivot to that because he was a receiver the Texans were in on, and the Texans are still looking to bolster that receiver core. We know about Nico. We know about Tank. Tank is now fully active. He's doing all the offseason workout stuff. He's expected to be ready for OTAs, but they would like another guy. And because of what Keenan Allen makes, apparently money wasn't going to be prohibitive. They were breaking news.
We have breaking Texans news.
Here we go.
Source: Texans are signing Mario Edwards Jr. to a 1-year deal.
I mean, it is breaking news, kind of.
Hey, it's week 2 of free agency.
I thought it was a proper lead into some big wide receiver news. But they get another defensive end.
Yeah, more front 7 help. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN had
that is not a defensive tackle, which is something they might have to use the draft to bolster. That is probably, I won't call it a miss because there's still plenty of offseason to go. That's probably the one gaping hole, phrasing, in the Texans offseason so far. They're not better at defensive tackle, particularly if Danico Autry is going to be a sub-package rusher at that position and more like, or just a backup defensive end. So defensive tackle is where they may need to lean into. Now, Edwards is a big dude. He's 282 pounds, so there might be a spot for him on occasion at that position for the Texans, but that's still light for that position. So we'll see. He is listed as the defensive end. We'll see how he fits into the Texans rotation. But another big body on the defensive front for the Texans, Mario Edwards, most recently a Seattle Seahawk, now a Texan. It was reported he was visiting the Texans yesterday, and that deal got done. They didn't let him leave the building.
There we go. Good job, Nick Caserio.
They didn't let Mario Edwards leave the building, and now he is a Houston Texan. We will talk about maybe some options for the wide receiver position on the other side. We'll get you some stats from Mario Edwards and see what he's been. He's 30 years old. How productive has he been, and how productive can he possibly be for your Houston Texans starting in 2024. So plenty of other stuff to get to as we wrap it up. We still got about 45 minutes to go. If you didn't know, Gallant and George are up next. They're out and about, and then the Killer Bees follow them as well. Here, Sean and I will take you to 12. Remember, call in if you'd like, 713-780-3776. If you want to call in about the great Mario Edwards signing, that gets you excited. Is it the Texas uniforms that you love? Is it the uneasy feeling that you have with the Astros and their pitching rotation so far? We're open to all callers and all topics. I mean, we just had a tribunal about 2 dunks. So that's what we're on today. But we'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get into the Mario Edwards signing a little bit deeper into that. Talk about what he was in Seattle and what you might expect for him as a Texan. But college football is, I don't know if it's Sean's favorite sport, but it's mine. Is it your favorite sport? Or do you have a different one?
I think it is. I mean, it's bumped up the rankings a little bit now that Texas is good again.
Okay.
I think
that makes sense.
I think NBA had the top spot for a little while, but I think now I think college football is number one.
Well, if you enjoy the college football playoff on ESPN, get ready for it to be around for a lot longer. The new deal is finalized. Some of the revenue stuff involved. The SEC and Big 12 are going to get 32%. The ACC and Big 12 are getting 9%. G5 is getting 1% along with Notre Dame. Actually, I read that wrong. 58% for the SEC and Big 12 combined, 32% for the ACC and Big 12. The Big 10 SEC 58%, Big 12 ACC 32%, Power 5 or Group of 5, 9%, and the Notre Dame gets 1%. Being one school, that makes sense. No finalized model, but there will be protections for automatic qualifiers for the Power 4 champs, plus best Group of 5, and Notre Dame guarantee that'll be determined by Notre Dame's ranking. So the SEC and the Big 10 will have a lot of authority over the format because of their almost monopoly on the sport, considering how many teams and how much revenue they bring in. And there is a provision in 2028. But this is something the other conferences were fighting, but they didn't put up a big fight. The SEC and the Big 12 will be getting most of the money, and the rest will get the scraps, which is what the Big 10 and SEC wanted, and they continue to grab more power over the sport, which is great if you're a fan of those teams. And if you are an advocate for that, you say, we got the best teams. We bring in the most revenue. Why wouldn't we have more control over the thing that determines the title? And if you are a fan of a team in one of the other conferences, you're thinking that sucks. And we know the people in the ACC aren't happy because Florida State and Clemson are currently suing the ACC. That news broke today that Clemson joins Florida State in a lawsuit against the ACC. The ACC is a conference that is on the brink. We know there were rumblings about Florida State looking in. It wasn't even rumblings. They were very open about looking into getting out of the conference. The thought is some of the power brokers in that conference, including Clemson, Miami, and North Carolina, were waiting for one team to step out into the breach, and Florida State was that team. So now it might be open season, but they're going to let Florida State test the waters. And if there's a pathway through that Florida State will lead, then those other three will jump on board. But at a minimum, Clemson is now suing the conference. So if we thought we were done with change on the conference level for college football and college sports in general, well, that was silly, because I think we're on the verge of maybe it just being a Power 3, possibly, if we want to consider the Big 12 as a power conference, because I don't know if the ACC has long for this world. I think those 4 teams are looking for a way out. We brought this up earlier, and we had one caller who didn't think much of the Texas uniforms. We have Warren who wants to talk about them as well. What's up, Warren?
Hey, guys.
That's not
Warren.
Eric. Just say Eric. It's not like I won't keep you off the air. You don't have to pretend to be someone else.
Well, I'm just wondering why the Texans didn't go with the Houston Oilers colors. Tennessee doesn't have the right to the colors. They might have the right to the logo, but they don't have the right to the colors. They don't say anything when Houston Rockets do their H-Town Oiler blue. So the Texans should go back to the Houston Oilers colors. And what do you think about Fox 26, Abigail Dye? She's a big Cowboys fan. And why is Dark Side better than Thanos? I'll hang up and listen.
Eric, you have been pretty good with your calls. This one was terrible, particularly the start. The comic book stuff, whatever. But the Tennessee team kind of does have rights to those colors. That's why the Texans where even if they're going to get close to Columbia blue, they're going to have to give it a different name and be slightly off in the shade. They do actually have the rights to the colors, not just the name. So your call is invalid, and I'm not even going to talk about the other stuff, because normally you start with a sports question and you give your actual name, and if it's a good one, I will entertain the comic book stuff. But I'm not going to entertain Darkseid versus Thanos because you started off with trash. Sorry. And I don't stop. He continues to ask me about Fox 20, not just Fox 26, but all the news anchors, because he has a bit of a fetish for the women in news in this town. I don't watch Fox 26. I don't even know who you're talking about. And anytime you bring up one of those names, I don't know. I don't follow the women who happen to be on television locally. It's not my thing to, wish them a happy birthday and say you look really good today. That's not my thing. I know guys do that, but that's just not me. Sean's laughing because he knows what I'm talking about. Guys do that. I'm just not that guy. I'm not that guy, pal. I'm not going to wish, I guess at one point, I don't even know if she's still on the air, Dominique Saxa, and call her beautiful and say, happy birthday, Dominique. What is that going to do?
I think you should do it. Just
never.
No. Just for, I don't know, a week. You should use you should use social media. Just go with a rebrand and try to be like, well, this isn't exactly positivity, but Mr. Positivity.
A rebrand. That's Mr. Creep. Rebrand. Mr. Loser. That's not a Mr. Positivity.
No, you're wishing people happy birthday.
No, and saying how beautiful she looked today. That's terrible. That's awful. Would you
as a bit you should do it.
It's not because look, I know people are listening, but anyone who's following me and following them and sees me tweet that, they're not gonna know it's a bit. They're like, what type of turn did Dell take? That he's wishing random news reporters happy birthday and telling them how beautiful they are.
Wow. What's going on with Dell?
You do it if you think it's so great. Why don't you do it and we monitor you?
No, because I don't have the brand equity that you do.
I don't have any equity.
You got some brand.
It's all runoff from John and Lance, I guess. But I'm not doing that. That's something I won't do. There's a level of shame I have. Like some things you can't shame me about. Yes, I'm an open nerd when it comes to nerd culture stuff. You want to talk about comic books? Call in. You want to talk about the new trailer for the Star Wars show Acolyte, which is now available to watch? I haven't watched it yet. You can call in about that. But I refuse to start tweeting and DMing random news reporters and telling them how great they look and saying happy birthday to them. There's a line, Sean.
You look great in purple.
It's just a line. I don't know if any of you guys have done that. If you're out there, more power to you. But it never works. Like if it worked, tell me that some woman thought that was so nice of you and you started a real conversation with them. Like the Texan cheerleader stuff was the worst. We don't monitor that anymore, but we used to. We just look at guys and tweet at Texan cheerleaders. Nah, not me. You're gonna have to find someone else for that. Have some shame. Have some self-respect.
I think that's the funniest part to me is the complete the replies like that make you ask yourself, do they know that other people can see these these replies?
This isn't a private conversation.
Do they know that?
Everyone who clicks on her posts, it's going to see what you're saying. Stop it.
Stop.
Where's your dignity, sir?
Even if it was just this one woman saying it, you still probably shouldn't say it.
True, because what are the percentages of that registering, working, and her responding? Because you're not just wishing her happy birthday because you think it'd be great for her to have a great birthday. You're hoping she sees it and goes, oh, Sean, that's very nice. Let me talk to Sean. Sean spelled S-H-A-W and not you. A different Sean.
Thank you.
A different Sean.
I knew that you weren't putting that on.
Yeah, Sean's a very, not generic, but a relatively popular name. So I just picked one, and Sean was the one that popped up. But yeah, not doing that. And Eric, you can always call, but the sports topic has to be better than how come the Texans don't use the Oilers colors, and then say they're not owned by the Titans when they actually are. They actually do belong to them, and they sued the University of Houston about it, cease and desisted them. So it's kind of a big deal, and the Texans don't want to be involved in it. Jackie says, if you started tweeting at women like that, I would legit think you got hacked by a Nigerian prince.
That would be the best part. Is the people that are like, what the hell is going on?
The guy doesn't tweet at all, and now he's doing this.
Did he lose a fantasy football bet?
Yeah, is that my? Oh, that would be my punishment. That's why I'm never going to join, because now that's out there. I would hate that. That's an awful punishment for anyone, particularly of my personality. I gotta. You're at a minimum. You have to tweet at 4 personalities in local news, and then 4 Texans cheerleaders, and wish them a happy birthday and tell them how beautiful they are.
Yeah, that'd be such a good one. You have a week, and you have to you have quotas.
You have to meet
of replying to cheerleaders and prominent
women. In
women.
fact, you have to put the period in front of their at so everyone sees it. You just don't.
Not even a reply.
Everyone has to see it. You can't, because you know what? Maybe someone who follows you doesn't follow them. They'll never see it. You put the period in front of their at, and everyone sees what you're doing. That's the punishment.
Hope you're having a great birthday.
Hey, Jacqueline, you look great today. What happened to that guy? He never tweets, and now look at him.
That is such a great fantasy football punishment.
Look, whatever league you're in, that's what you do to the person who's in last place, and watches all shame. They're hit with shame, and all their dignity drains from them.
That's so much worse than having to sit at a Waffle
Yeah,
House.
and eat and punish yourself with food. Embarrassment, and it's not
public shame.
Public shame is way worse. I think we just created something, the ultimate punishment, particularly for anyone who has any dignity. Some people might not care.
Yeah, that's you need to do some scouting on your league.
You got to know your guys. You got to know the guys in your league.
That there's one person who's like, already been doing it, brother.
Yeah,
Don't know
whatever.
what to tell you.
Well, thanks. Now even more motivation to hit up Melissa. Thanks, Eric Wong. You did spur on a segment, but don't call him with that crap anymore. Come with something better, and I'll gladly entertain the nonsense that follows your sports. You don't think I know what you do? You drop in the sports stuff just so I will answer it, and then you say, you know what? I'm like, I gave Del the sports, and now he can answer all my other stuff, but I'll never answer the anchor stuff. I'm not about that life. Leave those women alone. I'm not objectifying them just because they're on television. Not publicly, at least. You ain't got to sucker me in. We got a couple more segments to go here. If you want to call in with nonsense, please do 713-780-3776 or tweet at me at Delvey2. If you want to tweet at Sean, at Sean A. Mapes. As I said, couple more segments to go. And we're going to talk a little bit about media and when a guy with a big following uses his platform to kind of dump all over a guy who thought he had some breaking news. We'll talk about that on the other side. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We know the Texans are still in the market for a wide receiver. Tyler Boyd's out there, obviously the third guy behind Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. T. Higgins is the name who requested a trade that some people think the Texans should be interested in. That'll cost a lot, and it'll cost compensation. But we know, because of the Keenan Allen pursuit, that they are looking for a guy. Tyler Boyd would cost less. He's a free agent, but maybe they're looking for a legitimate number one. But if you have Nico Collins and Tank Dell, maybe don't look for the high-cost, high-compensation guy if you can get a productive player through free agency. But I don't know if money is really going to be an object there. Obviously, it always is, but they were willing to pay Keenan Allen. So that pursuit will continue, and Tyler Boyd's just one of the guys who is a name that people are kind of looking at to see how much he would cost. I know the Steelers are interested in him as well, at least according to the rumors, and can you really trust him? And this is what leads me into this particular rumor. Now, if you can call it that, because Destin Adams is a reporter. I've never heard of him, but certainly has a following. He writes for the Colts, and he is an analyst for A to Z Sports NFL. Never heard of it, but I'm going to assume he is someone you can trust if you like Colts news. He reported over the weekend that the Colts were sending a 2024 third and an additional pick in 2025 to acquire L'Jarius Sneed, the Chiefs cornerback who they've allowed to seek a trade. So that sent Colts Twitter ablaze. They were thrilled that it would only cost that. Chiefs fans were a little bit more upset considering how good L'Jarius Sneed is. And if they weren't going to be able to keep him, they certainly thought they would get more than that for him. Adam Schefter was asked by Pat McAfee, who is a noted Colts honk because of his time there, about it. They were excited about it. I think they even name-checked Destin Adams in the segment before they asked Schefter about it. And I think Diana Rossini said that the Colts were involved in a potential trade. Schefter, the big man when it comes to breaking news in the NFL, kind of threw water all over it. And here's what he had to say.
The Colts are signing Sneed. You know, he's on a franchise tag with the Kansas City Chiefs. There was a blogger named Destin Adams who covers the Indianapolis Colts this weekend who said, I have it on good authority that Sneed is going to be an Indianapolis Colter, that they're in the lead potentially in trying to get him. Diana Rossini, I believe, obviously formerly of your insider team over there at ESPN, now at The Athletic, she's saying that she's hearing the same thing. I'm pretty zeked up.
I will read to you the comments that I sent to my news desk on Sunday morning when they asked me that very same question about whether Sneed was headed in there. I'll say the exact thing was the two sides, quote unquote, haven't had any conversations.
Dest.
Colts and Chiefs.
Oh, boy.
Dest.
Is that real? Or, so that was yesterday.
100%. Not happening.
Yo, if I'm Destin Adams and Schefter comes out now Schefter, to his credit, didn't say no, that he's wrong, he's dumb, he doesn't know anything. That's McAfee and his boys referencing Adams. But geez, you think you got a giant story in your hands, and the biggest news break on the world says not a chance, they're not even talking. And of course, because this happens, he's got to answer for it. People are going to tweet at Destin Adams about Schefter and Pat McAfee just dumped all over you.
I wonder if he got the initial, hey, Pat McAfee just mentioned you, Dustin. And then 30 seconds later.
It was no.
And Adam Schefter just shoved you in a locker.
Yeah, just dumped your head in the toilet and flushed it. I'm not in the newsbreaker game. I don't know how those guys do it. It seems like your entire career is built on getting information and hoping it pans out. Now, normally for Schefter, you're pretty certain about it because you're legitimately getting it directly from an agent or player or someone in the executive class of a team. I don't know if Destin Adams has those type of sources. Maybe he's like a booster or an insider as far as college football is concerned. He knows a guy who knows a guy who might know something. I'm not. I don't know the depth of his sources. But when the biggest man in the game where you're being highlighted, and you know what? How big would that have been for him if that was real? And you're on Pat McAfee, and then Schefter's like, that report is garbage. There's nothing to that. That's not happening. Rough. Absolutely rough. And Paul chimes in that Destin was mad about Andre Johnson getting in the Hall of Fame over Reggie Wayne. I'm conflicted there because they're both Canes, so I want them both to get in. But Destin, relax. Reggie will probably get into. I mean, he was overshadowed by Marvin Harrison. But relax, Destin. There's room for multiple receivers who played in the same division. It'll be okay.
That is crazy though that he didn't even get the like. I haven't heard that, but
no,
it was that
Schefter went and checked on it.
Not happening.
He checked on the story and was like, "Nah, not happening. Sorry, man."
Man,
I was just crawling to a ball. I don't know if that's the biggest story he would have ever broken. Because what am I doing? I'm not following Destin Adams. But if it was, and then the biggest man in the game says, "Not a thing. Don't even know what he's talking about." It's a rough look.
That is so tough.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there is anything more embarrassing. It will have to be like personal. Like you ask a woman to marry you and she says no. Like, and you're very public about it. It's live and she says no. But as far as his particular field of breaking news, this is the prettiest girl on the ball saying, "Are you kidding me? Don't ask me. There's no chance I'd marry you."
Yeah, it's like if on like I don't even know. There is there's no equivalent. It's like being a number 1 rated like high school recruit or something, and then LeBron watching your highlights and just going, "This guy sucks.
He stinks.
Like this guy can't play."
Yeah.
Because normally it's all like positive.
Everyone's
like,
always positive
they're
about
always
those guys.
positive about like
you're never gonna
he's
trash a
next
young player.
up.
LeBron will be hyped, and LeBron's a steward of the game. He's not gonna kill a kid. This kid's awful.
Tom Brady publicly watching someone's like.
Oh, Tom Brady would though. I think he would crush somebody. Yeah. Destin Adams getting crushed by Adam Schefter didn't call him out. It just so happens that his name was mentioned several times by the McAfee show.
Even worse.
It's worse than that.
It's even worse because McAfee and all these guys were trying to be like Dustin Adams.
They were leaning on him. They were excited about getting Snead. And
yeah.
Schefter said,
like, "I don't know who that is.
I don't know who Destin Adams is, and that's not a story." So goodbye, Destin. And you're hating on Andre, so maybe you deserved it.
Yeah.
Maybe you deserved it.
I don't feel bad for
But can we trust Paul on that, though? He's our source on this one.
No. Paul, if anyone had ever hated on someone, and because that 100% was a Paul Gallant segment or two, was Destin Adams says Andre Johnson shouldn't have been in the Hall of Fame. And Paul has like an encyclopedic memory of things, people that have crossed party lines.
You know, Paul, what I've learned is a generational grudge holder.
Absolutely.
Generational. I mean, we may not want to say that about the quarterbacks in this draft, but Paul, when we talk about grudges, he's a generational talent.
Yes.
When it comes to that.
If you thought, hey, Paul and I kind of got into it, but it was a long time ago. Maybe you forgot. Nuh-uh.
I jokingly said, because his high school football career came up on the John and Lance show.
It always comes up.
For Paul, by Paul. But
on the John and Lance
show.
But it really
Paul,
comes
you heard
up.
that. You heard what Sean did. But it came up on the John and Lance show. And I jokingly said, 8-man football? Just to make a joke. And he hit me with some text about how good he was. And, you don't look fast anymore. You don't look fast. Like, Paul, I played high school football like 18 years ago. He sent me a quote from like a slogan in his locker room at the time. He does not play. Do not cross Paul.
Excuses, skin of a truth.
Pretty much, it was an excuse thing. Pretty much, it was that thing there. How do you know?
Because I've worked on a show for 2 years.
I know. I'm just asking the question. I know how you know. I was like, man, we just tell jokes on the show. Don't question the man and what he did as a football player. Paul Gallant and Joe George will be up next on the Gallant and George show. But before we do that, I don't think you can bet on Paul's high school games at the time. Maybe you could. And if you could, you probably couldn't use MyBookie. But if you want to bet on NCAA games this week, MyBookie is the place to go for that. Just go to mybookie.ag, your one-stop shop for all your sports betting and casino needs, complete with a real-life Vegas experience. Right From the comfort of your home, take your viewing experience to the next level with real-time live betting that lets you stream and bet the games right from the mybookie.ag website. If you sign up now and take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit, which can go all the way up to $1,000, you put in $200, get $300 ready to play instantly using promo code BET975. And the fun doesn't stop there. You'll get up to the minute props, odds, and this week's expert predictions to help you, because sometimes we don't know as much as we think we do. The experts will help you win money this week. The best part about MyBookie, you can bet on anything, anytime, from anywhere. Use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today, only with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
No, particularly if you're not in a toasty environment. It's a little toasty in here, so it doesn't help that I got the hoodie on. But we got a couple more minutes to go before we're out of here. Nandor let me know that the Furiosa trailer is out, the second one, I think, for that. Or maybe the first one was a teaser. This is an actual trailer. So if you don't know what that is a pseudo sequel, prequel, depending on where your Mad Max stuff begins. That's out. And Anya Taylor-Joy is playing the title character Furiosa. I think Charlize Theron was the original Furiosa in the last Mad Max movie. So I got a couple trailers to watch. I got to watch The Acolyte, and then I got to watch the Mad Max trailer, or the Furiosa trailer. Sean is a guy who plays the music for the show, and he's limited because we had a bit of a purge, and Iskowski noticed that we were playing the Spin Doctors. It's very inside baseball stuff, but as a producer here, I do the John and Lance show. Sifting through what you're willing to play and won't play in our new reduced mode is a little interesting. I mean, I at one point was playing Taylor Swift, "Shake It Off," just because I was in a panic and I couldn't find anything I found suitable, and I had to play that.
I mean, I have the excuse if I have 5 hours to budget these songs.
You can repeat songs on different shows.
Yeah, I do.
I got 3 hours, which is what you have coming up next.
Yeah,
I got stuck.
Almost twice that.
I got stuck, and I was in a panic, and I assumed it'd be an instrumental.
Oh,
it was
wasn't
not
even that.
It was the vocals.
I'm really trying to stick to either they have instrumental in the name or they're more recent and they have instrumental.
Yeah.
Again, Very inside.
Very inside. Hey, you don't understand our struggle, people.
Yeah.
What we have to do to keep
these calloused fingers.
Yeah, I mean, we're
having
just moving
to press
buttons.
On, off.
If any of us have callous fingers from this, we're very soft, very soft. Ice Gelsky, I mentioned that because Ice Gelsky tweeted at us and mentioned our dearly departed. He's not dead. He's just not here anymore. Brad Kellner. Apparently, he's a Spin Doctors guy, and you played some Spin Doctors earlier.
It was one of the segments that they had. They would come in with that.
Okay, gotcha. Just reliving the good old days, if you want to call it that.
When I put it in, I was like, I wonder if anyone's gonna.
And of course, Ice Gelsky would. That's kind of his thing. Sean, we talked about before, is a big Texas Longhorn fan, and they're opening up spring. And I kind of sort of taxed him with getting the best tweets as Texas is opening up spring practice. The CFP semifinalists expected to contend for that this year, at least make the playoff because it is expanded. I think it would be a giant disappointment this year if they don't, considering that 12 make it this year.
Yeah.
Like 4 is a big deal. And if you make it, it's a real accomplishment. 12, it's like, oh, you went like 9-3, 10-2.
And
okay.
I'm so glad Texas made the 4-team championship. So now, or the 4-team playoff. So now I can look down on everyone who celebrates making the 12 team.
You're number 9.
Yeah,
Whatever.
cool.
We made it as when it was a real thing. So he was giving me some information, people talking about Quinn Ewers, and I said, hey, just give us some of the best stuff from early in Texas's. They're moving to a new conference, but it's spring, and spring means hype and optimism. So what's coming from the people covering Texas football right now?
So one from the SB Nation site is just before the public window ended, the quarterbacks were throwing. Oh, okay. They're throwing to the wide receivers on air. Missed that part.
Do we have to? Because Sean, in a tweet.
Hey, there's 20 more words left in this tweet.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I thought we were done.
And Quinn Ewers just threw 4 absolutely inch-perfect deep balls, post routes and post-corner routes, in parentheses, with 2 to Jonte Cook, 1 to Matthew Golden, and another one to Isaiah Bond. Every one of them hit his target dead in stride. Against air, by the way.
The only noteworthy thing about that are the new transfer wide receivers mentioned. That's the only thing that would make me say that's something you should tweet. Now, before I talk about having some shame and not tweeting that, how many likes did it get?
1 second, I already moved off of it. 79 likes.
Yeah. So I get
8 retweets.
I get why you want the engagement, but have some shame. He's throwing against air, and is it even at full speed where he's these inch perfect deep balls to wide receivers on air? Knock it off. If Quinn Ewers was struggling with that, the guy guys have discussed as a first-round pick in the upcoming draft, not the upcoming draft, the 2025 draft, that would be a story. If he was dirting balls to guys on air, that's what you tweet about.
Yeah.
But you don't tweet about him hitting guys against air when they're probably going half speed. I've seen those videos. I've seen those routes against air. The wide receivers aren't even running full speed.
Nope.
They're not running full speed. Inch perfect.
Inch perfect.
Embarrassing.
Could have handed it to him better. Also, you could have handed it to him because there's no defense.
Yeah, you could have ran with him, actually, and handed it to him because there's no one rushing or covering.
And he's going at 40%.
Yeah.
We have a short quote from Steve Sarkisian. Quote, for our first day of spring practice, I was definitely pleased.
Oh, good. That's good. Better than being pissed.
And then he, I guess, expounds on it. I think we're going to be, when the dust settles, a really good offensive team that will have balance. I think we're going to be a very good defensive team that is going to be able to have some versatility in man, zone, and pressure. And I think we're going to be good on special teams.
And we're concerned, right? Because only just good on special teams?
Really good offense.
You know how
very good defense.
Just good on special teams. You know how deep Sean is into Texas football? He let me know that one of their best gunners is no longer on the team.
The punter too.
Yeah, the punter I get you, but the gunner transferring, he knew.
Keaton Crawford, man.
He's out. He's going to
go light up in the Mountain West.
He wants to catch passes as opposed to just being a gunner. So, some depth issues for Texas. Their best gunner is gone. I'm sure they'll find a guy.
I don't know. Big shoes to fill.
Well, maybe
actually not big shoes.
Yeah, maybe Sarkisian is just as concerned as you are because he thinks
only
they're only good. They're missing a specialist, and they're missing one of their best special teams
at
players.
least one specialist. Jordan Wintine also played a lot of special.
See? Now Sarkisian
Xavier Worthy was a returner.
is validated in his thoughts about maybe just only being good on special teams. Not great.
Again, day one.
Stay one. They'll find a returner maybe and a gunner.
I'm sure they can find someone on the roster that can return kicks.
All you got to do is find a guy who will catch a football. That's the most important thing, and not be afraid, and then we'll work from there.
Catch one catch, 2, be fast.
Yeah, those are the 2 things. Well, 3, not be afraid. Those are the 3.
I assume not be afraid, but yes, that is a good.
Yes,
point.
maybe that's involved with catching a football,
But I
not
think
being
fast
afraid.
needs to be included because then you have Johnny Knoxville as your returner.
It's true. You want a guy who can make a guy miss and run away from people. That'll wrap up this show. Gallant and George will be coming up next. Generational grudge holder and Joe coming up next on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can obviously watch the show and the rest of the day on YouTube. ESPN Houston is where you find them. You want to comment, because I know Paul is always in the chat. You can talk to him there as well. Once again, that wraps up the show. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Well, after all the hype this weekend, and we hoped the Houston Astros would be adding Blake Snell to the roster, to the rotation, they're not. Paul, Joe, and Sean here with you. Gallant George, 12-3. Blake Snell has signed a deal with the San Francisco Giants. 2 years, $62 million. That's a lot of money. It's less than what was reported the asking price was. Not by much. It's a semantics thing here a little bit. We're talking like $3-4 million. But Paul, the Astros missed out on Blake Snell, and I want to start with Jim Crane because he seems to be catching the most frustration amongst Astros Twitter. That people are very upset that they did not pay Blake Snell.
Are you upset?
I'm not.
I'm not either. I wish I was upset. Maybe it's because I feel there's still a chance that they get Jordan Montgomery or somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they don't go that route. But I feel like the aggression that Jim Crane showed this offseason in immediately signing Josh Hader after Kendall Graveman got hurt, I'm not sure it would be wise for him to follow up another injury, even if you, Joe, think that we might not see Jose Urquidy the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Fair, at least thought in the back of your head. Would it be wise for him to be reactionary twice and perhaps overpay twice, especially if it could mean the end of Alex Bregman or another Houston Astros time in Houston in the not too distant future? We all want to think about the short term. You do have to think about the long term, though. And I think over this run, the Astros have done a very good job of balancing the two of those, but specifically thinking about the big picture more often than the now.
And the reason why I think the Snell versus Hader are so different just because of what you have internally, right? You have who's your sixth inning guy right now? If Christian Javier only gives you 5 innings, who are you going to in the sixth?
It's a great question right now. I think that when guys are healthy, you'll have a better feel for it.
Yeah.
You could use some of the starters that are no longer in the rotation. Maybe that's JP France again, or it's Ronel Blanco. But yeah, right now, you got a lot of questions to answer. And also don't forget, too, that the first 2 games of the year, the Astros are going to have 25 guys on the roster because Brian Abreu is suspended.
Yeah, so you don't know who's going to be your 6th inning guy. So if you didn't have Josh Hader, you wouldn't know who's your 7th inning guy. You would only have your 8th and 9th. Now, so that's why that signing to me, the urgency, the dollar amount, all of that makes more sense just logically for the Astros than Blake Snell because in theory, you still have maybe Urquidy, you still have Garcia, you still have McCullers, you have Spencer Arrighetti, who's pitched pretty solid so far in spring training. You have Hunter Brown, who Joe Espada said he could be a number 1 if he takes the next step. You have depth. You have Ronel Blanco, who a lot of people like. The point is the depth rotation is way better than the bullpen depth.
But there's a asterisk of hopefully eventually having depth.
That's true.
That's what makes it a little bit uneasy, I imagine, for a lot of people out there. And as brought up on our Twitch, you do wonder also about who's the first starter in your rotation. Framber Valdez, okay.
Yep.
Christian Javier. But after that, you are looking at it with a bit of a side eye or a raised eyebrow because right now, the depth, which at some point this year could be incredible, does not exist.
It does not right now. But it's good enough right now where I don't think you had to overspend on Blake Snell the way you had to on Hader. If you start the season with Framber, Javier, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, JP France, 5 of those 6 guys, I feel okay. It's not great. It's not a World Series staff, but that's where the hopes and dreams of 6 months into the season or whatever, or 3 months into the season when you get to June and July, that those issues will start to fix themselves. Justin Verlander will be in this rotation by April 15th. April 30th, probably the absolute latest. So you're missing at most a month of games from JV. You're going to get those other guys back, you hope, at least one of them in Luis Garcia, I'm confident in, that you will see pitch for the Astros this year. Are you more confident that you'll see Urquidy or Lance McCullers right now?
Oof. I think I have to say McCullers. I'm with you in that. I hear forearm strain, and I'm not feeling great.
I don't feel great either. So that's why I'm okay that they passed on Snell. I would have liked it. I think it would have made them better. It would have made them an even better World Series contender this year. But they have enough right now to where they're okay, and Jim Crane didn't have to overreact in this way. And if that's what Blake Snell's getting, It's not going to be what Jordan Montgomery gets. It's not going to be what Michael Lorenzen gets. And those are probably your next two names that you're looking at in free agency that are still out there.
Those are the two targets left. Interesting question about Montgomery on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston from Stephen Hill, who says, I think Crane already knows Bregman is gone. Too many years, too much money. Tucker will be the focus. So I say sign Montgomery, says Stephen, if he doesn't insist on too many years. Is that what they should be thinking about doing? Do you look at Alex Bregman right now as someone who's probably not going to come back? Because I know, Joe, over the last couple of weeks, you've brought up that you don't think that Bregman's going to get the deal that he's looking for. You're looking.
Yesterday proved it again. Scott Boras is washed.
Boras is washed.
He's washed.
He's going to sue you for slander.
Look at his offseason. Cody Bellinger got the longest contract of 3 years. He's misplayed all of his players.
How does Scotty get his groove back?
Hopefully not with Alex Bregman and the Astros with a 10-year deal. But
I mean, yeah, because Jose Altuve, that deal was very, very Astros friendly.
It's just these.
It's the best second baseman in baseball.
Yeah, Scott Boras is washed. Cody Bellinger, 3 years, $80 million with opt-outs. Blake Snell, 2 years, $62 with opt-outs.
So
Matt Chapman, 3 years, $54 with opt-outs.
If you throw an insulting offer at Scott Boras right now, is he down so bad that he'd take it?
No, he's not.
Does he have the 2 a.m. drunk goggles on and he's like, oh, well, money's money, and I just get all in that bag of money.
I wish they could, but no. Alex Bregman will hit free agency, and he will be a free agent on March 10th, 2025 still. Because I don't know what Scott Boras is doing. I think he still believes that the 10-year, $300 million contracts are just out there for everyone, and they're so clearly they're not. I feel great. I think Alex Bregman's going to be back with the Astros.
Just heard here from Joe George. Scott Boras, bitch. I didn't say it.
Yep.
I can't believe he said it.
Yeah.
And I'm just interpreting it for the simple folk.
I'm
out
okay
there.
with that. I support that message.
Joe George thinks
My name
Scott
is Joe
Boras,
George, and I support this message.
Scott Boras is washed. That it does feel that way, though. It really does.
Yeah.
That's all he got for Blake Snell. The guy won the Cy Young twice, right?
Yes, and those are and they're high value contracts, but there's no stability, and the idea that all these guys are going to opt out again after 1 year and all hit free agency at the same time again, and like next offseason is going to go so much better for them. How? It's just not. So I'm okay with this. I would have liked Blake Snell. Blake Snell would have made this team an even better World Series contender in the short term and in the long term, but the sky is not falling. So no, I'm not mad at Jim Crane.
What if they don't get Jordan Montgomery? What if they don't get another arm? Where you at?
Yeah, that is. I still feel okay because I still believe in Justin Verlander. I still believe in Fromber for the most part. And
Javier for the most part.
I believe in Javier more than I believe in Fromber. I don't know if that's a bad take or not.
No, I feel you on that. I think that when Javier is on his A game, it's better stuff.
Yeah.
But Fromber is a guy that, at least in the recent past, has shown he's more consistent than Javier.
100%.
The problem was just it wasn't last year.
Yeah, and Christian Javier is obviously his biggest issue is that oftentimes his pitch count's so high, he only gives you 5 innings.
He's a lot like Blake Snell.
Yeah.
I mean, Snell is one of those other guys who he's going to walk some people. He led the majors in walks last year. So that's a reason to walk away from the idea of paying that guy $30+ million a year. I am with you in that I am not going to crush Jim Crane for not signing off on that. I'm not going to crush Dana Brown for not making it happen. And I would understand the reasoning if they don't sign Jordan Montgomery or the other pitcher that
Michael
you mentioned.
Lorenzen.
If they don't sign Michael Lorenzen either, I don't think I'm going to get mad because conceptually they have depth down the road. But there is a lot of wishful thinking right now with depth in the Astros going forward, especially when you consider the other new wrinkle for the Astros this coming season.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating season with this rotation, with the bullpen. But maybe part of this for me, Paul, is that it is Abreu, Hader, and Presley. It takes away some of the stress of the rotation. That if this offense can perform to somewhere in the mix of what they did on the road versus at home last year and just be pretty competent at all times, which we all know they're capable of being, they can keep Blanco and Arrighetti in games and get you to the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning to where your bullpen can shut the door and you can find a way to grind out games throughout the year. So that's why I still feel positive overall.
I got you on that. The other wrinkle is Espada being in as new manager, and I think based off of just some of the things that you've heard from him and some of the actions of spring training, it does feel like Espada, right now at least, is going to be less of an off-day giver, if that makes any sense. It feels like, compared to Dusty Baker, where it felt like you had a rotating wheel of, wait, why are 2 guys out of the lineup today? It feels like there'll be less of that, which also could lend itself to depth issues, theoretically, if guys are worn down by the end of the year. Because that's the thing that Dusty's done, I think, the best the last couple of seasons. I think Dusty managing players' innings and pitchers' innings has led to them being as fresh as possible for the end of the year, especially considering that basically over the last 7 years, the Astros have played, probably like half a season, maybe even a little more, with all these postseason games that they've been in. So now you got to wonder if, in addition to the lack of depth that you have right now, that Espada is going to ask for more out of these players and pitchers, and if that potentially has a side effect down the road.
I mean, I'm curious how Espada will handle, the younger arms, because he's still going to keep in mind about, pitch counts and all that stuff. I don't think the off days are going to be as frequent within the lineup.
Dubon, who's tearing it up in spring training, it does seem like he will be playing regularly. He should be playing regularly.
I think he
with the way
will.
He's hitting right now.
Yeah. Because the thing about
He carried
Dubon,
the team at the beginning of the year last
yeah,
year.
he was incredible for Altuve the whole first part of
It
the
was
season.
insane. I was like, wait, what?
He was unreal.
Acquired mass Mauricio.
Mauricio Dubon was the guy that people were talking about. Why is he even on this team last year in spring training? Not everyone. I like Mauricio Dubon, but I was just over the whole personal center fielder thing that they tried the year before.
The valet.
It's such a weird thing that Dusty Baker did.
I like the weird idiosyncrasies of pitchers, though. It's like, you got to have Mauricio Dubon.
I think that was a Dusty thing, though.
It probably was.
I can't imagine Justin Verlander. Catcher, yes. Want Maldi, always. But the idea that he was going to ask for Dubon surprises me.
I only like the idiosyncrasies from pitchers if they're like Justin Verlander.
That's fair.
If they're good.
What's your bar?
Have some pelts on the walls.
Is Fromber good
Have some
enough?
pelts on the walls.
Fromber has some
Be a
sort
future Hall of Famer.
Fromber, World Series champion. Fromber Valdez. I mean, they wear specific jerseys that Fromber wants to wear.
I think he could have done it in 2022. I think it's taken away. Like him being able to call his own pitches, taken away from him.
That's one of the things early on that I like about Espada. I like how he took that away from him right away.
I like both parts of it. Willing to try stuff and willing to be like, nope.
Yeah. Like the immediate reaction, everyone knows this. If you have a boss, people make mistakes. They make bad hires. They make bad decisions. And then you have to pivot right away. You have to change something that doesn't work. And that didn't work. It was one spring training start, and it was clearly a disaster, and they got rid of it.
I hope that the side effect of that, though, or the consequence of that, isn't Fromber Valdez pulling a Chris Sale at some point and cutting up a jersey.
Which jerseys?
I wouldn't mind if he cut up the Space City ones.
I don't love them.
I don't really like the Space City ones. I like the orange ones, and I can't believe they haven't worn the Tequila Sunrises in as long as they haven't. When was the last time they wore those things? It's been a hot minute.
They wore
the Tequila Sunrise jerseys are their best unis, and they never wear them. And I saw people were thinking about bringing back the blue and gold or bringing back the disgusting brick red crap. No. Give me the Tequila Sunrise.
Did they lose the copyright to the Tequila Sunrise?
Good question.
I can't remember them wearing it as
no, because it's always it's always a giveaway.
Yeah, but I mean, I just don't remember them actually wearing it as a throwback, and there is really no excuse for that.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time. It's been a while. I can't imagine they've done it recently. The Phillies wear their old school jerseys, which I like. Those baby blue jerseys are nice.
Everyone has a baby blue jersey now.
That's what I don't like, is that every team has a baby blue jersey now.
Well, got bad news for the Texans jerseys when they all come out. We got jerseys yesterday.
We did.
We'll get to that later in the show, but it's time for a new segment we're going to try. The Texans have added Mario Edwards Jr. to the defensive line, but there's still free agent names to be had. It's time for Texans Tinder. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Some pushback from the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning conversation we're having there towards the end of the segment because text here from 8437, it was literally Neris or Brady Presley last year. Adding Hader is great, but to say that's light years better than last year, I wouldn't say so. I don't think I said light years. It is better, though. Ryan Presley is one of the best closers in baseball, and he's your 8th inning guy now.
You will miss Neris largely because the Hector Neris show wasn't just about the pitching, but Hader is an upgrade over Neris.
He does.
So I am with you in that it's an upgrade. I don't think you said light years either.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I said light years. I hope I didn't say light years, because if I said light years, that's wrong.
And if you said light years and I didn't hear it, then I'm guilty of once again doing something that I often did to Sean on the Paul Gallant show, which was not listen. Yeah.
Oh, is that something that happens?
Sometimes I do.
It's okay.
I'm getting better.
It's the funniest thing about sports radio is how often we don't listen to each other.
I'm working on myself. I am trying to be the best teammate I can be, to quote Arian Foster, who said that like 17 times in one press conference.
Try only saying it once.
I'm just trying to be the best teammate I can be.
Are you trying to send a message now?
I'm just trying to be the best teammate I can be.
Are you upset about how the show's gone so far?
Just trying to be the best teammate I can be.
Okay.
I hope he gives a better answer to that off the air. So Texans free agency. All the big names are done. They brought in Mario Edwards today. So another pass rusher, another low-level signing that's not – it's not going to make the Texans a Super Bowl contender, but it's more depth. And when you let go Sheldon Rankins, who we'll get to a little bit later in the show because he seems to take some shots at the Texans, but Mark Edwards is a good depth piece for this team with Danico Autry, with Will Anderson, with Daniil Hunter. It's just it's good depth for this team. So I like the move. It doesn't prevent them from doing anything in the draft, so it's fine with me.
Defensive tackles, safeties, corners. These are really the only names I want to hear. Maybe interior offensive linemen as well. Mario Edwards, to my knowledge, is more of an edge guy, so I'm not pushing back on it. Hey, if you add more and more depth on the edge, good. You need waves, but you also need waves in the interior, and you don't really have that right now.
Safety is an interesting one because
they've done nothing. I don't even think there's been a name linked to them yet.
Is that just not a signal to you, Paul, that they're good? That they feel comfortable with that Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie?
It probably is. And I mean, that might be a mistake. That might be D'Amico Ryan saying, well, he's my guy, and I would like him to stick around for another year. But I mean, they got beat deep a lot. And safety, that's your job. That's your one job. Don't get beat over the top.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't addressed the position because even a guy like Kareem Jackson is a free agent again, so they haven't even brought him in. But you have Justin Simmons, Eddie Jackson, Quandre Diggs all available. So we're gonna play a new game today. We're going to play Texans Tinder. We're going to do this 2 times throughout the show. And so what are our options here? Swipe right, which is a good thing if you're an old and don't know what Tinder is.
Swipe right and or swarm.
So swarm and then not Texans worthy means that we're not interested.
We're swiping left.
All right. Well,
you're uggo.
So Quandre Diggs?
Oh, I'm not just swarming. I am
super swarming.
Super swarming. Because you can do that on these apps. There's a button you can press to super like somebody. So
isn't that kind of creepy?
No, it's not. Because you jump to the front, and the hotties out there are getting bombarded with super likes generally. So you got to stand out.
But then you're not really jumping to the front.
Yeah, but you're bombarded.
Jumping to, it's just like inflation.
You're jumping to more of a front. Again, I'm off the apps. Don't make me get back on them to experiment.
So there's the swipe right. Mm-hmm. There's the super like.
Correct.
And that's what you get on the front of the line.
Correct.
But they're getting bombarded with super likes. Is there then like an ultra light?
Probably.
Where you can get on the top, go first.
Because you have to like pay for it.
Yeah. These apps want to make extra money.
Pay
so
$3 to be the first person she swipes left on.
Right. They make tons of money off of this. These are new features they added. It used to just be swipe right, swipe left. Nope. Now you can pay to try and game the system.
All right, so Quandre Diggs is in our pool still for players we would like to see the Texans add at this point in free agency.
Swarm all over that.
We'll stick with safeties here for a second.
Okay.
Eddie Jackson.
Let's swipe left.
Okay.
He is not Texans worthy.
Why?
I don't know. I just it's not. You know what? When I say that,
I know it makes me
immediately
slander. It makes me feel like immediately like he did something wrong.
You know what?
He didn't. But
I'm just gonna say swipe left. Yeah, this isn't.
He's not. He's not new Texans worthy.
This isn't Joe Mixon in 2014.
Yeah.
Correct. On the field, Texans worthy.
Yeah.
I have very little opinion on Eddie Jackson, so I will default to swipe left.
Yeah, we're gonna go left. He wasn't good for the Bears last year. Justin Simmons, last safety.
Swipe left. He's gonna be too much.
Still?
I think it'll be too much. I think he's going to be the highest paid safety. Seems like everyone likes him. And I would imagine that means it's going to be 12, 13, 14 million a year or something like that.
Huh. I would still say swipe right. He's a swarm guy for me. Because at this point for agency, there's not a lot of money to go around still. So I would imagine he's kind of missed his market.
I gotcha. Until Quandre Diggs is off the market, I'm swiping left on every single safety.
Fair. Sean, you got to break the tie.
His like spot track calculated market value is $11 million per year.
Okay. So are you swarm or not Texans worthy?
I'll swarm.
Okay. So we've added Justin Simmons.
You can't put all your eggs in the Quandre Diggs basket.
Yes, you can. True. Yes, you can. I am putting all my eggs in the Quandre Diggs basket.
Okay.
Happy Easter.
I'm willing to, see some other people. Swipe right on some other people.
Oh. Freak.
Yeah,
cornerback.
play the field.
Let's do a cornerback. 6'5", 1'7" right away says bring Quandre Diggs home. Paul loves that idea.
Yeah.
I love that idea too. Just give him the opportunity to beat out one of the safeties. I think that's what they need. It's not just a depth piece. They should be bringing in a player that has a chance to compete with Ward and Petrie, and you just figure out the safety room. You put the best 2 safeties on the field.
There's a chance that these people could start.
Yeah, because first of all, Jimmy Ward won't be on the field. I like Jimmy Ward, but he's doing so much PR right now to make people like him again.
Another reason to bring in Quandre Diggs. Guess who his best friend is?
You?
Tyler Lockett.
Oh.
I like Tyler Lockett. 9062 gives a suggestion. We'll throw this person in. Jamal Adams.
No.
Not Texans.
No.
See ya, buddy.
He's not Texans worthy, in fact.
Take those, what's it called? Take those armbands with you.
Yeah, been there and done that. He is he's very sensitive and he's very only in the box. Like you can't use him anywhere else.
Nice.
Always in that
It's
box.
good for regular Tinder. Not
Loves
good for
box.
Texans.
Cornerback, is that your next position of need for the Houston Texans right now in the offseason?
Yeah, because I mean Jeffrey Okudah, you can't.
It's not enough.
You just don't. I don't want him out there yet. You know, he has to earn all of our trust. It's his third team.
Lonnie Johnson too.
I forgot. And there was there's another guy too. They brought it. I just don't remember.
He's
who
a special
it was.
teamer. I think his name is Mike Adams. I could be
Yep,
wrong.
that's correct. Stephon Gilmore, 33 years old, good player still.
Yeah, he played well.
Probably looking for a decent contract.
Played well in Dallas last year. I wonder if he's at the point now where he realizes he's just going to be getting 1-year contracts the rest of his career, though. If he's looking for a long-term deal that does allow you to move some money around, he was pretty damn good last year for Dallas, all things considered. I mean, I don't think and with the Colts too the year before. It's weird. I mean, he wasn't Defensive Player of the Year that long ago, but then you go back in time and you realize, oh yeah, that was 2018. So it was a hot minute.
So Stephon Gilmore, that's a yes. Sounds like that's
I will swarm on Stephon Gilmore.
We're gonna swarm on Gilmore. Okay.
Yeah, swarm. Not my first choice, but swarm.
Okay, Sean, what's your first choice?
Whoa, dude. Well, it's Steve Nelson.
Okay, that's
hell yeah.
He was next on my list.
Nelson Island.
Steven Nelson. So that's a swipe. That's a
I'd
swarm
swipe right on Steven Nelson.
Yeah, I think he'll be affordable. He's younger than Stephon Gilmore. Less of a because with Gilmore, the reason Gilmore's not my number one option at corner is because of the age, and it's like you could be signing up for the year he falls off a cliff.
Yeah, the other guy I'm curious about is just because of what he said on the NFL Network. Has Patrick Peterson retired yet? But he's 33 years old. So is Gilmore.
On a team? I thought he signed somewhere.
Spotrac has him listed as a free agent. He said the Texans are a sneaky dark horse contender or trendy pick for the Super Bowl.
Sneaky and dark. Yeah, current free agent.
So like, he retired at this point.
33 years old.
Any other corners that stood out to you guys? And we'll get to the offensive side of the ball later in the show.
Cool.
I think that's it really. Defensive tackle. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know enough about defensive tackle play to pick any of these guys that are out there right now.
They signed that Tim Settle last week.
Tier Tart is someone who has been mentioned.
I liked him last year.
You liked him? Well, he's available. Ex-Tite. Are you swarming on Tier Tart?
Ex-Texan.
You swarming on a Tart?
Yeah, I'd swarm on Tart. I'd bring Tart back. They picked him up on waivers last year. He was solid. He was a good player for Tennessee. Clearly, there were issues with Mike Vrabel, and they cut him. But D'Amico brought him in, so maybe they had a bad experience with him, and that's why they're not interested in bringing it back at this point. But I bring it back.
How about 38-year-old Calais Campbell, who is an absolute monster of a human being, 6'8", 282. He is 37 years old right now.
For one last ride on this job with Calais Campbell?
I gotta say, I'd love him for one last ride because he's just a massive human being, and I want the Texans to have some absolute giant that scares everybody.
Okay.
I don't know if where you put him. Like, I don't know if you can move him to the interior. Lance probably knows better, but is he 3-tech? Is he 5-tech? Like, I honestly don't know. All I know is he's huge, and that's all I know about him.
Just in honor of Jeremy Branham, J.J. Watt.
Oh yeah,
swarm.
I'm swarming so hard. Yeah.
Sorry.
But then I'm gonna have to
He's lost too much weight.
I'm gonna have to rebook my
now he's an edge.
My Canton trip. I don't want to have to go to Canton twice. I like the idea of Tom Brady and J.J. Watt being there for one trip.
Man, I don't know. That sucks for J.J. He's gonna be so overshadowed.
Well, yeah, we're talking about the greatest of all time.
Of course, that's my point. Like, it's bad time.
He's still gonna get love.
Speaking of swiping left and right, hey, Paul, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
A friend of mine proposed to his girlfriend. She said no. What should he do?
Break up with her.
Duh.
Break
Didn't
up
we
with
talk
her.
about this last week?
I think we did bring this.
Yeah, you gotta leave her, man. I'm sorry. You gotta tell him. He's got to go.
It's funny, like I'm terrible at this, so you shouldn't be asking me for advice.
No. This is an easy one.
But
Do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly. Don't do as I do. But yeah, I had somebody last night who was like, or on Saturday night who was talking to me about his situationship that he's in with somebody who's got a kid, and she refuses to meet his family, and they've been together for a year and a half. And I was like, yo, dude, like you're answering a lot of your own questions here, man. You seem just sad.
I feel like meeting the family a year and a half in is a long time.
That's a long time, especially if you're continually avoiding it. And yeah. And I think the problem for him is that he likes the kid.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, that
I don't
does
envy
suck.
that situation.
No, that's a complicating factor. That's for sure.
That is for sure. All right, in case you missed it, all the stuff we missed from over the weekend. There's so much tournament nonsense that happened. Maybe one of the best defensive players of all time retired over the weekend completely out of nowhere. So we'll talk about that when we get back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we go to break, though, got to tell you guys about O Athletic. It is the new gym that I'm going to. It was just there this morning. It is an awesome, awesome gym. They have all these different classes that you can take: MMA, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, weightlifting, agility, and they have personal training as well, of course. But they have everything. They can do the programming for whatever you want. Whether you want to be like me and lose weight, whether you want to gain muscle, lean out, whatever you want to do, they can do it for you at O Athletic. They have a sauna, steam room, endless pool. All the good stuff that you want at a gym is right there for you. It's over at 767 North Shepherd. When you go there, make sure you sign up. And when you do, there'll be this little tablet that you sign in. Click radio, and that way they can let you know. That way they know that Joe George sent you by.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Duh, turn on my microphone, Joe. What an idiot. We won't include this in case you missed it, but we have another lawsuit happening in college football or in college athletics.
Okay.
For the second time now, the ACC is being sued by one of their own members. Florida State is suing the ACC so they can try to get out of this awful contract that they are in. Clemson has joined the party and is suing the ACC. The ACC is going to die at some point.
Pour one out.
Who do you want in the Big 12? You want Duke and North Carolina?
I want Syracuse in the Big 12.
Why?
So I can watch their games.
That's such a weird. You want Houston to fly to Syracuse?
Yes.
What about education? What about the kids' education? They're going to fly to New York on a Wednesday? Have to be back in class on Thursday?
Yeah.
Come on, Paul.
It doesn't take 3 days to fly to New York.
I mean,
It's a
they're
long
already
flight.
flying to Florida.
Yeah.
So, is it New York farther?
Listen, you get
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm saying both Houston is flying to Florida and Syracuse is also flying to Florida.
the Big 12 needs the New York City market, which is 3 hours away from Syracuse, New York.
It is interesting.
You just want your to buy a house divided flag, Cougs and Syracuse, and hang it out in front of your.
I want to. That's exactly it. I want to have a half Syracuse, half Cougs jersey. Why are you judging me?
You can't.
Sorry, I believe in polyamory when it comes to fandom. You are shaming me.
No.
It's
That's
2024.
Okay. You can have your polyamory with your sports teams. You can't have the double jersey.
Why not?
It's not okay. The double jersey, unless you are a family member, should not exist.
You telling me it's not okay makes me want to do it.
Where's your Texans Patriots jersey?
Well, that's different.
Why?
That's different.
Where's your Astros
Mariners
jersey?
It still exists.
Yeah, it's in his closet.
But we only wear it when the Mariners need to do something. Like we wore it when the Mariners were playing the Rangers last year, at the end of the year.
I don't know. That's not okay.
Why isn't it okay?
It's just weird.
Well,
not
yeah,
okay.
it's weird, but guess what, Joe?
Yeah.
You're hosting a show with the weird person, man.
Like, I would
Joe's
never
sounding
do that.
real stodgy, real.
Should I get a CJ
Fandom
Stroud?
is between a man and a team.
I'll see if I can find a half CJ Stroud, half Caleb Williams jersey.
That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
Just for you guys.
I mean, it would be a good way for you to slowly leave that horrible narcotic that has had a huge grasp on your life.
They do
Chicago
ruin my
Bears.
life.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Are they the reason you're bald? I don't know.
I think they're part of it.
Probably.
I mean, I think it's just the radio industry is a large part of it.
It's
of
definitely.
why
That's why my hair is gray.
I think
My
that's
hairline's
why like
receding.
90% of radio hosts are losing their hair is because listen, industry is stressful, just to say the least.
Very.
You just never know what's gonna happen.
You
on any
really
given
don't.
Friday. All right, let's get to in case you missed it. Do we have music for this show?
Oh shit! No, that's my fault. I forgot to put it into the run.
All right, we'll start
Classic
with
Paul.
over the weekend in the all these tournament games that were happening. I don't watch low-level college basketball very often, but I do love the fact that a coach got fired over the weekend and then won the tournament, and that was Dan Monson. Here's what he had to say after the game and winning out of nowhere.
When Jim Harbaugh says, who's got it better than him, somebody needs to tell him Dan Munson.
Now, your guys showed up big this tournament, made some big wins. What's special about this group of young men?
They're good people, and that's what you got to start with. They have character. We had an up and down year, but they came in here and they played for each other. We quit playing together and started playing for each other.
Now, Coach, you have an amazing resume, a great career. Where does this moment rank for you as a coach?
Well, I got the 99 run at Gonzaga, but as Mark Fuchs said in a text, why don't we have a run at the first year and one in the last? But I don't think this is my last. I love coaching. I love teams. I need a new challenge, but it's life. It's on to the next chapter.
He mentions in this answer, he says, like, it's good people.
Mm-hmm.
And, we're in it together. It's funny because he's clearly taking the most subtle shots he possibly can at the Long Beach State athletic department, I assume.
He also threw up the flag of like, why not do it in the first year and then the last year? But it's not my last year.
Yeah.
I am available.
So he gets fired on Monday, wins the tournament on Saturday, makes the tournament for the first time for Long Beach State in forever. First of all,
why did they fire him?
Coaching is, I don't think they're very good.
I mean, why would you fire him before the tournament? Let it play out and then do it.
It's not the weirdest firing since there's no audio with these really, but We saw it in women's basketball last week, and then it happened in men's college basketball this week. These athletic directors and SIDs are firing their coaches before they walk to the podium.
Yeah.
And that is strange. I don't like that. Look, if you want to fire someone on site, leave them on the tarmac at an airport, whatever. But to fire someone and then to like put them in front of the media where then they have to tell the media like, we're not rebuilding next year because I won't be here, that's bizarre.
I kind of like it because it means that chaos could happen. So you might actually get an epic rant at the podium from somebody who's probably very emotional after having just been canned. But for the most part, I think most of them know, yeah, I'm going to have to kind of bite my tongue here so that I potentially have another situation where I can get hired to. But I got to say, if you are canned and you're up at the podium, you have a tremendous opportunity in front of you right there to bring everyone down with you.
Or Dan Munson, and you go on a Disney movie run.
Yeah.
And you get to play Arizona in round 1.
So are we taking Long Beach State over Arizona in the first round?
Hell
yeah. Is that what we're saying?
You know what? I'm going to do it probably.
Arizona lost to a 15 seed last year. Princeton.
Now, one thing we know about sports is that oftentimes when chaos happens and when you need someone to tell you what's happening, the best person for the job is it's Kevin Harlan, and it happened again over the weekend.
My goodness, oh my gosh, they got confetti falling right now. Confetti is falling on the floor. They're going to have to stop playing. We can't see our notes. The players can't work on this court. Confetti is everywhere. Somebody hit the wrong button.
Well, Kevin, to be honest with you, there's not a lot of this confetti that made it on the court. Most of it fell on us. But I think they were just trying to honor you, Kevin. You deserve confetti everywhere you go.
Yeah, right. Our officials wisely stopped it, but that was an early ejection right there. And they're going to have to reload it now for the winner. I mean, my goodness, it's.
Well, your winner might have to go confetti-less, at least in this part of the.
Well, Dan, you're not going to go confetti-less. You're collecting it like you're going to bring it home to your grandkids or something.
Well, you know, my grandkids would probably like this.
It's confetti.
I love Kevin Harlan. He's just always on his. Whenever there's someone that runs on the field, his calls are always the best. He's the best at that stuff.
I've collected confetti, though. I don't like Kevin Harlan shaming confetti collectors.
Yeah, I have confetti.
When the Astros won the World Series in 2022, I got a piece of confetti. I put it on the credential that I had for the World Series, and now it's framed.
Oh, mine's not framed. It's just like sitting
Amateur.
in my house.
In a Ziploc bag somewhere.
And it's just like
hey,
on
don't
the
throw
counter.
That away.
Yeah, that's probably actually. I wouldn't be surprised if it got thrown away already.
Whip it out of the bag.
Since then, it's probably gotten thrown.
Oh yeah,
away.
that thing's gone, dude.
And maybe it is gone. I need to look for it.
You
got
to find.
I'm
that
pretty
bag.
confident I know where it's at, but I'm not. Now I'm not totally sure.
You got to find the bag and open it up and just take a little sniff.
And then
championship.
Rick Pitino.
Slick Rick.
He's always up to something, and he is not like net.
Most people are mad about the NET, which is the new terminology for the NIT tournament. And you saw a bunch of blue blood schools who would have made it decide, no, we're too good for it, which I got to say, you guys are soft. Play in the actual tournament. But here's Rick Pitino just dumping on the entire premise of the NET.
Well, first of all, I think we all should probably never mention that word again because I think it's fraudulent. You know, my son was 25 in the net, and he was saying he wasn't in with 25 wins. So I think the net's something that shouldn't even be mentioned anymore. I think that we had a good strength of schedule. Ken Palm, why mention him? We were 26 in Ken Palm. So I don't know. It's we tried to play a tough schedule. We tried to do things the right way, and we didn't get in. But
got to stop doing things the right way, Rick. Get back to the roots.
I know there's so many teams that you have to put into this tournament, so they use net and Ken Palm and these different things to try to help evaluate it. There's got to be a better way. Maybe it's just the fact that like the guy who did from the committee who did the interview on television on Sunday night, he sucked. Every time it's the same with the college football playoff. Every single time you ask these guys a question, they give you the most non-answers ever. And normally I'm okay with that. These are the one moments where I think you should have to defend why X team is in and Y team is out of the tournament, and they just don't do it.
It is strange that they don't, because you would think that they'd want to get people off their ass if they're maybe getting second guessed. But I bet at the same time they're thinking to themselves, if I say anything, they're going to get mad at me. So what's the point?
Yeah, like what's the thing that he can say to St. John's for them to be like, you know what? Never mind. I know we're 26th in the net, but it's all right that we're sitting at home. Like it's a little bit the idea that there's no great way to break up with someone. You just kind of have to do it. That's kind of what they have to do. Is like, hey, this is somewhat. They're also having to answer for a committee, so there's different opinions that they're having to narrow down into a minute and a half long answer on CBS. So yeah, it's not an enviable position. And also, I don't care about the bubble because be better.
I mean, Rick Pitino should have talked the Johnnies out of the tournament because of the amount of times he just dumped on them publicly.
That's the other thing. Sorry, we're not feeling bad for you when 10 days ago you're like, this team sucks.
He said the only way they were going to beat UConn is if UConn got COVID.
Did he really say that?
Yeah. He was saying it sarcastically, but I mean, again, you put that on a piece of paper.
It's also true.
It also is true.
Yeah. All right, the one thing we didn't get to in case you missed it, what we missed yesterday on this show. Yesterday was the 2-year anniversary of maybe the greatest trade of all time in Texans history when they traded away Deshaun Watson. We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Love this stuff. It's smooth. It's refreshing. It's something that I like to have at the end of a long day to unwind, but also to unlock my inner cowboy. Pendleton Whiskey is made with the finest northern grains. It is cut with Mount Hood Glacier water, barrel-aged in American oak. You blend it all together, and you've got yourself a spirit that captures the spirit of the American West in every single bottle. Sure, the rodeo is behind us, but Pendleton Whiskey, with that, you can always find that inner cowboy. Pendleton Whiskey, it's true Western tradition.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
2 years ago, yesterday, the Houston Texans traded away Deshaun Watson to the Cleveland Browns. And as of right now, this is their return, Paul. Will Anderson, Tank Dell, John Mechie, Christian Harris, Damian Pierce, Kenyon Green, Xavier Hutchinson, Thomas Booker, Brandon Hill, a 2024 second-round pick, I guess, and a 2024 third-round pick. Do you also get credit for the other second-round pick you got by trading back with the Vikings? Because it was the Browns pick that you moved.
This is
Yes,
where this
of
is
course
where it
you do.
kinda is like
Because that's all these players were not directly drafted from. It was all moving and shaking. So I guess you get 2 second-round picks out of this. That's quite a lot.
It is a lot. You should list it as they got Will Anderson, Tank Dell, Christian Harris, 1 year of Damian Pierce, and a first and a third out of it.
Yeah, the thing with Will Anderson's like, well, they traded up and they traded their own pick to trade
Yeah, so
up.
I actually don't think Will Anderson really counts for this.
Like,
No. You got to count him because it's the greatest trade ever. But at the same time,
it's a day that lives
Then
in
it was,
asterisk.
it was Deshaun Watson and a first-round pick for all this.
Yeah. When you think back to this trade, it still surprised me how much they got for him because of everything that was going on. All the off-field stuff. In fact, he hadn't played in a year. It was just, I did not think the Texans were going to get this done in the way they did. And the fact that throughout that whole process, Deshaun Watson was choosing where he was going to go. In fact, remember when Deshaun Watson posted something on Twitter or Instagram and he had the number 4 Atlanta Falcons jersey? I don't know if you remember that, but
I do not.
They gave him a mock-up of his jersey when they thought it was going to be the Falcons, and it was like in the photo.
it was pretty close to a done deal with Atlanta, from what I understand. And then the Browns said, screw it. We'll just give him all the guaranteed money because we are that desperate. And we know that he is not going to come. And, hey, credit to Nick Caserio for operating the way that he did, where with Watson's no trade clause, he legitimately could choose wherever he wanted to go. And also, shout out to the Cleveland Browns for offering not just what they offered, but also offering Watson that deal, because Caserio probably wouldn't have come out with such a massive W in being able to get that in return for a guy who now looks like a shell of himself, in addition to being a completely unlikable pariah in the eyes of most.
Yeah, and this trade, as good as it was to get those assets, the way that they flipped them and turned them into other things, just if you just the top three players in this deal that you end up getting back because you traded away Watson, Christian Harris, Will Anderson, Tank Dell. Those are three players that are cornerstone pieces for the Houston Texans and any hope you have of making a Super Bowl run. Those three guys are so key in the future of the Texans. So you got to give that credit to Nick Caserio as well, just for not only executing the trade, but executing getting the right players after. Because really the only one that's been bad, the only player I think you'd want a take back on is Kenyon Green.
Right. And more so after this past season than his rookie year. I suppose there's still a chance he's able to figure it all out. But I'm pretty skeptical on that front. Caserio's done a really good job since taking over. I know some people hate to admit that, but he has. I don't know why they hate to admit it. Maybe they're just looking at him and thinking to themselves, like, well, what is it that he ever did in New England or something like that? But, I mean, to this point, maybe Caserio hasn't been as aggressive as some of the greedy people out there would like, but I feel like he's done a damn good job turning this thing over from an absolute joke of a franchise, rotating through coaches that were probably the only people that they could get to take the job, and then finally getting D'Amico Ryans and working the way that he has with him through 1 year. You feel pretty good about this alignment, if you will, that never happened during the Bill O'Brien era and was often frustrating with Rick Smith and Gary Kubiak before.
Yeah, if there's a pushback to Nick Caserio still today, my guess is it goes back to the connection that he had with Easterby. Like, he's not here if Jack's not here. The way the Watson stuff played out was very ugly. I mean, if you think back in time, Nick Caserio, the first question he was asked, I think by John McClain at his introductory press conference, was about Deshaun Watson's future as the quarterback of the Texans. Having 3 head coaches or 4 head coaches in 4 years, a lot was going on. Everything that kind of was going wrong went wrong, and the outcome is so much better than I ever thought it was going to be. That's where I do see the pushback with Nick Caserio. I never imagined that in 1 year they would flip it in the way that they did.
Yeah, I think a lot of the criticism was valid until September of 2023. And then it is all and the moves he's made since then invalid. Like you can criticize like here and there because nobody's perfect, but overall Nick Caserio has done a great job in totality. And a lot of the questioning was just how long it kind of took to get things going under his tenure, but I think now, and the fact that the Texans deserved zero benefit of the doubt. If the Texans hired you, chances are you're terrible at your job. Yeah, that's what everyone was operating under.
Yeah, for so long, for 2-3 years during the Caserio run, the only time the Texans got talked about on television was if it was a racist organization, the worst organization in the NFL. Colin Cowherd was dumping all over you for whatever reason.
Yeah, or Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson. Like, there was not a positive moment ever before C.J. Stroud was drafted and Will Anderson was drafted since Deshaun Watson got traded. Because even when Watson was traded, people thought it might have been the wrong decision.
Well, I don't think there's I don't think there's any positive Texans news since they're up against the Chiefs. I think from there, it was just like they traded DeAndre Hopkins for pennies on the dollar. And this is obviously before Nick Caserio, but it all goes into it of like, wait, so this trash organization that cannot figure anything out tampered with Nick Caserio to hire him, and we're supposed to just like, oh yeah, I'm sure things will go fine.
No one had the zag during these times, guys. They've hired 3 black head coaches in half a decade. No one had that. I mean,
not really, because they fired 2 of them.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm trying to think of what.
Not until DeMeco Ryan. I think we did it jokingly when they hired DeMeco Ryan.
Yeah,
probably. I mean, if you're trying to make it on a speak for your pizza kind of show, you got to have a zag. You got to, in some way, shape, or form, like bring up the good times that happened over that stretch.
But the thing is, the DeMeco Ryans. Actually, hiring DeMeco Ryans was like the turning point of the they're a competent NFL team.
Yes.
Yeah, because even leading up to that, it was Colin Cowherd going on his radio and TV show saying embarrassing you because what he heard from Sean Payton.
Yeah.
So even leading up to DeMeco Ryans, it was not great.
And that draft was the Kenyon Green and Derek Stingley draft, and Derek Stingley's rookie year was not good.
Yeah.
And then he got hurt. Like it was, again. We can all look back now and be like, of course, Nick Caserio, grand plan, all these moves worked out. But it's like, if you just take snapshots of what it was like in the moment, it was some dark times up until C.J. Stroud proved that he was an awesome football player.
You're probably excited for a second that like, hey, maybe Davis Mills has a future from 2021 to 2022, and they gave 2 awesome retirement packages out to black coaches. Those are the 2 high moments of that 3-year period.
Because when you trade away Deshaun Watson, you think, well, it's been it was 20 years of having an NFL franchise without a franchise quarterback until you draft Deshaun Watson. Then you get him for 3 years, and
he's like, not only does he want out, he's also like a giant piece of crap.
Yeah, and then he's gone, and then so you're like, well, it took them 15 years to find the first franchise quarterback. It's taken some teams decades to find a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, like the Bears.
Yeah, their whole existence.
Yeah. What are the chances? And so you really do have to talk yourself into like, well, if Davis Mills as a 3rd-round pick can be solid, that gives you something to build on. It's like, actually just draft C.J. Stroud and he's awesome.
Maybe that's why I was frustrated with the Texans, because the Mills Mafia made me want to puke.
Oh, they were a little bit much.
Like, the fact that anyone tried to justify the fact he'd be a good quarterback in the NFL
blows
my mind.
Could throw it through the roof of NRG Stadium.
Yeah. All right, our Astros countdown continues next. We're at single digits away from opening day. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Text here from 3993. I'd like to get y'all's thoughts. There have been so many NFL changes this offseason. As a fan, I'm hesitant to buy an individual player's merchandise because you don't know how long they will be there. Is it almost better to get a personalized or blank jersey? Do you buy a player's jersey or wait to see if they'll be here first for a while?
A lot of people think it's weird to wear the jersey of another grown man.
I don't.
I don't either. I think it's weirder to get the personalized one, though the personalized one will age better. Even me, egomaniac that I am, I have not gotten a Patriots number 42 Gallant on the back jersey. I have not. I don't think I ever will. What you should do is, if you have a franchise quarterback, is get the franchise quarterback one if you're looking for longevity. And guess what? The Houston Texans have C.J. Stroud. So that should help you on that front. Once they release the new uniforms, buy away, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you got to wait for the player to make sure they're good. Because I'm sure people if you bought like a John Mechie jersey, you're unhappy with your investment.
Probably a Bama fan.
Yeah, it's like a third-round pick.
Exactly.
If you're picking, hey,
you're probably a family member if you're buying a Mechie pick.
Don't buy a third-round pick rookie's jersey.
I'm trying. Yeah, so like draft a quarterback.
Prove it on the field.
Yeah, first-round pick. As soon as a big-time prospect makes the majors, buy their jerseys then, because you're in that moment, you're gonna get a 5-6 year run out of that jersey. Frankly, I'd be more annoyed with the fact that now the Texans are finally changing their jerseys. Every other sport changes their jerseys so often, at least outside of Houston. I feel like that's where you mostly want the new thing. Like if you're a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, you probably have 300 jerseys. They change them every year.
I doubt it. I think you got like 3.
I do have a custom jersey, but we used it for our baby announcement. That's it.
Okay.
So it said it had our last names on it, and then it had a 2022 on it, or 2021 on it. But that's it. Besides that, I wouldn't do it.
What year did it have on it?
2021.
Okay.
I
said a couple different years.
I said 2022, and I was like, that's wrong. That's not the year my son was born. He was born in 2021. All right, on that note, let's get to our Astros opening day countdown. Nine days until opening day is here. I can't wait. Obviously, the rotation has been a big question mark for this team. All the conversations been happening. One update that we just don't have for you that I find a little bizarre is that Yordan Alvarez left the game yesterday after 2 at-bats. McTaggart, Chandler Rome, all of them, well, none of them, have tweeted out an update of Yordan Alvarez. He's not in the spring training lineup today. I don't know if that's a good thing or that's a bad thing. Maybe a very bad thing or just a nothing burger. But no updates.
Expecting updates. It's like expecting the CIA to fess up to Merck and JFK.
Well, they gave one about Greg Kessinger. That's why I found it odd.
Yeah, they're only going to give it to you for the people that you don't really care that much about, though.
Yeah, it's just someone leaves it after 2 at-bats in a spring training game of Yordan Alvarez's caliber.
He is, though, the poster child for you truly will never know what goes on. And if allergies instead of a foul ball off the foot wasn't the perfect example of that, I don't know what is, but you'll get more this year. Don't worry. You'll get a bunch of weird Alvarez missed game for XYZ.
Hopefully Joe Spato's a little more transparent about why he's out.
I kind of like that they're not transparent. They're trying, one, to make sure that they follow HIPAA rules, and on top of that, it's just funny.
We're gonna fast forward today for our Astros opening day countdown a little bit because this is something that Dana Brown has brought up.
Okay.
Dana Brown has mentioned the trade deadline already this offseason. He has talked about how looking ahead, thinking about what they may or may not need. When you think about the Astros and where they're at right now, and you think forward to the trade deadline, what do you expect to be the talking point of what the Astros need? Is it a bullpen arm, a starter, a center fielder? Where do you think we're headed through this season as the trade deadline eventually gets there?
Bullpen arm. because it feels like you can always trade for a bullpen guy at the deadline, and right now you don't have, as has been said numerous times by everyone covering the Astros, but most specifically highlighted by Chandler Rome, they do not have relievers as things currently stand for the 5th inning if a start doesn't go so well, or the 6th inning. They got some great 7, 8, 9 guys, but you're not going to use those guys every single night as well. So it's middle relief. Who are you going to put into that role? Is Rafael Montero going to bounce back? That's the move that I imagine at the deadline, that if the Astros make one, it's going to be to get another arm like that.
And sometimes you get punished for not looking at tweets, or only looking at tweets, Paul. Joe Espada said that was the plan for Yordan Alvarez to leave after only 2 at-bats yesterday.
So, you believe him?
Yeah.
Why do you believe him?
Because he's not going to lie.
It's very convenient. Why isn't he going to lie? This person that you literally have never met in your life, that is the new manager of the Astros.
He's got a great first name.
That's a great reason. No Joe's lie. What about Joseph Stalin?
All right, touche.
I don't know.
I don't know how to cover that one.
He was a Joseph.
Isn't Joe Espada? Joe Espada's not a Joseph?
Do you think?
But I think if you go as Joe, you're a down to earth kind of guy.
How about the? You know what? Let's
I'm
go.
helping you out, Joe.
His name's not Joseph.
Let's go on the other side of Joseph's. Let's go from Joseph Stalin to like the most good of all the Josephs. Old Jesus's dad. Do you think Joseph was telling everybody that he met that, yeah, my kid's the son of God? You think he was doing that?
Probably not.
But Joes don't lie.
Joes don't lie. So Joe Espada said it was the plan for Yordan Alvarez to leave after. I hate giving out false information. So I'm glad. Shout out to my guy Matt in Jeremy's Fantasy Football League, who just DM'd me and said I was wrong.
Look, Joe said that. That doesn't mean that it's 100% the case. I would want to minimize panic as well.
I mean, we do have to like take something. Like, otherwise we just don't even say what they say.
You're allowed to be skeptical of it, though, if there was, I don't know, an incident where Alvarez left the game after fouling a ball off his foot that was really because of allergies.
But that's speculation.
Yes.
That's
true.
No, I'm saying that's Chandler Rome being like, oh, he fouled a ball off his foot and he's out. Therefore, he fouled off his foot. And then the team can go, oh, it was actually allergies. And then Rome and McTaggart going, oh, weird that he got pulled after 2 at-bats.
Yeah.
They don't know what the actual plan is.
And then they ask him afterwards, and
Joe
they said
Espada knows the plan.
They said that was the plan, but I think with Yordan Alvarez, everything is a little bit trickier because with Yordan, things get weird. They just do. And I kind of like that part of it from a talking about it on the radio perspective. Gives us something to talk about. We don't have Dusty Baker lineups to criticize anymore.
It's true.
What are we going to do?
Speaking of Yordan Alvarez, they're going to be adding a left fielder at the deadline.
Left fielder.
Okay. I think that's going to be the number one thing, because while they're talking about Yordan Alvarez playing more in left field, I don't buy it. I don't buy the Jake Myers spring training hype that's out there. I don't buy this Loperfido kid. Maybe
There's anti-Italian discrimination.
Maybe he will be good. But
I remember Justin Dearden. From
yeah,
last year.
exactly. Justin Dearden couldn't play in Sugarland last year at times, and he was the apple of everyone's eye last year in spring training. So it's going to be left field. Is what I think they're going to be looking to most add at the deadline this year.
Man, you're just doubting old Joey Loperfido, whose full name is Mario Joey Loperfido.
Oh, so he's not even Joe.
Yeah,
that's a middle name, Joe. I think is that weird when people just go by their middle name instead of their actual first name?
I imagine being born in Philadelphia, as he was in the 90s, you're going to have a bunch of people going up to you saying, "It's a Mario." I mean, that would get annoying, right?
Also, his dad might be named Mario.
That's true, too.
You just go by your middle name to differentiate. I know a couple people.
Yeah, and he's a Joey. Have you ever been a Joey?
Very briefly.
You didn't like it seems like.
Very briefly.
You seem very annoyed by it.
No, like fit. I like 2 cousins who still call me Joey from when I was a kid. It's so weird.
Do you get called Joseph?
My wife calls me Joseph.
Does she call you Joseph because that's what she always calls you, or does she call you Joseph sometimes?
Sometimes when I get
yeah,
yelled at.
I was gonna say. I don't think when. Oh, what's up, Joseph?
You know the funny thing about, and the one thing we didn't think about when naming our kid Joseph was that if I get yelled at, he cries. Because he thinks he's getting yelled at.
Hey, you win as a team, you lose as a team.
It's true.
Right?
So we're a team. So I get yelled at, he cries. That's what happens. Sean, what do you think when you look at the deadline? What are the Astros going after?
Those are the 2 positions that I was also thinking. Bullpen because of what Paul said. That's like the cheapest to add. So there's like a lower barrier of investment that you need to make, especially shopping in the aisles that the Astros are going to shop in. That you can just get a expiring contract guy to pitch the
Exactly.
6th and 7th innings sometimes. And yeah, it really falls on, can Jake Myers produce to a level that is acceptable, or else you bump Chaz back to center field and you get a left fielder. That's another one where you could, in theory, trade for a center fielder, but that would probably be more expensive if you're looking for someone that can swing it too. So, the Luis Roberts of the world, probably out of your price range, I would think, but Jim Crane's has surprised us this offseason. But I think those are the two spots where, without knowing an injury that might occur during the season, those are the two holes in the roster that aren't really like that big of holes, but there's some places to shore up when you're looking to make a run.
I mean, because starting pitching, like, that's when you're going to have the biggest deadline of or biggest acquisition of the trade deadline was the return of Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia. So
yeah, but if they don't sign anyone here in the next couple weeks, if they don't sign the Lorenzens or the Montgomerys, they might need to if one of those arms goes down, like we've already seen with Urquidy, or if Bielak and Blanco aren't as ice cold as they were last year.
Someone on the Twitch, I can't remember if it was Poncho or who it was, but suggested that, or just said, don't worry, Jim Crane will trade for Blake Snell at the deadline anyway. That would be funny. If he just goes full like Justin Verlander 2.0, doesn't get Blake Snell, who we wanted last year at the deadline, and the Giants stink this year.
Third time's the charm.
And they bring him back. They just trade for him this off.
Is there a pitcher on the Padres that he could trade for? Because he loves himself some Padres.
He does. Well, didn't the Padres just sign someone recently?
They trade for Cease.
That's right.
Dylan Cease.
So maybe Dylan Cease at the deadline. That's who.
Him.
I mean, he's a rental for a couple months. I mean, that would be a pretty good move. All right. A surprising shot at the Texans, I thought, from one of their now former defensive linemen. We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So yesterday, the Texans uniforms leaked on Twitter. I don't think either of us saw the actual photo until the show had ended.
Correct. Because first, Joe, there was a leak of somebody standing in what looked like a loading dock.
Yes.
Wearing a helmet,
Mm-hmm.
jersey, and shoulder pads. However, this person looked comically small, whether it was due to the shoulder pads, his height, I don't know. But everyone saw it and thought to themselves, wait, this is the rebrand?
And it looked bad.
Because of who was wearing
He
it.
looked like a Pop Warner football player.
Yeah, and also, I told Paul this before the show. I don't think that leak is totally inaccurate, though.
You did say that.
My
gut instinct was this is not it. Someone's trying to get some clicks.
When I worked at Lids, one thing I learned very quickly is that there's two basic jerseys you can buy at like Lids or Academy or one of these places. There's the $150 jersey, which is the number stitched, and it looks closer to the real thing. And then there's the $100 jersey, which is a screen print. The numbers are never the same size. And I think that this jersey that leaked out might be the cheaper version of what you could buy at the store.
So you're saying this is a rogue Dick's Sporting Goods employee. You're pointing the finger at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
I don't know if they have the jerseys yet. I was snooping around to see if I could get some photos of the other ones, and they said they don't have them yet.
NFL Team Shop or something.
Yeah, it just seems like this is the cheaper version. That my guess is somewhere this is a Texans employee who took this too. I did enjoy like Titus Howard's. Like they were just like, who is this guy?
The only person that could post that would seemingly be a rogue Texans employee who maybe, being big brain, had a friend put that on so that he would not face any accountability for his actions to get a few likes and retweets.
But the leak happened, so then Cal McNair on Reddit, obviously intelligently, I like this move, just posted the real things.
Whoever's doing PR for the Texans is doing a fantastic job, because I think Cal posting this on Texans Reddit, like, hey guys, look what I got underneath my trench coat, and showing you these jerseys with Tank Dell and Nico Collins wearing it, looked a lot better.
It looks a lot better.
Now,
I think they look clean.
I'm not a fan. I don't like them.
Oh, really?
I think that they should have kept the numbers red. Or kept the same font that they had on the old numbers. And I also was of the belief that the colors, I guess, were going to get brighter. I don't know why I thought that, though, because I remember when they brought us behind the scenes for the first look at what the uniform might be, they told us, no, we're going to go in the opposite direction. We're going to put a darker blue out there. It looks like, I'm going to use a Gen Z saying here, it's giving horny Atlanta Falcons. And I say horny because there are horns now on the shoulders.
Yeah.
And there seems to be an H logo that we were not quite able to see next to the horns. You know what? Incorporate more horns. I'm a big fan of that. I heard there's another horn that's potentially getting incorporated into a different uniform. But for this one, the away uniforms, the most boring of all the ones that are going to be released, from what I understand, I am not the biggest fan of these.
Gut feeling these will be the least purchased.
Yes.
Because this is one of 4 new jerseys. They're going to have a red helmet. They're going to have 3 other color combinations. I thought we were going to get the H-Town blue incorporated in some of each of the jerseys.
From what I understand, and I heard this through somebody who heard it, so keep in mind.
This is through the grapevine.
Through the grapevine, with a grapevine adjacent to it. There's one uniform that is going to incorporate the as they call it, Italian blue.
Okay.
Instead of Columbia blue.
Okay. Joey Luperfido would love it.
Right.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's going to be more of the same. One of the helmets has an interesting wrinkle that is different than the old Texans logo. And this away uniform is, as Sean said, as you probably know, Joe, like probably going to be the most boring one that's released. Yeah. But it's cool that they gave us a little sneak peek, you know?
It looks like I told this to Dell this morning when we talked about it. It looks like someone could have made this jersey in Madden and not in the last 24 hours, but in the last 20 years of Madden.
Yeah, I
because
see that.
It's like it is very similar to their current road or the road white uniforms, except numbers change the color, a little bit different of a font, and really you just are rotating the stripe to look more like a horn. It's like not even really that much different. I was a little disappointed because, like, I think, Paul, you were the one that told me this, so I think we both were just kind of like feeding each other bad information.
Definitely.
That I thought they were also going to go away from deep steel blue and go with a lighter, more blue kind of blue, in addition to the H-Town blue that they've teased.
But now it's midnight blue.
Oh.
I don't like that.
I like deep steel blue as
yeah,
as the
I know.
brand.
Folks hardworking.
But it's maybe
like
the
So is it not Liberty White anymore?
I think it's still Liberty White and Battle Red and Deep Steel Blue, but it's a deeper steel blue.
They just changed deep steel blue.
They made Deep Steel Blue deeper and bluer.
They're going deeper.
Actually, more, I guess, blacker? I don't know.
Yeah?
It was a blacker version of blue.
I don't know.
Just darker blue, I guess.
Okay, so
let's look close to black. That's all I'm saying.
yeah,
What?
I like these first ones. I'm curious what the other three will look like. My guess is they all will leak, besides the H-Town blue one before April 23rd.
I think this might have been a strategic leak.
Yes.
They knew they were getting crushed on social media.
Exactly. That's why they did it. And to have Cal do it, again, whoever's doing the Texans PR is doing a good job.
Well, I think they also got lucky
It's
that
quick.
was the worst jersey that got leaked first.
Yeah.
Because now it's going to, they're going to take the hit, or not really hit, because I don't think anyone is no, people are definitely trashing this because people will trash anything.
Yes.
But I think for us, this is the one where we're just kind of like, meh, all right. But again, this is pure speculation. I imagine the more drastic changes are coming with the three remaining ones that we haven't seen.
Mhm.
And so that adds a level of kind of build up to April 23rd when they're going to announce them.
So the other thing that's kind of was out there today, Sheldon Rankins did an interview after he signed with the Cincinnati Bengals, and he gave us a surprising little quote here. He said when he was asked about going to Cincinnati and why he likes the idea of being a Bengal, he said, quote, "Stability, a place that wants me as not just part of the next 6-month plan, but of the future, and a team that wants to win to really win it all." The first part of this, the 6-month plan, that doesn't surprise me. That's Robo Casario, 1 to 2 year plan, not long-term guys. He's not going to keep them here. He's not going to sugarcoat it. If you're not part of the future of this team and wants to give you a 3-4 year contract like he would do to Nico Collins or Will Anderson, CJ Stroud, and those guys, I don't think he's going to sugarcoat you. And some guys won't take that well. It sounds like Rankins is not.
I think there's some sour feelings here.
Yeah.
I bet being a part of this in year one, you're excited to potentially go back for a second year. But, I mean, that is who Sheldon Rankins is at this point in his career. This is not a guy that you're looking at as a long-term answer on your defensive line. You want him as long as he's good, but you also are of the mindset that the cliff is coming. So I can understand having comments that could be interpreted as shots against the Houston Texans. Because, yeah, of course there's going to be some sour feelings. I bet he thought he was going to end up coming back here, especially if you take a look at the defensive line depth or lack thereof.
Mm-hmm.
But he wanted to get a long-term deal. I guess the Bengals were willing to give him that, and we'll see how he does there. To his credit, I mean, he is on a team that has been to a Super Bowl recently and can more seriously say we are a Super Bowl contender because of that. It could change next year. Texans could be better. They could elevate themselves to the top tier of the AFC. But where we're at right now, what Sheldon Rankins said, it's not all that wrong. And it is a bit of a shot, but it's not a massive shot.
The second part is really what just surprises me, that he would even say this. The idea just to say that he's now part of a team that wants to win, to really win it all. I don't know if that's a shot.
That's a little salty.
Because that's we're watching all with our eyes and watching Cal McNair's pocketbook empty with players. The Texans are clearly trying to win, maybe in a way that they shouldn't be. maybe being more patient and still building and not trying to go from a 10-win team to a AFC Championship team in year 2 would be the smarter play. But they're so clearly putting their foot on the gas and trying to accelerate this.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, if they had stood pat in free agency or done what, ironically, the Bengals have done in the past, they would be getting crushed if there wasn't a Daniil Hunter move or a Autry move or some of the other things that we've seen go down. So it's interesting to see Rankins react this way. But I imagine Rankins to defend him a little bit, to play devil's advocate, he thinks to himself, well, if a team wants to win a Super Bowl, they're going to sign me.
That's fair. That's definitely fair.
The Texans aren't doing that, so I mean, this team's serious.
Yeah,
that's these are the things you tell yourself. These are the chips that athletes put on their shoulders.
Yeah, there's something about Cincinnati Bengals and bringing in defensive tackles that the Texans don't want anymore. They did with DJ Reader.
DJ Reader was very good for them.
Yeah, and I think, do you like the Reader going to the Lions more, or Rankins going to the Bengals more?
Reader to the Lions.
I think so too. Him next to Aiden Hutchinson should be nasty. I'm very curious about the Detroit Lions next year. The more I think about the NFC, the more confused I am about who's going to be good in that conference.
Yeah,
because it's just Why
don't you buy into the Lions?
I hate them.
I don't hate them.
You know what? I don't hate them. I don't.
Yeah,
hate the
you don't.
Lions.
I figured you wouldn't care about them. They are probably to you
Right
what
now,
the Bills were to me. Like,
right now,
I
I'm
didn't
just
think
jealous.
about them.
Yeah, jealous is
Right now I'm jealous.
I think
Normally I feel
that's
nothing.
what it really is. It's jealous, especially
Yeah.
the way they do it too.
Yeah, and honestly, most of my disdain for the Lions is more just as a football fan when they were so bad and we had to watch them on Thanksgiving every year. And it was just like, can we put other teams on?
Oh, like the
Thanksgiving?
Bears and multiple primetime games every year.
I'm with you guys on that. I support that. I support that message too. Take the Bears off prime time.
I am with you though with the Lions. It was. I mean, even this year when the Lions are good, they still got their asses kicked on the first game on Thanksgiving.
You know what? I believe in the Lions this year. I think they can make the Super Bowl this year. I think they're my NFC pick.
Well, if Sean's right, this weekend.
Where should I put a bet? Is there a place I could put a future bet on that?
There is somewhere. This weekend, Sean, myself, Brian McDonald, we're heading to LaBerge in Lake Charles. We're going to be doing a show. We're taking the show on the road. We're doing the bullpen from noon to 3 at LaBerge, Lake Charles on Saturday. So Sean wants to place a future on the Lions going to the Super Bowl to face the Texans. I'm sure it would be a big payout for him if he wanted to do that, but the sportsbook at LaBerge Lake Charles is your go-to spot for betting and watching all your favorite Texas teams. LaBerge at Lake Charles features a 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks, 22 slot machines, dining and drink specials, and plus they have 45 TVs for watching games. LaBerge Lake Charles is the premier destination getaway for Texans. They even have Crawford Block on tap for you there. Become a Penn Play Reward member to get rewards for your stay and enjoy perks while you play. If you're not a member, join today by downloading the Penn Play app. Unlock all the fun, including a chance to win up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Plan your next trip like Sean, myself, and Brian are doing this weekend to LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Download the Penn Play app and start earning rewards today.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Paul, Joe, Sean here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean was getting so excited about thinking he was going to bet on the Lions versus the Texans in the Super Bowl. He forgot it was time for the 10-minute drill. We'll start with our friend Willie on the Twitch. He has a question for us. Texans over-under night games this year. We had set it at like 4.5 when we talked about it once. I want to bump it down to 3.5.
You're bumping it down.
Yeah, the more I thought about it.
You said over.
I know. I'm going to backtrack just a little. I think they're going to get 4.
Is it because of the uniforms?
No.
Why are you backtracking?
No. There's a lot of good matchups this year in the NFL, and I don't know how much they'll focus on the
Texans. I don't like this. I don't like you backing off of this take.
Yeah, I'm backing down to 4.
No, be optimistic. We can't both be thinking they're not going to get enough primetime games.
4 is pretty good. 4 from 0.
But you're changing the number to 3.5 now.
Well, that's what the over-under is. It's 3.5.
I'm saying they're going to get over, but it's 3.5. How about that? We just swap places.
No, I'm taking the over 3.5.
Naysayer Joe here.
I'm not taking the over 4.5.
Crooked Joe.
I mean, there are a lot of crooked Joes in the world.
I thought they never lied.
Aaron Donald, he retired.
He did.
That was surprising. No, was it? Because there was rumors like 2 years ago that this might be happening. And then he finally just retired out of nowhere this weekend.
It's definitely good for every quarterback in the NFL. 100%.
I love Kyler Murray saying, thank goodness.
I think every quarterback would have said that. You know, we had on Friday a conversation about how obviously we're biased here in Houston, but there are a lot of people here who would say that J.J. Watt at his peak was better than Aaron Donald. I know I'm biased in admitting that, but an interesting note, because Watt used to get dinged for getting all of his sacks against all of the many scrub quarterbacks that have been in the AFC South, like Blaine Gabbert and Jake Locker, among others. But if you look at Aaron Donald's sacks,
I'll say, who's good in the NFC West Aaron Donald's entire career?
Well, Mr. Unlimited sacks every single season, Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Aaron Donald sacked the bejesus out of that guy. So if you want to, put an asterisk next to J.J. Watt's accomplishment, you could do the same thing with Aaron Donald. He's constantly sacking a short at QB.
I think it's pretty close between the two guys. Their numbers, when you look at them, are nearly identical. It's the reason why
Donald won a Super Bowl, and he thus wins the argument, even though it's perhaps weird to do that with defensive players.
But they're both 3-time defensive players of the year. The numbers are so similar. The biggest difference is obviously Aaron Donald's doing it from the inside versus J.J. Watt on the outside. So I guess that could make Aaron Donald's more impressive.
Yeah, I guess. Undersized, too.
Yeah.
Donald, a smaller guy. I think Donald's barely pushing 6 feet tall. What's noteworthy about both of these guys was that they were taken out of the top 10. I mean, Watt's the 11th overall pick. Donald's the 14th overall pick. And if you're any of the franchises that were picking before in those drafts, I mean, man, you biffed.
You did, but could you imagine draft day if the Texans had taken Aaron Donald number 1? I feel like that would not have gone over
Here's
well.
a 6-foot-tall defensive tackle from Pitt. Sorry we didn't get Clowney.
Yeah.
But does it matter?
No, because in the end,
but it's the situation where it's like, okay, then you should have drafted like Giannis or Jokic number 1 in their drafts. And it's like, in hindsight, yes, but there's 0 people walking the earth that would have done it.
Yeah.
Especially with your job on the line.
It almost felt, though, like the public consensus peer pressured them into taking Clowney first overall. Well, you got to take Clowney. None of the quarterbacks are great. You did theoretically have alternatives.
Yeah,
sadly, the Texans' alternative was supposedly Blake Bortles.
Yeah, they could have. Yeah, they could have done.
That would have been.
They could have done Khalil Mack, a pass rusher from Buffalo University.
Exactly.
Like
He did get brought up a lot though towards the draft.
He did get brought up. He did get brought up.
That was my first year of sports radio. That was like daily sports radio. That was my rookie year. Yeah. Yeah, and I remember wait, we got to talk about the draft every day. And this was the year where the draft was like the first week of May, so you had to wait an extra week for no reason at all. And I was so angry about that.
The 14 draft also was not that good.
No,
like
it's not.
looking back, or the top of it wasn't that interesting.
No, like Khalil Mack and Aaron Donald are definitely two of the best players in that draft. And Clowney was a good player.
He was.
I mean, even leading into it, it's like Paul was saying, where if it's not Clowney, it's like, well, could it be Blake Bortles? And it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
2014's draft featured 4th overall Sammy Watkins going to the Bills.
Oh, was Odell in that one?
Odell Beckham Jr. Yes.
12th.
Mike Evans 7th.
Yeah. So all the good guys were after the 5th pick. Or were Khalil Mack and then after the 5th pick?
Well, yeah, because Greg Robinson picked number 2. Didn't do much. Blake Bortles and Sammy Watkins after Clowney.
What a top 4.
Clowney, by far, the best of those 4 at the top of the draft.
By a lot. Greg Robinson stunk.
Mm-hmm.
We should do this every day. Just look at an old draft from
I don't mind it,
10
actually.
years ago.
You learn more than talking about the draft that's about to happen.
Guess who went 20th overall in that draft?
I don't know. Oh, the Archer?
The Archer, Brandon
Wow.
Cooks.
Wow, first round
Texans
pick.
legend. Who went 22nd overall in that draft?
Was that Manziel?
It was Manziel.
When you said 20th, I thought Manziel. I was like, I think he was a little bit later.
Man, it would have been so funny if Manziel lasted to the back of the first round and the Dallas Cowboys had taken him.
Should the Texans have taken Derek Carr at 33 in that draft? Because Bridgewater goes 32 to the Vikings.
Yeah. They took Xavier Su'a-Filo, who never played.
I don't think you can because of the last name. If it was any other, if he had any other last name, my guess is Derek Carr would have been taken by the Texans at 33.
Yeah.
It's a shame. I mean, in 16, Carr was great, and then he got hurt before the playoffs, and it was Connor Cook against Osweiler in the playoffs for the Texans.
Oh yeah, Texans head-to-head went farther in the playoffs than Derek Carr.
They have.
It's true. RG3 says the Caleb Williams should demand a trade or demand to not be picked by the Bears.
I think it's a good point.
To be a commie.
Very good point.
Fact. You had to join an A+ organization like the Washington Redskins.
That is the funny part. That RG3 is standing up for the commies.
The organization he just dumps on all the time.
Right. And he thinks that the Commanders are, I guess, better run now than the Bears.
That's Justin Fields' bias setting in, is what that is.
Yeah.
He thinks that they should not have got rid of Justin.
Gotcha. Okay.
My guess is if most people are telling you that Caleb Williams should be demanding a trade to not go to Chicago, it's because they thought Justin Fields was a good quarterback.
It's also a little bit of like, it's us on the outside going, Caleb Williams feels like the type.
Yeah.
He's the type that would. You know,
he does. He definitely feels like he's the first guy since Eli Manning that I thought that this was actually on the table.
Where would you rather go if you're a neutral party between those two? Because I think for me it is Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago.
Oh,
and pretty obviously.
Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, like that alone on offense.
Not Dan Quinn.
Yeah, you're way better off.
Yeah, and just like I don't know, I rather. Yeah, I feel like the Bears have. Their fan base is apathetic, but like you're seeing with Justin Fields, like
they're gonna love
if you're good a little bit, if you're good even for a couple games, they're gonna love you.
If
like,
you're
the
good
bar
for like
is so
5
low.
Twitter highlights.
The bar is so low. Like I don't think RG3 gets the kind of love
No.
that Justin Fields gets,
and he should. He was the
better.
rookie of the year.
It was good for. Like,
he was awesome
15 games.
until that game where he was clearly hurt against the Seahawks and they left him. His rookie season, yes, he was better than Justin Fields ever was and ever will be.
Absolutely,
not close.
I loved RG3.
He was great his first year. Now we didn't know what a weirdo he was.
Yeah,
you know he's got some Russell Wilson vibes himself. I think didn't someone call him a cornball brother?
Yes. So
yeah. Rob Parker.
They got fired for saying that. Yes. So I'm glad you said it.
The way his knee bent that one time.
Oh, God,
yeah. Just from the awful field in Washington.
Apparently they were just putting in sand
Yeah.
at some point.
That field is brutal. Like anything, you have major injuries. Alex Smith, RG3.
It's also funny that we're comparing it to the Soldier Field,
which is also
turf,
awful.
Which is terrible.
But Soldier Field like catches ACLs, Washington's field feels like it ruins lives. Alex Smith almost lost his leg.
That is true.
Like, J.J. Watt's fault. Jalen Hurts is awesome. There was a high school football player that was shot and killed last week, and Jalen Hurts stepped up, and he's paying for the funeral. Awesome thing. Jalen Hurts, one of the good guys in the NFL, just another example of that.
Yep. We were on the Eagles bandwagon a couple of years ago when the Texans were struggling because we like Jalen Hurts a lot. That is a very cool gesture. Jarvin Cole's just 18 years old, died on March 9th at a Houston house party. This is a guy who got a 4.1 GPA, also was playing at North Shore, which is one of the best football programs in the Houston area. Oh, awful. So very cool move by Jalen Hurts. And also this is, somewhat tragedy related, but everyone who donated to the GoFundMe we talked about yesterday for the Fred Fowers funeral, shout out to you guys. We love our ESPN 97.5, 92.5 community, and especially all you blitzers out there who have stuck with us. That was really cool to see just everyone coming together one more time around Fred, who truly was an awesome dude.
Yeah, I cleared the 10,000 yesterday. And,
really cool.
And you know what? And after today, after we sign off at 6 o'clock here on the station, if you haven't done so yet, I also recommend going to Barry Laminak's YouTube channel on Twitch.
Yes, he did a great tribute last night.
4-hour tribute show to Fred.
It was awesome.
Todd's in it. David Gow's in it. So many people, Jerome, Jong, AJ, I apologize, but Fred's first co-host of the Blitz, they're all in it. It's great.
I caught a little bit of it, and I have it saved to listen to the rest of it tonight.
Yeah, so thank you again. Like, they're almost at $11,000 for the GoFundMe. It's still open right now, still on our Twitter account at ESPN975. So thank you to everyone who donated to that. Like Paul said, that it's very, very
awesome
much
stuff.
Appreciated. It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's that time again. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 6th annual bracket madness is here. We're giving away tons of prizes this year worth over $50, and it is all free. Prizes include a gift basket from General Ben, valued at $200, a $50 gift card for Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, and much more. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to register right now. We're kicking off March Madness ourselves this week with a couple of remote broadcasts. Thursday, we'll be live at Carbach Brewing. Wednesday, we're going to be at Wakefield Crowbar. Us and the Killer Bees. So tomorrow.
Play a little volleyball?
Eh.
What? You want to play volleyball? I'll wear jeans. I'll take my shirt off and I'll oil up.
I will not wear jeans. I'll keep my shirt on.
We'll play,
I will not oil up, but we can play a little bit.
We'll play Playing with the Boys by Kenny Loggins.
Little one-on-one.
Just reenact Top Gun. Yeah, come on.
So we'll be at Wakefield Crowbar tomorrow. And then we're getting ready for March Madness with you guys. We'll be at Carbach Brewing on Thursday from noon to 6. And then Friday, we're going to be at Nick's Place all day. So John and Lance all the way through the Killer Bees on Friday at Nick's Place, Thursday at Carbach, and Wednesday at Wakefield Crowbar. So Paul, what were we talking about here? I got distracted. Oh,
Sports?
I know.
What's that?
Anthony Edwards. He killed someone last night.
Oh,
the basketball
my God.
court looked like.
So I heard conversation this morning, both with John and Lance and with Dell, about how we maybe are a little bit too quick on the trigger finger when it comes to hyperbole, saying things like touchdown of the year or home run of the year and dunk of the year. But holy crap, that was the coolest dunk I can remember in a regular season basketball game.
It was awesome. It reminded me of Blake Griffin.
Yeah. Because Edwards jumps from very close to the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
And the way he dunked, he wasn't near the basket. His arm somehow just throws it like he's a pitcher into the hoop, and it looks like his hand hit the rim. And it looked like he hit it so hard that he actually injured his finger, and I guess he did. He dislocated it in the moment. If you haven't seen it, you got to watch it. It's the coolest thing that you're probably going to see in sports this week.
The funniest part is the dislocated finger was dislocated because the best part of the dunk is how violent it is and how violent it looks. And he dislocated his left ring finger, and he went up with his right hand. So that means he dislocated his left finger on John Collins' face. Is how he hit John Collins with so much force that he dislocated his finger, and John Collins also left the game with a head injury.
I think my favorite part was his teammates' reaction. Just like whoever was the player right behind Collins and Edwards right as it happened, he puts his hands on his face, just like opens his mouth like wide open. And he's just like what just happened? Like having that reaction on the basketball court from one of your own teammates was awesome.
Even better when after the game, the I guess home network for the Timberwolves, they show him the highlight, and I mean Anthony Edwards' reaction to it was also really funny. We can't say what he said on the radio. In fact, we just can't say it, period, because we're white people. But he said
true.
He said he dropped that bomb, then he says too short, and then he just runs off. Oh my God. It was I mean, he's the best. I wish he was a Rocket so bad. I know that's not ever going to happen, but that man deserves better than playing with Karl Anthony Towns. You wouldn't. What's the percentage chance that Anthony Edwards asks for a trade to the Houston Rockets?
I mean, I would say it's 50-50. He demands a trade out of Minnesota at some point because it's Minnesota.
I think it's 50-50. I think it's like 75-25.
Yeah, probably. Like, he's not going to play in Minnesota his whole career.
That's not Minnesota specific.
Yeah.
I look around the league, there's a lot of, hey, this isn't going to be his last stop.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards is not going to be a Minnesota Timberwolves his entire career. No, you're probably 3 or 4 years away at a bare minimum from him demanding that trade. But so I wouldn't say it's totally impossible. He's a Houston Rocket one day.
We need this to happen.
He might
manifest it.
He might be my favorite player in the NBA. Just
very fun.
Everything he does, his intensity on offense and defense. He's just a fun player to watch.
And I like fun.
He's definitely the best or the most fun. I think my favorite as well. So I'll say the show's favorite under like 28 basketball player. Under 28 years old basketball player. That he's like exactly what you want out of a star is that he's an insane athlete, insanely good, just full stop. B seems to be a competitor, and C is like so unfiltered.
Very honest, very authentic, successfully pulled off in a movie playing a villain.
Yeah.
And was like the star of that movie.
Okay, playing a villain in a movie.
He was he's a good actor too.
Yeah. There's just a lot of, and not just basketball players, but a lot of just famous people. I think The Rock most famously of all, he will not sign up for a movie if he's the bad guy in the movie. He will also not sign up for a movie if he loses a fight at any time during the movie.
There's a lot of guys. That makes the Fast and Furious franchise really tricky. Like Jason Statham has a contract like that.
Yeah.
Vin Diesel has a contract like that.
Yeah. So like they're all the bad guys for like a half a movie.
Basically.
Jason Statham, I guess he was a bad guy for at least one full movie.
Yeah, no, the can't lose a fight.
Can't lose
contract.
a fight. Yeah.
That's in basically all their contracts. So you get weird situations like in Fast 5 where they fight to a draw.
Yes.
Almost. It's very weird. And then they just like, I think I made my point.
Oh
leave.
yeah, I guess like in that first scene when Vin Diesel and Jason Statham's cars when they go head to head and they fight.
Yeah, it's a draw.
For the first time
because the garage falls on Jason Statham after
because the CIA shows up.
Well, and Toretto also, delivers the iconic line, "Thing about a street fight, the street always wins," before using a metal pole to cause a cement garage to collapse.
Yeah, and then I guess in Hobbs and Shaw when they fight in the prison.
Yeah.
They fight to a draw.
They fight to a draw when they get out.
There's always a draw.
Interesting.
No one ever wins. I wonder if the guy who plays Jack Reacher on the Prime TV show, who is now in the Fast and Furious franchise, if he has found his way into that conversation as well, where
Dude,
he can't lose a fight.
Gotta have some pelts on the wall.
Yeah, man, he put Oreos in his butt cheeks for Blue Mountain State. Huh? You got a while to go.
What? Whoa!
You got a while to go.
That was a fantastic acting performance.
It was, but that's what I still see Blue Mountain State when I watch.
What he's saying is that you don't think there's The Rock. The Rock is decades away from the last time he had to do something that degrading on camera.
What was that fairy movie The Rock was in?
The Tooth Fairy.
Was it Tooth Fairy?
I think so.
He was in some bad. movies.
Vin Diesel was also in The Pacifier, which is
true.
Basically the same movie.
They were. And then the other thing in the NBA we got yesterday, I thought this was a joke. I thought it was an Onion article or NBA Central, because that's a new parody account of this one. But NBA Central tweeted out this quote yesterday from DeAndre Ayton. Basically, long story short, he says he didn't play well the first half of the season because he was sleeping on an air mattress. What an idiot.
Yeah, it's hard to...
How'd you admit this?
So I understand the idea that you can order a bed and it might take a while. That's really the only counter argument I have in DeAndre Ayton's defense.
He's a million.
He is a huge human being as well. So it's not like
multi-millionaire.
But okay, if you go to the bed store, do they have a bed that big available for him to take home immediately?
Buy 2 normal beds and put them together.
But that doesn't sound comfortable.
Well, no, I'm saying for a short-term solution, figure it out. Stay at a hotel in Portland.
I will say, as someone who, when I moved, he has more money, so things should be a little bit easier
it's close,
for him.
Though. It's close.
We're very similar in terms of our overall salaries. But as someone who did have an air mattress for the first month that I was back here in Houston because the movers took so long, I mean, it's not great. It's not great sleeping on an air mattress. And my cat kept on getting up on top of it, and she would, get excited, and it would pop. Yeah, she popped like 3 air mattresses. So
that's great.
I go to bed one night. I figured, I'm going to have a nice night on the air mattress. And I'd wake up like just sunk in a big thing of vinyl.
He must have thought he was getting traded. That's the only logical explanation to why he was sleeping on an air mattress.
I mean, he did seem like he was going to get traded for a hot minute.
He was playing awful. Now he's playing really good basketball. But the other part about this too, that it just reminds me. One time Shaquille O'Neal was on one of the late night shows, and he told this story about how when he got traded to Phoenix, he showed up to a Walmart and spent like 5 G's at Walmart, and his car got declined because all he did when he got there was buy beds, TVs. He furnished an entire apartment at Walmart. DeAndre Ayton just just don't sleep on an air mattress, dude. And then when you don't play well, don't blame it on that. It's bizarre behavior, but whatever.
Where should he sleep though? If again, I do think there are some
get a real
logistical.
bed.
There are logistical obstacles I think to him potentially getting.
Yeah,
this
look,
done.
I'm 5'6". I don't understand the problems.
You definitely don't.
I don't. He's like double my height almost at this point. It feels like. All right, is Hunter Brown the solution for not getting Blake Snell? We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Joe Spada was asked about Hunter Brown's performance yesterday. It was very good. Hunter Brown looks pretty good so far this spring training. I'm a believer, not just because his pitching motion looks just like Justin Verlander's.
It does look just like Justin Verlander.
But I think he's got nasty stuff at times. And we saw last year, I think he had a 6.41 ERA the second half of the season.
That's a nasty ERA.
That's not good.
The other way. Nasty, subjective word.
He was gassed. I think that was very clear last year. But Joe Espada was asked about, Hunter Brown, and he said that he believes Hunter Brown can be a true number one.
Gassed him up.
If he can take the next step. Is it possible that all this hemming and hawing over Blake Snell and Michael Lorenzen and, who the Astros should or should not pursue, that Hunter Brown could just erase all of our concerns?
Sure. Anything's possible. And you do have to remember that young players can improve.
True.
Am I expecting, though, Hunter Brown to become the number one pitcher on a rotation that has Framber Valdez, that has Christian Javier, that has Justin Verlander? Okay, down the road? Sure. I would assume that those guys are probably not here if that's happening. Nothing against Hunter Brown. That is just a very, very, very tall peak to climb up to.
Well, there's kind of two parts to this for me. Will that happen this year? No. In the best interest of the Astros organization, does it need to happen? Yes.
Yeah, they need it.
Because Justin Verlander could very easily not be an Astro next season. If he does not reach his innings requirement, 140 innings, he's a free agent at the end of the season.
They need some of the young players to continue to grow the way that it just seems like it's expected.
Yeah.
We've gotten spoiled here. You just expect players to come up, do well, and next man up when they leave.
But the Astros haven't had someone besides Fromber really emerge as that ace level pitcher, while Javier has the no-hitters and the flashy moments. Luis Garcia's been good. Jose Urquidy's been a little bit more of a roller coaster. I feel like Lance McCullers is Lance. He's not really even a young guy anymore, just based on the next time he pitches for the Astros, which could be still 2025.
Who knows, man?
But Hunter Brown, if he were to evolve into that for the long term, when you talk about windows, and keeping them open, that's a huge boost, because if he is an elite starter, a number one guy in your rotation, and he surpasses Christian Javier and Luis Garcia over the next 2 years, you just continue to keep the window open and with a cheap starter in the future. So I hope it happens, and it probably
needs
to happen.
It needs to happen is down the road, true. In the short term, as you said, this year especially, it does not need to happen. But you do need him to be better than he was last year. That's for sure. Because let's be honest, he kind of sucked last year. And again, it was his rookie season, rookie wall. People figured him out, got tired, all sorts of possibilities as to why. But those excuses do not fly this year.
They don't. He has to be better. All these guys, Christian Javier, Fromber Valdez, not really Justin Verlander, but specifically Javier, Fromber, and Hunter Brown, the downs of last year, they have to fix that. I remember I don't know if you guys had this discussion. It doesn't seem like something you guys would typically talk about.
Oh, what's that mean? What does that mean?
Whoa.
You guys don't seem like you're calling for pitching coaches to get fired very often.
Oh, yeah, we don't do that.
No.
But we don't know who they are.
The Killer Bees do.
But
And-
Josh Miller?
Yeah, Josh Miller.
Jeremy loves
Murphy.
talking about other people's jobs.
There was on Twitch and the text line when I was doing the Bees still at the end of the season, some conversation about if they need to make a pitching coaching change. And my stance on that was not at this moment, but if we don't see Hunter Brown take the next step or fix his issues, or Christian Javier or Fromber Valdez, that maybe they do need to make a change.
Especially when you had the greatest pitching coach of all time in the building just last year, Martin Maldonado.
Well, really the best one of all time just went back to the World Series. Brent Strom.
I mean, Brent Strom's one thing, but Martin Maldonado, another.
I'm so glad Martin Maldonado's not on the Astros this year.
I mean, well,
we'll see. We'll see after a month, man.
He'll still be on the Astros on this show. Giant shadow over this year's Astros.
It's a huge shadow. That's Machete.
We talk about Hunter Brown having to kind of be the next man up in the, kind of conveyor belt from the minors, these guys that aren't a top 100 prospect, then come to the Astros and play well, and Hunter Brown needs to be the next one. Does Josh Miller have to prove something? Is it a prove-it year for Astros pitching coach? Be the next Brent Strom?
I mean, at some point, someone's going to get the blame if these guys don't take the next step as starters. If they don't fix some of their issues, someone's going to get the blame.
Yeah, let's blame somebody that's not the actual players themselves. Let's blame the manager like we did last year with Dusty Baker.
But that's how things work in sports.
Listen, that's why they got the afternoon show. I get it. Like, that's why the Killer Bees are up there. They're calling for pitching coaches' jobs, like guys who are making less than 7 figures a year, Hey, they're easily disposable. It's not Hunter Brown's fault for stinking it up last year.
It's true.
He might be making 7 figures a year.
I don't know. I imagine assistant coaches are probably in the 6 figures.
You don't think he makes $1 million?
I think you, as a pitching coach or a hitting coach, making the 6 figures. But where in the 6 figures, I do not know. Well, managers don't get paid that much. I mean, Dusty Baker was probably getting like $3 to $5 million a year.
He was
or
the lowest paid manager in baseball. Quick Google search tells me that pitching coaches in Major League Baseball typically earn between $200,000 and $360,000.
Wow!
And it's one of the higher paid staff. Coaching jobs.
Baseball does not pay.
No.
Considering you are there for 162 games a year, you got to be like, unless you got Scott Boras, who as Joe correctly said, has lost his fastball.
Freaking Snell, you don't get paid.
Yeah.
Or you have to wait 6 months to get paid. Like, what the? Yeah.
It's a sport of cheapskates, man.
Baseball, get it together.
It was a big deal. Like, I know I hate doing this sometimes. Craig Counsell got a 5-year, $40 million contract from the Cubs. It doubled his pay. From $3.5 to $7 million almost.
Yeah, wow.
Like, They don't pay
And
managers.
people were mad that he left.
Yeah, people were mad.
It's just like the offensive coordinator for freaking like TCU makes more than a pitching coach.
The linebacker coach at Alabama, well, maybe not anymore with Saban gone, probably makes more than Josh Miller.
They hired. I mean, this is now a college football segment. They hired sitting head coaches from like the MAC to join their staff as like co-defensive coordinator.
Chip Kelly left a head coaching gig in the Big Ten to be an offensive coordinator. Like, some of these guys are getting paid absolute bank, but that's probably at the top as opposed to, like the mid-level
Does
programs.
Chip Kelly make more than all the Astros coaching staff combined?
Yes.
Yeah, I bet so.
I would bet a hefty wager.
I mean, I doubt his spot is making more than $2 million. And I know we're all speculating on salaries now, but this is an interesting conversation to me. I bet a spot is not making much, and I imagine the pitching coaches and the hitting coaches aren't making that much as well. So basically, you just got to be north of, I would say, like $5 million a year.
Oh, Chip Kelly's not making $5 million.
You don't think he's making 5? That's too much.
He's probably making like 2.5.
Still pretty good.
He's by far the highest paid, but it's like 2.5.
Well, okay. There's a ratio happening on the Twitter streets currently.
A ratio.
One of the local stations
here.
here.
The Astros flagship.
The Astros flagship is getting a ratio.
Our guys, Sean Salisbury and Brian Lalime.
And they literally are like two of my closest friends.
Yeah, they're good guys.
But they're getting roasted right now.
They are a victim of the headline that their social media manager.
Fun fact that they put out because they do all their own stuff, or their producer did it. But
you got to blame the producer, just like the pitching coach.
The headline was: should the Astros take on the risk by signing Trevor Bauer? And they're getting crushed.
Yeah, because clearly the signing off on the abuse of women.
Yeah. Because asking the question means that.
Also, I mean, I know. I mean, it's ridiculous. Clearly, people aren't clicking and listening to this segment. I'm sure that they have some points about why they shouldn't bring in Bauer. Here's the thing with Bauer, okay? Bauer is just disliked by Astros players, period. Because of some of the stuff that he's said with that big, fat mouth of his over the years. To the point where people that are Astros fans call him Tyler Bauer. Forget the off-the-field incident where he may have been completely framed with the way that things came to light after the fact with that one specific case of, I forget if it was just abuse. So that one specific case might have been like what happened to the Duke lacrosse team. I don't know if there's anything else out there about Trevor Bauer. But the thing that should concern you more about Trevor Bauer is I saw Trevor Bauer give up hits to a guy who looks very unathletic at Barstool Sports.
Oh, it's a Marty Mush?
Marty Mush.
Yeah.
Marty Mush was like driving singles to the outfield off of Trevor Bauer. That, to me, let's forget about the off-the-field stuff for a moment, if you can. Hard to do that with Trevor Bauer because of his mouth, as much as it is because of that story that came to light about the violence going on in the bedroom that allegedly happened but maybe didn't happen at all. The guy is giving up home runs to Barstool bloggers.
Yeah, my thing with Bauer, too, if you want to remove all that stuff, because it is a little complicated, to be honest, because the photos are gnarly, but he is innocent. And that's been very clear. I'm surprised the team hasn't given him a chance. That's why it's one of those conspiracies where I think he's kind of been told, like, we don't want him in baseball.
He's
also the biggest difference is between, like, as like this conversation will lead to right away, typically on the Twitch already. If the Texans can sign Mixon, the Astros can sign Bauer. There's one big difference. Players in the NFL clearly like Joe Mixon. There is a coach on this staff, on the Texans staff, that coached Joe Mixon that clearly signed off on it in Bill Lazor. With Trevor Bauer, he's so disliked. The Dodgers players were not upset that they did not stand by Trevor Bauer. The Texans players were upset that the Texans organization did not stand by Deshaun Watson. No one is sticking up for Trevor Bauer, the teammate. He also, let's talk about on the field. He's a whiny-ass bitch. He threw a baseball 150 yards over center field because he threw a tantrum and got taken out of a game. He also missed the World Series because he cut his finger playing with the drone. He's a moron. I don't care. I don't even care about that stuff. I don't care about the other stuff. This guy sucks. No one likes Trevor Bauer. That's why Trevor Bauer is not going to be an Astro.
Nice rant.
Thank you. He sucks.
No, that perfectly said is that. If he was an awesome pitcher still that everyone loved, he would be, guess what? He would be in baseball.
He's hated. It's like Mike Fiers. Mike Fiers is hated by everybody.
And he's not good anymore either.
Yeah.
I don't think that Bauer is the same level of player that he used to be. I think wherever he was last pitching, I don't even think he had very good numbers there. And I don't know if it was Japan or Korea.
He had like his start of the year was very awful. He ended the season like it looked like he figured it out.
Okay.
Once again, so like when you
I
look
remember
at
the
his,
beginning of the year though.
Yeah, when you look at his numbers last year, they're pretty good. But there's a reason why there's 30 teams in Major League Baseball, and no one has even considered the idea of signing Trevor Bauer. So, no, the Astros are not going to bring him in.
Has anyone even brought him in for like a workout
Nope.
or anything? Like that's the crazy part. And there is part of it that drawing the comparison with Deshaun Watson and him not being the same person after a year and 11 games off, him coming back and clearly being a shell of himself for the half season he played in 2023 or 2022. And well, I guess he also played a half season in 2023 because he got hurt, but he wasn't that awesome before that. It's the question of would Trevor Bauer even be the same guy that he was when he left MLB the first time after all this time?
Well, and look at Trevor Bauer's statistics, and like if you think back to Trevor Bauer when everything was happening with Garrett Cole and Max Scherzer and the sticky stuff, and he was like going. That's when like his YouTube channel popped off, right? Is when he started talking about all the players cheating, and he out loud like talked about how, well, if everyone's just gonna get away with it and jump up their spin rates and all this stuff, like I'm gonna do it too. You look at his last year in LA, he had all the signs that he was also one of those players that was heavily using the spider tack and all that stuff. So
that they've now cracked down.
That they've cracked down on. So I don't buy it. Like if he was just less annoying, maybe.
But that's a big thing to get over, and I think the one thing that you can say about the Astros clubhouse through the years is that it has been remarkably close despite a multitude of different cultures. Baseball gets very cliquey in the clubhouse, especially when you're not winning. So maybe winning is one of the main reasons for it, but it does seem like everybody in the Astros clubhouse genuinely gets along with one another. You bring this guy in, it is going to be an uphill battle for him to become a part of the team, and he'll have to also perform at the same time. And if he doesn't perform, which does seem rather unlikely at this moment in time, then why would you just roll the dice on him?
Yeah, because it reminds me a little bit too about like just going back to Mike Fiers, just like how disliked he was and how the issues that caused. But you have to get along with guys. I mean, think about even back to Justin Verlander. There was questions at one point about his future with the team because he's supposed to throw out the first pitch of a ALDS game, and then Lance McCullers and the Astros players, as Granado reported, basically went to ownership and Dusty, and we're just like, dude, we don't want this guy. Like, he hasn't been around the entire year. He's not part of this team. It's a very good club dynamic. I just can't imagine trying to bring in a player in. That's why when the Cody Bellinger conversations were happening too, it was just like, well, does that make sense? Like, no one likes this guy on the Astros, so why would you give it a shot? All right, we're going to go back to Texans Tinder. We did defense earlier. We're going to hit the offensive side of the ball. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George with special guest star Paul Gallant and recurring character Joe George. Also featuring Sean Mapes.
All right, Texans Tinder. Swarm or not worthy? If you swarm them, it means you want them to be a Texan.
Put some respect on Texans worthy. It's a different kind of worthy, Joe George.
So we went through 9 players earlier. We said no to Eddie Jackson, Jamal Adams. We said yes to Quandre Diggs, Justin Simmons, Stephon Gilmore, Steven Nelson, Tyler Tart, and Calais Campbell. So we're very we're very interested in the market for defensive players.
Right, and our screen time isn't quite done. So you got to set a screen time for yourself on these apps because that's why I got off them. I can't, like, I'm on the toilet and I'm like, why am I swiping here?
Did you ever swipe so much you ran out of people?
All the time.
For real?
Dude, I'm
had to expand your radius?
Much like the Houston Texans uniform shoulders, I'm a horny man.
Expand the age bracket?
Yeah. Would you go up 5 years and plus 5 miles at a time, or would you just go from 26 and under to 40s?
Yes.
Well, what are your ideal
parameters
on a dating app? 22 to I know
5'8"
22
or shorter.
22 to age is not an issue.
Age is legitimately not an issue. Obviously be I would say 21 or older.
Yeah.
Be able to drink.
Yeah, that's a fair standard.
Yeah.
What's the farthest you would drive? Because I feel like in Houston,
I drove to Conroe once on a Tinder date.
Yeah, I was gonna say, being in Houston, the
You're in
mileage,
long-distance
the mileage,
relationships.
if you were to explain it to anyone else, is ridiculous.
Yeah, every relationship in Houston is a long distance.
There are a couple of spots in Seattle where I drove an hour and a half to get there. Yeah, the people in Bellingham. There's this tricky place that's not actually close to Seattle. And I was like, why are you showing up on my feed?
Probably just in the area at the time. All right, Odell Beckham Jr. We'll start there.
Swiping so hard left, and I'm reporting him.
Good.
I am reporting him for being on the app. I don't want him at all. I don't think any team should want him. The guy's not good anymore. Bye-bye.
Hunter Renfrow.
How much do you have to pay for Hunter Renfrow?
Yeah, different type than Odell Beckham, I'd say.
I mean, he didn't.
I'll pull up the Hunter Renfrow market value.
Renfrow was very good not too long ago, and his value might be down because he has been stuck in the not great Raiders situation over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, he only had 37 targets last year.
Wow.
But he had 87 targets last 2 seasons.
You would think that would be Josh McDaniels, wet dream, for lack of a better term,
Yeah,
right?
because
he's a small white slot receiver like Julian Edelman and Wes Welker.
It's the Patriot way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he only made $6.5 million last year. And he didn't exactly light it up on that contract. So you imagine, let's just say 5.
Yeah.
Like a Robert Woods contract.
Sure. Yeah. You might honestly, you might be able to wait longer because at least Robert Woods at certain points has been a top 25 receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Hunter Renfrow, the first 3 years versus the last 2 years are so different.
Mm-hmm.
His last 2 years, he had 87 catches. In his rookie year, he had 71 catches. His second year, he had 77. His third year, right before he got his first contract, he had 100. Those are targets. He had 49 catches, 56 catches, and then 103 catches in 2021. 100 catches for Hunter Renfrow in one season. And in the last 2 years, because I was looking at targets and I looked at the wrong column, he had 61 catches in 2 years. That's tough. That's not good numbers. So I'm a yes on Hunter Renfrow. That's a cheap option.
Yeah, because he'll be so cheap.
Yeah,
easy.
And because I know everyone's talking about. Yeah, it's easy.
I'm just trying to, carry the metaphor throughout.
I gotcha.
Because Robert Woods, we're all still on page. He's on the same page. He's getting cut.
If you add, he's getting cut.
Probably.
Yeah, he's the guy. Whether you draft someone or you bring someone in free agency, he's getting cut.
I would imagine so.
And then I am going to put John Mechie on cut watch this year.
Cut watch.
Come on, no, he's still on the rookie deal. He's cheap as hell.
I don't.
More so than Hutchinson.
Well, he's just got drafted, and Hutchinson's a gadget guy.
Okay,
it's just.
Who will run jet sweeps?
I wonder how long they're willing to wait on Mechie.
At least one more year.
You know what? I forgot.
I hope so.
I forgot that he got drafted a year earlier.
Yeah.
I forgot about
This is his third year.
I hope Mechie's on the roster next year.
He's making 2.2. It's not that bad.
All right. I wasn't going to bring this guy up, but 0265, because we're going to still be a very interactive show.
Mhm.
The Texans should sign Michael Thomas. So Michael Thomas.
Me guy. No.
Me also doesn't play.
Yeah.
Also isn't good.
Yeah, he's a no in every category.
Like,
if you had to sign one, OBJ or Michael Thomas?
OBJ.
Yeah, OBJ.
Definitely. Even though
For
you're
the
bringing the Kim
Instagram.
Kardashian curse to town.
Boost
Drake's
the
already
Instagram
here.
numbers.
It's already here. The Skims are here to stay.
I really don't
with
think that
Jamal
applies.
Shed. They're here.
I really don't think that. I don't think that applies.
What is Skims? Is like to make you look less fat, or is
Yeah.
these boxers?
No, I think it's like a bodysuit.
Well, I know
I think
the
that's
women.
what it's
The
for
women, it's like Spanx. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Spanx,
I don't know.
right.
I think the men's are just like underwear.
They're just boxers,
or
okay.
maybe compression.
Yeah, I don't. They're,
Okay.
Like, does James Harden? Has he been wearing Spanx all this time?
Probably.
Is that why he allegedly was involved with the Kardashian ones?
Mm.
And then like the few nights where he's trying to get traded, he takes it off, and everyone's like, "Whoa, James Harden's really fat."
Last one here, Mike Williams.
He's coming off the torn ACL. I bet he's going to be looking for a lot more than what he wants. So I mean, wait it out and see if he asks you out, if you will. And maybe offers to pay for it.
You need Mike Williams to be on Hinge, because Hinge is the one where the girls have to reach
Bumble.
out to you. Bumble. I tried to sound hip and
No,
cool.
no, you're good. It's good. You shouldn't know these things.
Sure, I shouldn't. My
You
wife would be
should
very
know.
happy. Not that she listens to the show, but
Your wife doesn't even listen.
no, she doesn't like sports.
What about when we talk about a little game that we like to call life, like we are right now?
It's all right. I mean, yeah, I like not having to go home and talk sports. I enjoy that.
Yeah, I agree with you on
I
that
tried
part.
that before I met my wife, and like it was like go home and talk more sports. I'm like, I'm good.
I almost never, ever want to talk about sports off the clock.
Yeah, as
Does
long
that
as
make
you
me
can,
a bad guy.
Yeah, no, as long as you can go to the games.
I wanted to bring this up. So I was at Lizard's Lounge on Friday night with Sean Pendergast and Vanessa, and we're hanging out, and we're standing up by the bar, and Sean and I are talking about all sorts of stuff, and this guy just comes up. He's very confident, and just interrupts our conversation, like mid-conversation. Hey, Sean, what's going on? And then he starts asking him football questions. Sean, who is the best? Proceeds to stop for a moment and say, like, hey, this is Paul Gallant over at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So this guy looks at me. He looks at me, gives me a 1-second glance, then turns back to Sean and continues the conversation, asking Sean his opinions on certain sports things. Yes. And by asking Sean for his opinions, I mean he's politely listening to Sean, showing that he's listening to Sean, just waiting to step in and to offer his take, which none of us cared about. And look, that's where I'm at off the clock. I don't care about the hot takes. You ask me a question, I'll answer it. But it was funny. Like, Sean, so polite. Me, super annoyed. Hold a grudge against this guy because not only did he disrespect, I think he was disrespecting Sean too. Sean didn't want to hear your take, bud.
We'll talk to you, but there's a limit.
So it's not the glance, the one beat glance, obviously not starstruck when introduced to Paul Gallant. That doesn't upset you. It's the disrespect that he showed to your friend Sean.
Yeah. My old teammate. You know?
My biggest thing is like if
best year of Texans radio postgame.
We, not me. That's Paul Gallant.
If you want to talk a lot of sports with Paul, you have to buy him shots.
Don't buy me shots. Don't buy me shots. No, please don't buy me shots.
Just
I think no. He's doing reverse.
I can't say no. I that's my other problem. I feel bad. Like if you bring a shot over, I'm like, well, there's sober children in Utah. Like, what am I gonna do? Pass?
And you guys are gonna be at where are you at?
Wakefield Crowbar.
Wakefield Crowbar.
Yeah, Wakefield
Let's go.
Crowbar.
We'll take shots tomorrow.
Wakefield
Place
Crowbar.
on Friday.
Shots.
I know. I forgot where you're at Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. If you want to buy us beer at Carbach on Thursday, we'll be there. If you want to buy us shots or beer on Friday at Nick's place,
Buy
But
yourself.
don't buy any for Paul.
just me
Please don't.
at Joe Jordan
No,
Radio.
but please.
Also on Venmo if you just want to Venmo me money to buy shots.
GoFundMe to
Just
buy shots.
totally
To buy
pumping
shots
yourself
for
out.
Paul, and hit me up on Venmo. That's not my Venmo, so hit me up on Twitter first. All right, we're gonna take a break. It's time to. We got some friends here, so we're gonna go get some J Bar M during the break here, and when we get back, also we're gonna look back. One play, one moment you can change. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. The madness! It is here. It's tonight. See some of the games out there? Don't you hate Virginia? Well, Virginia plays Colorado State tonight at 8:10 p.m. F Virginia. Yeah, I said it. I'm hammering the Colorado State Rams, which is the college where my high school football coach played football at back in the day. Go Rams, go. They're 2.5-point favorites against those Wahoos. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. That's where you go to sign up and play. You can bet on March Madness, the NBA, but hell, you can play poker and blackjack as well. And your first deposit, if you use that promo code BET975, they will match your first deposit all the way up to $1,000. And you get to play with it right away. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Our friends at J-Bar M just stopped by, dropped off some pulled pork sandwiches and brisket sandwiches. Always a good time. Always great food.
Oh, my God. This smells so good.
Yeah, I'm pumped. What couple of things that we want to talk about with you guys with J-Bar M. You're a Kook fan, Paul.
I'm the biggest Kook fan there is, even though I'm wearing a Texas Tech shirt today.
Traitor. Traitor. You are such a traitor to the Cougs.
No, I mean, they're not playing today, and I just want all the Texas schools to feel represented by me, Paul Gallant, follower of many teams.
Okay. J-Bar M, obviously,
he who jumps on bandwagon to bandwagon.
Does a ton of stuff with the University of Houston. The Calvin Sampson show that Jeremy Branham co-hosts. is there every week. They just had their last one of the season last night. But they're doing watch parties for every single U of H game throughout the tournament. So if you need a spot to go watch the game, head on over to JBarM, 2201 Leland Street.
Let's go.
As well, they're already talking holiday parties. They book up fast. So if you're thinking about for your company that you want to have a holiday party at JBarM or have JBarM bring food for your holiday party this year, make sure you give them a call. Ask for Ian. He'll talk to you. He'll give you the whole rundown of what's going on. But I love JBarM. I'm ready for the next commercial break.
I
so
do
can eat my
too.
sandwich.
I know. I want to eat the sandwich.
Are you a big eater on the air, Paul?
I eat very fast because of experience with doing radio shows and having 4 to 5 minute commercial breaks to try to eat as much as I possibly can.
Yeah, we have shorter breaks here, though.
The danger is here, because we want people to be listening to us for the most part. The difference, though, with a sandwich, I got to get some water because I'm someone who has choked a time or two while trying to eat food too fast. You can isolate that as a drop if you want. I do have some semi-breaking Houston Astros news.
Okay.
Jose Urquidy, per Joe Espada, won't throw, quote, for a while. Urquidy is expected to speak later today. Meanwhile, Trey Cabbage, David Hensley, they're off to minor league camp.
Huh. So they must not be that concerned about Greg Kessinger's hamstring. I know McTaggart just tweeted that.
No activity for a few days for old Gray.
But they must not be too concerned. Jose Urquidy. I think that's a Tommy John announcement coming later today.
Later today? You think Jose's going to say it?
Why else would he speak with the media? To be honest with you.
Maybe they're trying to alleviate concerns and they're thinking that he'll say, yeah, it's just a strain. It's fine.
That bumps me out, man. I like Jose Urquidy. I was hoping we'd see what he would do, what he would bounce back with this year. See if there was still something left in the tank. Fred, who just hates all of our
against the Twins.
Fred, who just hates all of our baseball takes, says, who cares about Kessinger? I don't know, man. Maybe you want players to be healthy on your bench because it's not that deep.
You don't like his name, though. You care about Kessinger in that you wish he was named not Gray.
His name's fine.
I thought you weren't a fan of the name Gray.
It's spelled weird.
Yeah. See, now we're getting true Joe here.
I guess I would rather not be spelled like the color gray, Gray.
Actually, it's Grey. Get it right. Embrace debate. What's the true way to spell gray? Because both are accepted.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I thought you just made me sound like a total idiot for a second.
No,
confused.
No, listen, that is the one word, as far as colors go, where it is spelled both ways, and everyone's like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Scared me a little bit there, Paul. I was really worried that I just really embarrassed myself.
I think
on the radio.
It's fine.
E is the right way, though.
I think E is the right way too. Now that you said it, but
spiritually the right way.
So JJ Watt was recently was speaking with the media. I think this might even been on McAfee show. I can't remember.
I'm assuming it was on McAfee show, but I wherever it came from, I know Matt Young of the Houston Chronicle, who does a great job of finding random Houston sports things and bringing them up in the Houston Chronicle.
He does.
I shout out to him for finding this.
So they asked JJ Watt about the one play that you could have back, one moment that he could have back, and I was trying to think of moments for.
Because he brought up in 2014, a game I was at, when he almost sacked Tony Romo to ice the game. Romo spins out, throws a deep touchdown pass, and the Texans lose a game where where the Cowboys Stadium was mostly battle red. That was a fun day to go to a Cowboys game. There were more Texans fans there than Cowboys fans.
I can't imagine that. I was surprised to hear that there was the one play that stood out.
Well, I mean,
I guess
they win that game. They probably make the playoffs in 14.
And he's had he had a lot of big postseason moments, obviously.
Yeah.
So I guess there's not really like a postseason moment that, because he got the sack versus Josh Allen, the game before the Chiefs at the end of that one. Obviously, he's had the pick sixes and stuff like that against the red BB gun, as he called Andy Dalton, which is still so funny. I was trying to think. I guess that makes sense for JJ. So I was thinking the one play, if I could go back in Houston sports I was trying to think the last 9 years since I've been here in Houston.
I have one.
Okay.
I wish that Will Fuller caught that touchdown pass. And again, it was against the Patriots, so I don't really wish this happened. But I wish that Will Fuller had caught that beautiful post route that Brock Osweiler threw to him for a touchdown in the playoff game after they had advanced, beating the, I think, still Oakland Raiders at that moment in time. I mean, Osweiler hit Fuller right on the hands, and Fuller just dropped it. That was 6. And it would have been a 3-point game, I believe, if he had caught that.
0724 says the fake punt with Justin Reed against the Chiefs in the playoffs. That's a good one.
How about the Wattcat attempt at after the big Alfred Blue run to get the Texans towards the 1-yard line against the Chiefs, and another loss to the Chiefs where the Chiefs blew them out eventually.
I was going to go J.J. Watt breaking Alex Smith's leg. Bet he wish he had that one back.
I'm sure he did.
Maybe.
I'm sure.
I mean, as a human, you know.
Yeah, just as Captain America.
Basically ruined his life.
I mean, Alex Smith's fine now. He's on TV.
Have you seen the leg though?
Nope.
Looks like he survived a shark attack.
Don't want to. I think I'm good.
Yeah, they did show that. It was rather graphic.
It's as gnarly as you think.
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked when they showed the whole thing.
Alex Houston comments the Rosencopter. Yeah, I mean they that was an epic collapse that they had against the Colts, and it all ended with Sage Rosenfels diving for an extra yard and Gary Brackett taking that to the house.
Sean, do you have one that stands out to you?
For Texans or
anywhere, any team,
any team period?
Yeah, one play you could have back.
Oh, the Crabtree catch, the 2008 Texas Tech versus Texas. That's probably because the 2008 Texas team was better than the team that lost to Alabama the next year in the championship, and that was basically what kept them out of the BCS championship at that point, because the BCS had a weird thing. It wasn't actually in the formula, but basically if you lost later in the season, it counted as more than if you lost early in the season. Yeah. So they lost at Tech. Oklahoma lost against Texas at Red River earlier in October, and Oklahoma beat Texas Tech. So it was like a 3-way tie situation. And Oklahoma was just higher in the BCS rankings, which was the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Just because they lost 3 weeks before.
1856 says Romo fumble. I'm assuming that means the drop snap. Because he's not had a lot of, he's had a lot of bad moments, Tony Romo has. Greg on the Twitch says Jordan Poole against U of H in the tournament. That's a good one.
Oh, Howie Kendrick in Game 7.
No, I thought that was going to be like the easiest answer of all time.
I was thinking, I don't know. I was thinking personally, and then I was thinking Texans because we're on a Texans roll. But that is a major one.
I guess I have 27 opportunities to get this one play correct. Can the Rockets just make 1-3 in that game against the Warriors?
Nah, I would have to shade my head. I'm cool. I'm cool with them missing all those.
1-3.
To me, the play would have been whatever Chris Paul was doing that that led him to tear his hamstring.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the play.
Yeah, I thought that the Howie Kendrick one would be the easiest one,
because that's like Game 7. You're not actually doing it because you still need to get 6 more outs, 7 more outs, however many more.
But
it was like the 6th, 7th inning.
Redo the play, turn up the AC, blow it to the right a little bit, and we'll be okay.
Well, I'm just assuming it's like that home run just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So you still have to get them out, but it's the points aren't on the board.
What an absurd! It was an absurd home run. Those were the ones I was thinking of. The Texans, I don't really have anything else, honestly.
Because no disrespect, they haven't been like a play away in a lot of these postseason losses.
No.
They haven't really. They've been more than a play away.
No, they haven't. The U of H one with the shot from Jordan Poole, that's a good one too, because that was a heartbreaker.
I'm trying to think of. There's probably a specific moment in the Astros and Rangers series where things could have been differently, and I forget what at bat.
Brian Abreu hitting Aroldis Chapman.
Well, that part was kind of awesome when you really think about it.
I guess, but what it led to Aroldis Chapman to do for the next.
I mean, theoretically, I think.
I mean, the games weren't like close.
Yeah, but they were. Game 6 was close for a while.
Yeah.
Game 6 was a nail biter, and I remember specifically some very impatient at bats. For example, they have the first 2 runners on against Nathan Eovaldi in the bottom of the 6th, and Tucker swung at a ball and he grounds out. And yeah, the Astros still got to run that inning, but like Tucker had 2 runners on with Eovaldi on the ropes, and he kind of let him off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. That's I was really spitballing there. I was looking. I know there were a couple of at bats though in Game 6 where you're like, damn, like calm down, dude.
They had bases loaded a couple times. In the game.
It's just tough to nail it down to one of them because it was a lot of. It was bases loaded in like the 4th inning, the 6th inning. Like there wasn't like the Howie Kendrick play where it's like bottom of the 7th or whatever, or top of the 7th.
Yeah, because
it's
even
like it takes a win to a loss.
Yeah, because you have Dubon drives in a run to make it 3-2 in the bottom of the 6th. Maybe the Kyle Tucker play, because he was like 2 inches away from robbing the home run against I think it was Jonah Heim, to make it 3-1. So maybe if Kyle Tucker robs the home run on that play, it actually gets to it, things go differently. But things just spiraled so quickly.
Yeah.
At one point in that game.
Yeah, the ninth inning of that game and the 9th inning of the other game, that sucked.
Yeah, and 5-7-4-2, John Singleton had bases loaded in the bottom of the 7th. That's a good one too. There's a lot of moments in that game. Honestly,
although
they should have won that game.
I actually still stand by the decision to let Singleton go in there against Leclerc because it was a 8-pitch at bat. He did have a full count.
Tried to draw another walk.
He fouled off 3 pitches, and he just missed that one.
Just imagine if he hit a home run. Dusty Baker would have to hear from.
God. VBW says not putting Garrett Cole on. Closed a couple years ago.
Okay, but
that's
not really a play.
That's a decision.
That's all. I was also going to throw a
but
flag
I kind of agree
on the bases loaded for the Astros, where it's like, oh yeah, Yainer Diaz struck out with the bases loaded. It's like, okay, if that play doesn't happen though, he still has to make a play.
Correct.
Like
yes.
you're not. It's a little bit of something has to happen to your team that never happens, as opposed to, I don't know, like. If you're doing the Lamar Jackson interception against the Chiefs, it's like, well, that play didn't happen. You still need to make a play,
Oh, you want to piss off the Twitch and give me a Patriots answer?
The play before the Tyree catch, Asante Samuel has a ball literally thrown right to him, and it goes right through his hands.
Yep.
The game was over right there. I remember saying, I was like, oh, my God, well, they're not going to make this happen. And then the next play, the Tyree catch
Asante Samuel would be even more insufferable if he had made that play.
Yeah, because he is pretty insufferable as it is.
Very insufferable.
Sauce Gardner would better watch out.
Steve Bartman. That's all I got to say. All right, that's going to do it for this segment because I don't want to think about Steve Bartman ever again in my life.
It was a lose fault.
Yeah. All right, Garbage Time is next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
VBW says I can name a play the Raiders want back against the Patriots.
Well, they don't get it back.
Well, that's what we're talking about. You know, one play you can have back.
I mean, but what are they going to do differently?
Yeah,
Are
I
they
guess
going to
that's
not
really-
blitz
that
Tom
one-
Brady?
yeah,
and
that
let
one
him-
also doesn't really apply.
Right, like they had to hit him the way that they did.
Yeah.
Pick up the fumble?
They
True.
did recover it.
Well.
I mean,
really not.
Sometimes God just smiles on God's team, which is the New England Patriots.
Gross.
Because there was a half man, half mortal on the field.
If the Patriots are God's team, we're in trouble.
Well, they are. I mean, no one's been as dominant as them. But God is forsaken.
But why didn't they overtake the moniker of America's team?
No,
Even though the Patriots
I am literally the only person that calls them God's team.
Are you sure?
Because my Lord and Savior,
it's Tom Brady,
played for them.
And
So
he is
literally, it was the team on which my God played.
All right, it's garbage time.
Enough of that.
So we talked about this on a show yesterday. Joe, will you listen to Caitlyn Jenner and Lamar Odom's new podcast?
No.
Why not? Don't you think they'll talk about some interesting things like, Lamar
nearly
Odom is
dying?
nearly dying and Caitlyn Jenner transitioning? Those are very interesting conversations.
My first day in sports radio was the day that Caitlyn Jenner became a thing.
What was your take?
Well, you know what the worst part was? Is I produced for 8 hours on the network that's dead, R.I.P.
R.I.P.
And you want to guess which two Houston sports radio hosts I produced for that day that were not doing local radio? Both white.
Okay.
So really narrowed down the list.
Yeah, okay.
One worked at the Astros flagship
Okay.
previously.
Okay.
He would talk really far away from the microphone.
I know who you're talking about, but I forget his
The
name.
Mighty Gwyn.
The Mighty Gwyn.
That's a tough topic to work with him on.
Mm-hmm.
And Chirp.
Barry Warner.
Yeah, so Caitlyn Jenner became a thing in my first day. Never talked on the radio in my life. Was with Barry Warner and with Mighty Gwyn.
What do they have to say?
They lots of things.
Lots of things.
Conversation.
Yeah, I just was
Check out
like,
the podcast.
I just was like,
Still on.
I was just like, I was texting like my boss, and I'm like, God, dude, I'm new here. Like,
I
I
wanna
don't really
hear
want to be
this.
having these deep conversations day one. Can we just talk about like free agency or whatever's going on?
No. You got to talk about this. You got to play the hits. That's what Barry would say.
Yeah.
Love you,
so,
Barry.
Yeah. Love you too, Barry.
A Texas woman got prison for selling spider monkeys and other animals on Craigslist.
Huh.
Since when is this illegal?
Especially in Texas. There's more tigers here than there are in like the wild. In Texas. No, that's the thing. That's
Okay.
actually there's not many tigers
Not
left.
in the wild in Texas.
No, well, that would be a little concerning.
Although there's more than you want in the wild.
You
in
know,
Texas.
honestly though, we maybe should set loose some of these tigers so they can take care of the javelinas.
Yeah, in the wild boars and stuff.
Yeah. We gotta have something to kill the wild boars. I think the tigers would be great.
It like reminds me, like my favorite stories to read. It is an automatic click every single time I see the cocaine hippopotamuses. In Pablo Escobar's
Pablo
hippos.
Escobar's, yeah.
Every time I see a headline about those hippos, I click on
Dude,
it.
I saw
because they just wander around Colombia.
I saw a video the other day of one crocodile eating a baby hippo, and legitimately the entire gang of hippopotamuses
I saw that
came
video.
over and they killed the absolute bejesus out of this croc. Like it was like 12 hippos on one croc. It was graphic.
Wow.
And on that note, guys,
Not even a fair fight.
crocodiles suck. They're reptiles. They're lesser beings, you know. Anyway,
Your
What else you got, Paul?
mammals over reptiles?
a man on a Houston freeway raised his gun out of the passenger side window and started firing indiscriminately. It didn't hit anybody, but can you guess what kind of car he was driving? Best stereotype, because it's very.
Volkswagen Tiguan.
I don't have a Tiguan.
Oh, I don't know.
So no, it
I don't
wasn't
know
me.
which car you
I
had.
would not go Yosemite Sam on the highway. Joe, can you guess what kind of a charge?
Truck.
Nope. As always, it's a Dodge Charger. So, yeah, there you go.
Is that like that's your normal, like, people are shooting out of cars?
I expect the worst out of Dodge Chargers on the road. I just expect the worst.
Yeah,
I expect that you are the worst, no offense, and that you probably behave the worst while driving around in your Fast and Furious Extras car.
Back to, I have one more podcast question for you.
Oh, hit me.
Will you listen to JJ Redick and LeBron James' podcast? Because they just launched that.
It's real hoop only is that's not the name of it, but it's like an X and O's basketball podcast.
I am intrigued to hear LeBron on a podcast with somebody else who actually is allowed to go back and forth with him.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see.
We'll see.
All right, that does it for us. We got to go. We're running late. I'm sure Jeremy and Joel are going to yell at me. Goodbye.
Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It is a Tuesday edition, Taco Tuesday edition.
You invented
of the
right?
Killer Bees on. I did.
Yeah.
It is my innovation. Of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. This is the first time the full band's been together since Tuesday? Last Tuesday?
Last week.
A week ago?
Yeah, about that.
It's great to have the band back together. Brian, I don't know if you're aware, but yesterday you won the car wreck of the day.
Oh, I did? For what?
You did. For not telling A-Rod what to intro the Mailbag Monday segment
Background
with.
music.
That's not true. I can actually refute that, but
You got receipts.
I have receipt. I do actually have a receipt on that, so that's not true.
A-Rod said, well, he did give me a lot of information I might have overlooked. And we said, no, Austin. We're not going to blame it on you. We're going to blame it on Brian. So
no.
It is funny
there
that
was
you have receipts.
There was an email, a text. I got receipts.
Well, I mean, Austin was wearing a Rice hat and shirt, so maybe that's what.
I don't know if you dug
why.
into his fandom, but it is cross-country wide, so yeah, there might be a...
Oh, he has done a bunch of different teams?
Oh, yeah.
The Diamondbacks.
He roots for the Diamondbacks, the Phoenix Coyotes, the Cleveland Browns, and I can't remember his basketball team, but it's all over the map.
Arizona makes sense.
But
Cleveland
then
doesn't.
to Cleveland, and then to Rice.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes your college allegiance can be much different than a pro allegiance.
Yeah, but he didn't go to Rice.
Oh, he didn't?
No.
I should have known that. No one that goes to Rice is working in sports radio. Let's be honest. They're doctors. They're lawyers. They start companies.
True.
They're CFOs.
It's
They're
very
CEOs.
true.
Or they're Lance Berkman.
Yeah, or they're really good at baseball. Yeah, we should have known that.
Nate the Great does games for Rice, but I don't believe Nate Griffin went to Rice.
No, I think he was a D1 receiver.
Yeah.
Maybe Southern Miss.
That may be right.
I think it is Southern Miss. Anyways, J Bar M brought us lunch today. We always love when J Bar M brings us lunch. 2201 Leland Edo. That's your spot to have some great barbecue. One of the top 50 barbecue places in the entire state. They're going to have watch parties for U of H basketball during the NCAA tournament. Go there, watch your U of H basketball. They have banquet rooms. They have your parties. They have all of what you need. And then their food is fantastic. Their food is top shelf. You had the brisket sandwich. Did you finish it yet? Or are you saving it for later?
Did. No, it was absolutely phenomenal.
Their brisket sandwich is phenomenal. It's elite. They butter the bread. They have a fancy little, I don't even know what you call it. It's just kind of, it's like a mouse wheel where it just kind of moves in circles.
Like a rotisserie?
Kinda, but I've never seen anything like it. I'm sure it's very popular in the restaurant business.
I'm not sure they want you using rodent names in when describing restaurant equipment.
All right, let's fix that in post. Okay. Anyways, they have this wheel that moves around in circles, and half of it's covered in butter, like the pool of butter, and it rolls in and out of it. And they put their bread on the other half of it that's not in the butter to butter it. It's fantastic. Great device. It's the best thing since sliced bread. And that's where they put their bread. You see?
I was just ignoring it.
Fantastic food. Go to J Bar M. You make yourself happy. They have the very best. Also, Gentle Ben stopped by. Gave me this bad boy. It's a family show, so I won't say what they brought by, but I'm looking forward to getting into that a little bit later. But it's great to have the full show together again. Lots of concerns right now when it comes to the Houston Astros pitching rotation because Jose Urquidy's not going to throw for a while. Justin Verlander's going to start the season on the IL. JP France, we think he's going to start the season with the team, but he hasn't pitched a ton in spring training, hasn't been great. Christian Javier didn't finish the season strong. He's been kind of up and down in spring training, but people don't like you mentioning the down or the negatives in spring training. Downs and negatives don't exist in spring training, according to some. Fromber, bad second half. He's been up and down in spring training as well. And then Hunter Brown, he did not pitch well in the second half of last season. Rookie, lots of innings, blah, 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 blah. And then you have the latest news where Blake Snell has signed with the San Francisco Giants on a $62 million 2-year deal, $31 million per AAV. He did get some of that, like almost half of it, where they're paying him in the future in a signing bonus.
Yeah, I saw that. It's quirky.
It's quirky. It doesn't really change the AAV, though, I don't think. So, like, Jim Crane would still have to go into the second tier of the luxury tax, which people don't realize there's tiers to the luxury tax. So being in the first tier, you don't get taxed as much as paying into that second tier. Some people don't realize that. You probably should. And then the secondary part of Blake Snell, too, is the whole draft pick compensation. People don't realize that Blake Snell has draft pick compensation attached to him. So if you were to sign him, you lose draft picks. So if you're worried about losing minor leaguers, you should probably also be worried about losing draft pick compensation. I digress to say a lot in a very little that Blake Snell, to me, I'm not disappointed because, like, there's a lot of good reasons to not sign Blake Snell. Little sad to see that contract because I would have given him the 66 for 2. So I was sad, but I'm not disappointed that Blake Snell elected San Francisco.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. The big thing is that there are other guys out there, if you so desire, to go get like a Jordan Montgomery where you don't have to give up a pick to get him. And you would think he's going to be cheaper than what it cost to get him in San Francisco. And the resume is a little different and lighter than what Snell had going for him. And yet he could still be just as effective of a piece. We'll see what happens, because with every ticking time, a minute and second that go off the clock, it's getting closer to the start of the season, and you think these guys want to find a home. I'm just curious how long he's willing to wait before he hooks on with a team. And if he sees the opportunity, especially if the Rangers are just not so far, inclined, I guess, to go and get into some heavy discussions with him, that it would be a great place for him to go. Come to Houston, get back at your old team, be on a winning team, have a chance to win another ring. And
you're not going to like the Jim Bouton tweet from a couple of hours ago.
I guess I missed it.
The Astros do not plan on pivoting to Jordan Montgomery, according to sources. I don't understand why.
I don't either.
I don't understand. We could have a conversation about why. Why do you not plan on pivoting to Jordan Montgomery? I think Snell has more upside there. Montgomery comes at a cheaper cost. He's somebody that's reliable. So I think there's a lot of good reasons to bring in a Jordan Montgomery. But yeah, according to Jim Bouton, the Astros do not plan on pivoting to Jordan Montgomery, according to sources.
Did we hear previous to them when they went out and signed Hader that they weren't interested in Hader? Because, I mean, if this was coming from other guys, I might take a lot more to it. Maybe I'm just being wishful thinking and saying
if anything came out about
if
that.
this was Bowden as opposed to, some of the guys that are on the cusp of everything that's being discussed, whether it be Nightingale or, Joel Osteen Jr. or, the other guys that like to get into the daily rumor mill, Ken Rosenthal, I might maybe write it off quicker, but I'm hopeful maybe that's just one guy's opinion.
Yeah.
Lorenzen doesn't do anything for me.
I like Lorenzen.
Do you?
I don't think Lorenzen's a dude. Like, Lorenzen might not even crack your playoff rotation if people are healthy. And if Lorenzen is in your playoff rotation, you probably had a lot of things go wrong. What I like about Lorenzen is that he can eat innings. I like that he would be an upgrade to your pitching staff.
Is he a bridge?
He can start. Yeah, he's a bridge in the starting rotation.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you get your full allotment of starters back, he transitions to your middle relief. Like, it's not a guy who's like an upgrade over most of your starters like Blake Snell would be. It's a guy who can fit into the back half of your rotation for a substantial amount of time. And then if you get guys right and guys healthy, then he's somebody who has a history of pitching in the bullpen. I agree that it doesn't move the needle a ton, but I think it's a significant enough upgrade over your middle relief long term that he would help you over the course of 162 games quite a bit.
Yeah, if it's multi-purpose and he can bridge as a starter early on, and because he's playing with a team that'll probably put up more runs and provide good defense for him, if he can keep you afloat while you're waiting for guys to get back, and then you can find a spot for him in the middle of the rotation, in the middle of the bullpen, so be it. That'd be great. But I hope that just because they may or may not be in on the only other big name starter that's out there in Montgomery, that they're not done seeing what veterans might be out there to help them.
Yeah. I don't think Lorenzen's is anywhere as good as Jordan Montgomery.
No, not even close.
It's just you get him on a much cheaper deal, and he can transition into the bullpen. He's pitched more as a reliever as he has a starter.
I'm interested going back on Snell. Jeremy, you mentioned before Joel gave his opinion that there were good reasons not to sign Snell.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the obvious financial reason and getting into the second level of the luxury tax, I don't see the good reason not to sign Snell because we're talking a player opt out. It's one season, probably only one season. He's capable of high level a performance with the two Cy Youngs, and you have a need there with the injuries and the delays and your staff getting ready for the season. I just don't, other than avoiding the second level of the luxury tax.
Well, the draft pick compensation.
You've already had third round pick.
You've had to pay for Hader too.
A third round pick. I'm not saying it's nothing, but it's a third round pick in Major League Baseball would never prevent me from doing something I thought could get me back to the World Series. And adding Snell is a get us back to the World Series level move.
Look, I would have signed him to 66 for 2 that was reported. I'm pro Snell, but there's always pros and cons to doing anything in life. So the pros are all the things that you laid out, and I agree are greater than the cons here. But there were some negative things attached to Blake Snell. And you mentioned them, the finances, getting you into the second tier. That's going to cost you a whole lot of money. Does that whole lot of money cost you players down the road? I don't know. It's a question for Jim Crane. And then secondly, you do lose more draft pick capital where your minor league system's not in a fantastic spot. I'm not saying that the cons outweigh the pros. Like, I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm pro Blake Snell.
A third round pick. You're right. The Astros farm system, depending on where you look at, it's ranked 27th or lower. But one third round pick is not going to rebuild the farm system to a point where it was before this dynastic run began.
Cornbread says that he's an every other year guy. Blake Snell is a bit up and down. He's had two incredible years.
Joel and I talked about that a bit. I guess it was last week. No, it was Friday. Yeah, it was Friday.
That's last week.
Yeah, it was last week. Good job.
Both can be true.
But yeah, in between his 2 Cy Young seasons, Blake Snell does have 2 seasons of an ERA north of 420. So there is definitely concern there with his performance. But I don't know. I don't see the reason to back off of Snell other than trying to avoid the second level of the luxury tax.
Yeah, I mean that's.
And you're already willing to go into the luxury tax with Josh Hader, so I don't.
Second tier's more expensive.
It is, but if you're willing to go, to me, it's like kind of like the Breaking Bad line: no half measures. You've already taken the step. Go all the way.
I agree with you. I would have signed. I would have tried to sign Blake Snell. I think part of the conversation too is that like we always think if the team matches the money they're going to sign with you.
Right.
Like Blake Snell's talked about how he wants to play in LA. Like maybe you did give him a better offer than the one that he accepted with San Francisco. Maybe he told San Francisco, because I want to play in California, that I will take $62 million instead of $66 million from the Astros. Like we never know that side of the story. Oftentimes we see the numbers. Oh, the Astros should have done that. Maybe they had an offer that was better, and Blake Snell was using the Astros to get San Francisco to spike the price to that contract.
That's the thing that I think fans get so naive about, because they get so tied into the Astros are one of 3 teams involved in discussions. A lot of times the agent and the player, and to a lesser degree the player for the most part, because the agent just brings the player the final numbers, that the agent is just hoping to get one, and if he's lucky, 2 other teams involved, just for what you mentioned, to kind of get the kind of terms that they're looking for, the amount of years, maybe bump the money up, get the guarantees done, so that they know all along there's one place the player wants to go. But in order to make all the numbers make sense for the player and everybody that they're pulling for with the agent to get it done the right way, they need competition. And so a lot of times that's what the rumors are out there to do, is to facilitate the panic mode or the reaction and the action of the team, to try and say, well, I'll up my offer. And you can see how true they are in terms of how long they're going to stay in the game. But at the end of the day, I'm sure he probably targeted where he wanted to go, and they knew numbers they wanted to reach.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Right.
I do wish that Blake Snell was an Astro. There are a couple of cons. Don't outweigh the positives or the pros for the Blake Snell signing, but Astros don't get it done. A little curious about the Bowden tweet that they're not going to pivot somewhere else. I don't know.
You know what that might be too, Jeremy? Just like you just mentioned, maybe that's a smokescreen message to say, okay, we're out, we're not interested. But then maybe the agent and the player start to panic a little bit, like we need a place to play.
The Astros just really haven't done that, though. They haven't really been, hey, here's a reporter, we're not interested in this guy, and then go back and get that guy. I haven't seen that play out.
I just think all tactics are on the table sometimes.
Yeah, I just haven't seen the Astros use that tactic. And if you haven't used the tactic yet, are you capable of using the tactic? Probably so. I kind of need to see it first. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Are you disappointed or sad that Blake Snell went to the Giants? We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube as well. You just search ESPN Houston. You can find us right there. On Twitter, he's at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Busy show. We got a cash it or trash it. We also have a little bit of March Madness. How are we going to make March Madness fun? Well, it's always easy to make it a little bit fun. And we'll see if somebody else can win Car Wreck of the Day today that's not named Brian McDonald. We'll see. We'll see if somebody else can get the job done. There was a headline today in the local paper, if you still get the local paper. It pertained to the Astros, and I could not disagree more. It also pertains to Hunter Brown. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
It's Blank and Branham, new guy. 713-780-ESPN. Tony 22, he says, Tony 22 here, your resident Lone Star Cuisine owner. It's called a butterwheel. Pretty simple. Send. You think he was talking to Siri when he said send?
Yeah. I do.
Yeah, I would say 100% that's what
Tony
happened.
22. It's called a butterwheel. Pretty simple. Send. That's awesome.
I've never seen that before.
I haven't
They
either.
included the word
He's definitely
send.
voice texting while driving around. That's
awesome.
Tony.
Yeah, it's Tony.
He's always driving around. Tony, you're always talking about this food and stuff like that. I was telling the guys during the break. You always said you were going to bring us some. When are we seeing this? Jeremy's out there basically the rest of the week with the coup. Next week or something like that, let's start seeing, put your money where your mouth is. Put it up there. Let's go.
I love the butterwheel invention, though. What a great invention that was. I'm a big butterwheel kind of. I want a butterwheel at the house. What does one have to do to get a butterwheel?
I was going to throw that out there
go
when
to
you
Amazon,
mentioned, put it in your kitchen.
Do you have to plug it in
Probably.
to keep it
Yeah.
spinning?
I mean, what the hell are you going to do? Get solar power?
You have a mouth underneath.
Oh, my
Like
God.
we mentioned earlier. 4-5. Actually, hold on a second. 409 Josh. What are the odds the first picture of the Texans uniforms posted was a team planned leak so Cal could respond by posting the picture he did?
It's possible.
I don't think there's any chance. There's no way the picture that you saw out there the first time was the picture they wanted out there. No chance.
I think absolutely, because it's exactly what you said. There would there would be nobody out there thinking the Texans planted that. And teams do a lot of these things strategically to say that we'd like to get some more hype, create some more hype train before we announce the other three.
But it was so ugly. You don't want an ugly picture out there whenever you're trying to get people excited.
Was it inaccurate?
But I mean, I'm just talking about I'm not even talking about from a uniform perspective. I'm talking about from a photographer perspective. You had a terrible backdrop, you had a terrible model, you had no lighting whatsoever. You know what happened here? I think this is my theory. I believe the guy that modeled the uniform took a picture of it and sold it to the highest bidder. Because you have people on Twitter that are uniform leaks. I think he sold it for $100. Here's the picture of the new Texans uniforms. He was the model. No one else had phones whenever they were able to go in there and look at it. So how else did it leak? I think the model sold a picture for $100.
Don't you think the model had an non-disclosure as well?
You should.
So
Unless
you would
it
think
slipped
that
through
they
the
could
cracks.
trace that back. That 100, he probably did himself a disservice.
Yeah, well, he could have been an idiot. You never know.
I think that if they had the plan all along, and again, teams do this all. I've been a part of these where you think the deadline is exactly what they tell you, and they have all the intention in the world of leaking part of it, all of it, one of them out there, and then you look, and Cool Cat Cal looks like big dog in the room going, "You want to see what it really looks like? Here, take this," and they get one of the four out there.
I still want to hang out with him. If he wants to have a
He'll
drink
flip
of
burgers with you.
Gentle Ben, it's on me, Cool Cat Cal. I'm not arguing that leaks happen. 100% leaks happen. Leaks are kind of critical
And
in
planned,
the PR
yeah.
world. But you're not going to leak something that looks so bad. You don't want that to be the first impression of the uniform.
Well, but think about this. You do, because the initial is, ooh, that doesn't look very good, but you're really, like you said, you're absorbing the background and how it looks like it's not professionally done. And then all of a sudden, here comes the owner with neon in the background, with a brighter, better overall look and feel, and people go, okay, I like it now.
First impression so important. I don't believe it. I mean, we're not gonna. Do you really think that?
I think it's possible. I didn't say I think it's definitely a possibility.
If that really happened, they're all idiots, because you do not let that picture be the first impression. It's
Well, not
first
only that,
impressions
you
are
can't
so,
guarantee-
you only get one first impression.
And not only that, but you can't guarantee someone's going to look at the next picture. They might have already formed their opinion. Why would they keep looking at pictures as they come out? They probably thought they've already seen them.
Well, I mean, you're still going to look at it with Nico and
Maybe
Tank.
not 100%.
Yeah, I don't think it was an intentional leak. I think that Cal McNair was like, oh no, it's out there. It looks terrible. Let's put up our Hollywooded version of this. 3667. Maybe the Astros drank the "we're so deep at starting pitcher we don't need anyone" Kool-Aid that everyone kept drinking all off season. LOL. This guy thinks he's funny because he thinks the Astros still need tons of starting. I still think the Astros will be fine.
I do too.
4518. Would it be possible to bring up Spencer Arrighetti?
I think there's a legit chance Arrighetti could start the season on the roster.
I guess that would depend on France, right?
Well, they already sent him down to minor league camp. It seems like Ronel Blanco has probably earned a job in the starting rotation.
Really has, numbers-wise, yeah.
I saw Belax being worked up to 55, 60 pitches today. I don't think that there's any chance Spencer Arrighetti will be on the opening day roster. any chance, unless there's like more injuries. 1686, from a source of mine in the building, the model was fired. He didn't say what department he was in, but I'm assuming equipment. Maybe he was a scorned employee. Scorned employee that
Last chance to get some cash on the way out the door.
He dropped this leak. Anyways, there was an article today in the Chronicle from Matt Kawahara. He does great work, and I'm not even sure Matt Kawahara did this. A lot of times the guys who write don't even write their own headlines. I'm not sure how it works in the Houston Chronicle. But his headline was a story about Hunter Brown and his workload last year, most innings from a rookie. They need Hunter Brown to step up. He was good in the first half, wasn't good in the second half, decorated, highly thought of, blah, 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 blah. The headline said, for Astros, Hunter Brown's quantity of innings will be as important as their quality. I'm sorry, I could not disagree more. If Hunter Brown pitches 5 innings every game and gives up 1 run or less, cool, give me that. I'll take that over 7 innings, 5 runs. I do not understand this headline. How is his quantity more important than his quality? I understand that the Astros starters right now, the rotation looks like a mess. Fromber, Javier, Hunter Brown, JP, is he healthy? Renell Blanco, is B-Light going to start for you? I get it. And I understand that the middle relief ain't great. Like, you got Blake, you have the back end, you have Josh Hader, you have Ryan Presley, Brian Abreu, sans the first 2 games, Rafael Montero, blah. But you don't need quantity more than quality. What kind of weird headline is that?
Last time I checked, they signed Josh Hader, and they have one of the best 7th, 8th, and 9th guys in all of baseball, to where all you need to do is keep them in the ball game and pitch well for the first 5 innings. Yeah, it'd be great if you give them 6. And you've done your job. I mean, the games have all been shortened because of how good the back of the bullpen is. That's why it's just that 6th inning that we're focused on. And, of course, obviously you're going to need starters from time to time to give the guys a rest by going deeper into games. Or if you have a big lead to kind of soak up innings, you can have other guys in the pen cover those. But it just seems to me that we've all said, because of the strength of the bullpen, that the game can be shorter for the starting pitchers now to get their wins, and they don't have to go as deep into games.
Like, what would you rather have from Hunter Brown? Would you rather have quality or would you rather have quantity?
Well, to me, it's
both
about
nice.
But if you only can pick one,
quality for
like,
sure.
what are we doing here?
Well, you're taking quality because, I mean, obviously we're talking about, win probability, right? What gives you better win probability? Him giving up 5 runs but getting through 7, or him giving you 5 runs or 5 innings of 1-run ball, and then you just have to bridge 1 inning before you get to your 7, 8, 9 guys. I'll take the latter, certainly.
Yeah, I don't. You think you wrote this headline?
No,
No,
I don't.
The Chronicle.
You think they have headline writers?
They absolutely do.
I don't. I mean, I don't really know.
R.I.P. to Fred, but Fred used to tell me that they had headline writers.
See, I don't. I did a lot of print journalism in college, but I never worked for a newspaper. I never worked for the student newspaper. So I know that I've heard that they have other people that write the headlines and stuff like that. I didn't know if it's changed much in 2024. So we think this is a headline writer?
I would assume
I
so.
completely
Like the editor, maybe?
No, they literally have someone on staff that's in charge of writing headlines.
That's their entire job?
I don't know their entire job description, but their main job is when people submit their columns and such, they're on the headlines.
I don't like this headline. Like this headline, and I know that I'm very critical. I'm a very critical person. I critique a lot of things. I think that's fair to say. I read this headline and my eyes rolled so far in the back of my head. You want quantity over quality? Hunter Brown gave you quantity last year. Look at Hunter Brown's 2023. Hunter Brown in 2023 was quantity over quality. It says in the stinking article that he threw more innings than any rookie in all of the American League. He had 155 innings for rookies, decent amount. You want 155 innings and a 5.09 ERA? You want 130 innings and a sub 3.5 ERA?
Yeah,
come on.
Second half, Fromber gave us a lot of quantity, but will we really sign up for his second half?
Right, exactly. I mean, you look at it, and Javier,
it wasn't good.
Javier can throw a boatload of pitches, and he might got into the 7th inning. But we know when Javier's got his stuff, he can still give you quality enough to get you to the back end of the bullpen, especially with the bullpen you got now.
See, I come to you guys a lot of times, Blankers, Brian, the Hive, to see if y'all can talk me off of things, because I know that I can be critical. I can be a bit too harsh. The Twitch is calling me cruel King of Twitch was calling me cruel minutes ago.
For what?
Which,
for what?
He's not wrong. He's not.
Why are you cruel to disagree with a BS headline?
Well, no, he was calling me cruel before the headline ever
okay.
came to play. I think he's just saying that it's a
Well, he likes
personality
to
trait of mine, which
ruffle your
I don't.
feathers.
I don't disagree with him. I think he's kind of right. At times, I can be a little bit cruel, not intentionally, unintentionally, of course. So I come to you guys, and if am I going too hard here? Am I reading too much into this? Am I being too cruel? Am I being too angry? Am I being whatever the case may be? Am I being that here? For Astros, Hunter Brown's quantity of innings will be as important as their quality. Am I being mean here for diving in on this?
No, I don't see it as mean.
I don't think it at all. I think you're being realistic in the fact that it doesn't make sense. It's stupid.
I think it's stupid.
I can see the small nugget of
it's
the
the
idea.
S word my kids say I'm not supposed to say anymore, added to the other words you're not supposed to say, but it's stupid.
What aren't you supposed to say?
I guess you're not supposed to say stupid anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
What is 2024? What were you saying, Brian?
No, I was just like, as you laid out when you were setting it up, I could see the small nugget of the idea of being concerned about middle relief and wanting Hunter Brown to maybe save the bullpen. But this team can't worry with the problems they have at starting pitcher and you're having to fill in guys you don't think are going to be your starting pitcher, or at least you're hoping not going to be your starting pitchers when you get to the postseason. You can't worry about that. You actually have to get quality games so you can actually get to the 7, 8, 9 guys with the lead. Again, it's win probability. Would you rather get to the 6th inning, only giving up 1 run and only having to bridge 1 inning to get to 7, 8, 9, or get to the 6th, 7th inning, but he's given up 5 runs and now you're trailing?
Like, I get the logic. I just think it's a stupid headline. You're going to take quantity over quality. 6927. This is the 5 innings pitched and 0 earned runs versus 6 innings pitched and 3 earned runs. Quality start argument. Give me 5 and 0 every time. Facts. That's quality.
Absolutely.
Give me the quality of 5 shutout innings over the quantity of even 7.
I don't care what your terminology is for a quality start. If you leave the game having not given up a run and you gave me at least 5, you did your job.
Yeah, I'm just... sometimes I can be a little harsh. I can be a little bit cruel.
Well, this time you're not.
Okay, good. I'm glad you guys were able to tell me that. Is Jalen Green succeeding because Alpi Shingun's off the floor? 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. So King of Twitch calls me cruel. People call me moody, all of these things. You know what takes the edge off sometimes, though? You know what gets me in a good mood, in a happy mood, really quickly? Gentle Ben. Gentle Ben is fantastic. It's the best. I like a good drink at the end of the day. Vodka, gin, bourbon, whiskey, all are fantastic, all in my rotation. And Gentle Ben Spirits does it better than anybody else. How? Well, they have their revolutionary Persado technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirit you'll ever taste. In fact, Persado is the technology that a lot of other spirit companies use, by the way. A little dirty secret, except it's clean. Purification in Gentle Ben is unrivaled. You'll love what's not in Gentle Ben, including gluten. That's right. There's no gluten in Gentle Ben, but Gentle Ben isn't going to brag about that one. All spirits are naturally gluten-free. Try a sip of the Gentle Ben vodka, gin, straight bourbon, or cast-strength bourbon. Compare it to what you're drinking. You'll never go back. Just try it. You're going to love it from the moment you taste it. I've been a Gentle Ben man ever since I had that first sip, and I think you will be too. You get all the flavor, none of the burn. It is smooth. It is clean. Enjoy your drink. Don't work through your drink. If you're going to a Rockets game or a concert inside the Toyota Center, stop by Ben's Bar. Pick up some Gentle Ben. If you're going to an Astros game, opening day's right around the corner. If you're going to Minute Maid Park, stop by Gentle Ben's Bar. Pick up some Gentle Ben on the way to your seats. Head over to gentleben.com as well. Learn more about your new favorite, and you can order straight from the website. That's right. Order straight from the website. Have it delivered to your store, to your front door. gentleben.com. Gentle Ben, the secret ingredient is what's not in it.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Tony 22, I actually really like how Branham always keeps things spicy and interesting and good at debate and sticking to the point, right or wrong, proving your point, sticking to it. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
Just bring the food, Tony. Okay, you don't have to kiss his ass. Just bring the food.
Well, I don't like that. I rather him
you accepted
say
that
something
one.
disparaging and rude and something we can turn around and use Friday at 5:45.
You open arm that
yeah,
one.
Yeah, you led the segment with
it. You led the segment
I'm just
with
reading what the Hive says. I'm just a messenger for the people.
You hate praise, but it's the first thing you do when you come into the segment.
I'm just a messenger for the people. I'm a voice for the voiceless.
Sounds like your
You're
headline.
You're not CM Punk. No, don't try to slide that through.
I'm just voicing
Sounds like your headline. It's
2022.
both sides of it. You got it covered. Good job.
Y'all see right through me. 713-780-ESPN. I really don't like praise, though. 713-780-3776.
In case you want to praise me, I'm going to go with the phone number again.
Yeah.
At Jeremy Branham on Twitter. Is Jalen Green succeeding? Western Conference Player of the Week, by the way, because Alpi Şengün isn't on the floor?
See, I don't think so. Although I understand the case to be made because for a lot of the season, or at least early in the season, the offense was running through Alpi, whether it be at the elbow or in the post, and he was either kicking and dishing or he was going to work. But I think that at a certain point they shifted gears and Ime decided to give the keys more to Jalen and give him more opportunities to create not only for himself but show he can create for others. So I don't think so. I think that maybe because Alpi took up so much of the scoring load, he was almost averaging a double-double. He was putting up 20 a game normally, that you don't see as much from other guys when you got a guy that's doing that. And Jalen sees the opportunity. He's getting more points. But I just feel like for some reason that a switch was flipped recently to where he finally understands the totality of what he can do in a game and how he can affect it positively to it'll build his numbers up, but it helps the team a whole hell of a lot more.
Before I give my take on it, just wanted to be a voice for the voiceless again. 1443. Branham is so honest and awesome, such a great radio host, but more importantly, a better man. Stop with the compliments. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line.
You only had to tell me once. That was a long time ago.
What's that?
To stop with the compliments.
I really don't. I think that there is something in play here. I don't think that they can't coexist.
Right.
Like, I don't think that it's something that needs to be problematic going forward. But, the usage number is something that we hear a lot in the NBA. Like, how often is the ball in this guy's hands? I do think that Jalen Green currently in his NBA career is somebody who kind of gets rhythm and feel with having the basketball in his hands. I think that it's very normal, not just in Jalen Green's situation, where if you're the guy on offense, you're going to find rhythm more. And when you find rhythm more, you're going to score more and play better. So I do think that there is something right now that is a correlation with Jalen playing well and Alpi not playing well, or Alpi being off the floor. Now, we have seen them both have good games at the same time, so I don't think it has to be something that continues going forward. Like, one of the guys has to be the focal point offensively every single possession, every single game. But this is where Ime Udoka has to come in. Like, we're talking next year because I don't think Alpi's going to play again this season. Okay, what's the matchup tonight? Do we have somebody that's defending in the post that has no chance against Alpi? Okay, well, if that's the case, you're feeding Alpi as much as you can, and Jalen Green needs to be better as a complementary player. And then the same token, the other side of that. If you have a really good post defender that Alpi's not going to have good success on that night, and Jalen Green's got a weak perimeter defender, okay, that's the game plan going into play that day. So that's where coach has to come into play. I believe Ime Udoka is going to get there. But also the rise we've seen from Jalen Green has been coming. This has been something that's building all season long because he's finally getting coaching for the very first time in his life.
But here's what I think, too, Jeremy. I think that both things can be true, but yet there's another factor, too. That's the Van Vliet factor. Van Vliet is the guy that I think has led more to the development of Jalen Green because early in the season when they were running a lot of things through Alpi, Van Vliet was the primary ball handler, point guard, floor general, coach on the floor, and everything that Ime needed from a veteran to kind of guide the young group. And then at a certain point, kind of when shifted gears and wanted to kind of let Jalen have more touches and try to facilitate a little bit more, Van Vliet stepped back. There's been a lot of games where Van Vliet isn't playing as many minutes, but primarily the bigger thing is he's only scoring single digits. He might be kicking out some assists and doing some other things, but his scoring dropped off significantly when they started turning the keys over to Jalen a little bit more too, all for the betterment of the team.
No, I think that they can coexist, but I do think that it needs a little bit more seasoning, okay? Like, we still think that, and I know they played together for a while, but again, first year Ime Udoka. 0974, I feel like Jalen has had plenty of usage all season. The pace and space has probably helped, but I think he's inconsistent and just not a good shooter. There's no doubt he's not a good shooter. Like, even like he's leading the low 30s, I think, with his three ball, but that's not a consistent, and he's streaky. Like, you'll have nights where he goes 5 for 9, you'll have nights where he goes 1 for 9. I don't think he's ever going to be a good shooter. I mean, certainly he can improve, develop things.
He's
like
one of those
that.
guys that's a scorer instead of a shooter.
100%. Now, he can still be a guy that can be your number one scorer, even not as a good shooter. Like, okay, I don't have my shot falling tonight. Tonight's going to be a night where I feel like I'm going to go 1 for 9. Well, instead of going 1 for 9, go 1 for 5, get to the basket more, try to get to the free throw line more. I think that's where Jalen's maturity, maybe taking to coaching, will come into play.
It's maturity, and it's the understanding of the NBA game to realize, and I go back a few weeks ago when he had a 1 for 10 shooting game from three-point range. That normally meant that he was in single digits. His turnovers were way up. He didn't fill basically any other stat in the stat sheet, and he was a non-factor. But instead, in that game, he had 23 points. He made the majority of his 2-point field goals. He made his free throws, and he had like 6 rebounds and 5 assists. That's the kind of game that Jalen Green figured out I can still get when I'm 1 for 10 from 3. I don't have to play hero ball. There are plenty of guys in the NBA that are superstar scorers and big-time scorers like Dwayne Wade that were not good three-point shooters.
I mean, he was, he became solid, but not a great shooter.
Michael came into the league not a great three-point shooter.
I don't think he was ever a good three-point shooter.
LeBron didn't come into the league as a great three-point shooter.
I still wouldn't call LeBron a shooter. He's a scorer.
He's a scorer.
Jordan's a scorer. Wade was a scorer.
Yes, but Jordan was a guy that clutch time, he'll knock down the 3 and rip your heart out. But overall, he wasn't a great three-point shooter.
No, if you
he wouldn't even take them.
If you looked up his end-of-season percentages, like you said, it wouldn't be a favorable three-point percentage. But of course, everyone remembers the finals against the Blazers, where he hit 6, I believe, in the first half.
This is your Jordan Poole moment for me.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I was right there in the middle of that one.
My bad. 3311, let him show out for the rest of the season so we can get more for him in the offseason. I am strongly against this.
But if he's playing well, why would you want to move him?
Well, because
value's back
counterpoint,
up.
That's the thing. Like, counterpoint is his stock is high. Trade him while his stock is high. I want one offseason of Jalen Green now that he knows what winning basketball is about. I think it's too early.
And I think you got to see what the rest of the season looks like. Like, if it only continues to improve from here and it becomes consistent, then I don't think there's a reason to move him. Because, I mean, going to some of the points you guys made earlier, I think this is more of I think Jalen was improving and getting to this point because he got real coaching for the first time. And the fact that now Alpi is off the court is more coincidence than anything else. You look at the 4 games, I get it, small sample size. Before Alpi went out, Jalen was averaging 25 points a game, shooting 50% from the field.
Yeah.
It wasn't like this. It only started happening exactly when Alpi went out.
0974, I'm not convinced I've seen a material difference between Jalen this year versus last season besides just being a year older.
Is this the caller from yesterday just deciding to text so that there's less grief?
What do you mean? He's just stating his opinion.
I know, but how do you not, if you watch, I mean, you might be a very, very, very casual viewer of Rockets basketball. But if you watch any games at all last year and then the same amount of games this year, especially recently, you see a significant difference in Jalen Green because you see a significant difference in the quality of play that the team plays, that he's playing. You don't see the whole go to the officials every single time. And when he doesn't make a shot, it's either the official's fault or I'm not playing defense, James Harden style. You've seen a significant transformation in terms of his maturity level for sure.
Yeah, he says, like, defense and like, making the better passes. I think I've seen more of that.
I think just the fact that he plays defense.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, Wade, Jordan, and LeBron are not great comparisons for Jalen Green. They weren't saying it was a comparison for Jalen Green. They said they were guys who were scorers, not shooters. No one's calling Jalen Green.
They just weren't good
Dwayne
three-point
Wade,
shooters.
Michael Jordan, LeBron James. Like, that was not the comparison. Like, Blankers was just naming guys who were better scorers than shooters. In no way was he comparing Jalen Green to Dwayne Wade, Michael Jordan, LeBron James. You're reaching on that one, 444. And I like you, 444. I got your back. Eric the driver says a nice thing thinking about both of us. This is getting a little icky for me. As a longtime listener, I'll say Branham sticking to his take, good or bad. All my takes are good. Is one of the things that kept me coming back. That and Joel's What Up H-Town.
That's all
Eric
I got.
from the drive. That's all you got.
Sweet.
the rest of the show.
At least I got a catchy
nothing.
way to start the show.
There are other things, Blankers. There are other things that you do well.
So it's all downhill from the start of the
Yeah.
show.
That's where I come in. And
I think
pick
I
up
should
the
have
slack.
taken the Branham stance. I don't like the compliment. Please stop.
I told you.
As you read another
They're
one.
overrated.
Yeah.
Aggie Matt could be like trading Wiggins and then he takes off with the new team. I say keep him and hope for the best. It's too early to trade him, I think.
Haggy Matt knows hoops, not me, so let him go.
Yeah, I'm going to like Aggie Matt for a few more days. 713-780. Tony 22, would you consider, that's my mic there, Brian. Would you consider Allen Iverson a scorer or a shooter?
See, Iverson was a pretty good blend of both.
I think he's more scorer than shooter.
He was definitely, if you had to pick one or the other, he was a scorer. He had unbelievable touch, though, in the mid-range game and the floaters. And he's another guy that when you needed a three, he could knock down a three. And you think about the one in the corner against the Lakers with the step over Tyronn Lue. They needed a big bucket. He was their guy. He could knock down a three. He just wasn't a volume three-point shooter.
Junior Broncos, if guys aren't going 20-10 and first-team All-Pro by 22, they're a certified bust. He has sarcasm there. He didn't do the /S like you're supposed to do whenever you're on the computer to hint sarcasm, but he was sarcastic there.
So they play football and basketball?
What's that?
All pros a football term.
Okay, that's something. That's a weird nitpick there.
No, it
that's
isn't.
a weird
No,
nitpick.
it isn't.
That's a weird nitpick.
All pro is only football.
That's
all
a weird,
NBA
that's
first
a weird
team and
nitpick.
all star is basketball.
You're right,
You knew
but
what
it's a
he meant.
nitpick. It's a weird
That's
nitpick.
that's an
Aggie,
extreme
I just want to show you
nitpick.
Aggie Matt. I
It
still
wasn't
know
Aggie
basketball.
Matt. It was the next.
I know.
texter.
I'm telling you. Aggie Matt,
We did Why Is Brian Gone yesterday?
what was
Wrong answers
the-
only.
what was the most popular
Somebody said
answer?
that you were interviewing at 610 to produce the Baytown Baddie show.
I will never do that again. I can promise you that.
Rocky said someone asked BMAC how his interview at 610 went.
I was not there.
Wrong
I said
answers
you
only.
were sitting at home watching a Jason Statham marathon in
You know,
boxers
I-
and a white tank top.
I didn't do that, but I should have. No,
Yes.
I binged through another TV show I was behind on, but I should have probably watched the Statham marathon.
713. Eric the driver says your old NBA stories are second to none. So you got that too. Old NBA stories and What Up H-Town. 713-780-ESPN. NCAA tournament kicks off tonight with the first four games. So we're gonna do we're gonna have an NCAA draft, 4-round draft. We're gonna whoever goes the furthest. We have a point system we'll tell you about. But who do we have going deep in the NCAA tournament? Who do you have going deep? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Hawley, U of H Cougar, by the way, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he protects the interest of businesses, and he's been in the business of that for nearly 25 years. Mike, Chris Fisher, great people at HRP. Fantastic customer service with those guys at the helm. But I can speak to that customer service. We use HRP here at Gal. I'm a big email guy. I don't like talking on the phone. Anytime I have a question, always a quick response, easy to understand. I go email, but they're just as good on the phone, of course, as well. HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need, whether it's HR compliance, whether it's benefits administration, whether it's payroll, maybe it's all of it, maybe it's one of it, doesn't matter. They're going to work with you to come up with a plan that you want. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. A little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. You'll love that customer support. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line, someone that's familiar with you and familiar with your company. Always will be dealing with you. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you. That's 281-880-6525 or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Man, I love this music. Love this music so much. He's Blank on Branham. I watched the selection show from 5 to 6 on Sunday, St. Brackets Day. I then turned it to ESPN, watched their bracket show from 6 to 7. Then I believe I put it on CBS Sports Network from 7 to 8, watched their show, and then went back 8 to 10 to watch the second team ESPN guys on their second bracketology show.
You're lucky.
I love it.
You're
I love
lucky.
this.
Because there was one other level that I thought you were going to go to.
Oh, I ducked that.
Yeah.
I turned it off.
Yeah.
That's why I flipped to CBS Sports
if
Network.
we're going to the NIT preview, I'm out.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the women's selection show.
Oh, no. They actually did a show on the NIT, too, to try and break that.
Did they really?
Yeah. I'm like, oh, God, you must be joking.
I've never.
I'm out on that.
My wife's brilliant. She like I've never been more impressed with her than the other day during that night during that session of time, because whenever I flipped it back to the second bracketology show on ESPN, they were doing like they were going back and forth with the men's bracket and the women's bracket. Like they had two men's basketball analysts, two women's basketball analysts, and they were going back and forth with like the host moderating, like, what do you think about the men's tournament? What do you think about the women's tournament? I told my wife, I was like, I really don't like how they're doing this. I don't like how they're doing this. She goes, well, where does the women's basketball tournament here? I go, ESPN. She goes, there you go. I was like, huh, I love you. That's why I married you. You're a brilliant woman. Anyway, 713-780-3776. Who do you have going deep into the tournament? 6856 Key from LA. Your boy says Blankers is king of the dad jokes. So you got that going for you, too. What up, H-Town, king of the dad jokes?
You have the grading system on that.
Old basketball.
It becomes degrading for me.
I like, but it's a great bit, and the listeners love it. All right, so let's get to our March Madness draft. We're going 4 rounds in each. Brian, you can come up with an order on random.org real quick while I go through the scoring format. So our 4 rounds, you get 1 point if you go to the Sweet 16, 2 points if you go to the Elite 8, 4 points for the Final 4. How about that? Title game, you get 8 points. If you win the title, you get 16. Brian, the question I would have, if you win it all, do you get points along the way?
Yeah, no points.
Okay, so you
no. I see what you're saying. No, I think it would be.
Well, you might have to do it that way because if you win the title, you get 16. If you were to lose in the title game, I guess you'd get 8.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So you're saying if you had the team to win the title, you'd get the 16, the 8,
you get all
the 4, the 2, the 1. To me, you only get whatever they end up with.
Okay, so if you pick the champion, you're getting 16 points.
Yeah,
you're not getting it all. So your final destination.
Yes.
You win it all, you get the 16. If you're in the title game but you lose, you get 8. You reach the Final 4 but you don't reach the title game, you get 4, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. That makes it I'm not sure it matters a whole lot, but just wanted clarification on that. All right, do we have our order, Brian?
It'll be Joel, then me, then Jeremy.
Snake, of course.
Yes, Snake, that's fine.
I don't like how I ended up here. This screws me.
I didn't like the Astros draft where I ended
Well,
up.
that rotates. Like, we're all going to get our turns at number 1.
What?
I know,
This
I still don't
rotates.
like
If
This
it's
one doesn't rotate at all.
What are you talking about? It's a snake.
But there's only one category in the March Madness draft. The
But
Astro
it's-
draft, we have
you'll
how many?
get your second pick before Joel and I will
No,
get
I
our
understand
second
that.
pick.
And I get that it's a snake. But our Astro draft, we had how many categories that we're going through?
Well, we had a lot, but then
like
we're all out, and we had to ditch some of them.
Right, but like we're going to ultimately all end up with the first pick at some point for a certain stat, even though I guess that one isn't snake. That's a good point. All right, Blankers, you got the first pick. I've done zero prep for this, by the way.
Okay, I'm going to take the Yukon Huskies.
All right.
With my number 1 overall pick.
Logical first pick.
Yep.
I will, do I want to be that
No, you
guy?
don't want to be a jerk. You want to be nice.
No.
Be nice to the talent.
I don't want to steal your team from you.
Yes.
I
don't think I can legally
What
do
are
this
you
if I
doing?
don't pick them.
You have a chance to come out with something in this. Toughen up.
Oh, yeah, we have a lunch bet on this, by the way.
Oh, yeah, we should mention that up front, huh?
Yeah, we have a lunch bet on this. So is it the winner is going to get a dish, or we're going to go to Star Pizza.
The last place team will buy the first place.
Is that how we're going to do it?
Yeah,
Or should the second and third pick up the winner's tab?
we could split it. That'd be fine. I was doing last
I'm
place
getting hammered.
first, but
I don't care. However we do it.
yeah. Regardless,
What do y'all want to do?
First place gets their
First
lunch
place
paid
gets
for.
their lunch paid for. Should it be
Yeah.
last place pays and let's go that way.
Yeah.
Let's put a little more shame on who gets in last
Exactly.
place.
Yeah.
Good call. So last place will buy first place, and then the middle guy just has to, pay for their own bill. Star
Yeah.
Pizza?
Star
Are we
Pizza.
doing like a
love
are we
that.
doing just a normal pizza or are we doing the buffet on Tuesdays?
I would say buffet
Either
on
one.
Tuesday.
Buffet on Tuesdays, get to Star Pizza.
Yep.
Okay, who you going with, Brian?
Yeah, I decided Joel talked me into it. I'm going to be a jerk and take the Houston Cougars.
I don't think I can legally play now. I think that's like a fact. I don't think I can legally play this game anymore.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Jeremy.
That stinks.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Break the law.
Breaking the law. Breaking the law.
I'm not in a good spot right now. I guess I will go. I don't really like North Carolina. I don't like my spot. I will go with Purdue. Sure, they're going to lose to a 16.
Purdue?
Yeah, they're going to lose to a 16. I'm actually going to go with Arizona here instead of North Carolina. So I'll go with Arizona with my second pick. Purdue and Arizona.
Interesting. All right. So Purdue and Arizona.
You keeping tabs of this?
I can. I thought you were, but I can keep tab of it. That's fine.
I can do
if
that.
it's not, even if we don't, it's on the podcast.
I don't want to
podcast page.
anymore.
I could always pull it later. I'm gonna, This is.
I don't want to win this anymore. I want Brian to win. I'm playing for second.
You want
I'm playing for
Brian to
second.
win?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I want Brian to win more than I want to win. Absolutely.
What did
no
I do?
doubt about it. You don't have Houston.
Okay.
I want Brian to win because he has Houston.
I get
Can
it.
you not realize that?
Yes, I get it.
Yeah,
So
that's why I want him to win.
You took Purdue and Arizona. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got it all right down here.
Oh man. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go Ken Palm ratings here, and I'm gonna go with Auburn next.
I'm a big Ken Palm guy.
Yeah, I am.
Now
too.
the problem with Auburn is they play UConn in the round of 16.
I know. It's a tough draw. The toughest Sweet 16 draw you could arguably have. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go Ken Palm ratings here and go with Auburn.
Big Ken Palm guy. Big Ken Palm
Well,
guy.
I'm going with Carolina. I'm going with Blue Blood Central here. I'm going Carolina, and I'm going Kentucky.
Ooh, man, you do have name brand
That's
there.
That's pretty crazy that
Yeah.
Carolina slipped to you.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
That's pretty crazy.
Well,
That's
you
good
almost.
value.
It seemed like you almost
I
took
had
North
to.
Carolina.
They have the lowest odds of all the 1 seeds, but I mean, you just got a 1 seed with the 6th pick.
Did you see the Vegas odds though?
I did.
The hottest team going at once the bracket came out was Carolina. Everybody
that
was
true?
picking Carolina. Yeah, I saw it. We got it emailed to us actually. I think.
Obviously they lost their conference tournament, but still.
They have the lowest odds of the 1 seed to win, but maybe that's why they're getting a lot of tickets.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's
that
why
might
they
be
got
why.
the love, but
That
a lot
might
of
be
people
why.
were putting money on them.
All right, so my pick next, I'm going to go with. This might seem like another knife in Jeremy's chest here, but I'm going to go with the team that knocked the Cougars out of the Big
pick.
12 title game
It's a real good
and go
pick.
with Iowa State.
Really good pick. I'm going to avoid the South region for obvious reasons.
Mhm.
So I'll go with Tennessee.
It's a good pick.
Rick
That's
Barnes.
a good. No,
Volunteers.
they
You
got
got to bet on Rick Barnes?
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Is it Kennick? What's the
It's,
kid?
it's actually Connect.
Connect?
I don't know how, but it's Connect.
He's a heck of a good player.
Yeah, it's Connect. It's a really good pick with Iowa State. Do I want to invest? Give me the Fighting Illini of Illinois.
Ooh.
Give me the Fighting Illini of Illinois. I hate my draft. I'm just
I
rooting
don't
for
like
second
Illinois.
place. I'm just rooting for second at this point. It's so
All right.
funny. Why are you laughing?
I love that it took one pick to completely just send you.
I mean, you knew it was coming, though. It's why you did it. Wait, it's not
I
why
didn't think you'd spiral this bad. I think
Who
I
did
like
I
my
take?
pick
I
even
took
more now.
Illinois.
Who did I take?
You said Illinois. You said Illinois. Why? You want to change it? I haven't made my
No.
next pick yet.
I was writing down. I was keeping track.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
Brian's
took
up.
Tennessee and Illinois with the two teams that you took. Okay.
I'm stacked. I'm loaded.
Okay, next pick. It's my final pick here. I'm gonna stay in the Big 12. I've got two Big 12 teams already, and I will go with Baylor. Don't love that pick. A little farther down in Kim Palm, certainly passed up probably some better teams here, but
Two potential lottery guys, though.
yeah, but I just believe in obviously teams that go through the toughest gauntlet, and being in the Big 12 certainly put Baylor through that.
I was about to say, you know what Brian's just told me with his draft? He thinks the Big 12 is the best conference in the world. He's got Houston,
Well, it
Auburn.
is.
He's got Houston,
I do.
Iowa State, and Baylor.
I do too.
Thinks the Big 12 is the
For
best.
sure.
They are.
For
Yes.
basketball, yes. I'm going Marquette.
I thought you were going to go Kansas and just go all the Blue Bloods. UConn, UNC,
No,
Kentucky.
I don't believe in Kansas. Now, I don't believe I've seen multiple people say that Samford is going to upset Kansas.
Yeah.
I don't see that
It
happening.
depends on their health.
Yeah.
That's kind of an old There was obviously a stretch where Kansas got upset by every lower, like Bucknell and Bradley.
Yeah, but three of their best
and
players could be
VCU.
out.
But that's my point I'm making. That take is an old take at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's this year's team. Like,
It
if they're
is.
healthy, they're dangerous.
And he's going to reload next year. It's just a matter of being healthy at the right time.
You got stupid value in this draft.
You
I did. I love it.
You got a 1 seed North Carolina at 6, and you got a 2 seed Marquette at 12.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't take Marquette's because they're in the South region. I'm not
get
taking
it.
a South region
Well, I kind of
team.
took advantage of that, too, because then I started looking in the South going, well, I know I only got BMAC to worry about there.
I hope Kolek doesn't play.
You shut your mouth.
I don't hope that. I'm just saying that for the draft. I hope I come in second. I hope Brian wins. All right, so Blankers has UConn, North Carolina, Kentucky, Marquette. Brian has Houston, Auburn, Iowa State, Baylor. I have Purdue, Arizona, Tennessee, and Illinois. Who got the best foursome? I'm going to say Brian did. And
Joe
I'm gonna
George
say
has Longwood,
I got the
UAB,
worst.
Wagner, and Western Kentucky.
Longwood has a cool story. Their head coach used to be an attorney in Houston. In Houston, he left the legal field, started his own
Reed Geddes?
oil and gas company. No, it's not
No.
Reed Geddes.
Okay.
He was a former coach
Yes.
under Clyde. And then
Some
he
would say the head
started,
coach.
and then he left to be a CFO. All during this though, he started a company, like a little fundraising deal, like a charitable deal, where he was taking underprivileged kids in the third ward and playing basketball with, like they would do like basketball stuff.
Yeah.
And he got the itch to coach. He said, "Okay, I'm going to go back into the coaching field." He got a Dobo job at UMBC, got bumped up to assistant the next year. He was an assistant coach on UMBC's season when they
beat
were a 16
Virginia?
and beat number 1 Virginia.
Wow.
So there's some symmetry there. But yeah, now he's the head coach at Longwood. All right, who got the best of that draft? 713-780-ESPN. The Donnell Hunter free agent acquisition for the Houston Texans. That is your favorite Texans move since when? Since when? 713-780-ESPN. What are the other moves prior to this that you loved as much as the Donnell Hunter to the Texans? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I got a little Chandler clarity. Chandler Rome, beat writer for the Astros for The Athletic. Jose Urquidy said his UCL is fine. There's no damage there. There's inflammation in his forearm muscle, and he will not throw for 10 to 15 days.
That's what Lance McCullers said.
I mean, it's better than a torn UCL.
No, it's, look, if you obviously, if you feel a lot better hoping that that's the case, then what could have been the alternative?
How does one inflame a forearm?
Excessive use?
A lot of pitches.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN.
See what you did there.
What is the Danielle? We all like the
quantity,
Danielle
Jeremy,
Hunter.
over quality.
We all like the Danielle Hunter signing for the Houston Tech. A big price, but only 2 years. He gets to the quarterback. Who was our guy who called yesterday? Was it Mark?
I believe so.
He doesn't like the Danielle Hunter.
Because
He
no
thinks he's
big
just
name,
a guy.
big name
What
free
was,
agents
what
are
was
coming
his
in.
argument against it?
He said he was just a guy.
And Texans can't get big name free agents to come.
I think Austin was supposed to trim
Just
it up.
the guy.
He might. I don't know. Did he tell you that he was going to trim
He
it up so
didn't
he could put it on
mention it
Bad
to
Take
me.
Boulevard? Yeah, he said that he was
If you
just a
remember
guy.
roughly what time, I can go get it.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
I'll
yeah.
text him.
Yeah. So, anyways, he said he was just a guy. Signing Danielle Hunter is your favorite Texans free agent move since blank. 713-780-ESPN. Signing Danielle Hunter is your favorite Texans free agent move since Joel Blank.
Yeah, I didn't sign right away, but I thought that people were excited.
What is your what is your favorite free agent signing since whatever? I was going to say Tank Dell, but it's not a free agent signing.
Yeah. I mean, I think the first thing that pops to my mind, I think Danielle Hunter would be. Oh, go ahead and take it, Joel. If you think I'm going to take the obvious, you go ahead and take it.
Jonathan Joseph?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the best free agent they've had.
Jonathan
I
Joseph
think
at the time
without
was a stud corner for the Bengals, and when he came here, it was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, thanks for the history lesson, Dad. I know that Jonathan
I'm not
Joseph.
telling it to you. I'm telling it to the listeners.
I mean, obviously Jonathan Joseph was very good, but if your best free agent signing in 2 decades is Jonathan Joseph, I don't think that's a great.
Well, it's not
free agent. There's not always great free agents.
I mean, what's the other choice though?
I think it's it.
I know. I mean, maybe you could say Danielle Manning.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
No,
I wouldn't say that.
I know. I'm not saying he's number one, but if you're like the
Jamie
others
Sharper?
in conversation,
that's mid.
Yeah, but he was a big splash at the time.
Let's go. Let's just go move. Let's go best move because this guy. Some of the texters are just reacting with best move instead of best free agent signing. 3426 best move since trading the sexual assault demon. Of course, that's Deshaun Watson. 2-year anniversary of Deshaun Watson, I think, was either today or yesterday.
No one celebrated.
We should be, though. That should be
Getting rid of him was big.
That should be an anniversary that we do celebrate. 6091, the Honey Badger move. That was a free agent signing.
That was.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't put it ahead of Joseph.
It didn't really result.
He played
in
well
all that
for a
much.
year and then seemed like he didn't like it here at all and got out quick.
This guy says favorite mood since trading D-Hop. What?
That's just
You're trolling.
He's trolling.
You're trolling 6087.
I mean, if we're going to just say favorite move, I think I would have to say since the drafting of J.J. Watt. I mean, that was not obviously fans booed him at the team draft party. So, I mean, that was not a move everyone was on board with. And
Someone on the highway to hell actually thought it was a horrible move at the time, and I corrected him, and then I was told I was crazy, and then didn't remember saying it when he turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah. This guy said Ed Reed. This guy said Ed Reed until he played. Vince Wilfork.
That's fun. A good one.
He was solid. It was
big
as good as
name.
J. Joe.
Big name though, coming from the
guy.
Patriots. Big guy.
He was
loved
fun
his,
too.
Loved his coveralls.
And
yeah,
he was
gave us that moment on Hard Knocks. Yeah.
And he was a veteran that actually worked. Like he was good while he
fine.
played.
Yeah.
He was good while he played. Tommy Townsend, Pro Bowler.
The punter.
I do like Tommy Townsend. There's 2 things that I like about Tommy Townsend. First off is his hair. And I love the relationship, the friendly relationship, the platonic
with your girl.
relationship that he has with Taylor Swift. Did you see him celebrating after the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
It's like they were BFFs for the last 20 years.
Saw it,
That guy's lovable. I think he's going to fit right into that special teams unit. And I'm huge on the Houston Texans special team unit. I like Kaimi Fairbairn. I like what I've seen from Tommy Townsend. The hair flows beautifully. And then he's BFS with Taylor Swift. And then you're putting those 2 guys in the same room with the legend John Weeks. How do you not like that specialist?
I can't believe we went this long in the segment without you saying your favorite move is the signing of John Weeks.
It's a good call.
Was he not drafted? How do you
I
not
don't
draft that
believe- I
guy?
don't think he was.
I'm
Was he?
assuming he wasn't drafted.
No, I think I've actually looked this up before. I think he was bouncing around at like practice squads, and they picked him up off a practice squad. AJ Bouye.
He was a good player. I don't think he would crack a top 5 as far
I think
as
he was a
favorite
massive
moves,
disappointment
but
once he started playing.
He was all right. He was all right for a few years.
Ed Reed brought excitement. Don't take what happened, but people were into it. And they definitely were into it. He was going to be the guy who got the Texans
and then he
over
turned
the
out
hump.
to be the absolute opposite of what you were expecting.
Championship
or hoping for.
pedigree. He was going to, like, Texans are trying to get to that level. He's going to be the guy who, like indoctrinates you into, like, championship culture.
Yep.
And then he was the exact opposite. Not that he was, like, a terrible person or a terrible leader or anything. He
No,
just
and then he
was a
didn't like
lousy
it when
player.
people got on him for not.
Yeah, he didn't like that. 6927, how are we not mentioning John Weeks? A little late, but I got there. Since signing QB1 Carr, they drafted him.
I mean,
someone said Mark's take was during this time yesterday they were driving home, which they do every day at this time.
He's at 357, right?
Okay, I'll find it.
He's at 354.
That's fine. I'll find it. I'll find
So
it during
probably
the
that
commercial
last
break. Yeah, I'll
segment.
find it during the
Well,
commercial
you don't need
break.
it until Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Because we're going to put it on Bad Take Boulevard. So there's no rush on that. Yeah. We don't need to turn it around for that. Matt Schaub, that was a trade.
Right.
But if we're just going acquisitions, like you can throw Schaub in there. I mean, if you're going just acquisitions, though, it'd probably be the draft pick of J.J. Watt.
Yeah, it'd have to be that or Andre, right?
But I would, yeah.
Or I mean, we had this debate when this came up with like the best free agent moves they've ever made about whether Arian Foster was a true free agent move. We have to mention
Now,
Arian Foster among this.
Let's remember the phrasing here is your favorite move.
Yeah.
So, like, favorite move is different
Well,
than best.
Arian's in the conversation then because people loved what he did, and he was a free agent because he was a street free agent.
But I think favorite, it's kind of like your excitement in the moment. So, like, J.J. Watt, I think you would cross off because people
weren't. Yeah, that was like the Robert Horry reaction.
Yeah, Arian Foster's an undrafted free agent. You don't even bat an eye at that.
No one was excited about it when it happened, right?
I mean, no one bats an eye at an undrafted free agent.
Was
unless it's
Andre
a player that
questioned
you
at the
love.
time? There were other guys you could have taken, or was he the unequivocal guy to take there?
No,
he was the number 3 pick in the draft. The only receiver that went above him was the guy that went to Detroit. Now I'm blanking on his name.
Rogers?
Johnson?
No, it was
Calvin
a bust.
Johnson?
He was a bust.
Oh, then
He
it was
awful.
Rogers from Michigan
I
State.
think it was Carlos Rogers.
No,
not
Charles
Carlos
Rogers.
Charles Rogers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Carlos
Charles
Rogers was his nickname when he went below the border. My favorite, you laughed. My favorite was Tank Dell. My favorite was like if we're going straight Texans move. And again, favorite. Like we're talking about the excitement of an individual person.
I can't nitpick it because it's an individual. Yeah,
like I
that's
loved
fine.
when Case Keenum signed too, like this past time. But Case Keenum, you knew he was going to be a backup.
Right.
The moment that they draft, I was standing on the table for Tank Dell. Like I was banging the drum. I want Tank Dell in Houston. So the moment, and I was doing a baseball game at the time, and I was following the draft just through the draft tracker, like through the ticker.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't even watching. I was watching through the draft tracker on ESPN.com. And whenever I saw Tank Dell flash with the Houston Texans, like there was not a moment that I cheered more for a player acquisition than that moment.
Well, I was pleased when they got Rondane.
He had the one moment in the game against the Colts, and
Mine's
the first
Tank.
ever win against the Colts.
He had a couple of glimpses.
He had a couple moments.
Yeah.
He had a couple moments.
Now, I think that like favored can get lost if they don't play well. Like Dane was your favorite in the moment, didn't play well, so it loses its luster. Like it's hard for me to beat Tank because he didn't lose any luster. And in fact, he played above his expectation. Quite a bit above his expectation.
I think along those lines, then I think I have to go with the drafting of C.J. Stroud because not only was I excited about it, that was the quarterback I wanted, but then everything after that lived up to the excitement that I had in the moment.
Yeah,
I think that's got to be my pick now.
I think that a lot of people
if we're
would
factoring
say
in actual excitement in the moment.
On the flip side of that, I think a lot of people, because of how disgruntled they were with Brock Osweiler, were completely stoked when they got Deshaun Watson and they made the move to go get him. And then obviously it didn't turn out so well.
Yeah, that's one that I think you could be up there. Yes, 2568. I'm a big fan of Tommy Townsend. 5882. I was hyped for Brock Osweiler and Lamar Miller same offseason. One of them turned out to be all right.
Yeah,
Lamar Miller is pretty
Lamar
good.
was fine.
9666. Brian Cushing. Love that psychopath. Brian Cushing is a psychopath.
Yeah.
He's a psychopath.
He was. Wait, now hold on. Can we include coaching moves in this?
See, that's a good question because
D'Amico's got to figure in if we do.
9913 said D'Amico.
D'Amico might be the man that saved the franchise.
I think it would have to be as a coach too, because even when he was a draft pick, it was a second rounder.
Second round pick out of, but he was good. He was solid.
But you wouldn't be as stoked about a second round linebacker as opposed to a hometown hero coming back to be your head coach. It would be more as his head coach. That's a good call.
That might be the answer.
You know what might be a good answer? The day that Jack Easterby was fired.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a good call. That's a good call. Day Bill O'Brien was fired.
I was going to say the day Bill O'Brien was fired would be right behind it.
See, I didn't.
Oh, people wanted him to go.
as a GM.
But we're talking about our favorite. As a GM, he was awful.
Yeah.
But what I didn't like about it, though, is that it was in week 4 coming off a playoff,
Sure.
and it showed that your organization was a dysfunction. So I didn't like the symbolism of it. I was totally fine with Teapot Bill being fired. But the moment that you did it, season's over, and I didn't like the symbolism of it either.
I get that, but remember now, that's when it was the business side versus the football side. Everybody celebrated in the building. They opened the roof because it was the one thing he was adamant they never do. And JJ and everybody took pictures of it to put on social media to show how exuberant everyone in the building was because they were so ecstatic Ding Dong Bill's gone.
I mean, I missed that part of the story. I didn't know they opened the roof
that was
out of
a
spite.
big deal. JJ had like a Twitter post with him with the roof open, looking up and smiling.
Wow.
Listen to this wet blanket. 1244. Tank Dell ain't ever playing a full healthy season in the NFL.
Oh, that's nice.
You might be right, but why throw the wet blanket on my favorite moment? 1244. That's
As long as they don't ask it to block
thing to do.
inside again.
Yeah, who peed in your Cheerios? What brought that on?
That's my least favorite thing about Bobby Slowick.
With the fact that he put Tank in that position.
160-pound wide
we were
receivers
both
blocking inside.
completely up in arms over that.
No one mentioned Will Anderson?
I mean,
Trade up for Will Anderson?
It was divided.
It was divided. I was excited about it, but I wouldn't put that in my top
It was
moments.
cool that you got picks 2 and 3 in the same draft.
Honestly, I mean,
I obviously questioned what they gave up to get him.
it's hard to be. Maybe this is just the product of the times in fantasy football, but isn't it harder to get excited about defensive players than offensive players in general? I think you're generally more excited about offensive players.
The excitement of the Anderson pick, though, was the trade, I think. Like, that's a pretty like, no
Exactly.
matter how you
weren't
felt about
expecting it.
No matter how you felt about it, it was an exciting moment.
Sure.
2010, what was more exciting, drafting Stroud or Watson?
Stroud. For
Stroud
me,
was,
I mean,
that was
personally,
pick 2 versus 12. I would go with Stroud, too.
Yeah, because I had some hot takes on Watson back in the day that I was completely wrong on. So I didn't think he was going to be any good. I thought he was going to be a bust. But I mean, not to.
Never wrong, just early.
But here's the thing.
never
That's
wrong,
what I was
just
going to
early.
say is the fact that of the 2 on draft day, more people, I believe, had more confidence Deshaun was going to be the guy than CJ.
Well, yeah, he was coming off the national title.
Right.
I think
and he was a big name. He had done a
press
lot of big things. They were coming off all the negativity of Brock and the big contract that he should have never gotten. And you were like, oh, my God, there's hope again. Whereas CJ was like, okay, everybody thought Bryce Young was supposed to be the best quarterback.
Right.
So they were like, did we get the right guy? Is he going to be okay?
People in Kansas City wanted Watson over Mahomes. They were upset that they traded up and drafted Mahomes over Watson.
Yeah.
Which
I believe Bill O'Brien was a big Mahomes guy.
What makes you think that?
Because I had heard stories about the fact that he was big after watching.
I'd heard the same
Yeah,
reports that they
after
had
watching him
Mahomes
work
number
out and
one on
stuff,
their
he was a
board.
Mahomes guy.
They missed out then.
Yeah.
They should. Well,
no, they did.
Would you like Mahomes and O'Brien in Houston?
Well, would they have the same result?
Would that have kept O'Brien here having Mahomes?
Yeah,
exactly.
the question is, would O'Brien have kind of kept him down, or would he still be the same Patrick Mahomes?
There's no way he'd be the same
He
guy.
wouldn't have 3 rings.
He's much better off with Andy Reid.
Oh yeah, light
much
years.
better off.
Yeah,
He
obviously
wouldn't-
a much more innovative, open offense.
Well, I just think
play with.
I think even his development. I don't think he would be as good if he was groomed by Bill O'Brien than Andy Reid. He'd still be good because he's an obviously great talent, but would he be the best quarterback in the NFL? I don't know.
I mean,
don't know.
But wouldn't he have more weapons with the Texans when he came in?
He had
than Kansas
DeAndre.
City?
They got rid of him pretty quick.
But would they have gotten rid of him if he had?
They got rid of him when they had a franchise quarterback.
Man,
they had a franchise quarterback and they got rid of him. So yeah, I think they would have gotten rid of him.
I'd like to believe that they wouldn't.
I think that's.
But that's where Bill the ruler, the dictator, was probably using his own personal feelings over what might have been the best thing for a football team.
100% his personal feelings made that decision.
Yeah.
I mean, the baby mama drama that he didn't like, the contract situation that he didn't like. I don't think the quarterback in the room also changes anything.
5984. Signing D'Amico Ryan's going to be the biggest move in franchise history.
I think it's the franchise saver.
Hard to argue that. 713-780-ESPN. I found a new way to make mock drafts great again. All of you doubted us that we wouldn't figure out a way to make mock drafts great again. We found out a way to make mock drafts great again, and you're going to love it. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. If you don't know what it is, but you're going bald, you're losing your hair, you're thinning, and you're freaking out thinking there's nothing you can do about it, you're not interested in the sprays and the creams and the foams that just don't seem to be anything other than masking the problem, you need to check out the NeoGraft procedure because it's getting your own hair back. It's your own hair. Genetically, you're you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other places. So Doc puts some of that where you need it, and you start to see the results almost immediately. In 6 to 9 months, you see the true results, and you're like, holy cow. It is stronger, longer than what I had before, and my hair looks great again, and you've got self-confidence with it, too. As a listener to ESPN 97.5 and our show, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff to find out all about the NeoGraft. It normally costs $150 for just anyone off the street. You listen to us, you go to him, you get the consultation for free. No money out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line. You ask questions, they give you answers. You see if it might be something you're interested in. Just go to 975hair.com. Sign up for an appointment. They are going to walk you through what the procedure is, how it goes, what to expect. You can ask questions, you can get answers, and you can find out if you're next in line to get this great procedure. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. I have noticed the results. So have everybody that's been around me, and it's been amazing. You can check it out, too. And again, no commitment, just you checking it out and no risk and possibly a big reward. Go to 975hair.com today.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
King of Twitch says, best Texans move, Kenyon Green. King of Trolls is what he is. Go get a job, King of Trolls. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. So all of you thought that we weren't going to make mock drafts great again, and all of you were very, very sad. You were very, very upset that we were not going to be able to make mock drafts great again after Nick Caserio traded out of the first round. Don't worry, we got you. Killer Bees got you. We're going to make mock drafts great again. Now, it might not be through mock draft. And we're not going to do a bunch of randoms anymore. This might be a little bit more selective. Once, twice, 3, 5 times a week at the most.
3 times a lady.
3. So we're going to go with big boards instead. And we're going to look to see who would be available with the Houston Texans selecting at 42, which is their first pick. We're going to eliminate the quarterbacks. There's no point of going quarterbacks. We should probably eliminate offensive tackles, too, because we don't think the Texans would go offensive tackle.
True.
So we'll eliminate quarterbacks. We'll eliminate offensive tackles. Are we eliminating edges? I don't think we should. I still think they could draft one. Now, they signed a guy today who can play a little bit of edge, too. He can play a little bit 3-tech edge.
I think they need a defensive tackle. I'm not sure that they need any more pass rush.
Sure, but I can't completely rule it out.
The second, though. I could see them drafting one later in the draft for depth. But
I think they still have to be an option, though.
Yeah,
quarterback can't be, tackle can be, but I think defensive end
extreme
should be.
slip situation, sure.
Yeah,
but
and
I think the odds are pretty low.
Like today's, there's not an edge option, and I think where the Texans are slotted in here, I don't think there's going to really be an edge option anyway, so it might not even be an issue. Now, quarterbacks could be in play. Like if today we're going to use Jordan Reed's big board, he works for ESPN. He's their second draft guy behind, actually probably their third draft guy. Behind the guy with the good hair, Mel Kiper, Lego Man hair. And then who's our guy that we had on that I'm a big fan of, but I'm blanking on his name.
Miller.
I love Matt Miller. Matt Miller's a good guy. Really good at what he does. All right, so here are our 4 options today. Jordan Reed is number 42 prospect on his big board is Xavier Legette, the wide receiver from South Carolina. Number 43 is Bo Nix. We're scratching him. 44, Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia. 45 is Junior Colson, a linebacker from Michigan. And then 46 is Ricky Pearsall. I'm going to have to learn these names. A wide receiver from Florida. So you got 4 options. Legette from South Carolina, Frazier from West Virginia, Junior Colson from Michigan, and Ricky Pearsall, the wide receiver from Florida. You have your option of those 4. Where are you going here, Blankers?
This bothers me.
Bothers you?
Yes, because I said that in the second round with the 2 second-round picks, if I got 2 of the 4 positions covered of safety, corner, defensive tackle.
Receiver wasn't in that?
Yeah, receiver was the 4th one. But still, I don't know if I like the selections all that much.
This is the names you're going to have to know.
I know.
Like, this is why I want to do this, because these are the names that we're going to start hearing and probably will hear. Not these 4, but these combination of names as we go through the days here, and who the Texans ultimately pick. Because it's a new cast of characters from 23 and 42.
Yeah, I think that they want speed. So I'll say of these guys to choose from, I'll take Pearsall, the wide receiver from Florida, because he seems like he's got decent size. He ran a 4.4. I'll go that route and go receiver. I'm intrigued by Colson, the linebacker from Michigan, who really was their run stopper and was a dude all over the place. But I don't know that they need linebacker as much as they need one of those other 4. So I'll stick with my theory, and I'll go to Pearsall.
I'm okay with any of these 4. Now, I like Junior's game, too. Yeah, you know how I feel about interior offensive line. Now, I'd rather have a guard than a center.
Me too.
So Frazier wouldn't be at the top of the list. I'm going to go with Legette, the receiver from South Carolina. I think he's a very, very, very poor man's Deebo Samuel. He's kind of has that short, stocky build, 6'1", 220. Like his game, put up good numbers at South Carolina. Didn't watch a ton of them. Also, not that Mel Kiper is like a genius, although he was right on Will Levis, like me. We were right on Will Levis. He was the second best rookie quarterback. We were wrong on C.J. Stroud. That's what we were wrong. We were wrong on Stroud, but we were right about Levis. Had a good rookie year. I saw his mock draft today, Mel Kiper's. He had Legette going late first round. Late first round.
Yeah,
I don't see it either.
I don't see DJ Metcalf if he was taller. He's not. So the stockiness bothers me, and I think that the Texans have said they want those quick, fast receivers.
I mean, Legette's quick. He doesn't have the 4. I don't think he has a 40 time as your 40
I get
guy.
that concern, but what bothers me the most about Legette is he's a 5th-year breakout. Like, look at his year by year before this last season. It was like 200 yards, 200 yards, 200 yards. Boom, it explodes. I mean,
what's wrong with that?
How do you go 4 seasons of producing absolutely nothing if you're this level of prospect to go in the first round?
Opportunity.
Or you could be a 24-year-old going against 19-year-olds. I mean, I just don't buy it. I don't buy late breakouts like this. So I would lean interior offensive line. I don't love that it's a center instead of an offensive guard, but I would go Zach Frazier.
There we go. We got an offensive line guy. I like it.
I just don't like the wide receivers here. And like Joel said, the linebacker from Michigan I could be talked into, but I don't see linebacker as a bigger need than
And you
interior
know who
offensive
slides
line.
to 48?
Who's that?
Sweat.
Oh, really?
That's where I would go.
Yeah.
Some guy just tweeted me and said that Lance doesn't think that Sweat's a fit with the Texans.
I think is it just because he's 365 pounds?
I think it's because he's more of a zero tech than a 1 tech.
Yeah, because people view him as a 3-4 defensive lineman. I guess you can make that case, and
Is Lance here?
I don't know. I could walk down the hall.
I'll go during this break.
I mean, I trust Lance's opinion, and maybe this is the Longhorn fan of me, but I really want T'Vondre Sweat here.
I think he'd be a good fit here.
I mean, especially since you're going to be playing with an undersized defensive tackle, next to him. If you were to draft him, I think getting a big boss like that in the middle to really take up a couple gaps and stop the run would be beneficial for the way they've constructed the rest of the defensive line.
All right, who you voting? Who's your pick here? Leggett, Frazier, Colson, Pearsall. You can go to my Twitter at Jeremy Branham or at ESPN 97.5. Cast your vote. See who wins tomorrow. The early returns, they like Leggett, 60%. Next highest is Pearsall at 19%. Wet blanket John Crumpler says trading the pick if that's the board. Come on, John. Be a sport. 713-780-ESPN. Cash it or trash it with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing that you want us to tear apart? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. This is the part of the show where we cash it or trash it. What are we cashing? What are we trashing? Blankers, why don't you lead us off?
I dedicate this one to Brian McDonald.
Oh, I'm
Yep.
intrigued.
Joe Mixon will rush for 1,100 yards and 7 total touchdowns for the Houston Texans.
I mean, I got to stay on brand and trash that. No, the touchdowns. You said 7 touchdowns.
Mhm.
I would cash that part. Where I would disagree is the yardage total.
17 games.
17 games, but still, that's even in. I don't want to pull up his game log now, but as inefficient of a runner as he's been, I don't see it happening. Plus, I'm going to factor in he's going to miss at least 2 because he's a running back, and most running backs miss a couple games. So
Wants to prove his worth, new spot. Wants to prove he still got it, got the contract, better offensive line.
When the season started. I mean, I'm sure he's had motivation before. I'm going to be out on the yardage total.
Okay.
B-Mac was filibustering, and I lost track of how many yards you said.
1,100 yards and 7
total
touchdowns.
or rushing?
Rushing.
Yeah, I'll go under on one of the two.
One of the two?
Yeah.
More likely to go rushing?
It doesn't matter to me. I'm hedging. You said both? I'm hedging. I think he goes under on one of them.
I think he gets
trash
both.
him. So we both trashed him. My cash him or trash him, it has to do with college basketball conference tournaments. Did you see the kid from Florida? Broke his leg in half.
Yeah.
The bone was sticking through his skin, and there was blood on the court. I think we should
It's
either
like the situation from the kid from Louisville a few years ago.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Not quite as gory as that one. That one was really, really bad.
That one was. Oof.
Did the bone puncture
there
the
was
skin
no
on
blood,
that one?
but the way that I think that it absolutely punctured yeah.
I couldn't remember.
It was Theismann-esque in a lot of ways, but it was more graphic. You could see the whole thing with the sock just
I think you should either eliminate conference tournaments or eliminate back-to-backs in the tournament, where you could, I guess, stretch it out over 7 days, and then instead of playing every single day, they have an off day in between. You get like North Carolina State played 5 games in 5 days. That's inhumane.
So you and I were talking.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you and I were talking about this the other day, and I'm gonna go caveat here because I don't think you should trash back-to-backs because I think the lower seeds have to get through a back-to-back early on. Like you play a back-to-back in your first 2 rounds, then you space it out. There's no way, in my personal opinion, this is where the conversation started when I was telling Jeremy, I really felt bad that U of H had to play 4 days in a row. When you get to the 2 finalists for the conference championship on a Friday night, give them Saturday off, play Sunday around lunchtime. It still doesn't affect the bracket show, but at least gives you the chance to have the best possible game you can have with the teams rested. I hated what NC State had to go through of 5-5. I hated the Cougs didn't get a day off in between the semi and the championship game.
This isn't a U of H take, by the way, and I'm happy,
mine either.
And I'm happy that they played on Saturday and not Sunday because you get an extra day before the NCAA tournament. I just feel like, especially when you have and look, Iowa State played 3 games in 3 days. Houston played 3 in 3, not 4.
I just hated it.
I hate this in conference tournaments, period. Plus, I think that you should give the regular season champion the automatic bid into the NCAA tournament as opposed to the tournament champion. I would either get rid of the conference tournaments. They would never do that because there's too much money in play. But instead of playing all the games back to back to back, try to space it out where you're giving teams 1 day off in between games.
Then I'll cash that.
Give me a full week tournament, and you have an off day between games.
Yeah, because the more I looked at it, North Carolina State unbelievably won that game against Carolina, playing 5-5 where they should have been gassed. And like I said, the Big 12, the best basketball conference in the nation, and you want a great game because it's your premier conference championship game. And I think both teams coming off 3-3, I just didn't like it.
Yeah, I would actually take either one of these options. To me, it almost even doesn't matter what it is. So I will cash it. I would be for actually getting rid of the whole conference tournament because I get the argument, and we know what the real reason is money. But people will argue, well, maybe you have an injury early in the season, and this gives you a chance to actually, with a full squad, when you're healthy, have a chance to earn the bid. But I'd rather give it to the team that earns it over the full season. So I'd absolutely get rid of it. There's no reason other than money to be playing these conference tournaments.
What you got, Brian?
All right, so I was looking at the Houston Astros futures, and obviously we've talked a lot about guys who are coming up for new contracts. Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman. But I was looking specifically at the pitchers, and maybe this is going back to what we talked about in our second segment, the performance of Hunter Brown. But I'm high on Hunter Brown. He's looked great this spring, and I really do think when you look at his first half, second half splits last year, he just really gassed out. I think Hunter Brown is the Astros' opening day starter in 2026. Verlander's going to be gone. He's possibly on the roster next year if he hits 140 innings, but he's going to be gone. And Framber Valdez, he could return, but right now that is the year he's hitting free agency. I think Hunter Brown is your 2026 Astros opening day starter. And he'll have earned it through good play because I'm buying into what we're seeing this spring.
Quality and quantity?
Quality and quantity.
Okay. I think Christian Javier is still going to be on that team. I think Christian Javier has already proven his stuff more. I think Christian Javier, I hope, for what they're paying him, is still going to be a very good pitcher at that point in time. So I'm going to trash this and say Javier would have a better chance to be the number one.
Say that again.
Say what part again? The whole take?
Yeah.
I think Hunter Brown will be the Astros opening day starter in 2026.
Okay. 2026.
Yeah, specifically because Verlander will be off the books,
gone.
and
Fromber
Fromber
will
will
be
have
gone.
hit free agency. And so,
Javier
I mean, they
be the
could
only one.
they could re-sign Fromber, but
So what are your options, really? Your options would be Hunter Brown, Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti,
yeah, or
Luis Garcia.
maybe a free agent that they sign
Yeah,
between now and then.
you can't really bet on a free agent.
No, but I mean, it's a
I'll cash
possibility.
this. I'm going to cash this. I like Hunter Brown stuff a lot. I think Hunter Brown's going to have a good year. And I do think he's going to be a really good starter in the bigs. I would buy Hunter Brown stock over Christian Javier stock.
And to Joel's point, Christian Javier has certainly proven more at this point, but in this scenario, Hunter Brown will have had 2 seasons to prove it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to cash this one.
We did say that, you started the whole thing, and I agreed with you. His stuff is good enough to win a Cy Young sometime. But at a certain point, we got to see it.
Yeah, but this is a guy, look, we get caught
This
up
is
in
quality over quantity.
We get caught up in the second half for good reason. His ERA in the second half last year was 6.57, but he was a good pitcher in the first half. He was over 10K per 9. He's a former top 50 prospect. His last season in AAA, he had an ERA a full run better than the next best starting pitcher. So Hunter Brown's stock to me, I mean, obviously second half was troublesome, but to me, he hasn't taken a major hit.
Cash or trash? These are from the Texters. I think the Texans traded out of the first so they could make a big deal of the uniform reveal.
I think that's BS.
Trash. Business.
I hope
and
that's sarcasm.
roster.
I assume that was
think
trolling.
I don't think it is.
Really?
I think it's a legit take.
Ugh.
I think it's a bad take.
I think we're all trashing it.
Trash.
Yep.
Yeah, the business and the operations of the roster to me aren't married together like maybe they used to be. Troy, Astros sweep the Yankees opening series, I guess.
I'll cash that.
You're pandering.
It's a 4-game series, though.
You're pandering.
I'm not pandering at all.
They're going to win all 4 games.
Yeah.
You want to bet?
No.
That's what I thought.
No, but I hope they do. And I know
hope
the
they do
Yankees
too.
have pitching issues, and they're going to be without Garrett Cole.
Yeah, the Astros don't have any pitching
And they don't have
issues.
DJ LeMahieu.
The Astros don't have any pitching
Now
issues
they would
whatsoever.
have to win the fourth start, which will be who? Who's the Astros' fourth starter right now?
Kids run the bases that day on that game 4.
Exactly. Exactly. It might be one of them.
They really do. It's a promotion.
I
It's
believe
kids run
you.
the bases. I just pulled up the schedule. It's hard to win 4 games in a row in Major League Baseball,
Especially when you
against
have
a
no
decent
idea who
team.
that fourth starter is going to be. I get
Yeah.
it. The Yankees have their own issues, but the Astros pitcher that day will not be of top quality.
Unfortunately, I'll be rooting for it too, but I'm going to trash this.
Trash.
Trash this one. Corey, the Rockets will finish with a 500 or better record.
What, they're 2 under right now? I think they're 2 under.
I think that's right. Let me look it up just for confirmation's sakes. They're 3 under, 32 and 35. So they've played
They're going to
67
get at
games.
least
They have
41 wins?
15 more games.
41 and 41?
They would have to go 9-6 down the stretch.
I'm going to trash it.
9-6. They play at
Schedule.
Washington, home Chicago, home Jazz, home Blazers, at Thunder, at Jazz, home Mavs, at Wolves, home Warriors, home Heat, at Mavs, home Magic, at Utah, at Portland, at LA. That's a sucky end of the season.
It
There's
feels
a lot of
that
good
feels
teams
like
in
a
there.
500
I'm trashing
stretch. That feels like a 500 stretch.
9-6.
to me.
Where are your wins? I think they can win tonight at Washington. Can they beat
Yes.
Chicago at home?
Maybe. No.
I'll say yes.
Well,
no Zach
They just
Levine.
beat Cleveland at home.
Utah at home?
Possible.
It's 2.5. Portland at home?
Yes.
3.5. At OKC?
No.
No. At Utah?
No.
No.
Tough place to play.
Home for Dallas?
No.
I'll give that a yes.
With Luka and Kyrie?
Yeah, one of them's going to be hurt.
No, they're not.
It could be. At Minnesota?
No.
Okay, 3. Let's keep it at 3.5. At Golden State?
No.
Or home for Golden State, my bad.
No.
I say yes on that one.
No.
We'll go half of it. 4. Home for Miami?
No.
I say yes. 5. At Dallas?
No.
No. Home for Orlando?
No.
I say yes. 5.5. At Utah?
No.
No. At Portland?
Yes.
Yes. 6.5. And then at LA Clippers.
No.
Okay, so we have 6.5.
So, yeah.
They need 9? No.
Even if you round
this is a
up to
no. Even if we
7,
round to 7.
yeah.
They're not finishing 500
I don't think
better.
they're getting there.
Yeah, they're not getting to 500
I
or
think
better.
they could get to 40. I think that's more possible. I don't know.
They're gonna have to beat some good teams to do it.
They would have to pull an upset.
Which
or
it'd be kind of fun to chase. Like that's why I've kind of changed my tone on that a little bit.
They pulled off some upsets recently. Obviously, winning at the Suns, they beat the Cavaliers a couple nights ago at home. It's not like they're not beating good teams right now.
Let's cash or trash Aggie Mats.
Oh,
BMAC is the most talkative producer the station has had. I can't think of anyone who added more to a show willingly. Good content mostly too, except for the horn love from Aggie Matt.
Yeah, that's
cash
fair.
it or trash it, Brian.
You know what? I'm gonna pull a Jeremy. I hate compliments, so I'll trash
you can't trash the take though. You might hate compliments, but you can agree or disagree. That's two separate conversations.
I'm also lying like you are when you say you hate compliments. I love compliments.
Yeah, it's good content. I'll cash it.
I don't know that Jeremy's lying.
About what?
You've been pretty honest about whenever I've complimented you.
No, compliments do make me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like compliments.
Except for when you read them on air.
No, that's just for the show. That's for the sake of comedy. That's like for the sake of entertainment.
I will vouch for that.
I'm not a big compliment guy. Like
I'll
I'm really,
vouch for
hey,
that.
cool, thank you. Like, hey, whatever. Cool. Like, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not a big compliment guy. Cash or trash, Blankers. What Aggie Matt just said. BMAC is the most talkative producer the station has had. I can't think of anyone who added more to a show willingly. Good content mostly, too, except for the horn love. Aggie Matt.
Oh, are you really going to bury me here?
No.
You really going to bury me here?
No, I mean, he's loyal enough that he's still with us, so I'll vouch for that.
Yeah, we run through producers
There you
quickly.
go.
We run producers.
I'll go ahead and I'll make sure who said it's a little easier on Friday since you both answered
Hey,
favorably
verify
there.
we pushed. You threw the
You
sixth
did,
one in
you did.
willingly, and I took it.
I didn't say I didn't push. I said it is an asterisk next to it.
No, because it was his idea, not mine. I wasn't begging for it.
That doesn't make it not
That is
asterisk. Somebody said yesterday that we couldn't name 50 chips better than anything that Sun Chips do.
Mm-hmm.
Brian told me he likes Sun Chips. I have 50 chips that are
Can
better.
I just tell you that as part of this process today, I went into our pantry and had a couple of the cheddar cheese
cheddar?
the harvest cheddars.
Harvest
They're
cheddar.
very good.
No, you
I
can't
love Sun
add that.
Chips. They're good.
I have 50 chips that are better. You might think they're good. I have 50 chips that are better.
I'm astounded you took the time to go through 50 chips to find.
50?
I mean, what did you
I thought
expect
we
me
were
to do
gonna
on the
do
drive
10.
home? No, we're going to have a top 10.
Okay.
But I have 50 chips that are better than Sun Chips.
Okay.
All right. Do it when we come back. 713-780-ESPN if you want to throw out your favorite chips. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, we know the tournament's coming up. There's no better place to get with to put some money down on all these different games. You know you're going to be peeping and watching Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe even the play-in games Wednesday. You got to get to mybookie.ag. It's a one-stop shop for all your sports betting and casino needs, complete with a real-life Vegas experience right from the comfort of your phone and your own home. Take your viewing experience to the next level. Your viewing experience, people. Real-time live betting that lets you stream and bet the games right from the mybookie.ag website. Sign up now. Take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit, all the way up to $1,000. You put in $200, suddenly there's $300 in your account instantly using the promo code BET975. That's right. It's our code that you use to benefit at mybookie.ag. Always use the code BET975. And the fun doesn't stop there. You have live dealers standing by with casino games, and you can get up-to-the-minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide on who to put your money on as part of going to the site and checking it all out on your computer. And the fun doesn't stop there. Everything is a part of being taken care of as a customer to mybookie.ag. They've been in business for over a decade. They're not going anywhere. Your money's going to be safe and secure. They're going to take care of you in a variety of ways. If you get a friend to sign up, you can get an extra bonus for that as well, too. The best part of MyBookie, you can bet on anything, anytime, anywhere from the only place I tell you to do it. It's always mybookie.ag and use our promo code BET975.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We have a mean text. Should I say it now or should I save it for Friday?
Double up if you'd like.
Let's do that. Brian, absolutely an upgrade over Joe George. Took me about one show to determine that.
I mean, I'll take the compliment, but I love Joe. Joe's great.
Aren't y'all going to
we're
New
going
Orleans?
out to,
you are this weekend. You're going
Joe,
LaBerge.
Sean, and myself are all going out to LaBerge, and we're doing the bullpen from 12 to 3 Saturday at their sportsbook.
Do you are you going to gamble a little bit?
I haven't decided. As you know, because you've played with me. I love to play poker, but I haven't decided if I'm going to stay out and play poker afterwards.
Brian's a fish. 713-780-ESPN. So I have 50 chips that are better. We're going to get to our top 10 in a second. But somebody yesterday, I don't know how we got on this conversation. But they're
how
like,
did we get there?
I don't remember. Brian was asking me that earlier. I was like,
I
I
asked him because I had no idea. It seemed fairly random.
So I was driving home yesterday, and I came home. I came up with 50 chips that are better than Sun Chips. I was doing a text to voice to Excel spreadsheet. Lay's has 6 chips that are better. Original brand, barbecue, sour cream cheddar, salt and vinegar, cheddar jalapeno. Ruffles original, sour cream barbecue. Doritos nacho cheese, spicy nacho cheese, Cool Ranch barbecue, salsa verde, taco flavor too. Munchos, better
Love
than
'em.
Sun Chips.
Underrated chip.
They're my top 10.
Yes.
A little spoiler.
Mine too.
Funyuns, better. Zaps, hotter and hot jalapeno. Voodoo heat. Spicy Cajun craw taters. Cajun dill gator taters. Barbecue salt and vinegar, original. Miss Vicky's, sea salt, jalapeno. Dirty chips, cracked peppers, sea salt and vinegar, jalapeno heat, mesquite barbecue, sour cream and onion. Kettle brand, backyard barbecue, sea salt, crinkle cut, jalapeno. I don't know how to say this one. Pepperoncini are fantastic.
Pepperoncini?
Pepperoncini.
It's spelled a little different. It's pepperoncini.
okay.
It's pepperoncini.
Pepperoncini.
Those are underrated good. They don't make my top 10, but underrated
I
good.
take those out of my salad at Olive Garden.
Oh, they're delicious. I love those things. Salt and fresh ground pepper. Cheetos, crunchy puffs, jalapeno cheddar, flamin' hot. Simple cheddar, Simple Cheetos white cheddar. Simple Cheetos, tongue twister. Simple Cheetos white cheddar puffs.
You're even throwing
Pringles.
in the
Let me
baked
finish.
ones?
Pringles. Oh no, only those two. I don't like baked chips. Only
What,
those two.
you threw in a couple
only
of-
those two.
all right,
and they're Cheetos and they're puffy. Pringles original sour cream and onion, cheddar cheese, pizza, chili cheese Fritos. That's 50, and I didn't even get to the HEB flavors, the Buc-ee's flavors, the Hers flavors, and the Cape Cod flavors. There's probably 75 chips that are better than Sun Chips.
Brian, your rebuttal?
75.
I love how fired up he got about. I like Sun Chips. I wouldn't put it in my top 10, and I haven't gone through the effort of ranking 50 chips.
You
To find
should.
if I,
You really should before you start throwing
I-
around your
you're
light for
exhausted
Sun
after all
Chips.
that,
I
aren't
will
you?
safely,
Yeah, I'm a little out of breath.
I will safely drive on the way home and make my list. You didn't voice the text. So I'm glad you didn't
Yeah.
type it in. No, I like Sun Chips. I'm not claiming they're the best chips ever made. I don't think they would be in my top 10. But if someone offers me a bag
Much
of Sun
different.
Chips,
Much different. Like
or
I'll
if
eat
my wife,
Sun Chips.
If my wife brings them home, I'm not gonna be have a problem with that.
I'm on the bus after a lot of games where they hand us, little sandwich bags.
Yeah.
And I've had all sorts of chips. Sun Chips are in those bags a lot. Am I going to eat the Sun Chips? Yeah. Of course I'm going to eat the
I would
Sun
actually
Chips.
go a step
but
further.
there's 50 that are better. At least 75 that are better.
I bought them on purpose. I guess that's.
I've never done that.
Okay, see,
and I
that
never
might
will
be-
do that.
That might be
Well,
like
in my house, my kids make sure that
A little
they're in-
different when
yeah.
you're buying stuff for the kids and for you. I will never buy Sun Chips for myself.
Like
ever.
if I'm making like a hamburger or hot dogs, and I don't really feel like putting effort into the sides, I'll go buy a bag of chips, and Sun Chips are in there maybe.
That's a
in
crime.
In the rotation.
You should be thrown into jail for that. That's a terrible take. Like, there's so many good chips
I'm
out
not
there,
saying
and you're
there's
getting
not.
Sun Chips to
I mean, are you
be a little
only
cookout
buying
in the
one-
backyard.
Are you? Well, if it's for a
Am I
group-
only buying one? No, I'm buying 50.
No, that's not what I said. Like, if I'm only buying for me and like my wife and my kid, then yes. But if I'm buying for a whole, family barbecue, no, I won't buy Sun Chips because I'm not going to force my taste upon other people. But
Oh,
yeah,
I will.
I would buy it for me.
If I'm buying, I'm buying the ones that I like.
You only buy one type of chip?
No, I'll buy 50. There's plenty of options. I'll buy 50 before I get to the Sun Chips. If I'm in an HEB, I'm going to buy 75. before I get to the.
I would buy the HEB brand most of the time. That's
HEB brand's not bad.
Yeah,
They're actually underrated.
That's probably
a
where
lot
I'm
of
going
different
first.
products that they put out.
Their
too.
chips
There's
are actually
a lot
pretty
of,
good.
Yeah, HEB's got some good.
Oh
good
yeah,
stuff.
like
they're smaller though. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Like the chips are smaller, but
Well,
they're more
that's-
flavorful.
That's not even just an HEB problem. There's a lot of like Snickers have gotten smaller. There's a lot of products that are getting smaller to save money while still charging.
You
the
know
same.
what? I bought Girl Scout cookies the other day at Kroger's. They got rid of an entire column of cookies.
Yeah.
It's like 4 columns now instead of 5.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
What
I
a
felt
screw job.
exactly.
What was it when,
I felt
when the nation
screwed
was
by
in
the Girl
uproar
Scouts.
because of the chip
Careful.
sizes when they reduced the size of the bag, but they kept the same price?
Yeah, that's what is happening. There's a term for it. I can't remember what it is. It's something
Production reduction?
No, it sounds something like inflation, but the opposite. I can't remember what the term they give for
Produce deflation?
it. Maybe, I don't know. But like candy bars, bags of chips, a lot of places are decreasing the size of it slightly, but still charging the same.
Yeah, I couldn't. Their whole I was like, where is the other column?
Did you go back and ask for a refund?
No, I'm not going to do that to the Girl Scouts. All right, what's your top 10 chip flavors, Blankers?
Okay, so you already know my number one, so but we'll save it.
Yeah, say it to Brian because he doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't have my.
Oh,
top
that's
10.
right. He
Yeah.
doesn't know. Okay. Underrated. You may have tried it, but I doubt it. But in the Midwest,
Are you going number 1?
you want me to start at 1?
Oh, I don't care how you do it.
Underrated Charles Chips.
That's your number 10?
Charles Chips is my.
I've never heard of
It's
it.
like it's a Midwest chip. Comes in a big metal tin. There's, but
metal
they're
tin?
really tasty and they have a lot of
They're
different.
putting chips in metal tins.
Yeah,
That's intriguing.
yeah, and they're really fresh, which is key. Okay, and then
That looks cool. I've never seen that.
my original top 10 were the Crunchy Cheetos, Munchos.
You going backwards, 10
Yeah,
to 9?
yep. Crunchy Cheetos, Munchos, Ruffles, Taco Doritos, Lay's Sour Cream and Onion, Lay's Barbecue, regular Cheetos, Nacho Cheese Doritos, Cool Ranch Doritos, and the number 1 Ruffles Baked Sour Cream and Cheddar. Which
That is
are
my
all
number
world-
1. Well, not baked. Not baked, but
Okay.
yeah, the Ruffles.
I love the baked, and I could eat the whole bag.
I like your list. I would change the orders, and some of them didn't make my top 10, but I don't have any problems with your top 10 other than number 1. A baked chip, number 1 is criminal.
Now,
That's
if-
almost
if-
as bad
if
as liking
he'd had-
Sun Chips.
If he had the regular Ruffles, sour
That's
cream,
my
sour
spoiler.
cream and cheddar.
Spoiler, that's in my top 10.
I told you it's
That's
my
in
number
my top
1.
10.
It's great.
My top 10 reverse order. Number 10, Buc-ee's Jalapeno Cheese Puffs.
Pretty good.
Fantastic.
Pretty good.
Number 9, Kettle Brand Crinkle Cut Salt and Pepper. Simple, efficient, delicious. Number 8, Munchos. Munchos, don't screw it up. Get out of the way. Deliver a good product, and I'll eat it. That's what Munchos does. Number 7, Funyuns. Like me some Funyuns.
I was with you until you said Funyuns.
Give me some
I don't like
Funyuns.
Funyuns.
Give me some Funyuns. Number 6, Miss Vicky's Jalapeno Chips.
I'm sensing a
Fantastic.
theme here. A lot of spicy.
There is some spicy. Yeah, I wouldn't say spicy. A little bit of
Well,
pica. Little pica.
compared to the other chips.
Number 5, Lay's Sour Cream and Onion. The original. Those are good. Number 4, Cheeto Cheddar Jalapenos. Those are the fantastic. They're the regular crunchy kind. Number 3, Ruffles Cheddar and Sour Cream. Those are really, really good. Number 2, Doritos Salsa Verde. Oh, man. So I have a bag in my pantry right now. So delicious. And number 1, top 10 chip flavors, Zapp's Hotter and Hot Jalapeno.
See, I'm not a jalapeno.
There's
guy.
a lot of jalapeno
So
chips
good.
on your list.
Only 4.
Basically half.
Yeah, and I'm not a jalapeno guy, so that
I like jalapeno. I don't really like it. Maybe this is a weird line to draw, but I love jalapeno. I love spicy food, but I don't tend to go through that for my chips.
See, I think Cool Ranch just is awesome.
Cool Ranch would be in my top 10.
That's a great one. And then the underrated one that we said was one that we think that they more treat like the McRib now. It's not findable all over, but the taco flavored Doritos
I've
are
never had
fantastic.
That was on my honorable
I've never
mention.
had that
So
one.
good.
Honorable mention,
is
I
that
had
like
Doritos tacos.
That's a seasonal thing? They only come out with it
I don't know.
occasionally?
Used to be you could get them right next to the nacho cheese.
Okay.
And then I think they phased them out for a while. People wanted them back, but if you can find them, they're good.
I think they were like in retirement, and now they're back.
Yeah, I'll look for that next time I'm in the grocery store. I've never had those.
That was on my honorable mention. Spicy nacho Doritos on my honorable mention, and then Cajun crawtators from Zapp's.
The pizza chips
also on my honorable mention.
are on my honorable mention as well.
From
the Pringles pizza
Pringles
chips
pizza's
are good.
pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't love Pringles.
I don't.
But Pringles pizza's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. So that's our top 10. Whose top 10 is better? Brian, whose top 10 is better? Let me remind you that Blankers has a baked chip as his number one.
Yeah, see, that's it was an easy Joel, but then he threw a baked chip for his number one.
The number one.
So if you like the extra grease, you can go with it. I prefer the taste of the
I'm
bake.
trying to change your list.
I feel like I almost have to disqualify
lobbying just like you are, filibustering.
You know what? I'll still go with Joel because I think Jeremy went 2-1-0 with half his top 10 being jalapeno
Yeah,
flavor.
you had the jalapenos already all over the place. You don't like them on your chip.
Half his list is the same flavor.
How do you know that you work with a bunch of gringos without saying you work with a bunch of gringos?
That was just straight.
713-780-ESPN. Who's got a better top 10? Stop the fear-mongering. The Astros rotation is going to be just fine. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A lot of Sun Chip loyalists. Some people say Sun Chips suck. Some people say Sun Chips are the only thing, like Sun Chips you get when it's the only thing that people are handing out on a plane. And then other people like Adrian. Sun Chips are great.
good.
Branham is on crack.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, you're on crack.
You're respectfully on crack.
I love that
Can I-
line so
can I-
much.
can I say I don't
Insult somebody
take-
respectfully.
I don't know if I could take the food take seriously of a man who still cuts off the crust of his pizza.
I don't cut off the crust of my pizza.
Okay, well you refuse to eat it.
You don't.
I don't refuse to eat it. I rather not eat. If I have an unlimited amount of pizza to eat, let's say I have
Okay,
a
in
whole
what
pizza to
situation
myself.
would you eat the crust?
If it's a really good crust from like a bougie pizza place, if it's stuffed, I'll eat a stuffed crust.
Okay, that's
or
fair.
or if I'm limited to my amount of pizza slices.
What if you
like
get
let's say
dipping
you're
sauce?
sharing dipping sauce is good. Yeah. Or even if it's like ranch. Like I'm not
Or you got
anti
you got the
pizza
marinara
crust.
for the crust.
That's good too.
Yeah.
I like a good marinara. I'm saying if I had a full slice of pizza, like not a slice, if I had a full pizza to myself,
I see.
I'm not going to waste my hungriness. I'm not going to say calories. I don't count calories. You don't get a body like this counting
I hate
calories.
to break it to you, but if I got the full za, it's all going away.
Really?
Yeah.
Goodness, you can throw it down.
Yeah.
I can't eat an entire pizza to myself. So if I have and again, being on having food delivered to a bus after a game, sometimes we get a full pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to eat the middle of the pizza. I'm not going to eat the crust. I'm going to eat 3-4 slices
You
of the
each
pizza.
get a full pizza?
Sometimes.
Dang, that's great.
What size of pizza are we talking about?
Large.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, they overfeed us.
Yeah, let's say
They
that seems
overfeed
like
us.
a waste.
I never finish. Anything I get, I don't
I
finish.
mean, the
it. It's
athletes,
so
sure,
hard.
but
they do. Yeah, that's why. That's why it's like
Yeah.
that. Shrinkflation is the word you were looking for,
Yep.
Brian.
Yep, that's it.
Shrinkflation. That's a funny word.
It is.
A lot of people
What is
texted in
shrinkflation?
shrinkflation.
Wrong answers only.
Yeah. Let's not do that.
You sure?
Tony22 said missed part of that last segment where Funyuns listed definitely in my top 3. I had Funyuns sixth.
You had him on your list.
Yeah,
Y'all
you
didn't
had him
like
in your
him?
top 10.
Somebody
I don't
said
remember what number.
Ruffles. I think I had them 6 or 7. Ruffles all dressed munchies. I've never
What is
had
all
those.
dressed?
I think they have like these exotic flavors,
Oh, they certainly do.
like heavy
Especially
flavors.
like if you look at some of the chips the markets overseas get, the flavors get
Well,
out of
don't they
control.
also have a contest every year for you to kind of
Lay's did. I don't know if Ruffles did.
one
Lay's
of the chip
certainly did.
companies, and they said they'll produce them if you like. And,
Yeah,
and
like Lay's has made like biscuits and gravies.
yeah,
chips
there's a
and-
contest to create the next great flavor in chips with some of these companies.
This guy said Miss Vicky's spicy pickle. I've never had that. That sounds delicious.
Spicy pickle?
I'm gonna have to try that. I do like a little pica on my chips. This guy says my list sucks. Have a good day. This
love that
guy
he said good
says
day.
they chili cheese Fritos. I like chili cheese
Those are
Fritos.
good.
Not in my top 10, but certainly
Those
my
are good,
50
yeah.
that are better than
Yep.
Sun Chips.
B-Mac, were we talking about pickles last week? Late in the show? Late in the week?
Oh, you know what we did? No, it was a part of a Why the Face Wednesday, I think a week or two ago, where that guy tried to put his entire head in the pickle
Oh, right,
jar.
right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
something triggered it. And when I was at the grocery store the other day, then I remembered how great the sweet and sour, the sweet pickle chips are. Got a jar of those. Whew, they're good.
Yeah.
The sweet pickle chips with a little spice
I
to
don't
them.
like sweet
The
pickle.
sweet and spicy pickle chips. Oh, they're good.
I've stayed away from that because I don't like sweet pickle, but I probably should try it because the
Those
chip
are,
never
yeah.
tastes like the actual food.
on a salad, on a sandwich, and I don't really like pickles on a sandwich. I like them on the side.
You like pickles on a salad?
Oh yeah,
Wow, I've never done
yeah,
that.
it adds a little
sounds like
flavor
Fear
to it.
Factor
Yep,
to me.
the sweet and spices. Oh yeah,
This guy says we need to try wrap chips. Little baby all-in
wrap
flavor.
are very popular chips.
I've never-
RAPP.
I've seen them at HEB. I haven't
Yeah,
had
they're
them.
very popular chips.
I don't think
know
I've tried it.
Migos had a chip. I believe Biggie had a chip too.
I'll have to try. He says the all-in flavor is the best. I'll try
Biggie,
that
Biggie,
out.
Biggie. Can't you see?
Yeah.
Sometimes your chips
This
or
guy says
hypnotize me.
I prefer thin crust. That way the toppings go all the way to the edge. That was Blaine. I like thin crust too. It kind of depends on where I'm eating it from, though. This guy says spicy Funyuns. I don't like the spicy Funyuns. I like the spicy Cheetos.
If I find a
not the
great
Funyuns.
deep dish, whew, that's all world.
I didn't think I was gonna like deep dish, but I loved it.
It's awesome.
You are sleeping on barbecue Pringles. I could take or leave Pringles. Pringles are just slightly above Sun Chips for me. Slightly.
The flavors, if this is the best way I can sum it up for me, the flavoring can be really good on the Pringles, but the chip itself is like it's freeze dried.
It doesn't have the right.
The chip itself is lacking. The flavors are good.
Do chicharrones count as chips? If so, put them on the list. We decided yesterday they don't.
Did you put pork rinds on your list?
I've used chicharrones as chips. There's
No, I didn't.
there's some Tex-Mex places around here that will give you chicharrones to
doing
dip your
keto?
guacamole in. Man, it's really good.
You doing keto?
No,
It's a
it
keto
was
move.
just part of the dish.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's a
it
keto
was just the
move.
way they served it.
Doritos are developing mayonnaise-based flavored chips. I hate mayo, but I want to try them. I will not be caught dead eating that.
Mayo-based?
Mayo-based chips?
What would that eat?
That
No,
sounds terrible to
thank
me.
you.
I'm not a big mayo guy. Like I can deal with a little bit of mayo.
And yet you went all in on Will Levis.
Well, Will Levis was the second best rookie quarterback in the NFL. I was right on Will Levis. I was wrong on C.J. Stroud. That's where I was wrong. How about you say it? What is it? Buggles or bugles? How do you
Bugles.
pronounce it? You cannot pronounce the bugles.
Yeah, it's
They
Bugles.
suck.
Does that count as a chip?
I think it does.
I think it does. I loved them as a kid, but I think as
take,
your taste buds change, you realize they're pretty mid.
I'll take nacho cheddar bugles over Sun Chips any day.
What about those
Any day.
Gardettos? The Gardettos?
Those aren't chips.
Those aren't
That's
chips.
a trail mix.
Yeah, it's a trail
Those
mix.
are very
exactly.
good.
They're really good because the
Very
spice
good.
in them are really good.
Southern style barbecue. Have you had any of those?
No.
I haven't had that.
Is that a Lay's?
Yeah.
No, I haven't had
H-E-B scooped jalapeno pimento cheese. That sounds delicious.
I would try it.
Yeah, plantain
Anything
chips.
with jalapenos, you're in.
Plantain chips don't count, right?
No.
No.
This guy
no,
says
it's a banana.
Papacito chips. It's a good call.
Papacitos are they're not your normal average chip. The Papacitos chips are good.
Yeah. This guy's second Miss Vicky spicy pickle. I'm going to have to find those. Where can you find Miss Vicky's spicy pickle?
I know you
At a
can
lot
find Miss Vicky's at most
Yeah,
stores.
you can find
I
the
don't
Miss Vicky's. I don't know if you can find that
specifically
specific
spicy pickle,
flavor.
but-
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look.
Just like the Zaps.
Wheat Straw says Takis with queso cheese on the side.
We talked yesterday. I'm not a Takis guy.
I'm not a Taki guy either. Do you actually like bugles, or do you like putting them on your fingers?
Yes, again, as I was what kid hasn't put bugles on their fingers?
True.
Yeah.
Fact.
Best chips with a ham sandwich. Are you doing it on the side, or are you putting them on the sandwich?
Well, that's a key difference.
Yeah, it is, because I used to put chips on my sandwiches, but
if I'm putting in the sandwich, I'd rather it be like an original flavor. If it's on the side, flavored. But either way, I'm going Ruffles. That's my first choice. Like, if it's on the sandwich, original Ruffles. If
Ruffles,
it's on the side,
sour cream, and cheddar.
Yep, 100%.
Baked.
Combos, those don't count as chips. Combos don't count as
that's
chips.
The filled pretzels? Those aren't chips.
Do you like combos?
They're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would take combos over Sun Chips, though.
You're
I
a
would.
food terrorist.
9458. How do y'all feel
I'm
about
telling
pizza flavored goldfish?
I think, because it's got a nacho flavor to it. It's not just the cheddar Sun Chips is more like a nacho cheddar Sun
I've
chip.
had them.
I think it's good.
How do you feel about pizza flavored goldfish?
No.
Never had them.
I'm in.
I like goldfish. I've
never
had the
tried them,
flavor.
but it doesn't sound great.
They're fine. Like they're not bad at all. Like they're pretty good. Like it's not better than the original, but it's pretty good. This guy said Subway has the spicy pickle chips. I do not like Subway.
You don't?
Here's what I'm gonna do.
Ugh.
I'm gonna go into Subway and just buy a bag of chips. They're gonna think I'm a lunatic. Has anybody ever went to Subway?
Go through the entire line.
What kind of bread? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just here for the chips. Would you?
Anytime
crazy.
they offer you to move you to the front, just like, no, I'll wait my turn.
I'm gonna do this
Decline
and
each step
live
of the way.
stream it.
Yes.
Go through a Subway, go through the line. I'm sorry, I'm just here for the chips. They're gonna think I'm a bona fide psycho.
I went to Subway the other night last week. Lisa wanted a Subway. I was like, all right, we'll do Subway. She goes, get me a bag of the nacho cheese Doritos. Okay, cool. So I go in there, and the dude looks like he's obviously bothered that I came in. He was enjoying his phone time. And so when I asked, I go, hey, and by the way, I need a bag of the nacho cheese Doritos. And he goes, oh, we're out. And the girl that was taking her break in the corner goes, no, we're not. They're right there on the back side of the rack. I looked at you like, really?
That guy was mailing it in.
Yeah, way to be extra lazy. Now I'm going to watch everything you put on my sandwich.
Yeah.
If he's that lazy, I don't think he's going to be adding extra stuff.
Gave me the ass end of the tomato. I go, no. Let's go over to that other tray where the fresh tomatoes are. We're not doing that.
Hot take. We ordered, I'll just say it. We ordered Chipotle the other day, and we did it through the app instead of going in.
And we're the gringos.
Hey, Chipotle's not bad.
I know, but that's usually, I would find that to be.
Are you calling me a basic white girl for going to
Yes,
Chipotle?
that's what I'm calling you.
I won't tell you I'm married to. Anyways, we ordered. It was her idea. We ordered Chipotle from the app.
Okay.
Hot take. I think that they give you less food when you order from the app.
No question.
When you order from the app, they do not give you as much food. Why? Because I think when you're going through the line, you're their supervisor.
It's peer
You're
pressure.
watching
That's
them
right.
load
That's
your
right.
bowl.
Yeah.
We got a bowl. Watching you load their bowl.
Too.
They're loading your bowl.
You know who's famous for that too is flower shops. Flower shops, if you're in, you go in to get your flowers. They're going to make sure they're the freshest. They're going to make sure they give you everything. Like where they make their killing is they get rid of the flowers that are literally fading.
Yeah.
Whenever funerals or people call in from out of town and say, send the flowers to this residence or whatever,
Makes sense.
you get the ass bottom.
Makes sense. Like if you can keep an eye on them, you keep an eye on them. You're gonna get more ROI. 3209. It's a crime to put Funyuns on any top 10 list. Delete your account. Why is everyone sleeping on the classic Greasy Lays? I like Greasy Lays. They're just not in my top 10. Like they're good. They're better than Sun Chips, but they're not in my top 10.
Yeah, they're not my top 10 either.
I like them.
I would rather have just regular Ruffles.
Chili cheese Fritos. Yeah, I would have regular Ruffles too. I like chili cheese Fritos, but again, like that's probably my top 30, but not anywhere near my top 10. And apparently, Jersey Mike's also has those spicy pickle.
Jersey Mike's is good.
It is good. Yeah, so I can actually get a full sandwich there. But I think it'd be funny to go to Subway and just get the bag of chips. I might do that. All right, let's get to what we originally had planned. Stop the fear-mongering. The Astros rotation is going to be just fine. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what goes good with savory? Gentle Ben. Gentle Ben pairs with everything, though. It's a great pleasure of mine to tell you about Gentle Ben for a variety of reasons. At the top of that list, I believe what I say. Gentle Ben is the best. The vodka, best in the state. The gin, best in the market. Or the bourbon, the double platinum winner at the prestigious Ascot Awards. Gentle Ben uses their innovative, revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you will ever taste. One of the impurities it eliminates are the heavy alcohols. Kind of like the stuff you use to clean up a cut. That's not going to be in your Gentle Ben. It's smooth. It's clean. It eliminates the burn. Don't labor through your drink. Enjoy it. Savor it. You can do that with Gentle Ben. Head to the Gentle Ben tasting room. Stop at your favorite liquor store. Pick up a bottle today. Ask for it the next time you're at the bar or at your favorite restaurant. Head to gentleben.com to learn the incredible story. And now you can order Gentle Ben straight from the website. Go to gentleben.com, have the vodka, have the gin, have the bourbon delivered straight to you. You don't have to even lift a finger. You can find it at Minute Maid Park. You can find it at the Toyota Center as well. Gentle Ben, you'll love what's not in it. That was Blankers. Why is Brian not here? Wrong answers only. We did that yesterday with Brian not here yesterday.
Jason Statham related.
What was he? He was watching a Jason Statham marathon.
Statham marathon in a. I politically correct said just a white tank top and boxers.
Thanks for
Well, you asked me why I said white tank top.
I didn't today.
I love
but
that you
BMAC wasn't here.
I love that you made it.
So
very
I gave him the
progressive.
explanation.
Do you have any white tank tops?
I don't know.
It's unfortunate.
Is it?
We had
really? You come up here in a white tank top? I don't think you do.
We had a visual.
Yeah. Congrats on that.
Talking Chips does numbers, man.
Oh my God!
People are going.
Can I tell you the
crazy
other one
with
that
the
does?
chips? What's that?
Favorite cereals.
Yeah.
People go
None of them.
nuts.
Hot take. I'm not a big cereal lover.
Yeah.
Like there's my favorites, Cocoa Pebbles. And I mean some cereals are good. I never eat cereal. Like, I don't
either.
buy cereal.
I don't anymore, but there was a time, especially growing up too. I was a big cereal fan.
I never got. Yeah. This is probably going to offend a lot of people out there. I too never buy cereal, but if I do, I eat it plain. I don't even put it in a bowl with
Really?
milk.
That is kind of weird. I put Lone Star beer in my cereal. It keeps me alive.
Oh yeah.
You don't put a little Gentle Bin in there?
That's in the evenings.
I know you're trying to make a reference for the song, but
In the evenings, I do.
Okay.
Anytime I talk about cereal, I say that. I probably have beaten that dead horse. I'll buy a box of Cocoa Pebbles once a year, maybe twice a year, maybe once every 2 years.
The milk is better than the cereal with Cocoa Pebbles.
For me, and sometimes they get in the way, as most kids do.
The milk is better than the cereal with the Cocoa Pebbles.
I disagree.
I love it when it makes
disagree.
the chocolate milk. It's
See, I'm not. I disagree on that. Everybody needs to set. I'm seeing all this fear mongering going on with the Astros pitching rotation. Everybody's losing their minds. And I know they've had the injuries, and I know that their recent form last regular season hasn't been fantastic. The rotation's going to be just fine. The Astros rotation's going to be just fine.
When?
The Astros are going to be just fine. And I'll double down. I'm going to stand on the table and say this. Not really. The Astros are going to win this division comfortably. The Astros are going to win the American League West comfortably.
Define comfortably.
Yeah,
7
we've already
games.
had this discussion.
7 games.
Yeah, I think any number where you go into the last 2 weeks of the season not really worried about the division race, I think would be fine to define as comfortably.
7 games.
Yeah, I think that's a fair number for comfortably. And I think I probably agree with that. I would probably put my number closer to 5, but I overall agree with your point.
I disagree, and I think they're going to win the division. But I think it's going to be a nail biter.
Down to the wire
I think
like
it
this
might
season?
go down to the wire. I think it might be super tight. I think that obviously everybody's just looking to go, oh, the Rangers got all these pitching problems, so it's not going to be the Rangers, so they're going to run away with it. No, because I think Seattle's still going to be hanging around. I just think
Seattle's offense is
what do you think about their offense, though?
I
They
think
have
it's
the pitchers, but
I think they got a ton of young pitchers.
Their pitching staff's fun.
yeah,
I
their
like
pitching staff's great, but they have to me the offensive equivalent of the Rangers starting staff.
Facts. If you could combine Seattle's pitching staff with the Rangers offense, then you have a contender to the Astros in the American League West. That's how strongly I feel about the Astros.
And the Angels, not that they're going to be great. They might be better, but I just feel like one of those teams is going to be there with the Astros. I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk.
I can't. I mean, the Angels are starting, and this is part of my argument for another topic that's similar to this. But I mean, the Angels are starting Patrick Sandoval as their opening day starter. I just don't think they have the depth or the top end talent to compete past first couple of months. They're going to fall off quick.
I think the Mariners can compete for one of the wild card spots, but I don't like their
I think
offense.
the Mariners
I
and
don't
the
think they're
Rangers.
score enough.
Mariners and Rangers both finish above 500. I think at least one of them wins 90 plus, but I don't think they're going to challenge the Astros over the last couple weeks of the season.
Look, I know that the Rangers offense is good. I'm bullish on the Rangers offense.
Great offense.
The Astros rotation right now, everybody's fear-mongering. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, they need to sign a pitcher for $33 million, and yes, I would have done that. The Astros rotation is still better than the Rangers rotation, and I like the Astros offense this year.
Now, what if the Rangers get Jordan Montgomery?
And then now Chris Young, you said they're not going to.
Okay, I'm just thinking of what is left to add.
So you're saying with a healthy DeGrom and a healthy Scherzer.
Scherzer's 50.
So is Verlander.
DeGrom gets hurt after 50 minutes.
True, but when he's not hurt, he's pretty dominant.
Verlander also isn't the most talented starting pitcher that the Astros have. Like Nathan, here's the Rangers rotation going into opening day. Nathan Eovaldi. Oh, I like Eovaldi.
He's good.
I wanted the Astros to sign him whenever he was a free agent. He had a 4.18 ERA last year. John Gray. Actually, that's his projected ERA this year. John Gray, Andrew Heaney, Dane Dunning, Cody Bradford.
Yeah, that ain't great.
That's a 70-win rotation. Now they have a 105-win offense.
Right.
That's a 70-win rotation.
But midway through the season, you're expecting two of their top of the rotation guys back.
DeGrom would be late in the year.
But
DeGrom's like close to September, and Max Scherzer was not good last year.
And the only problem with that is, for the same reasons we have questions about guys like Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers Jr., there's no way you can count on Scherzer and DeGrom being actually healthy enough to finish the rest of the season once they come back. I mean, they're ticking time bombs.
So I would say, yeah, Scherzer and DeGrom, I think it's fair, like if we're going expectations of guys you're getting back, I think it's fair to have them as equals. I think it's fair, and I think DeGrom's the best pitcher of those four, but DeGrom blows out his knee when he sneezes. Like, the guy is made of glass. So I think it's fair to have expectations of your two returning pitchers, Astros on the right-hand side with McCullers and Luis Garcia, to have equal production of Max Scherzer and Jacob DeGrom.
Yeah, I understand because DeGrom has been through so much, but when he's healthy, he's also accomplished a whole hell of a lot because he is dominant.
Best stuff for sure of those four, no doubt.
I mean,
certainly the upside of Scherzer and DeGrom is far more than what the Astros would bring back. And if they both hit the positive upside, then I think you're right. The Rangers staff with Eovaldi and a maximum upside of Scherzer and DeGrom, they're an elite starting staff, but I think the probability of that is too low for me to bet on.
DeGrom hasn't pitched more than 100 innings since 2019.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe, I don't know if what this surgery is going to do. It's going to, give him a tendency to have more problems happen, and he's just a guy that breaks down, or if this one's going to right the ship one last time for him. I don't know. And you're right. Scherzer didn't look, but Scherzer wasn't stretched out. By the time he got back in the playoffs, he was awful. He wasn't great with the Mets either. I don't know if this is going to help either guy, but I can't rely on either guy coming back and being great for the Astros either. I would think Garcia is going to be okay. McCullers gives me no faith that because of all of his injuries.
And that's fair, but you can't have faith in DeGrom then. If Lance McCullers gives you no faith, then Jacob DeGrom should also give you no faith. Like, they're equals in terms of injury proneness.
Yeah.
Wheatstraw says Cody Bradford, not to be confused with Corey Bradford. I guess I screwed that up.
Ex-Packer in
Who's
Texas.
your favorite Bradford? Like, if your last name's Bradford, you're not very good at sports. 3581, how many games has McCullers pitched in the last two seasons?
8.
Was it 8?
He pitched 8 when he came back a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And then he didn't pitch at all last year, so it's 8.
8. Jacob DeGrom has pitched he pitched 6 last year and 11 the year before.
So 17
to 8.
Advantage Rangers.
Advantage DeGrom.
That's a sizable difference.
Advantage DeGrom on that one. Key from LA, just a friendly reminder, Dodgers' first pitch is at 6 a.m. season opener. Is it that early? I didn't realize that.
Because it's in Seoul, South Korea.
Yeah, it's in
I don't
Korea.
know the time difference.
Well,
Do y'all?
Sure. No. But
There you
know
go. Then why are you blaming me for not knowing the time?
So these games count,
number, though.
And then they come back to play more exhibition games?
Yes.
That's ridiculous. I don't like
I
that.
don't like that at all.
But they've done that before.
I still don't like it.
It's the first. They did it in Japan when Matsui was with the Yankees. I know.
I'll watch some of that game tomorrow.
Matsui was a running back for the Bears.
I'll watch some of that game tomorrow. I'll watch some of that. When I wake up, I'll turn that game on.
If it's on the TV, I will too. I just think that's completely out of whack to have two regular season games and then go back to spring training.
Yeah, I know that they've done it, but it is still out of whack. I would agree.
Stupid. There, I've used the S word again.
I'm more worried about the bats. Keep seeing them score 1 or 2 runs. I know it's spring training, but it's just concerning. They'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Altuve,
I'm not worried about the bats in that lineup.
If Altuve and Yordan are in the lineup on a daily basis, I will be cool with that.
And Tucker.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about his proneness. And he didn't miss games last year.
Right.
Like, knock on wood saying that. 1711, enough of this Astros talk. Get back to Chips, buddy. That's our bad. Should have known that. My bad.
Play the hits.
0974, good show today, fellas. They're again with the mean things. We want mean things.
No, you want mean
Here's
things.
a mean thing. 9499. Cereal milk is nasty. Agreed. It's dirty milk.
Oh, it's way better flavored than regular milk.
I don't like milk.
I'm probably
That's why I said
don't like milk.
that's why cereal milk is better.
Not a big milk guy. I had to when I was a kid. I had to drink a bunch of chocolate milk to get all the what is it in it? Vitamin D.
I guess.
You mean calcium?
Calcium. Is that not vitamin D?
I think those are two
are
separate
those two
things.
things not the same?
Yeah, I think they're two separate things.
Is there not vitamin D in milk?
Okay, now we're even for the reptile thing.
You know where there is? I don't know if that's
yes,
not,
we
that's
are
not on par.
Yes, we are.
No, you know where you get vitamin D from the sun. You do.
You get.
How did you get milk and the sun confused?
There is vitamin D in milk. I just Googled it. That's not the same as animals.
He didn't say
and
it wasn't
frogs.
in there. He said they were two separate things.
Well, not only that, but
no, I didn't say they were two separate things.
No, he did. Vitamin D and calcium. You were saying.
You asked if it was the same thing.
Yeah, it was the same thing.
I was being silly. Like, I know that vitamin D and calcium aren't the same. I was being silly.
And I'll say I never said vitamin D wasn't in there, but when the people talk about the benefits of milk, what they talk about is calcium.
Oh, it was definitely a botch.
Yeah.
It was
okay.
definitely.
All right.
I will concede it was a botch.
Okay.
But me saying that vitamin D and calcium were the same thing was me being sarcastic because it was funny.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Sometimes you don't pick up on.
You've told me this before,
jokes.
Jeremy. I don't worry about it too much.
Of course, I don't think vitamin D and calcium are the same thing. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. All right, let's keep it with the Astros. Who are your projected stat leaders? Today's stat, RBIs. More than one.
RBI.
No, it's not true. It's wrong. 713-780-ESPN. Who do you think is going to lead the Astros in RBIs? 713-780-3776. You can bet on it if you want. Head over to betus.com. I'm sure you can find some Astro props for the season. Who doesn't want to play that? But, of course, it is March Mania, and it's time, basketball bettors. Brand, I'm here to tell you all about betus.com. I only endorse one sportsbook and casino. That's betus.com. They've been driving to the basket for over 30 years. This year, BetUS has an epic three-pointer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Not 1, not 2, 3 deposits, 125% sign-up bonus. The craziest industry's bonus, 125% on those first 3 deposits. Plus 10% gambler's insurance, and there's even more. BetUS accepts crypto and is offering a massive 200% crypto sign-up bonus. Gambler's insurance and crypto, you don't see that everywhere. March Mania basketball can get even more exciting with their live in-game betting. It's also a blast to check out their casino after the game, a little blackjack, where you can get a 250% casino bonus. Get started by visiting betus.com or give them a call at 1-800-MyBetUS to learn all about their bonuses and special offers. BetUS, where the game begins.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's that time again, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 6th annual Bracket Madness, presented by DraftKings of the Golden Nugget. Supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We'll be giving away tons of prizes with over $50 each. Prizes include a gift basket from Gentle Ben, valued at $200, $50 gift cards to Star Pizza, which we have our March Madness bet. Loser pays the winner's Star Pizza, the buffet on a Tuesday. East River 9, Republic Boot Company, much, much more. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab. Register for free and catch us broadcasting live at Wakefield Crowbar Wednesday, Carbach Brewing Company Thursday, and the Knicks Place Friday. So the ESPN 97.5 getting on the road. But you can win all those prizes, and you literally do not have to pay a nickel. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Why? I mean, you're lazy bones if you don't do that. Go fill out a bracket. You can win all of these prizes, and you don't have to pay a dime. You're lazy bones if you don't do that. There's no other way to describe it. It's literally free,
You're a
and you can
basketball
win all of these
part-timer.
prizes.
Yeah, you're not a big-time college basketball fan if you don't do something like
I
that.
mean, 90% of the people that fill the brackets aren't college basketball fans.
But still.
It's a
but
fun thing to do.
But you have a chance to win.
They're lazy
People,
bones
right,
if they
but
don't do
90%
it.
of the people that fill out brackets in the office pool aren't college basketball fans.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
do that,
That's
and
what
they
I'm
pay
saying.
money. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is you can win up $200 of Gentle Ben, $50 at Star Pizza. I mean, that would pay for our lunch bet easily. Like 3 or 4 times it'd pay for our lunch bet because the buffet deal is extremely affordable and delicious and get huge bang on your buck. 713-780-ESPN. Who's going to lead the Astros in RBIs? So we're doing all these stat categories. We're doing it when we're all here. Do we have to do 2 today to double down, start catching up a little bit?
Yeah, we could do 2 today.
I think we need to do 2 today. I'll be gone tomorrow. I'll be back Thursday, Friday.
How do I get butt last on the first and the second one?
That's a mess up there. I think you're supposed to have second.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I
supposed to
thought.
have third. Yeah. So I'm first in RBIs. Blankers will be first in stolen bases.
Yay.
Okay. So I'm gonna go. I mean, all these play the same. They're all the same point. Do we have the same Star Pizza bet on this one too? We love Star Pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go. This is a tough one for me.
You just put me twice for stolen bases.
My head's in other places. I can't do 2 things at once. I'm ADHD.
ACDC.
I put OCD and ADHD together. That's how ADHD I am. I'm going to go with Kyle Tucker to lead the Astros in RBIs. In a more RBI spot, doesn't miss games, knock on wood. The other guy, Jordan, does. So give me Kyle Tucker to lead the team in RBIs.
Well, I'm going with the big man. Jordan is going to hit a lot of bombs. He's going to stay healthy. He's going to play 51 games minimum in left field.
Start
and
51 games in left field.
Yes, he's going to do that too.
Start.
And he's going to knock in a bunch.
He's got to start 51, not play in. Start.
Right. He's starting 51 games in left field.
All right, so the obvious 2 are off the board, but this actually fits into a cash or trash that I had a few weeks ago. So I'm going to go with Alex Bregman, who right now we're all expecting to hit in the 3-hole. That seems to be what the Astros are going to do. So sandwich between Jordan and Kyle Tucker, Altuve obviously right in front of him too. I think he's going to have plenty of RBI chances.
You want this hot take?
Go ahead.
8410. Abreu leads the team in RBIs. Also a top 3 candidate for AL MVP. That's a hard take.
That's super. That's roasting. I'll trash the second part of it.
He's
but I
gotta
could
stay healthy
see
for
him. I could see him being up there with RBI.
Even in a bad season last year, he had about 90, didn't he? So I guess it's not the worst take I've ever heard, but it's pretty hot.
Dusty was
Did he have 90?
hell-bent in keeping him in the cleanup
Yeah, I
spot.
think I'll
Opportunity.
double check, but it was close to 90.
Opportunity. I mean, he was in the cleanup spot for a majority of
That's
the
true.
year. 8410 says RBI. It's not that way.
Team RBI, thank you for having my back.
It's your team wrong. 2787. I think Tucker is finally going to have a monster season. Money is on Tucker to lead the team in RBIs, so he's got me in more ways than one. I'll tell you what. Can we bookmark text? How do you do that? How do you bookmark a text? I'll just take a screenshot of it.
By the way, exactly 90 last year.
I was
Good
just
call.
looking it up.
Look at that. Look at that recall. That's why you're the best in the business. That's why you're talent. The only producer that I've ever called talent.
That's why you should come out to LaBerge on Saturday. Come
There
see
you go.
us.
There you go.
Not Jeremy, because he'll be
8410.
busy.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so.
8410. If a Jose Abreu does both of those things, if Jose Abreu leads the team in RBIs and he has a top 3 AL MVP finalist, top 3 AL MVP vote, I will buy you a bottle of Gentle Ben.
Wow. Wow.
Whatever kind you want. Because that is a hot take. I like hot takes. I'm a fan of hot takes.
You're buying the person that said that?
Yeah, if he's right about that, I feel safe that I'm not going to have to buy
buying
a
it or
bottle.
getting it? You're
I'll
gifting
buy it.
it.
I'll buy it. I don't ask for handouts. I buy things.
Yeah, but they give them to you anyway.
I don't ask for them.
I know.
I will buy whenever I buy somebody a bottle. I buy them a bottle. So yeah, if you get that hot take right, I'm going to buy you a bottle. 80810. Here's a hot take. You say hot take way too much. You're right. That is a hot take because I don't say that all that much. 3338. People are dumb. It's RBIs. The plural of run batted in. Tucker has the most. There you go. All right, let's get to stolen bases now. Blankers has the first pick in stolen bases. See, this one's a little bit easier because stolen bases you can kind of predict much better than RBIs, I think. Who are you going with, Blankers, to lead the team in stolen bases?
This is so tough because
Isn't it a two-person conversation?
yes, probably.
Jeremy has the third pick.
Yes.
I like that.
Why are you picking on me today?
I don't know.
Man,
It was right there.
Yeah, I'm punting on this one basically.
Yeah, basically.
maybe not, but
Martin Maldonado.
no.
My choice is easy because I have the other one, or whichever one Joel doesn't take.
Well, I'm taking the guy that I can't stand to watch in center field.
Ooh. Oh, that's not who I thought you were going to say.
I'm gonna go for I just based on his spring, I'm gonna put him in there and say Jake Myers.
All right, I think it's an awful pick.
Okay.
He doesn't steal bags.
Okay, well, since I have the one-on-one now, I will go with Kyle Tucker.
Thank you for picking Jake, though. I appreciate that.
I'm trying to be supportive. I think he's going to have a breakout year. I'm hoping he has
This
a
is
breakout
the big moment. Listen, hold on. Let's give credit to Joel. He went from not wanting Jake Myers
That's
to
a good
even be
point.
on this team to now predicting him to win a category.
Yeah, I'm starting to be more
he's
hopeful.
coming around.
Yes.
He's acknowledging Jake Myers.
See, I think Tucker's going to win this going away. I think Tucker's the only one that
To me,
can come close
it
to
was
getting
Tucker
30.
Altuve. That was my thought.
But Altuve's a horrible base runner.
Yeah, but he still
ends up with 20 plus.
Altuve's worse going like first to third or trying to score from second. He's worse on trying to take extra bases than he has stolen bases. Stealing bags, he's actually pretty good.
I should have taken the slam dunk, but I just feel like if he's going to be in center field and he's got speed, I'm going to go.
No, I'm happy that you.
I know you're happy with it.
No, well, you've come this far. You're acknowledging Jake Myers.
I think you can throw Chaz into the mix.
I thought Chaz too.
Yeah, Chaz could still 20.
I think you can throw Chaz in the mix, but I'm going to go Jose Altuve here. He stole 14 last year and only played in 90 games. I think he's the only one that could somewhat come close to Kyle
and he's
Tucker.
done it before. He's had seasons north of 30 multiple times. So
been a while though.
It has been a while, but it's in his bag. It's in his bag.
I'm not sure it is.
Well, you just said 14 in half a season.
90.
Okay.
I don't think he's got 30 stolen bases in the bag anymore.
He's got 20 plus.
I think he's got 20. I think he's got 20.
Depending on the variable.
Here's another thing.
I think I'm mad at myself. I threw this one
Yeah,
away.
you did. You really did. You flushed this one down the toilet.
Yeah, I did.
Tucker was the slam dunk. You know what kind of hurts Altuve stolen bases this year? Is Jordan hitting behind him. Because if
Ooh,
Jose
that's actually a good
Altuve's at
point.
first base
That's a good
and
point.
Jordan's up, now
You
he
know-
can still base whenever he's not up, if he gets out or whatever.
Right.
But if Jose Altuve's at first base and Jordan Alvarez is in the box, I never want him running.
Yeah.
I never want him to try to steal second.
Because of distraction of the batter's eye, or why would you?
No, because I want the right side of the infield open.
Can I get a redo?
I want the right side of the infield. I want the first baseman holding the runner on instead of Altuve trying to steal second.
The longer this conversation goes, the more regret that I have.
That was not a good pick.
I need
That was
a
not
redo.
good pick. No redo. There's no
no redos.
mulligans. All right, so Blank got Myers. Let's lock that in. Brian
Damn
got
it.
Tucker. I'm going to go without. I think Brian easily wins that one,
Yeah.
though. That one's going to be
I just gave one
dead
away.
giveaway. We'll do some. We'll do more of these on Thursday, more of these on Friday. Do you think anybody has a chance to unseat Kyle Tucker as the stolen base king?
Shut your mouth. I don't need to
of the
keep
Houston
hearing about it.
Astros, who went second in our draft. 713-780-3776. Also, what are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? Who deserves the nom for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Oh,
Time now for our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What is the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, why don't you lead us off?
Yeah, why don't I? I'll just own it now.
You going to nominate yourself?
I'm going to nominate myself for picking Jake Myers for the stolen base leader of this team.
Well, if you didn't, I think Jeremy and I both
I
would
think
have.
the text line already was lined up doing it as well, so I might as well just own it and accept it.
Yeah, the text line is lighting you up about it.
Oh, I'm aware.
They are lighting you up about the...
I deserve it.
Fair. You do. You really do.
You shut up. I'll take it from
I
them.
said it right away.
Yeah.
I said it right away. I'll nominate the 49ers. They made a payroll error. Yesterday was a Premier League team, and now it's the San Francisco 49ers. They made a payroll error, which will cost them a fifth-round pick in 2025, and this year's fourth-round pick has been dropped 4 spots. What kind of payroll error are you doing? Are you trying to, set the fraction of the decimal a little bit? Are you trying to move the decimal so you're stealing pennies a transaction?
Is this like the Cuban deal where, remember for a while when Mark Cuban was looking to get advantages to get free agents, he said, not only will I sign you to a 4-year, $20 million deal, I'll give it to you all up front so that you can put it in the bank and get interest and actually make more than that?
I don't know. The payroll error? Maybe. It probably had something to do with the salary cap. Probably changed the salary cap around. But I'm going to nominate the 49ers. Brian, do you have a nominee?
I'd like to nominate the other host in the studio for his not knowing what's in milk earlier in the show.
I was right.
Fake. Well, not the benefit of drinking milk. Or at least not the main benefit.
Yeah,
but it's being overshadowed because Joel topped you.
Yeah, I'm going to own this one. I got a couple others.
That's why I love working with blankers.
Because he outdid you.
Okay. You've won more than me.
What do you got?
I got a couple. One, Isaiah Thomas wants Stephon Marbury in the Hall of Fame, said he's brought it up before. He's pushing for it again.
Hold on, what?
Stephon Marbury in the Hall of Fame. Is this because of his Starberry shoes and his international appeal in China?
Well, let's keep in mind it's a basketball Hall of Fame and not an NBA
I
Hall of Fame.
understand that. That's how Yao got in. But at the same time, Yao accomplished a ton internationally and in the NBA. This is Stephon Marbury, who created the Starberry shoe for $5 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But come on, man. He was a huge disappointment in the league.
I wouldn't say disappointment.
He was
He
still
had
a good
couple
player.
of years
He
that
was
were
good.
okay.
I think he got overpaid by the Knicks and was disappointment there. But I wouldn't say his career was a disappointment.
Then he skipped out.
He got overpaid in New York.
Overpaid is fair, but I thought he was still a good player.
Me too.
He's not Hall of Fame. Good players don't make the Hall of Fame.
I'm with you there. No, I wouldn't put him in the Hall of Fame. But I mean,
good players make the pro basketball.
Right.
Not the pro basketball Hall of Fame. The basketball Hall of Fame all the time.
That's the problem. Is the
all
bar,
the time.
The
All
bar
the good
is
players
so low.
are, I think, better than Steph.
I don't think, there's a lot of dudes that get into the basketball Hall of Fame who are like, that guy's a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
Steph would be that guy too. Or Starberry would be that guy. But
Steph.
Right. Starberry is what I like to call him. I wouldn't put him in my Hall of Fame.
No way.
But I've seen some really
I don't know that his
bad names
numbers
get into the Hall of
scratch the
Fame.
surface.
I shouldn't say bad, just not Hall of Fame worthy. Hall of Fame worthy.
No,
I agree with you, but I'm just saying the Basketball Hall of Fame usually has a very, very low bar that's much, much lower
It is
than
lower
mine.
than, yes.
Are we
much
to the
lower
point
than
that
mine.
I'll speak for myself. I don't even really care about the Basketball Hall of Fame at this point.
I don't
because
care
the
about
bar's
any
been-
Hall of Fames anymore.
I
don't.
I still care a little bit about the other two main sports, but the bar to get into the Basketball Hall of Fame has been lowered so much.
has.
It's just it almost feels like the WWE Hall of Fame at this point. It's just fake.
When Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and throw out other names aren't in the Hall of
fair.
Fame, I
That's
can't
fair.
take you
No,
seriously.
you're right. You're right. That is totally fair.
Now, every now and then I'll get triggered and have a Baseball Hall of Fame fight with somebody, but I just don't really care that much about the Hall of Fame. Hunter Brown, I read this was in Chandler Rum's article today on Hunter Brown. You know what his nickname is?
Yeah, I did not know this.
Is this where you thought I was going?
Yeah.
Hunter Brown's nickname is Casino.
Since when?
Today? I first learned of it today.
I thought his name was Diesel. Nickname was Diesel.
Apparently his nickname's Casino. I don't like the nickname.
But he said why? Because of his all of the variety of pitches he
that's
can
right.
go to and deal.
Yeah. Variety of pitches you could deal. I don't like the nickname.
Does the story say who gave him this nickname?
I think this was in honor of Fred Fowler, who gave him his own nickname of the Falcon.
It didn't say who.
It's a self-appointed nickname.
That sounds like
I think it might have been.
I thought I read it somewhere that it was. He gave himself the nickname.
You might have. I didn't.
That's a bad move.
But I got the feel that it was a self-appointed nickname.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
No.
Don't like it, Hunter Brown. You got another one?
No,
I do.
Go ahead.
Cal State Long Beach for firing Dan Monson, who had a winning record, 20 wins in the regular season, a 500 record in conference. They fired him, but they let him finish out the year, and then his team won the conference tournament and qualified for the NCAA tournament. You sure you don't want to reconsider?
I was thinking about that too the other day, or yesterday, or the day before. Who are you going to get that's better?
Right.
Like, who was it? It's Cal State.
Monson, Long Beach.
Cal State, Long Beach. Who you attract? Now, that's a pretty good area. But what kind of caliber coach are you attracting there to Cal State, Long Beach?
To the LBC.
Yeah.
You're obviously attracting someone on the way up. You're not pulling a huge
Monson
name.
had some pretty big gigs for a while, too. I mean, he was a decent name. Yeah.
Did you watch the Last Chance? I know you didn't. Did you watch Last Chance U,
I
Brian?
did not.
You're
they
right.
they have a Last Chance U about some junior college like in East L.A. Hire that guy.
I played against one of the guys that was on that show, played in with us on Saturdays.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was trying to make.
It's a really good show. I think you would like it. I think you'd be a fan of it. Giving Chase Young $13 million guaranteed.
That's good.
Good one.
Dummy.
Yeah.
King of Twitch wants to nominate you, Brian.
Oh, for what?
Your interruptions. He says you interrupted us too much. I didn't notice it, but he noticed it, I guess. You're getting nominated again by Honey Glazed Brown and Blankers.
Oh.
Car wreck of the day, Blankers for putting pickles in his salad.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So what?
If it's not that, it's ketchup in his macaroni.
I don't put ketchup in my macaroni and cheese because it's all cheese. That's all the good stuff.
What did you say? I thought you said pickle chips. You meant pickles?
Yeah, the sweet and spicy pickle chips.
So not pickle. Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you meant pickle chips.
Oh, no.
Like,
no.
I think it's worse.
Okay, well, that's your opinion.
It's
Dan
also
Monson, by the way,
Honey
he was at Minnesota for 7 years.
Was he really?
Yep.
Oso says 49ers must not use HRMP. It's a great point.
Fact.
HRMP would not make that mistake.
Nope. Nor
they
would Laura.
Never make that mistake. 5010 says Jake Myers makes Hall of Fame for a record number of steals. So Hall of Fame car wreck of the day, we don't have those. And then Total Arlington says car wreck of the day, Flaming Hot Anything. I think it was our chips conversation. Only Flaming Hot I like are the Cheetos.
Flaming Hot.
Anything else I don't
I'm not
like.
big on the Flaming Hot ones. The chili cheese are better.
Yeah, that's nowhere near Flaming Hot, though. I don't know how you got to that.
Well, because I like the different versions of Cheetos. I just don't like that to that level of hot.
Yeah. See, Flamin' Hot Cheetos is the only one. Like Flamin' Hot Funyuns, no. They have Flamin' Hot Doritos, no. Just the Flamin' Hot Cheetos for whatever reason. All right. Does it for us. Great work, Brian. Talented producer that he is. He's Blank. I'm Branham. I'll be gone tomorrow. You two tomorrow. And then Thursday and Friday. Wakefield Crowbar tomorrow, right? Wakefield Crowbar?
Wakefield Crowbar.
So swing on by Wakefield Crowbar. Hang out with the show before us. The killer
bees.
G's, and then hang out with the killer bees
Yeah.
after that. Wakefield Crowbar, and then we'll be out on Thursday as well and Friday as well. Busy week as March Madness gets started. All right, does it for us. Coming up next, Ian and Amber on ESPN Radio, followed by Hall of Fame. Goodbye, Houston.